Hey, Bastish B here for 64K and welcome to my new documentary special. And this video represents my final version of the Mega Drive / Genesis History Special. And also bear in mind, this is a director's cut of my two-part series. So this director's cut combines both parts 1 and 2 all together for this massive history of the Mega Drive, starting all the way back in 1988 all the way to the end in 1997. But before we get going here, let's put everything into perspective and take a brief look at the history of Sega. In order to understand where the Mega Drive came from, we need to go all the way back to 1945 and the end of World War II, when American businessman Irving Bromberg and his son Marty created a coin-op company in Hawaii to provide various games to US military bases in the Pacific region. Seeing the massive business potential in post-war Japan around 1951 to 1952, the company moved and set up shop in the newly emerging Japanese marketplace and renamed themselves Service Games of Japan. Another American businessman at the time, David Rosen, was also very invested in the Japanese marketplace and had managed to import hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of electromechanical machines from Chicago into the Japanese system. Rosen Enterprises, as he named it, and Service Games became really popular, and both opened arcades all over Japan. Fast forward a decade or so to 1965, when both companies decided to join forces and merge into one, rebranding themselves Sega Enterprises, made up from the first two letters of Service and Games, to make the iconic new brand, with David Rosen becoming president of the company. They developed their first original game in 1965, electromechanical arcade game called Periscope. It was a smash in Japan and was exported worldwide and kicked off Sega as a game manufacturer. Fast forward another decade or so to the mid-70s, or 1976 to be precise, as they released their first video game in the arcades called Blockade, a game by Gremlin that they helped publish. The partnership with Gremlin would last a few more years until the Sega brand took center stage with massive hits like 1981's Turbo and 1982's Zaxxon, to name a few. They decided at this point to start expanding the game brand and decided to release their first home console, the SG-1000 in 1983 and the SG-1000 Mark II in 1984, both for the Japanese home markets only.
Sega, Sega!
But in 1985 they released the Sega Mark III and decided to export this one internationally, where it was renamed the Sega Master System. It became particularly successful in Europe and South America.
Sega challenges you with the ultimate video game, the Sega Master System.
Hang on.
With more accurate control, more detailed graphics, more levels of play.
Awesome.
The Sega Master System comes with power-based 2 control pads, light phaser, and 2 great video games, Hang On and Safari Hunt.
Gotcha.
And with other games like Rambo, Outrun, and Choplifter, the excitement never stops. The Sega Master System. The challenge will always be there.
In 1988, David Rosen approached Michael Katz, who had previously worked at Mattel and Epix and was still at the time working at Atari, about licensing their new 16-bit console to the US market. Michael talked to then Atari president and the ever-lovable Jack Tramiel about the deal. As per Jack's style, he agreed, and as per usual Tramiel's style, the whole deal broke down over money, and then David just decided to go ahead and release it on the Sega brand themselves. Thus, in October of 1988 saw the launch of the Sega Mega Drive in Japan, with the US launch in 1989 under the Sega Genesis moniker, and Europe in 1990 with the original Sega Mega Drive name.
Sega!
And in order not to give this video a one-sided perspective, I've gathered guests from all over the world who experienced the Mega Drive and Genesis from their own points of view, and they'll be chiming in with their own experiences along the way. And now I'll hand it over to my guests to introduce themselves, and after that we'll get on with the show.
Hi, I'm Bob, the founder of RetroRGB.com, and I've been playing a lot of these old retro games since they were just brand new modern games.
Hello, I'm the Top Loader, and here are my impressions of the Sega Mega Drive, not Genesis. That's something else that people call it. for some reason, but it's the Mega Drive to me. It will always be the Mega Drive to me.
Hello, my name's Gemma, aka the Gebs24 online, and I'm from the United Kingdom.
Hey guys, it's Saturn Dave from Sega Saturn Shiro, a podcast, website, and magazine completely dedicated to Sega Saturn.
Hello everybody, Jim here from a channel here on YouTube called Mad Panic Gaming, where I do a whole lot of retro gaming related stuff right here in Japan.
As you guessed it, I'm a huge Saturn fan, but I'm also a big time Sega fan.
And I've been a gamer my entire life. Literally some of my first memories from my early childhood are playing video games, and I haven't stopped since then.
And while I stepped away from the scene for a little while, it's always been kind of a big part of my life. I had a website dedicated to software emulation all the way back in the 90s when that stuff was first happening.
Hey, if you're new here, I'm Bastish B. I run the 64K YouTube channel dedicated to the Commodore 64 and all other retro gaming goodness.
I've been playing Sega my whole life, and thanks to Bastish B for having me on this video to talk to you guys about my memories of the Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, where I grew up.
So retro, modern, whatever the case may be, I am a lifelong gamer and really cut my teeth in the 16-bit generation.
I grew up in South Africa, that's where all my Mega Drive experience comes from, but currently I live in Canada.
And Retro RGB has been going on for over 10 years, kind of bridging the gap between playing on CRTs, playing on flat panels, how to connect those old consoles to modern stuff, and most importantly, focusing on the people and the products that are always being created in the retro scene.
And one final note just before I start, just to eliminate repetition, from now on I'll be referring to the system as the Mega Drive, its original name, unless I'm specifically talking about a Genesis game that was only released in the US. Now let's jump on back to the beginning of the system in 1988. On October 29, 1988, the Sega Mega Drive was released in Japan, with only 2 games at launch and a third coming 1 month later. It wasn't the start everyone had hoped for. Nintendo's iron grip on the home console market and having companies sign exclusivity deals meant that Sega would need to carry their own home console exclusively by themselves, at least in the beginning. On top of that, the PC Engine already came out 1 year earlier in Japan and proved very successful, putting Sega into a distant third on the Japanese home console scene, with its slick modern design aimed at an adult crowd, and Sega incorporating a modified System 16 arcade board as its base, therefore focusing on arcade conversions of their top games. They had something both NEC and Nintendo didn't, but it would be an uphill battle to secure their spot in the ever-evolving market. The system sold 400,000 units in 1988, a good start, but it still fell short of their initial goals. But their ultimate goal was always to take the system internationally, where they felt their accurate arcade ports would make the system break through the lucrative US and European gaming markets. So let's turn our attention now to the sole 3 games released in 1988. First up is a sequel to one of Sega's best arcades from 1985, Space Harrier, designed originally by Yu Suzuki. It was one of Sega's biggest hits of that year and hadn't seen a sequel yet until Space Harrier's 2 debut on the Mega Drive. The game was put together by Sega's Research and Development Department No. 2, which was established in 1984 with a specific goal to help produce home console games only. They were responsible for all 4 Japanese releases in 1988, although we'll only be looking at the main 3 arcade-related titles. The game was fast-paced, sprite scaling, shoot 'em up action, even though the Mega Drive was faking the scaling. it was still very impressive for 1988. As the Harrier, you receive a call for help and have to go and rescue Fantasyland once again from the forces of evil. This time though, you get to choose which stage you want to go to, with 12 in total, not including the boss rush mode, before the end bad guy, which is really number 13. It's all about dodging the landscape, blasting incoming aliens, as well as avoiding incoming fire, and at the end of each stage is some monstrous boss to contend with. There are also bonus stages after completing 4 levels that slap you onto a hoverboard and make you invincible, much like the dragon sequences from the first game, that are pretty much here for bonus points and a bit of a break from that relentless dodging. It's a good sequel that doesn't quite match up to the original's classic status, but it did show Sega's focus on bringing that arcade experience home. And a much more direct, straightforward conversion was next with Altered Beast, based on one of Sega's brand new arcade releases that had only been out 6 months earlier. It was a side-scrolling beat-em-up with heavy gothic and horror overtones, where you get resurrected by Zeus to go rescue his daughter Athena from the dark god Neph. The home version was headed up by the late great Reiko Kodama on design, based on Makoto Uchida's original System 16 arcade game. In the adventure, which takes place over 5 levels going from graveyards to undead lairs and purgatory itself, with nods to Greek mythology and pretty much everything else in between, you have basic punches and kicks, but if you manage to collect a few orbs from killing the White Wolves, they'll give you the power to transform into an altered beast and take on their special powers, which could be anything from being able to fly and shoot electricity or arrow boost around a stage, killing anything in your path. It all depended on the creature. The gameplay, even the arcade version, was always a little bit chunky, and so is this version. But with the 2-player option intact, plus the wonderfully cheesy speech samples and fun visual design of the creatures and stages, it was still a game that caught your attention, and ended up becoming Sega's pack-in game for the Genesis release in 1989, and exposing it to the masses even more as Europe's pack-in game as well in 1990.
Welcome to your doom. Oh!
And Japan's last major launch title we'll look at here is Super Thunderblade, a sequel to 1987's sprite-scaler helicopter shoot-'em-up arcade game that was a big hit at that time, delivering that huge old 80s Taikan experience. Like Space Harrier 2, this was a sequel to the arcade game, which I thought was a pretty smart move, giving console sequels to popular games, ensuring a built-in audience from the get-go. Even though it is a sequel, it's basically more of a remix of sorts, with 4 stages, and most of them flipping like the arcade from third-person views to overhead sections, with one particular level over an ocean being completely new to this version of the game, and they also added mid-level bosses for you to destroy. Like Space Harrier 2, it's a relentless blast fest as you unleash machine gun fire and unlimited rockets at a guerrilla militia who is trying to take over the world. Like most launch games for any console, it's pretty rough around the edges, graphically and sound-wise, and is way too short in retrospect. Still, it helped lay the groundwork for everything that was about to come.
My first impressions of the Mega Drive were really quite good. Does that surprise you? I don't think it really would surprise you, because the very first time that I ever saw a Mega Drive was at my friend's house down the road. I walked in there and I knew of Sega, like the Master System, but I didn't know about the Mega Drive. The Mega Drive was this new console that came out, but I didn't even know it came out. I walked into the lounge room and they were playing this game that came bundled with it. Altered Beast was the very first game that I ever saw for the Mega Drive, and it absolutely blew this mind right out the door that I just walked in from. Because I didn't believe what I was watching, because I'd never seen games like this at home. That was the key point of the Mega Drive, bringing the arcade home. And that's exactly what it did, because it felt like the arcade was at home. That was the point of it, and it worked for me. But Altered Beast, of course, has really aged not the best, but that first impression for me really did stand out, because I'm here 30 years later talking about the Mega Drive and Altered Beast. Like every person in this video, I am sure, is going to say Altered Beast at least 100 times. And now with me saying it, that's 101 times.
The system was now out, and both domestic and foreign reviews were positive, and seeing these games in my local gaming magazine at the time was absolutely mind-blowing. Seeing arcade games represented in this 16-bit glory and so closely resembling their arcade counterparts was truly amazing. Unless you lived through that time in gaming, it's hard to really fully convey that sense that the next level had just begun.
Sega!
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Sega always planned to tap the lucrative international market that Nintendo had sewn up in its pockets, with Europe and North America being its main targets, with massive potential if they could just disrupt Nintendo's iron grip on the console market. I mean, they had nothing to lose. David Rosen needed a strong Sega of America president to head the charge. He again turned to his friend in the industry, Michael Katz, who at this point had just departed Atari, and asked him to take up the challenge, now named the Genesis for North America's launch. Michael put his plans in motion immediately.
But as our consumer editor Paula Lyons shows us this year, Nintendo may be up against some serious competition.
These factors were all going to not only play an important part of the launch, but would all be key factors in the Mega Drive's success outside of Japan. Michael's experience in the industry meant that he knew a lot of major Western developers and managed to get Trip Hawkins, the then president of Electronic Arts, to join the third-party bandwagon with their unique, mostly adult-style games that would prove to be, in retrospect, the perfect yin to Sega's arcade yang to deliver exactly what the Mega Drive needed to break North America. Electronic Arts games would hit the Mega Drive market in 1990s, so for now, Sega was still mostly on their own. The rebranded Sega Genesis hit the US markets on August 14th, 1989, with 8 games at launch, and more hitting the shelves by the end of the year.
Now Sega has introduced Genesis, a revolutionary 16-bit system that improves gameplay opportunities, graphics, memory, and sound.
It was a diverse mix of arcade action, celebrity-endorsed games, and sports titles, everything they had aimed for, and even though Sega of Japan were not fans of the advertising campaign, with Sega's Genesis does what Nintendo don't, this bold in-your-face attack and 16-bit technology made the system instantly cooler than Nintendo's aging 8-bit.
The 16-bit microprocessor allows for enhanced graphics, more memory capability, stereo sound, depth perception, simulated 3D. You now have a game that is richly enhanced, a game that is very, very similar to that you would find in the arcade.
The first 6 months of sales of the console were just over 500,000 units in North America. Like Japan, a good start, but not quite what Nakayama, the then president of Sega of Japan, had in mind. Michael's contributions were truly underappreciated, and he would be replaced by Tom Kalinske in the following year. And now let's turn our attention to game releases with the US launch titles and continued Japanese releases with just over 20 titles hitting the system this year. Let's first check out the arcade conversions and sequels to popular arcades of that time. Sega themselves gave us their conversion of Golden Axe, their super popular hack and slash arcade that was only released roughly 10 months before this home conversion. Something unheard of in those days, having the arcade and home port debut in the same year, especially if you consider it was a top-of-the-line Sega System 16 release. The game lets you select 3 different characters, a barbarian, an Amazon, and a dwarf, each with their own moveset, strengths, and magic abilities. Makoto Uchida headed up the arcade version, and also oversaw and approved this home conversion, which after the success of his Altered Beast, Sega wanted to take on the beat-em-up genre, after seeing Technos' massive arcade hit Double Dragon in action. Makoto felt that he couldn't beat the kings at their own game, so why not add weapons into the gameplay, and change the drab urban setting, which was already a bit of a cliche by 1989, for something something more visually vibrant. Makoto is quoted as saying about the inspiration for the game: "I watched the film Conan starring the ex-Californian state governor, researched Boris Vallejo's illustrations, and read Lord of the Rings to the point that it infiltrated my dreams." The high fantasy setting was definitely something that drew me and my friends to the arcade to play this gem. The Mega Drive conversion is pretty fantastic, not only including almost everything from the arcade, just scaled back a little bit in size, but also adding in a whole new level and an extra boss character. It retains the arcade's two-player action, includes the midget bashing minigame, and is visually very close to the arcade with great renditions of that version's excellent music score. It's a really impressive feat, and that you could play this at home set the bar really high for all the other conversions to follow in later years. Makoto Uchido, who did the 80s holy trinity of scrolling action games, being Altered Beast, Golden Axe, and of course Alien Storm, was asked his favorite of his classic creations, which he responded with, "Definitely Golden Axe. The game is the result of a high level of perfectionism," which translated over fully to this 1989 conversion. Next was Revenge of Shinobi, or Super Shinobi in Japan, a direct sequel to 1987 Shinobi Arcade by Sega. This sequel was headed up by Noriyoshi Oba as director. He joined Sega a few years earlier and worked as a planner on the Master System classic Wonder Boy and Monsterland. Later he directed all 3 Streets of Rage games, worked on Sakura Taisen for the Saturn, and founded Sega Overworks Studio, which produced my personal favorite Dreamcast RPG, Skies of Arcadia. This man is a legend. For this sequel they wanted to expand the basic gameplay and give you much more of a story, with you again as Joe Musashi, going against the criminal organization Zed, who this time kills your master and kidnaps your fiancé, hence the title, Revenge of Shinobi. When asked how the project got started, Oba said, "The arcade game Shinobi was very popular. It was developed by another team, but we were tasked with developing the home console version. I was the game designer and director of a small development team, 1 planner, 3 full-time programmers, 4 full-time designers, and Yuzo Koshiro for the sound. Although we kept the ninja theme of the arcade version, we completely altered the game design and game system to highlight the features of the home console. That was what made the game so successful." Gone was a hostage rescuing in place of more precise action, with a variety of weapons such as a katana for close attacks, limited shurikens for long range, but still keeping the screen-killing ninja magic effects, which was kept to help inexperienced players clear harder sections. As the game's difficulty was amped up, we called games like Super Shinobi athletic action. Actions like the double jump and wall jump exemplified the high athletic characteristics of the protagonist. To make it more interesting, we try to create variations in the action depending on the situation the player was in. One of the game's key features was that the levels were designed to gradually improve the player's skills, maximizing their satisfaction upon clearing a level. The game, like the original arcade, which featured a cheeky unlicensed appearance by Spider-Man, is chock full of pop culture characters, all unlicensed again, which led to many revisions and re-released versions of this game, each one changing more and more characteristics of their appearances. I made some rough sketches of characters from my mind and from some photos due to my lack of drawing ability. They were meant to be used as a rough example. Unfortunately, the designer of the sprites reproduced my drawings a bit too faithfully, and you know the end result. The music is also of special mention, done by Yuzo Koshiro, who'd later go on to make the immortal Streets of Rage soundtracks. He was working freelance at the time, and this would mark his first working experience with Sega, and is an excellent mix of atmospheric techno and traditional Japanese stylings for something that complements this game absolutely perfectly. Graphically, it is superb, multi-layered scrolling, great big boss encounters, and cool looking levels. It truly is an excellent continuation of what the arcade started back in 1987. With a short 6-month development cycle, it was another killer app for the system, bringing arcade vibes with much more depth straight to your home. Next was Super Hang-On, also by Sega, which was the sequel to Yu Suzuki's 1986 motorbike racing classic. The arcade received a sequel also called Super Hang-On in 1987, but this Mega Drive version is greatly enhanced with a lot more features to better suit home gaming as opposed to quick arcade bursts of gameplay. You had the choice of arcade or career mode. Arcade was simply pick a continent to race on with 4 choices, with Africa, America, Asia, and Europe, and speed along using outruns checkpoint timed gameplay to make it to the next leg of the race, but the Mega Drive exclusive mode Original allowed you now to take on a whole racing career, from getting a sponsor to earning money in races and buying upgrades for your bike to the nifty turbo boost. The choice of music Outrun style was also very cool with some great tunes. The graphics also delivered a great sense of speed, and especially once you hit those turbo buttons. It was another solid arcade enhanced package and the first racing game to hit the system. Capcom made their double dose debut on the Mega Drive with Ghouls and Ghosts and Forgotten Worlds, both based on hit Capcom arcades from 1988. Ghouls and Ghosts, the sequel to 1985's Ghosts and Goblins, was much more of a straight port of the arcade as opposed to an enhanced or pseudo-sequel. Curiously, the conversion was done by Sega themselves in-house, with lead programmer being Yuji Naka, who joined Sega in 1984 and worked on many Master System games, and this year's best RPG release, Phantasy Star 2. And we'll be hearing more from him later. It's an excellent conversion where you again play as Arthur, battling his way through 6 levels of action platforming bliss. It's as hard as the arcade, but pretty satisfying when you master its ins and outs. The graphics again are excellent, replicating the arcade extremely well with tons of detail and graphical effects, and good renditions of its iconic music and sound effects. And bear in mind, this was available for you to play at home almost 3 years before the Super Nintendo's Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which came out at the end of 1991, which was like a lifetime in gaming years back then, especially with the advances being made. It ended up winning Electronic Gaming Monthly's award for Game of the Year in 1989 and a host of other acclaim, with Megatech magazine saying, "A truly superb game of the classic coin-op, combining stunning graphics and sound with very challenging gameplay." The other Capcom conversion was Forgotten Worlds, a side-scrolling 1 or 2 player shoot-'em-up based on the '88 arcade game of the same name, and again converted by Sega. It's another ambitious and pretty successful conversion of a CPS arcade game, and even though it is cut back a bit due to cartridge memory reasons at the time, featuring 7 of the arcade's 9 levels, it's still a great version. An evil god, Bios, basically destroys Earth with the help of his fellow gods. Humanity then decides to make 2 80s muscleheads, equipping them with jetpacks and guns and sending them off to kill all the gods. Good luck, guys. The game retains its 2-player shoot-'em-up action with weapon pickups, cool shops to visit and items to buy, and massive boss encounters. It retains the look and feel of the arcade really well, with 2 of your 3 buttons used to rotate your gun and the other to shoot. It does a pretty good job of replicating the unorthodox controls of the arcade. The game does feature a curious bug though. If you have a 6-button controller connected, the game will instantly game over if started, which I actually encountered while trying to capture footage for this video. I guess I played it originally back in the day with a 3-button controller. And the last arcade conversion here was Truxton, also known as Tatsujin in Japan, a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up, first released in the arcades in 1988 by Toplan, who'd already delivered classics like Slap Fight and Twin Cobra, with Toplan themselves converting it to the Mega Drive for its 1989 debut. Original designer and music composer Masahiro Yuge oversaw the project and helped deliver this excellent version of the arcade, with 5 massive stages to blast through and huge power-ups that could be upgraded, and of course a smart bomb for when things go south. It was an absolute riot. The game's slower pace, much in the Slap Fight mold, and the way it makes you feel powerful and invincible really quick, drags you into the shooter's crazy world. As a bunch of aliens threaten your homeworld, they send you a one-man against an invasion fleet to kill them all. That seems pretty reasonable, I guess. The Mega Drive home version was received really well in the press, with high scores including a 94% overall in C+VG issue number 100, with them saying, "If you're on the lookout for a top-class shooter, Tatsujin's the one for you." Its great graphics, rocking tunes, and slower-paced gameplay make it an easy 16-bit shooter to get into, and was also re-released in 2020 by Retrobit, and that's the awesome physical version you're seeing here, which I managed to pick up about a year ago.
Genesis brings you the 16-bit arcade challenge with Ghostbusters. 16-bit thrills in Ghouls and Ghosts, and 16-bit arcade action with Forgotten Worlds. Gruesome ghosts, ferocious foes, battles of power, of magic and might. Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghostbusters and Forgotten Worlds are for the Genesis system.
The sports games kicked into gear with a couple of celebrity-endorsed releases. First up was Tommy Lasorda Baseball, the first baseball game on the system.
Baseball is my life.
Featuring manager Lasorda, who took the LA Dodgers to a 2 World Series win and was a player for the Dodgers in the 1950s.
Game time, Tommy. I'm on my way.
The game itself is a great arcade-style baseball sim. Very easy to play and get into even if you don't know anything about the sport, with just enough stats and management for serious baseball fans to enjoy. All the teams are unlicensed, and Lasorda is basically just a figurehead appearing in the title screen.
Game's over, Tommy. Ain't over till it's over.
As the game was a slight modification of the Japanese release Super League. It was also released as Super League in Europe, as Lasorda would have been unknown to European audiences. It features good presentation and very easy controls, and has exhibition games as well as a World Series tournament which uses a password system to save your progress. The other game was a golf title called Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf, another celebrity-endorsed game that was a slight modification of a Japanese title called Ozaki Naomichi no Supermasters, endorsed originally by Japanese golfer Ozaki Naomichi. The US and European releases, like Lasorda, featured Palmer on the title screen, but is never again seen in the game. This is a pretty good first golf game as well by Sega's R&D 2 team that has quite a lot of depth and options to please both arcade and sim fans. The presentation is pretty good. You get 3 different fantasy courses from the USA, Japan and England. The putting is a little bit difficult and takes a while to get used to, but it plays as fast or as slow as you want it to overall. And both games kicked off the sports celebrity trend that Sega would ride fully the whole Mega Drive's life cycle.
And even my friend Arnie's got a great game.
Besides the arcade conversion of Truxton, the shoot-'em-up genre had 2 other releases. Thunder Force 2 was published by Technosoft, and the game was originally released on the Sharp X68000 computer in Japan. This was the first third-party game released on the system, and Technosoft would also release the real-time strategy shoot-'em-up Herzog Zwei later that year. Technosoft were formed in 1980 and were known for their excellent shoot-'em-up releases, spanning the Mega Drive and the Sega Saturn, and was eventually bought out in 2001 by a Japanese pachinko company. Thunder Force is one of their best franchises, with this version known as Thunder Force MD in Japan, featuring 2 distinct gameplay styles, with both overhead open-level action similar to the arcade game Last Mission, and traditional horizontal shoot-'em-up stages complete with complementary boss encounters. The top few sections have you seek out and destroy a series of bases to continue before flipping to horizontal to finish off a level. You can collect lots of power-ups and drones which can be cycled through and used on the fly for different situations. The graphics are really good, a nice variety in looks, especially jumping from perspectives keeps the gameplay interesting, and the music is fast-paced and addictive with very precise gameplay, and is another great early shoot-'em-up release for the system. The other release was called Curse by Micronet, a Japanese exclusive game that was supposed to get an international release, and was even advertised but never materialized. It was a fairly slow-paced horizontal shooter that's a bit of a mixed bag, with 5 stages overall to blast your way through, and all the cliches intact with drone support and smart bombs. The stages all look a little bit drab, and there's nothing that really stands out. There's also a lot of slowdown when things get hectic, but it's not as bad as reviews would have you believe, and it does sport some really fast-paced tunes. While no Thunder Force quality, are still pretty memorable. Micronet themselves would later go on and make the cool Warriors of Rome series, which we'll look at later. Overall, it's just okay. Micronet would definitely make up for that later though, with their 1991 Ride and Trad release for the system. Now let's rapid fire our way through a few action platform games. First up was Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle, a continuation of Sega's mascot character from the Master System. It's a decent action platformer that doesn't really show off anything the Mega Drive can do, but still has plenty of variety in its gameplay for a good little bit of fun. Mystic Defender was next, an action platformer and a heavily modified R&D 2 game that was based on the Peacock King manga series from Japan. It had 8 very diverse stages, tons of enemies and magic to try out. It's a bit of a forgotten gem of an early platformer for the system. And finally was Last Battle, another heavily modified Sega R&D 2 game, which was originally a Fist of the North Star title in Japan. It's a pretty mediocre game where you slap your way through a post-apocalyptic setting with a map system to make your way through to the final game's boss.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Xbox 360シューターコレクションスペシャル
The puzzle genre saw one release in Tetris. Well, sort of. Sega of Japan bought the rights from Tengen, and to cut a very long story short, it didn't technically include the home console versions, which Sega thought it did. And the game was supposed to be released on April of '89, but was cancelled at the very last second when they realized the rights weren't legit. Roughly 10 copies of the game had already been made and ended up in the wild, making it the rarest Mega Drive game ever sort of released. A new recreation was made for the Mega Drive Mini that was a conversion of Sega's System 16 arcade version. And this would change dramatically over the years, but for now, the sole movie licensed game released this year was Rambo 3. Based on the 1988 Sylvester Stallone action flick. This was yet another version of this movie in game form. I loved back in the day when every format got a unique version of a licensed game. It was so epic. This Sega release was an overhead run and gun game with some third-person mini-games for boss encounters. You play as Rambo as he's trying to free Colonel Trotman captured by a bunch of dodgy Russians in Afghanistan. You basically kill everyone and everything, destroying all their bases and freeing Trotman. You got a knife for close quarters, an unlimited machine gun, and exploding arrows for boss vehicles, plus timed bombs for ground vehicles or structures. It's very fast-paced, almost feeling like an arcade game, and you can finish it pretty quickly if you know what you're doing, but it's still a fun, solid run and gun with good graphics, even though the music and sound effects are very grating. Still, a fun first-wave license game. And our final genre for '89 was RPG and strategy games, and we'll start with Sword of Vermilion, or simply Vermilion as it's known in Japan, was released in 1989 by Sega, with English versions hitting the Genesis and European Mega Drive in 1990 and 91 respectively. It's an action RPG developed by Sega's own AM2 Studios, headed up by arcade veteran Yu Suzuki. It was a strange game made by this team, and like nothing else they had done before, with most of their games being massive action-styled arcade games like Space Harrier, Outrun, Afterburner, and Power Drift. RPGs were a huge genre in Japan, and Sega needed an offering early in the Mega Drive's life cycle to capture that ever-growing Japanese RPG audience. And they turned to AM2, their resident arcade hitmakers, to deliver the goods, with heavyweights Yu Suzuki as producer and Hiroshi Kawaguchi on music, the man responsible for some of the best arcade soundtracks ever produced, including Space Harrier and Outrun. It was full steam ahead. The game's plot revolves around the land of Excalibria, which gets invaded by the evil bad guy, King Sarkon. The land is decimated, and before the fall of King Eric's castle, the King of Excalibria, he orders his main knight to escape with his young son. Clearly the team had just watched 1988's Willow, as the plot is exactly the same. The story then picks up 18 years later, with you finding out that you're actually the king's son, which sets you out on your quest of revenge. You need to gather the 8 rings of good and the Sword of Vermilion to ultimately defeat Sarkon. The game definitely shows its team's arcade roots, with gameplay being an almost 50-50 mix of traditional RPG tropes and fast-paced arcade-styled action, similar to the Ys series of RPG games.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
"また一つテレビゲームの神話が生まれる。メガドライブだけに許された超大型ロールプレイングゲーム、バーメリオ。
And now let's jump into the game itself, which is a mixture of many styles, giving it a lot of variety in terms of looks and gameplay. There's 4 main views of play, with the towns serving up the overhead view where you can chat to NPCs, gather quests and info, and most importantly, visit all those shops which run the gamut of weapons, armor, and magic, with equipment and spells to purchase, and I'd highly recommend picking up a lamp as soon as possible, as you'll need one to explore dungeons. Candles are just totally useless and don't last long. Plus there's inns, taverns, churches for dispelling curses, and where you get resurrected if you die, and the useless fortune teller who takes your money and tells you things you already know, just like the real-life charlatans of the business. When you leave towns, it switches to a first-person view as you explore the land Might and Magic style. And as you can see from this world map, it's a big place to travel around with 14 different towns, each with their own corresponding dungeon to conquer. Encounters are random in typical JRPG style, and switches to a 3/4 style view where you either hack the beasts up or use projectile magic, and if things get really bleak, you can escape as fast as you can. Entering dungeons where most of the quests usually end up leading to, you can find items around every corner, fight many variations of the beasts, and usually face off against a boss character known as arch monsters. The view then flips one more time to a side view where dodging and hacking as quickly as possible is needed to win. Unlike most RPGs, Vermilion is fairly fast paced. Besides the town aspects, it bops along pretty briskly, so you never really get bored. The combat is a bit basic, but once you get enough money for spell books, it gets pretty fun and interesting to mix it up with fast hack and slash gameplay and projectile attacks. The story is also pretty engaging and interesting, without getting too convoluted like a lot of JRPGs, and the difficulty is mid, although you will die quite a bunch of times in the beginning. But fear not, you simply just lose cash as you get resurrected in the local church, so you're always progressing stat-wise anyway. Kawaguchi's music score is the real highlight here, being not only catchy and infectious, but also adding to each scenario immensely. It's one of the Mega Drive's best RPG soundtracks, hands down. This game is often disregarded in the Genesis and Mega Drive library just due to its really early release nature, and the fact that Sega's other RPG heavyweights like the Phantasy Star and Shining Force series kinda always steal the limelight. It's not going to be an RPG for everyone, with its multiple gameplay styles being either interesting for you or possibly off-putting. But I feel it's a nice, well-crafted variation on a genre that can often be a cliche of itself. Next is my personal favorite RPG this year with Phantasy Star 2, the sequel to the Master System 1987 classic. The sequel was originally designed on the Master System, but Sega changed that and decided it should be a Mega Drive release, and bumped up the cartridge size to 6 megabytes, which was the biggest used for any console game of that time. Kotaro Hayashida, who worked on the entire series in various roles, is quoted as saying, "Phantasy Star 2 was originally planned for the Sega Master System as a direct sequel to Phantasy Star. Later it was decided it would be released on the Mega Drive, so we had to rework all our plans. Despite that huge change, we only had half a year to finish the game, a real aggressive schedule. And of course we had to complete the debugging in that time frame. So when you consider the normal schedule for an RPG, Phantasy Star 2 was created in an incredibly short period. The only reason we made it is because of Yuji Naka. Naka himself was lead programmer and producer. He also worked on the original Master System version."
16ビット6メガセガファンタシースター2目を見張るリアルキャラクターツインスクロールメガドライブ対応未体験ロールプレイングゲームファンタシースター2
The game's plot has multiple planets in the Olgo star system, with 3 you can travel to in total, had been terraformed by a machine known as Mother Brain. Unfortunately, the climate control system run by the computer has gone haywire, causing an influx of monsters on all 3 planets. It's your job to go find out what's going on with the system. The game retains its overhead look for visiting towns and the map screens, and also stays in this look for dungeons as well, ditching the original's first-person view. The battles are still random encounters, with a third-person style turn-based mechanic. I played this game not long after getting my Mega Drive around 1991 and was absolutely blown away. I pulled out that massive map that came with the game and pored over the hint book for days, which came with the English version of the game. As me and a friend of mine played through the entire game in a couple of days, we were just absolutely obsessed and managed to finish it, which is no simple feat.
Phantasy Star 2. Mother Brain has taken over the star system. The bio monsters have gone mad, and so will you, after hundreds of hours of great adventure gameplay.
The characters in the story was very engaging, with a bunch of interesting twists and turns. The graphics were good without being overdone, and all the planets looked and felt unique. The combat system was really addictive, and if you didn't feel like fighting, you always had that auto mode. There were tons of weapons, monsters, and party members that could be recruited. It was a much larger and much more dense game than its predecessor. The music was also sublime, provided by Tokuhiko Uwabo, a veteran sound designer at Sega who did the first 2 games in the series. It had catchy, infectious tunes as well as massive, expansive, orchestral style pieces that were absolute joy to listen to. The game was the killer app RPG they needed early and would lead to 2 other Mega Drive sequels. Herzog's Way was a strategy RTS action game released by Technosoft and was the sequel to their 1988 PC-88 game Herzog. This was a very original and unique game, basically laying the groundwork and tropes for the entire RTS strategy genre in one game. Everything from base construction, troop distribution, resource management, and protecting your base, all the while flying out and attacking your enemies, and still remembering to protect your own base. The 8 levels all have extremely clever level design where new tactics have to be applied based on the terrain, and it also sports a fast, robust 2-player versus mode where you can take on a friend that was quite addictive. Every trope of the genre was here and is still seen and used in modern RTS games. On top of that, it has really good detailed graphics and some excellent Technosoft tunes. The learning curve is pretty steep and requires time, but if you know the genre now, jumping into this is like a real look back at the origins of it all. And we'll finish off the games of '89 with 2 more RPG strategy rapid looks with Super Hardline, an update of the MSX Hardline 3, which is a really good action RPG with fantastic music and is extremely overlooked and is well worth looking out for. And lastly was Super Daisenryaku, another PC-88 port of a turn-based war strategy game that was part of the long-running Daisenryaku series. This game was never released outside of Japan, unfortunately. Already by the end of the year, the console battleground was starting to shift in Sega's favor. The PC Engine, now rebranded the TurboGrafx 16, launched just over a week after the Genesis and had already faltered. Unlike Japan, it never managed to come close to Sega's launch, thus catapulting really only 2 companies to the top of the console heap. And if we had to believe the advertising,
discover Genesis, and your world will never be the same.
Then things were about to get real interesting.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
With Michael Katz still in the driving seat at Sega, at least until Kalinske took over as CEO in the autumn of that year, his take-no-prisoners attitude continued to prove extremely successful. In 1989, Sega of America had 35 staff members, with sales of just over $800 million. But with Nintendo's Super Famicom only getting a US release in September of 1991, and a distant 92 release in Europe, Sega had the 16-bit market all to themselves, and an increase in staff members was probably in order. Sega's international plans were in full force this year, with them partnering up with multiple companies for a massive global blitzkrieg of the system.
Sega for the 90s. The new generation. New generation system, new generation games, and a new generation of value.
Tectoy handled the Mega Drive's Brazilian launch, as they did with the Master System. Without Nintendo having an official presence in the country meant Sega owned Brazil. Australia got its launch also under the company Aussiesoft, with Virgin Mastertronic releasing the system in September of 1990 throughout Europe. The gaming scene in Europe was a completely different ballgame compared to the US. Nintendo hadn't managed to entrench itself deep enough, as 8 and 16-bit microcomputers still ruled the home gaming scene, with consoles being a very distant second place. Just like the US, Europe's advertising was aimed at a much cooler, older crowd: high schoolers, college students, veteran gamers, dismissing the NES as a kid's toy and locking home the idea that that Sega was cool. The strategy worked yet again, and by the end of '91, Sega had a 65% market share on the console scene. Back in the US, the second phase of games was hitting the shelves. Sega had the celebrity backings of Michael Jackson, James Buster Douglas, Joe Montana, and John Madden. They managed to tap into that market that Nintendo had never even considered. Sega's biggest third-party supporter, Electronic Arts, went into full swing this year with a slew of massive computer hits from sports, flight sims, strategy, and action, all being able to hit the Mega Drive in record time due to the fact that the system shares the same Motorola 68000 microprocessor as the 16-bit Amiga, giving the Genesis an instant library of hits available on no other console.
So my first experience playing the Genesis was November of 1991. It was actually my sister's birthday. She got an NES for her birthday.
So in the late 80s and 90s, most of the 90s, magazines, video game magazines were the only way to get information. This one here, Computer and Video Games, this was one of my favorite publications. This was a UK magazine. In the late 80s though, they started showing Mega Drive games. And I didn't know what that was in the beginning, and then I realized it was like the 16-bit version of basically a Master System. It was Sega going to the next level. I couldn't believe my eyes when I was looking at the screenshots.
When did I first experience the Sega Mega Drive? It was Christmas 1991, and my stepsister's dad bought one round Christmas morning. My dog's also just come in. She's never played the Mega Drive though.
But there was a family friend at the party who told us that Sega had just started packing in this new game, Sonic the Hedgehog, in with their console, lowered the price, and that it was 16-bit, more fast and powerful than the NES. So we were sold. We boxed up that NES, brought it back, and got a Genesis.
The arcade games, the arcade conversions looked almost exactly the same. Blew my mind. Remember, arcades were like the premier place to play video games, so anything that even looked remotely like it was considered the coolest.
And I remember when we unboxed the Genesis, it looked like a piece of hi-fi stereo equipment. It was jet black, it had vents everywhere, and it said high definition graphics over the top, 16-bit. This thing was amazing. And then when we popped in Sonic the Hedgehog, our minds were blown. I swear, the graphics were so sharp, the colors were so saturated, the chip tunes like melted your face off. It was so sharp, you know, it had that stereo rocker on the front. You could control the audio through headphones.
In 1991, in South Africa, they released the Mega Drive officially. It got an official release. And I went to a mall one day to go to watch a movie, and there was like this massive banner in the middle of the mall, and it was just Mega Drive set up everywhere. It was like a promotional thing, I guess, campaign. And they had Sonic, Moonwalker, and a whole bunch of other games. I was just like, I couldn't believe my luck. It was just like right place at the right time kind of thing. Played all the games, barely made the movie on time.
We played Ultra Beast, Sonic and Moonwalker all Christmas, and every time I closed my eyes, all I saw were rings, the rings from Sonic.
When I got home, I decided that the Mega Drive was going to be the thing I was going to get, no matter what. Sacrifices had to be made. So I sold my entire Lego collection to fund the purchase of the Mega Drive. I got quite a bit of money for it. Lego was still, you know, expensive stuff. Even then, it's always remained a lucrative thing to trade. And I bought Mega Drive, the Sonic pack, the 1991 Sonic pack, and I bought Moonwalker at the same time. So I got two games, and just plugging that thing in for the first time and just hearing the sound and seeing the graphics, it was just, even though I'd already played it in the mall, it was just mind-blowing because I'd been playing 8-bit games since the early 80s, right up until then, and just that leap forward, it was shocking. And played that thing endlessly, even plugging in the headphones in the front of the first version of the Mega Drive. You could put headphones on and turn it up. The sound was just amazing.
We really bought into the blast processing hype, but I tell you, Sonic moved so fast, it was every bit as impressive as all of the 2D games that we had played in the arcade up to that point.
It was such a cool system. So much nostalgia going there, just remembering those first times playing it. And we'll start off a look at some games with some run and guns first, and start with Final Zone, developed by Wolf Team, which was a Japanese developer formed in 1986 and delivered many exclusive games to the Mega Drive and Mega CD, including Ernest Evans, Road Avenger, and Solfeus, amongst many more. They were eventually bought out and merged into Namco in 2003 and focused on making many of the Tales of RPG games for Namco. Final Zone was actually the third part in this series, with not all the titles making it out internationally. The game is an asymmetric run and gun as you take a giant mech suit and have to infiltrate an enemy territory to take out a weapon of mass destruction they are harboring. In each level you have to destroy a set number of enemies. Once that's done, you face off against some crazy mad boss character. You have unlimited machine gun fire and a secondary more powerful attack, which is limited by the supplies you pick up, with 14 different types of weapons you can use overall, and the levels are pretty diverse in look and style with some solid graphics. They play really well and it's really fast paced. It's definitely a bit of a forgotten gem and one of the first games released by Wolf Team on the Mega Drive. Next was Target Earth, another mech styled run and gun but from a more traditional side scroller point of view, published by Messiah, a Japanese company that delivered an amazing amount of excellent titles, most of them never leaving Japan, and are probably best known for the excellent Gley Lancer and the Cho Anarchy and Langrisser series. In the game you have to defend Earth from an incoming alien invasion. The game mixes in story elements and action really well, with you getting mission updates and objectives on the fly through your comms while battling it out, with the ability to pick your weapons layout for each mission. There are two types of levels, namely ground-based and space flight. Each one gives the game a slightly different feel as you blast all the enemies, complete objectives, and take out the alien bosses. This game is really fun with a good mixture of action and strategy, with small well-defined graphics and good music, and goes under the name Assault Suit Lanos in Japan, which ended up spawning an excellent sequel on the Sega Saturn in 1997, which remained a Japan-only release. And the last run and gun here is Elemental Master by Technosoft, which would only see a US release in 1993 by Renovation. The game is a really fast-paced vertical shooter where you take the role of Layden, a wizard of sorts that can use elements such as fire, water, earth, and air as his weapons, as he attempts to take down Gyra, an evil that's been unleashed upon his kingdom. You can choose which level you want to start with each one complete giving you a new element to use, as well as a fairy companion who attacks enemies at random to help you out. After the first 4 stages are complete, the rest roll out in a preset order to advance the story. The game's graphics are really good, lots of parallax action, good looking well designed stages, with quite a bit of variety and tons of different pickups and enemies to blast the hell out of. This is another good, slightly forgotten gem from Technosoft. And now over to the complementary genre, which are shoot 'em ups. And let's first look at Darius 2, published by Taito, a sequel to their 1986 arcade hit. Just like the original, it's a horizontal shooter where you embark on a mission to save a sister planet of Darius from an evil mechanized fish invasion. You have your regular fire, plus you can drop bombs for ground targets, and both can be upgraded through power-ups. The game is a bit of a remix of the arcade, with many differences in the graphics and enemy patterns and a lot of other little details, and features mid-level bosses that weren't in the original, as well as the original's choose your own path to the final showdown, which adds tons of replayability to the mix. The graphics are pretty good variation on the arcade, with plenty of parallax action and some big boss encounters, plus great music supplied by Taito's legendary house band Zuntata, who never disappoint. And even though it lacks the arcade's 2-player mode, is still a great alternative to it, and for some reason was released outside of Japan with the name Sagaya, and was part of Taito's massive first wave selection of Mega Drive releases to hit the system. And next up was Musha, was released in 1990 by Compile exclusively for the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis. Musha was a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up that definitely looked different from the rest. But before we get into that, let's take a quick look at the company that made it. Compile was formed in 1983 and eventually shut its doors in 2003. They were formed by Masamitsu Nitani and predominantly did shoot 'em ups in the 80s and more puzzle-based games in the 90s, like the Puyo Puyo games for Sega. In the early days, just like Konami, they focused on the Japanese computer, the MSX, where they created Zanak and Alast, 2 very well-received shoot 'em ups. They also formed a long-lasting relationship with Sega and ported games like Borderline and N-Sub to Sega's SG-1000 console. Sega in turn offered to make their Puyo Puyo puzzle puzzle game into an arcade machine, and it proved a massive success in Japan. And back to Musha, just like all shoot 'em ups, it has a totally irrelevant plot involving a mega computer that's threatening Earth's destruction. You know, the usual nonsense. But the presentation of the story is very cool and is inspired by all the awesome anime and manga of the time, and is really well done. Musha is technically part of the LS shoot 'em up series that Compile started on the MSX, and was actually going to be called LS2 until they decided to give it its own identity. Though the style has been done a million times since 1990, Musha's mixture of ancient Japan and mech designs was really quite unique for the time. It may not be the first game to mix these styles, but for me it really stood out visually. You have your usual selections of upgrades like lasers, explosives, and shield effects, which you can pick up during the levels. And if you pick up the same weapon twice in a row, it upgrades it. There's also these weird Coke can things that are flying about, and if you shoot a bunch of them, you acquire mini drones which come and help you, and they can be moved around on screen to different formations to suit the current action. And just like the Super NES classic Axel A, every time you get hit, you lose a piece of your weaponry until the final kill shot. Another cool aspect of this game is the music by Toshiaki Sakoda, which are these really fast-paced, almost metal-inspired tunes that really sync up well with the action. Sometimes with shooters I feel the soundtrack gets a little bit lost in all the destruction, but in this one it's very much the heart of the action in every way. If you like his music, you should also check out his great soundtracks to Spree Gun and Treasure Hunter G for more musical goodness. Next was Gyares, a horizontal shooter developed by Telenet Japan and published by Renovation. Telenet Japan was a video game developer formed in 1983, and within them were many divisions such as Wolf Team we looked at earlier, and Renovation, and so much more. They were eventually bought out by Sega in 1993. The game's story is told using an excellent manga-style story sequence where we see space pirates threaten to harvest Earth of all its toxic resources to make a mega weapon. You as Dan Dare have to stop them. Clearly these guys were either ignorant or unaware that the character Dan Dare already exists. He's the British Flash Gordon, but somehow they managed to get away with it. Yay 90s. The game itself is an excellent, much more slow-paced horizontal shooter that has a very unique weapon system, which is a device you shoot out at an enemy and it absorbs or learns their skills, so you can harvest any enemy you come across. The more you take from the same enemy, the stronger you can build a single weapon, with a total of 80 different types of weapons to experiment with. Every level is a visual feast and really showed what the Mega Drive was capable of even in these early days. Levels had mid-bosses and main bosses, as well as some subtle branching paths to take. This was one of the first games to make that big jump to an 8 MB cartridge alongside Technosoft's Thunder Force 3, and it definitely shows in the graphics, presentation, scrolling effects, and the music, which is super catchy, with tons of epic tunes you'll be humming long after the game's been turned off. The game's advertising campaign in the US especially is classic as well, with Renovation choosing to simply use one of their game testers as the face of the game, giving the advert a genuine sense of a friend at the time recommending a game to you, which worked really well. The tester, Jamie Bunker, got to actually recreate his iconic pose in 2022's re-release of the game by Retrobit. Next was Heavy Unit Mega Drive Special, a Japan-only release by Toho based on a really obscure 1988 Kaneko arcade. It's a horizontal mech shooter where you have to take your transforming mech and defend a planet from an alien attack. You can collect power-ups including ground bombs and have the ability to transform from a spaceship which specializes in spread shots to a mech which has more power and guided missiles by collecting a transforming icon. This is a very well-made and fun game that has every level from the arcade plus added graphical effects and features all 6 stages and is definitely on the low-end difficulty scale for this genre. It's quite surprising it never got an international release. Next was a port of the 1989 Toplan arcade game called Hellfire, another horizontal shooter where you take the role of a hero, taking your ship and the Hellfire weapon to stop a robot super mech from taking over the galaxy. Hellfire's main gimmick is the fact that it's very slow-paced and tactical, requiring you to switch your weapon setup on the fly based on your situation, with different directions from front, back, diagonal, and up and down, all used to take out different enemy patterns and ground targets, plus the ability to use a limited Hellfire shot, a powerful forward blast that cuts through everything. The levels are nothing to write home about and are pretty bland, but the sound effects and especially the music, which are some of Toplan's most memorable aspects of their games, is pretty rocking. But gameplay is paramount here, with its clever switching mechanic that encourages you to make quick choices to get yourself out of tight situations, and is recommended to anyone that wants to try a different spin on a regular genre. And next was was another toe-playing game, Fire Shark. This one actually developed by Toe-Plan themselves for a Mega Drive release based on their 1989 arcade game, which itself was a sequel to Flying Shark, one of my favorite 1980s shoot-em-ups. Taking place in an alternate-styled World War II Earth, you pilot a dodgy weaponized barplane in this vertical blaster as you take out an invading army, featuring 6 stages in total for this version, with the ability to change out weapons from pickups, which there are 3 main types, plus the ability to drop a smart bomb. There's a host of difficulty settings also, which all lead to multiple different endings. The game has your usual cool Toe-Plan music by Masahiro Yuge, one of Toe-Plan's original founders, and loud sound effects, which makes everything very satisfying. Like the original Flying Shark, it's pretty tough, but if you manage to get your weapons built up a bit, you can become an almost invincible killing machine. Get that flamethrower and you'll feel like you're playing Truxton in a barplane. It's really fantastic stuff. Phelios was next, the first of 2 shooters by Namco this year, based on the 1988 vertical shoot-em-up arcade of the same name. The game is steeped in Greek mythology, giving it a completely fresh vibe over the usual spaceship and alien invasions. You as Apollo take the Pegasus, the flying horse, and have to go and rescue Artemis, who's been turned into stone by Medusa. Each level is presented in typical shooter style, blasting tons of henchmen. You've got regular shots that can be upgraded and a charge shot from your sword that does major damage. At the end of each level, you enter a temple to take out a boss character from Greek mythology. The stages are varied with nice uses of color and an abundance of unique enemies with good complementary music. The game isn't a simple direct port either and can be seen as a bit of a remix. Mostly the same structure, but enough differences everywhere to make it not a standard port, probably due to the arcade sprite scaling effects, which would have been a challenge at the time to pull off. It doesn't affect the gameplay at all though, and is a great romp, blasting mythology in the face point blank. Granada was up next, another shooter from Wolf Team based on an already existing X68000 version. It's a top-down shooter where you control a tank and is a multi-directional blaster, where you have a map and objectives to destroy before a massive boss encounter. It's open-ended without much restrictions, letting you take out what you want in any order. There's a multitude of control setups and difficulty levels, making it a pretty accessible game. You have regular fire and a kind of cannon shot used effectively to take out main objectives, and regular cannon fodder if you desire. It's a really fun game that bops along at a fast pace with good graphics and parallax scrolling in many stages. The boss encounters are all very unique, and just overall it's just a well-made game. And back to more familiar settings with Arrow Flash, published by Renovation, a horizontal space shooter where you take the role of a girl who uses her grandfather's transformable mech to stop an alien invasion. In the game you have the ability to transform on the fly, with a spaceship having the concentrated forward shots and being very maneuverable, and the mech form being much slower but having a wide shot and guided missiles. Pickups include a shield and multiple drones to amplify your firepower. You can also use the Arrow Flash ability, which makes you invincible for a short period of time as you smash through enemies. The intro sequence is amazing, and it has a nice variety of levels, although they all seem to go on a little bit too long. It's also a pretty easy game, so if you're not good at this genre, it's another fairly easy one to play, with a ton of options with your weapons and different forms to play with. And one of the last big looks at shoot-em-ups this year goes to Thunder Force 3, a much beloved shooter, again from the masters at Technosoft. You have to destroy the Orn Empire's 5 major bases, all located on different planets, to reveal the location of their main headquarters. You get to choose any of them to tackle, in any order you choose. Once they've all been destroyed, it goes into the final 3 stages, which are preset. The game ditches the top-down stages of previous entries and is all just straight-up horizontal shmup action. Your weapons can be switched on the fly for different situations, as well as your speed. Plus you can gain more drone assistance, which act as shields and extra firepower. The levels themselves are absolutely gorgeous pixel art from start to finish, with jungles, lava levels, underwater stages, and so much more, each using multi-parallax action and having a wide variety of things to blast, each unique to the planets. There are instances of vertically scrolling in certain levels, with the environments also playing an important part trying to kill you, just as much as the regular aliens themselves. It requires quick thinking, because the right weapon in the right situation makes a massive difference, and is accompanied by a great pumping soundtrack that never lets up. A real gem of a shoot 'em up on the system. And we'll finish off shooters with a quick rapid-fire look at the rest, starting with Namco's other shooter, Dangerous Seed, an enhanced version of their 1989 vertical shooter with pretty good graphics and sound that improves on its arcade original, even if the game is a bit generic for the genre. XDR was another generic entry, which never left Japan, a horizontal shooter that seems to go out of its way to be as unoriginal as humanly possible, with by-the-numbers graphics and music, and some of the most annoying sound effects ever heard in a shooter. Twin Hawk is another toe-plan release in an alternate World War II setting. It's a vertical shooter that's very similar to Fireshark, just not as good overall. It's still well made and worth playing, and features some cool original things like the fact that the whole game is just one single scrolling stage, and you can summon a formation of planes to help you, and you only ever get to fight ground targets, much like Toe-Plan's original Targa Heli arcade. It only received a Japan and European release. Darwin 4081 was another obscure release based on a 1987 Data East arcade that absolutely nobody played. Your ship basically evolves through pickups, getting bigger and more powerful as it evolves. It plays a bit like Slapfight with its top-down methodical approach and being able to bomb ground targets and flying enemies. Battle Squadron was a port of a much-loved vertical scrolling shooter from the Amiga. It can be played with 2 players simultaneously, which is one of its best features, and is a pretty good version of the Amiga original that feels a lot different than your usual console shooter, and features some good Mega Drive interpretations of the Amiga's excellent score done by Commodore 64 music legend Rob Hubbard, and was one of the first Electronic Arts games to be released on the system. Insector X was another interesting shooter thematically, and a port of a 1989 arcade game. As you blast your way through tons of bugs and insect worlds, it's pretty fun, and a real challenge later, but a nice break from alien invasions. Whip Rush was a horizontal alien blaster from Vic Tokai, and published by Renovation. It's a pretty fun and forgotten shooter reminiscent of R-Type, and has a nice mixture of horizontal and vertical action to vary up the gameplay, and some good tunes as well. And the last shmup for this year was Air Diver, a first-person style G-Lock clone by Asmik. You fly around the world in your stealth fighter trying to take out a rogue terrorist organization. This game always wowed me when I saw screenshots of it in magazines, but after playing it, it's not as much fun as it looks. It's not quite a shooter, and it's not quite a flight simulator, but still a bold attempt nevertheless, and doesn't quite hit the mark unfortunately, even though it looks fantastic as a demo for what the Mega Drive could deliver. And next up, we'll check out some arcade conversions and pseudo-sequels, and start with Afterburner 2, based on Sega's 1987 arcade flight shooter by Yu Suzuki. This version is based on the updated re-release of the arcade, hence Afterburner 2, which added some light tweaks and a few extra levels. This Mega Drive version is not a one-on-one conversion and mixes things up a bit, but captures the essence of the arcade game very well in terms of the fast, addictive gameplay and the fake sprite scrolling effects. Keeps the integrity and speed of the arcade intact, and is a really fantastic home experience. It's got refueling sequences, the takeoffs, the bonus ground blasting sections, and pretty good renditions of the arcade soundtrack. It's not arcade perfect, but damn, when I looked at this in one of my issues of C+ VG, which I actually still have here, with its graphics, I was in absolute awe. To see a massive super sprite scaler in your home and of this quality was just shocking, and was the game that definitely made me decide that the Mega Drive would be the next system I wanted above anything else. Next was Super Monaco GP, a sort of sequel to the 1989 racing game by Sega. The original arcade, as awesome as it was, only had one track, so this obviously wasn't going to cut it for a home version. They took the basic racing structure of the arcade and viewpoint and made a full World Championship mode available, including 16 full tracks to race on, with the ability to challenge other rivals, rank up in your teams, and get access to much faster cars. The racing visuals are definitely dialed back because it could never replicate the detail of the arcade, but with all the extras added, it makes it a much better game in the long term and much more suited obviously for home play. It's visually got a good sense of speed, good sound effects, and plays really well, and is another great choice by Sega to do a pseudo sequel instead of a basic straight port, and was followed in 1992 by Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco Grand Prix, which we'll look at later in the video. And another remix or sequel of sorts was eSWAT City Under Siege, based loosely on Sega's own eSWAT arcade from 1989. It was a side-scrolling action platformer that has you as a rookie cop joining the force, and after completing a couple of levels as a regular cop, you get promoted to the eSWAT division and get equipped out with a mechanized armor suit. which has machine gun, charge shot, and a host of Robocop-styled abilities. The Mega Drive version takes the basic structure of the arcade's gameplay and makes something new with it, with more expansive levels and a new futuristic-styled setting. Sega again wisely chose to play to the Mega Drive's strengths and build this game from the ground up, and delivers a new experience while still linking it to the arcade in every single way. If you like the Shinobi series, it plays very much the same, with some cool boss encounters and rocking tunes, and a progressive difficulty level that ramps up for the end in a really satisfying manner. And over to arcade developer kings Taito themselves, who hit up the Mega Drive in a big way in 1990. So let's rapid fire through a bunch of their ports to the system, starting with Rainbow Islands Extra, a Japan-only release, an arcade sequel to Bubble Bobble. It has original mode and Extra, one being a straight port of the arcade, and Extra, which is a remixed version of the arcade, with rearranged stages and bosses, and is made for definitely the more veteran player. I've never been a massive fan of this arcade, but if you like its dose of timed platforming action, then you'll definitely enjoy it. Space Invaders 90 was next, titled 91 in the US, as it was only released the following year. It was an updated version of Taito's classic 1979 arcade single-screen shooter that adds new backgrounds, a variety of different aliens and weapon pickups, and the use of a shield which can take a couple hits before you get wasted, which is a fun game but just needs a few more basic options in the menus to be fully recommended. New Zealand Story was another Japan-only release based sort of on the 1988 arcade game, as instead of doing a straight port, they instead ported a prototype version that had different level designs and only featured 13 out of the 20 arcade levels. Why they did that is kind of unclear, maybe memory constraints, but it's still a pretty fun game that mixes action and platforming in a really fun and challenging way. And lastly was Rastan Saga 2, a port of the 1988 sequel to the original arcade, and is a straight up port of sorts, with its side-scrolling hack and slash fantasy setting. It captures the arcade pretty well. Unfortunately, the arcade wasn't very good in the first place, which makes it a Taito port you definitely want to avoid.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Another Namco release was Burning Force, based on the 1989 arcade hoverbike Space Harrier styled shooter. You play a girl called Hiromi who's trying to pass her 6-day flight exams to become a space pilot. It really is Namco's answer to Sega's Space Harrier, with you being able to speed up and down and have regular shots and limited missiles, which both can be upgraded through pickups. It has 6 massive stages, each broken down into multiple parts with boss encounters and the ability to switch into a jet-style craft to fight the bosses. The jet sequences are honestly a little bit more enjoyable than the regular bike parts, but still it's a good game overall, giving a variation on a very familiar gameplay and does a good job of imitating a far more powerful arcade hardware. Next, Tengen published a conversion of Atari's Hard Driving Arcade, the 1989 3D driving game, one of the first slew of 3D games to hit arcades and the first proper 3D attempt on the Mega Drive. The game is an exact port of the arcade, no real extras. It provides 2 tracks, although it's really only one big course. The tracks are littered with loops and bridges that need to be jumped over or looped around, with a timer where you have to make it to the next checkpoint to continue. It retains the arcade's cool instant replay mode, showing your death from a third-person view, but I gotta agree with the majority of the reviews from back in the day in the fact that the game loses a lot of its cabinet realistic controls vibe when played on a controller, even though the 3D is pretty good for a 1990 console game and it portrays the arcade quite well. It just feels a little bit underwhelming to play as a home game. And let's look at a few rapid fire quick shots here. And first up is DJ Boy, based on the 1989 Kaneko arcade. It's a side-scrolling beat 'em up on roller skates. It's a pretty simplistic game where you have to save your girlfriend from a bunch of dodgy thugs by punching and kicking the street scum to death. I played this a lot in the arcades, and it's decent, although kind of forgettable. Columns was a port of Sega's own 1990 arcade release. It's a puzzle game in the Tetris style, with a bit more flashy graphics, but very similar block matching mechanics. If you like this type of game, then it does a good job with it. Columns 3 also hit the Mega Drive in 1993, and Atomic Robo-Kid also hit the system, being a port of a 1988 arcade, which never ended up seeing a European release. It's a pretty accurate version of the multi-directional shooter. You as Atomic Robo-Kid have to save a space colony from an alien assault. In this combination of flying and blasting action, I honestly always found this game way too hard to enjoy, or maybe it's just I'm completely useless at it, which is more likely. And next was Dynamite Duke, a conversion of a third-person style shooter from Raiden Maker's Saibu Kaihatsu. This was a straight-up port, no frills, just jump in and shoot a bunch of dudes and blow stuff up. In this Operation Wolf style game, even though it was from a third-person view, it still felt a lot like that Taito classic. Levels are quick and frantic, followed by punch-out sequences, where you go hand-to-hand against the main boss characters. The Japanese release featured a Dolph Lundgren knockoff on the cover, with the US and European versions featuring this hilarious out-of-place guy that doesn't resemble the character in any way, shape or form. And now you know why I'm trying to show as many of the original Japanese version covers as possible in this video. Strider was next, another game based on a Capcom CPS-1 arcade, this one from 1989, and again with conversion duties done completely by Sega themselves. The game itself is a side-scrolling hack and slash. You're a ninja in a group known as the Striders and have to assassinate a crazy dictator known as the Grand Master who rules over the world. Your character is extremely versatile and can jump around in all directions, climb up walls and roofs, and use your plasma sword to take out enemy soldiers and robots. This was another one of those big 8 meg cartridges released at the time, and again it shows in the final product as it's a very good conversion of the arcade. Better than Sega's own job they did on Forgotten Worlds, which sacrificed quite a few little elements due to the smaller cartridge used. This was also another one of those games like Afterburner 2 that helped sell the system as the best console available for these types of arcade games back then. The fact that Strider was only made by a team of 3 guys at Sega of Japan is pretty amazing, and they even had to borrow testers from other teams so they can iron out the bugs. The final result though was the best home version this game could get at the time. Small alterations were done here and there in the game, but all the levels are present, plus they even added an end sequence which wasn't in the arcade original. The magazine EGM voted it as their Game of the Year in 1990. Crackdown was next, a conversion of a Sega System 24 arcade, which was a top-down action game that emphasized 2-player gameplay. The game has you infiltrating a bunch of enemy bases where you have to take out the soldiers and plant bombs all over the area as indicated on your map. Once the first one is planted though, the countdown starts and you'll have to leave the level before the first one detonates. The game lets you lean against walls to avoid detection, and you have a smart bomb that kills everyone in an area, plus you can pick up machine guns and use hand-to-hand combat to take out the guards. This is a really well-made game, especially in the 2-player mode, but it's still great in 1-player, and it has really unique gameplay, good well-defined graphics even though they're really small, and it's a really great interpretation of the arcade original. And my personal favorite Wonder Boy game was next, Wonder Boy 3 Monster Lair, a straight-up port of the Sega System 16 game from 1988. It was a colorful, bubbly throwback to the original game with side-scrolling platform-styled action mixed in with more traditional style shoot-'em-up sequences, which leads to the level's boss encounter. I really loved this game back in the day in the arcades, and I played it a ton with my friends. And the Mega Drive version keeps its co-op 2-player gameplay and sports really colorful graphics and some of my favorite Wonder Boy tunes as well, done by veteran music and sound effects designer himself, Shinichi Sakamoto, who did this version as well as almost every Wonder Boy game put out at that time and beyond. It's easy, addictive arcade action at its best. And the final arcade conversion we're going to have a look at this year was Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi by Sega's R&D 2 team, which was another expanded remix of the 1989 arcade release. Tomohiro Kondo was assigned as director of the Mega Drive version. He would later be part of Team Andromeda and work on several of the Panzer Dragoon games on the Sega Saturn. It was his first game as director for Sega, and his group of 7 employees set about bringing the game to life. You again play as Joe Musashi as he goes on a revenge spree for the death of one of his students in New York City. Tomohiro is quoted as saying about the conversion process, "The first thing I had to decide was whether I would attempt to replicate the game exactly or redesign it to better suit the Mega Drive hardware. Since I was permitted to do whatever I liked, and there were technical barriers to making an exact replica replica, I decided to tailor the game to the Mega Drive and also to introduce original elements. However, I was careful to preserve the fundamentals, the style of play, the atmosphere, and of course, Yamato, the Ninkin or Ninja Dog. Rather than any processing concerns, our biggest challenge was the cartridge 4 megabit capacity. We wanted to include as many art assets as we possibly could without compromising the length of the game. Taking the eSWAT route and using elements and set pieces from the arcade, but more importantly adding to the gameplay, was a great move with the 5 stages in total to tackle. The main gameplay was very much in the mold of the original Shinobi, with you rescuing hostages, having a screen-killing ninjutsu magic for desperate times, shurikens for long-range attacks, and swords for close-quarters combat, but also the use of your dog assistant Yamato was always the highlight of the arcade game, and he can still stun enemies with an added charge system for the Mega Drive version. And what would a Shinobi game be without some sort of crazy bonus stage to rack up the body count like some sort of demented canon film ninja movie? Tomohiro also said about adding more to this Mega Drive release. I wanted to add more complexity to the Mega Drive version. An arcade game needs to be quick to pick up, but with a home console game you can include aspects that take time to master. In the case of Yamato, I wanted to better communicate his speed and agility when he attacks. We also made it possible for players to move and tackle other enemies while Yamato is attacking, which was down to my desire to increase the speed of the gameplay. Finding ways to make the dog more useful and integral was one of the things that I most cared about in developing the home version. Overall, it's another great entry in the Shinobi series, giving you a taste of the arcade but ramping it up to further heights. And let's move over to a couple of quick rapid-fire reviews with another Electronic Arts release based on another game from the Amiga by Enterprise named Sword of Sodan. It's a bit of a remix of the original. Unfortunately, the original was all flash with zero substance, and that all comes along for the ride in this clunky mess of a side-scrolling action game. And another port of a 1988 computer game was Technocop, which only saw a Genesis US release. It was a combo driving and side-scrolling action game. I always had a soft spot for this game's concept, having played it originally on my Commodore 64, but overall it just doesn't come together. It's just a bit of a big mess in terms of gameplay and design. There's just so much wasted potential here. And now let's flip our attention over to RPG and strategy games, which saw some interesting releases. So let's take a few quick looks first before my highlighted choices. With the release of the strategy god game Populous, another Amiga port by Electronic Arts based on Bullfrog and Peter Molyneux's unique meddle with people's lives strategy hybrid. It's a pretty good port, but I'd still highly recommend a computer version instead due to its quicker, easy to handle mouse support. Populous 2 also got a Mega Drive release in 1993. Sorcerian was next, a Japan-only RPG released by Sega's R&D 2 team and was part of RPG strategy makers Falcom's Dragon Slayer series. This was an update or remix of another Japanese computer game. It's unique in the fact that there's no big overarching story, but the game is broken down into 10 scenarios, each self-contained adventures that can be chosen and played, and are all unique to this Mega Drive version. It's unfortunate that it never saw an English release, and is directly the reason why Phantasy Star 3, which we'll be having a look at shortly, was such a great departure from the rest of the series, as all the original members who worked on 1 and 2 were making this, hence a new team undertook Part 3. And the last of the quick looks was Sio Blade, released by Sigma, a sort of visual novel, adventure, point-and-click, science fiction hybrid that again was based on a Japanese computer game from 1988 on the MSX and PC-88. There's really nothing quite like it on the system, and it's a really well-made game. Fortunately, this game has received a full English fan translation, so there's no excuse not to try out this great adventure game. And now onto a very cool Japan-only release called Star Cruiser, a mixture of RPG and first-person shooter with a combination of anime and 3D polygon graphics. It's one hell of a unique hybrid for the time, and also based on X68000 and PC-88 versions. This game was published by Messiah on the Mega Drive. You have to embark on a galaxy-hopping adventure to defend your bases against the Void, who are waging war on the galaxy. There are multiple solar systems to fly to, over 30 planets to explore, space flight, battles, as well as first-person planets and cities to explore, characters to talk to, and weapons to upgrade. Battles all take place in real-time 3D affairs with cool anime-style graphics for characters and menus. This game was actually set to get an English release in 1994 by Namco, but ultimately cancelled. But again, fortunately, there is an English fan translation available and is highly recommended, as this is yet another game unlike anything else the system ever saw and is well worth exploring further for the adventurous mind. The big RPG for this year though was definitely Phantasy Star 3 Generations of Doom.
時を司るのは神か悪魔か一本で4つのエンディングキングオブ RPG 時の継承者ファンタシースター3
This was a very different playing game from the previous entries, as I mentioned earlier, with a new team taking on this third chapter, with the game taking place on a massive spaceship modeled after the planet Palm, which was trashed at the end of part 2. You play descendants of the people of that planet. The game features all your usual RPG tropes, with now a much more fantasy medieval look, but obviously still sci-fi. An overworld map, towns and shops to explore, quests to undertake, turn-based random battles, but the big difference is you play through 3 generations of characters, and at the end of each you choose a female to marry and carry on your lineage. Who you choose will ultimately affect the story ending and even the next character you play, plus their traits, making for one of the most versatile and unique RPGs of its time. Most other aspects are fairly traditional, as mentioned earlier, with your party limit being up to 5 and plenty of dungeons to explore and treasure to loot. Music was done by Uzuho Numata. She not only did this game but also the excellent Part 4, and brings something new, a little more classical to the soundtrack style. Dark Wizard is another great soundtrack of hers. The presentation is also good, not quite as engaging as Part 2, at least in my opinion, but the generation system and multiple paths really made it stand out from the crowded RPG market that had emerged in the late 80s, and definitely deserves a lot more respect than it generally gets.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Welcome, fellow adventurers, and join me, Bastish B, as I'll be exploring classic RPGs from the 8 and 16-bit generations, both console and computer, whether it be high fantasy or lo-fi sci-fi. All roads will eventually lead to Tales of a Dungeon Basher. And now let's check out a couple of action platformers, starting with Magical Hat by Vic Tokai, which was a pretty fun action platformer based on the Magical Hat anime series. You have to stop a demon from being released and destroying your world. There are 4 huge stages, each divided into multiple parts for you to explore and punch enemies, and use your hat as a floating device. And you need to find a special treasure in each level to restore part of your land, and then face off against the boss character. Plus there's a whole multitude of bonus games, and it sports a wonderfully colourful, cute vibe, and some pretty decent tunes as well. It remained a Japan exclusive, well, sort of. The game was basically reskinned and modified for Western audiences and re-released in 1991 under the name Decap Attack, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later. The other action platformer was called Shadow Blasters by Sigma. You get to use 4 different characters which you can switch to on the fly as you attempt to defeat the Dark Lord Ashura and his demon horde. All the characters can be upgraded and have unique abilities and screen killing magic, with a total of 9 levels to tackle. The first 6 you can choose to go in any order, with the last 3 being fixed. It's a pretty early platformer with very average graphics and so-so level design. It's not going to win any awards, but the light RPG upgrading system and the fact that you can play it in 2-player simultaneous mode definitely help it out. And if this genre is your jam, then you may find lots to like here. And now let's go on over to a bunch of awesome licensed games. And let's start with Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, Sega's first collaboration in a long line of upcoming Disney games that Sega would make together, and part of their grand licensing plan to give as much exclusives to the system as possible. The game is a perfect example of an action platformer taking the best elements of classic NES games and infusing it with a massive dose of 16-bit power in visuals and music. You play as Mickey as he has to rescue rescue Minnie from the Castle of Illusion as she's been taken by Miserable. The goal of each of the 7 levels is to collect a piece of the Gem of the Rainbow, which once all collected opens a path to take on Miserable and save Minnie. You can pick up and throw objects as weapons and jump on and butt stomp enemies to death. It's visually gorgeous, especially for such an early release, as each level has its own distinct look and style and usually focuses more on a certain gameplay element. Enemies are also positioned perfectly for you to kind of form a chain stomping effect from one enemy to another, really keeping the flow of the game going. Music and sound effects is also quite excellent as well, both done again by Sega legend Takahiko Iwabo of Phantasy Star 2 fame. It was extremely popular at the time, raking in some great reviews in the press, and led to the co-op 2-player Gem sequel called World of Illusion in 1992. Next up was Ghostbusters, developed in collaboration between Compile and Sega's R&D2 team, based on the 1984 classic comedy. The game itself, though, takes place a few years after the original movie, where New York has had a massive earthquake that has unleashed a huge ghost infestation into the city. It's a multi-directional action platformer with you getting to choose between Peter, Ray, and Egon, each with their own specific abilities. You can choose any of the first 4 stages to go with the last 2 being fixed. You can visit a shop and equip out before each level with items and weapons, and you can earn money from completing levels and bonus money if you happen to capture the mid-level boss. Your main weapon is your proton pack, which shoots more like a regular gun than a stream, and bombs to clear out all enemies on the screen. Every level is a visual treat with a host of unique ghosts and monsters, as well as some pretty tricky and challenging boss encounters. The music is good as well, lots of great tunes, as well as a variation on the classic Ghostbusters theme tune. I remember seeing this game as a demo in a computer store in about 1991 and wanting it so bad. I didn't have a Mega Drive yet, but I was busy saving up for one and went back about a week later to go buy it and it was sold out already. I guess it's just as well though, I needed the money to buy the actual console. And next up was another version of the biggest hit movie of 1989, Batman, based on the Tim Burton movie that was an absolute cultural phenomenon at the time, and produced more original versions for each system based on a single movie than I can think of. This Mega Drive version was made by Sunsoft. They did multiple different Batman the movie games at this time, all top quality games and different from each other completely. This Mega Drive version is mostly a side-scrolling action platformer with you as Batman taking out the Joker's thugs with punches, kicks, batarangs, and the ability to use a grappling hook to get to new areas, much like Ocean's computer game version. It follows the movie fairly closely in terms of locations, with the streets of Gotham, the chemical factory, and of course the cathedral finale, all taken straight from the movie. Over the 6 stages, my favorites are honestly the bonus vehicle stages, where you get to drive the Batmobile and the Batwing. Both play out like horizontal shoot-em-ups as you take out the Joker's goons and all their demented vehicles. The platformer sections are pretty damn tough, so expect a stiff challenge, and I really love the music in this one. It's just pumping with track after track full of memorable toe-tapping music. Overall, it's another great version of this movie in game form. And lastly, for licensed games, was one of 2 games I got for my Mega Drive in late 91 when I got the system, called Moonwalker, based on the 1988 movie starring Michael Jackson.
Must kill zombies, rescue prisoners, and call the Sega hotline for help. Michael Jackson Moonwalker is dancing now on Sega Mega Drive.
And another movie that had multiple completely different versions released across computers, and even an excellent isometric arcade game by Sega themselves that is an absolute must play. This is another action platformer where you have to save a bunch of kids kidnapped by Mr. Big, a dodgy gangster, and the game takes most of its inspiration from the smooth criminal section of the movie. As Michael, you can shoot stars at enemy and charge up and throw your hat of death, and if you max out your charge you can pull off a special where you basically dance people to death, accompanied by Jackson tunes such as Bad, Thriller, and Another Part of Me. The stages are a mixture of places from the film such as the gangster nightclub, and even stuff from Michael music videos such as the graveyard from Thriller, and so much more. Also, if you save a certain kid first on a level, you gain the ability to transform into a mechanized Michael where you can fly around and shoot lasers for a short amount of time, just like in the movie. This was another cool licensed action platformer with good graphics, fantastic animation, and great tunes, and a really cool rendition of Smooth Criminal, and was another celebrity license exclusive in this form anyway on the Mega Drive.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Sega! And the last genre for 1990 goes to sports, and was the genre that completely turned the tables for not only Sega, but also on the console monopoly that Nintendo had lorded over in the US, and soon to be the Mega Drive's biggest marketplace in the world. Two quick looks first with Zany Golf, up first by Electronic Arts based on the Apple II game, though this was a port of the Amiga version. It's a fun mini golf or mini putt-putt game featuring 9 wacky holes from an asymmetric point of view, and can be played with up to 4 players. It was designed by Will Harvey, who also did another EA game called The Immortal. It got a US and European release. Cyberball was a port of a futuristic American football arcade game by Atari. It was completely ported by Sega themselves. It's basically American football with robots, and is a pretty fun variation on something familiar. The Japanese version even supported online modem play, but the US and Europe were not quite there yet, so those options were not available in those versions. James Buster Douglas Knockout Boxing was another celebrity-endorsed game based on the boxer who managed to knock out Mike Tyson and become world champion, at least very briefly. The game itself was a modification of a Taito 1988 arcade game called Final Blow, which was released in Japan as Final Blow on the Mega Drive without the Douglas endorsement. Besides Douglas being put into the selectable characters in the US and European version, it's basically the arcade game Final Blow, which was a pretty good, graphically impressive boxing game, with simple left-right punches mapped to the buttons and a third for the blocking. Basically wear out each character and take the final blow as you make your way to becoming world champion. The irony about the endorsement is that Douglas was defeated in his next major fight by Evander Holyfield. Sega then decided to sign Evander as the figurehead for their next big boxing game in 1992. And next was Budokan, the Martial Spirit, another Electronic Arts release and a port of the 1988 Amiga version, which itself was a martial arts simulator. You could call it a versus fighter, but the action is a lot slower and more tactical, like a real-life tournament fight. The game puts you in the role of a student who enters a massive martial arts tournament taking place at the Budokan Stadium in Tokyo. The game features a whole range of martial arts to train in and compete in, including karate, bow, kendo, and nunchucks. You can train and practice everything before entering the massive tournament and going up against the 12 opponents. It's definitely not a button masher. The more you mash, the quicker you lose stamina, and then one good hit and you're done for. You have to execute well-timed strategic hits. That's what it's all about. And it's a very different style of versus game. The game can also be played in versus mode simply against a friend, but tournament is the real highlight here, and the excellent presentation and really loud, crunchy digitized sound effects bring it to life. Music again is by Rob Hubbard and is pretty awesome, but I still like the C64's version of the main theme, which sounds just a little bit better than this one. Overall though, it's still a pretty good and fun game to play. Cutie Suzuki Ringside Angel was a Japan-only release and a celebrity-endorsed one featuring Japanese female wrestler Cutie Suzuki, and was published by Asmik. It's a wrestling game with a typical versus look and feel. It emphasizes its special moves by the non-female wrestlers in the game, and has a host of different modes from tournaments, 2-player versus, and even a spectator mode, letting you select 2 different wrestlers and watching the CPU beat each other up. It's pretty fast-paced, and I like it when the screen splits in 2 when you're far away from your opponent. It gives the whole game this kind of TV broadcast feel. It has some decent fast music and some okay sound effects. It's definitely not going to win anybody over, but if you're a wrestling fan, it's actually got a pretty unique look and feel to it. Next was Lakers vs Celtics, the NBA playoffs by Electronic Arts, their first basketball game on the system, and an updated port of their 1989 DOS release, and also one of the first basketball games to actually have licensed teams in the roster. This was the start of the NBA playoff series that would see multiple entries over the next few years. It sports a side view approach, with exhibition games and of course the full tournament mode. The enhancements over the DOS version are many, including updating the team rosters, extra moves, TV style presentation, a full halftime show, tons of voice samples, and much more. It's a really good basketball game and set the bar pretty high right from the start. The European version of this game is ultra rare because EA ran into issues getting the NBA license for Europe secured and had to recall the game immediately. A reported roughly 190 or so copies made it out onto store shelves, making it one of the rarest games in the entire European Mega Drive library. And now on to the two games which helped Sega win its first of many holiday game season sales, with Joe Montana Football and John Madden Football. Both made essentially by Electronic Arts, and both released within weeks of each other, which seems kinda odd. But each take on American football was unique, with Joe Montana, a celebrity-endorsed product favoring arcade-style gameplay, and John Madden Football, the first console version of this franchise, favoring strategy. The story behind the two biggest sellers of Christmas 1990 was that Sega hired a company called Mediagenic to make Joe Montana for its holiday release, and Electronic Arts already had Madden in the works and would be ready around the same time. Mediagenic unfortunately failed to deliver anything, which forced Michael Katz to call Trip Hawkins at Electronic Arts and ask if they would develop the Montana game for its December release and put Madden aside for later. Hawkins obviously refused to abandon Madden and told Katz to write them a $2 million check and they would get a game within 6 weeks. Trip Hawkins delivered, with Montana coming out merely weeks after Madden, and both of them dominating the sales charts, giving gamers exactly what Sega was trying to accomplish: some arcade action with also a dose of strategy for the older crowd, a double dose of sports hits. Joe Montana Football itself didn't have the NFL license, so teams were simply named after US cities. Electronic Arts also specifically downgraded the options in Joe Montana as to make Madden the better game, according to inside sources at EA, but also ramped up its arcade stylings, much like a Sega arcade game would play. Montana's celebrity status meant that the game sold like hotcakes, with Joe being signed by Sega for $1.7 million for a 5-game deal, one of the biggest celebrity endorsements during that time.
Time out. I'm quarterbacking another super game this season, Joe Montana Football for Sega Genesis. And since I don't like being rushed, we're taking extra time to perfect my game. It'll be ready by the Super Bowl, so don't pass this up. It may be my best game of the season.
John Madden Football was actually the second Madden game and not based on the 1988 computer version, but was Electronic Arts' first Mega Drive game built from the ground up, as opposed to all the Amiga port they initially released this year. The teams were also unofficial in this first version, but it was packed with production values in sound by Rob Hubbard, giving us a very cool Skate or Die style theme tune, and graphically it was extremely impressive with that excellent 3D look of the field and jam-packed with excellent animation. A lot of ex-Cinemaware employees actually worked on this game and used their experience producing the excellent TV Sports Football into this game. EA had projected the game to sell around 75,000 units, but were not expecting the massive over 400,000 units sold, and pushed them into Sega's most important third-party publisher position almost overnight. So as far as regions go, for me in South Africa, it was pretty unique.
Here in Australia, we got the PAL versions of the games, but it didn't start here. We're at the bottom, right? Australia's here right at the bottom, the PAL version. Because I call this the trickle effect, that starts at the top, but trickles all the way down to us. The Japanese at the top, they start off as trickle effect because they get all the game releases. They got everything known to mankind, all the best stuff came to Japan first. And then it trickled down to the North Americans. They got to choose the best games from what was doing well and that would suit the North Americans from the Japanese library of games. From that, the Europeans selected basically from the North American games, and some of the Japanese games too, I'm sure. So they got the selections a bit of both, because they would have got the translations, and then we would have got the rest of what was left over at the bottom of that pile in Australia that trickled down from the top all the way down to us.
The official stuff was actually PAL versions. The UK stuff was in the stores. That's what we got officially. That's where I would buy most of my big games like RPGs and stuff, you know, Might and Magic, Buck Rogers, Phantasy Star 2, that kind of stuff, because they came with manuals and they came with the whole battery backup thing so you could save your game.
So I actually didn't really know any different, and on top of that, I didn't actually own a Mega Drive, my friends did. So the only games that I could actually play were the ones that my friends had, because I had a Super Nintendo, so I didn't have a Mega Drive. So I was of course exposed to the Mega Drive, but later on, when I eventually did of course get my own Mega Drive, I soon realized that the libraries were vastly different.
The other stuff that I used to buy was all bootlegs. South Africa had a massive bootleg kind of situation going on there.
And on top of that, and Europeans didn't miss out on the censored versions. From all of that we got to choose from all of those versions, we still got censored versions from games that were right at the top here.
A lot of my games were Genesis versions and Japanese versions. lots of stuff that wasn't officially released in different regions. So basically I had access to anything goes. It was pretty cool. The quality of the bootlegs was excellent. They looked exactly the same. It's not like modern bootlegs now where they, you try to buy something on AliExpress, some Mega Drive game, and it's absolute garbage. It looks like it was put together by a 3-year-old, but back then they really took their pride in their bootlegs.
Castlevania Bloodlines, for example, was called the New Generations here in the Power region. Cut down with the blood, and I'm sure plenty of stuff taken out just to annoy us even more.
The Genesis and Mega Drive Japanese stuff, they stuck mainly to arcadey kind of games. They never went into the RPG realms. I'm guessing it was because of the complexity of putting a battery in and going through all that bother to try and bootleg that, so they kind of stayed away from those kind of games.
But at the same time, we did get the best, I guess, from what was up there already from the very top, but still we got so many games that never even made it here that I'm sure we would have loved. Luckily, this day and age, we can actually get translation patches. We can get ROMs to actually play on our Mega Drives, on our physical form if you've got a EverDrive of some sort. But, to go to those lengths now isn't that big a deal. Back then was much a bigger deal than it is now.
So it's more like the Streets of Rage kind of variety stuff, which was super cool. I was really lucky because I could look at any game in a magazine and I knew I could get it, I could play it. I didn't have to wait for official releases on different countries, like PAL versions or ones that didn't actually get released. I could just play anything. So in that sense I was really lucky living there, and I just had access to everything.
But in saying that, it's great to find all these new games because it's like playing brand new games again. So even though we missed out on it the first time, we get it the second time round. And it's like playing brand new Mega Drive games because we never ever saw them released in the first place. Still, I'm finding games now in 2023 that are still new to me. And that's pretty cool. I didn't get all of them at the time, but I'll tell you what, I'm finding my way now through time to get some games that I should have played, but I never got to play, but eventually now I get to play.
With Genesis sales of over 1 million in the US alone in 1990, and Electronic Arts saving Joe Montana and both Madden and Montana dominating the US Christmas sales charts, it felt like Sega had the perfect balance of strategy and arcade gaming sewn up. Katz had set up Sega of America as best he could as Kalinske stepped in and took over. Both Katz and Kalinske both agreed on one key note. Sega needed a mascot, something that could finally rival Nintendo's Italian plumber.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Mega Drive was on fire, not only in the US, but in Europe as well. The games library was growing exponentially, with every genre getting attention from RPGs, racing, action, platformers, strategy, and sports. Plus many third parties were coming on board as the sales climbed. Big companies such as Namco, Accolade, Probe, and so many more. The system may not have dominated Japan, but globally by year's end, Mega Drive's hardware sales were at 2.24 million units sold. Sega's mascot was also about to make his debut in June of this year, giving him a big enough window to build an audience before the September release of the Super Nintendo. Tom Kalinske knew Nintendo system was coming and ramped up Sega's marketing budget, much to Sega of Japan's dismay. But he also had another plan for year's end to help secure Sega's 1991 Christmas dominance and slap Nintendo in the face with their new launch. Over on the European side, Sega bought out software publishers Virgin Mastertronic, who helped them launch the Mega Drive in Europe. and effectively rebranded the company Sega of Europe, thus cementing their commitment to the system, but also getting the gap between them and Nintendo as wide as possible. Unlike the US, they still had about a year and a half before the European June 92 release. And Brazil still continued to be Sega's second home, and they themselves wouldn't see an official Super Nintendo release until August of 93.
So, my first experience with the Genesis is kind of twofold. I first heard a neighbor talking about it, and for some reason, he picked up a controller and a game before he was able to afford the whole console. Because I guess when he got it all home, he wanted to make sure he had 2 controllers and all of that.
My first time ever playing a Sega Genesis was at a sleepover at my cousin's house.
So I distinctly remember him being in his living room like, look at this controller. It's so much better than all the rest. It's like curved to fit the size of your hand and so much more comfortable. And he got me fired up for it before I even really knew what it was.
I don't remember if they owned a Genesis or if they had just rented one, but I remember they had rented a whole bunch of games for it.
And then maybe a couple years later, so probably 91, 92, probably 92, I would think. Mid to late 92 is when I actually saw one. And I just thought it was awesome. It felt so modern. And even the cases, right? Like if you kept the full case for them, they looked like awesome books in a library, not just cartridges being flopped around.
So we were playing, I think, Mortal Kombat, because someone had rented Mortal Kombat and knew the blood code. So that was my first time to see excessive violence in a video game, and I think like some of the other games weren't really that great. I think we were playing like Chester Cheetah, like the Cheetos mascot, stuff like that, but Mortal Kombat really left an impression on me.
I was just so impressed with the whole thing, and it really made me want to own one, and especially just the look of the Genesis. I mean, that's gotta be one of the most, if not the most, badass looking console ever invented. Just high definition graphics right on the top, and a headphone jack with a volume knob that just screamed like, screw your parents, put your headphones in and play it as loud as you want. Like, I don't know, I loved it. I just loved the whole aura around it before I even actually sat down to play it.
The console itself, though, I thought was like super cool because I'd only ever played Nintendo hardware, and then it was Genesis, I think it was a Model 2, and it was just this cool, sleek, all black console, and of course, if it's all black, it's really cool. It's like the console was wearing a black leather jacket or something.
But once I played it, it really held up, especially for its time. It actually absolutely held up to all the hype.
So I thought it was really cool looking, and it had the most violent game on it I'd ever seen in my life. So my initial impressions of the Sega Genesis was that it was pretty badass.
Let's first start with the real mixed bag that was licensed games, and begin with Super Airwolf, based on the Airwolf TV series of the same name, which was basically Knight Rider in a helicopter, with less jokes. I really enjoyed this as a kid. Well, at least the first 2 seasons anyway. Due to licensing issues, it was only Super Airwolf in Japan, and was renamed and reskinned as Crossfire for the US. The game by publisher Kugo was a sequel to their mediocre 1987 arcade game, this time taking the form of a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up with 3 variations, with some classic top-down vertical action, with your usual assortment of upgrades and smart bombs. The second sequence has you flying over a base that you're gonna destroy in a close-up fashion, as you shoot the hell out of everything before landing and going to the third style, which is an on-foot running gun style commando action sequences. I like the fact that you can choose your mission from the map, letting you try at multiple levels, but overall it's a fairly shallow shooter with okay graphics and sound, and slightly boring gameplay. It's almost the same as their previous arcade attempt. Even though both games are different, the end result is still a completely forgettable experience. Next was Dick Tracy, based on the Disney 1990 movie, which was based on the 1931 comic book series, and was developed by the Sega Technical Institute, who would later give us classics such as Sonic 2, Kid Chameleon, Comic Zone, and a ton more. The game doesn't really follow the movie's plot beat for beat, but just takes the overall approach that you're trying to take down Big Boy Caprice, the ultimate gangster, and his main henchman. Gameplay wise, it's mostly a side-scrolling run and gun, although at a slower pace, and feels a lot like Sega's own Shinobi in a sense. You blast thugs left and and right and can also pull out your Tommy gun and waste henchmen in the background, which is a really nice touch. Levels do switch themselves up as well, with certain stages where you just use your fists to slap dudes up and the occasional boss fight, plus the pretty fun car chase sequences where you get to hang out the side of the police car and shoot everybody, and some bonus stages that require you to shoot targets at a police station. Overall, it's a short but fun game that really doesn't overstay its welcome, and if you like quick arcade style games, then this will be right up your alley. Two quick looks next with Fantasia, developed by Infogrames, based on the 1940 Disney animated movie starring Mickey Mouse. It's a generic platformer with decent graphics but very sluggish and mindless gameplay, and was rushed out the door to meet the 50th anniversary of the movie. It's nowhere near on the same level as the other great Mickey games on the system, and to add insult to injury, someone over at Disney messed up big time and wasn't supposed to license this property to Sega, and after realizing it was on sale for 3 months already and got recalled, and all those copies were destroyed, leaving about 5,000 copies out in the wild. No doubt somebody at Disney got axed, and Sega still got to keep the Disney license for further games. Back to the Future 3 was released based on the third Back movie, which came out a year earlier, developed by Probe, who had hit their stride later with licensed games, but yeah, they just make a kind of a big mess of the whole thing, with a ridiculously difficult and annoying interpretation of an awesome movie. The multiple gameplay switches don't help at all, as it's unlikely you'll ever get past level 1. I had this on my Commodore 64 as well, and both these versions are ridiculously difficult on all levels, which completely ruined the whole experience. Next was the first Spider-Man to hit the Mega Drive this year, simply titled Spider-Man, but on the title screen it's called Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin. This was one of the first games I actually bought on the system, probably third after Sonic and Moonwalker, and played it to death and completed it, which is really no easy task. The plot has the Kingpin framing Spider-Man, claiming he stole a nuke and plans to set it off, when in fact the Kingpin plans to do this himself, and sets the whole city against you as you try and stop him, which is actually quite a good plan. Action is your side-scroller variety, allowing you to climb and swing around stages, blast thugs with your web, and beat dudes up close quarters style. The game has an overall timer though that you have to be aware of. 24 hours is all you get, but you can return to your apartment and regain health. But the catch is time moves faster here, so keep that in mind. You also got to deal with a rogues gallery of Spidey bad guys to take out before the Kingpin, such as Venom, Sandman, Doc Ock, and a few more. The graphics and sound are nothing special, but once you get the gameplay down, it's pretty enjoyable and challenging, and was a huge seller on the system, leading to Marvel giving Sega further rights to the X-Men franchise, which we'll look at later. And our final licensed game is a favorite of one of my guests, and I'll let Todd take it away.
Well, the first game that I'm going to recommend is Quackshot. I went to Kmart when I was a little kid and I saw Quackshot on the shelf. I love Disney, I love Donald Duck, and it looked awesome. The box art sold it for me. It looks like a Disney game on a cartridge. It looks like you're actually playing as Donald Duck. It was one of the very first games that I got for it, and it did not disappoint. When I first played it, you got the plunger, you go through and you shoot and you stun all the enemies. It's great, but the great thing about it is I didn't know when I first played it, you can backtrack. You actually have to backtrack. You call the plane at the flag, you backtrack and you get the items to progress through different parts of the level. So you do parts of the level, then you go to another level, then you backtrack to the other level to finish off the level that you started in the first place, because that's what the whole backtracking element of the game does. I still love it now at 40. Is there something wrong with me? No, of course, because the game's so good. It brings the kid out of you. This game brings the kid out of you. So Quackshot is a game that I would highly recommend.
Sega introduces Spider-Man with real web-slinging action. Genesis! New Streets of Rage. You control 40 incredible moves.
Gotta get Genesis like nothing ever before. Genesis is so much more.
Sega Genesis gives you more real villains, hot graphics, and killer two-player action.
Genesis.
It's a whole lot more.
Genesis. Gotta get Genesis.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Incendiary.
was simulators, a genre that never caught on with consoles in this generation, but were massive on PCs at this time. The Mega Drive this year saw 3 games in this genre: M1 Abrams Battle Tank, 688 Attack Sub, and F-22 Interceptor, a tank, submarine, and flight simulator. M1 Abrams was based on the 1988 PC game by Dynamics and published by Electronic Arts, which slaps you in an M1A1 Abrams tank at the start of World War III and throws 8 missions at you, as you have to try and stop a Russian invasion of Europe. 688 Attack Sub was based on a submarine simulator released on DOS by Electronic Arts, where you can choose either between a Los Angeles-class submarine or a Soviet Alpha sub, and have to take on a series of missions based around Cold War scenarios. F-22 Interceptor was the only original console game made from the ground up for the Mega Drive by Electronic Arts, and came out roughly 14 years before the real F-22 was actually released as a real fighter plane, and features combat scenarios in Korea, Russia, Iraq, and the US. M1 Abrams' diverse set of missions range from destroying enemy supply chains, disrupting communications, and all-out tank-on-tank action, and features multiple camera angles, maps, stats, and pretty decent 3D effects. 688 features 10 diverse missions overall, involving sneaking around to gather intelligence, sinking oil tanker ships, and escort-style scenarios with tons of detail, maps, and stats, but has a really big learning curve and is definitely the hardest of the 3 to get into initially. F-22 throws 100 missions at you with both air and ground targets to destroy, equipping out your plane. It has great 3D graphics and excellent use of multiple camera angles and cinematic kill shots, making it feel very arcadey at the time, with a decent chunk of depth thrown on top of it, and is the easiest of the 3 to play and get to grips with very quickly. All 3 of these games are pretty good in their own right, but will definitely only appeal to a certain type of gamer, and definitely isn't for everyone, with my personal favorite being F-22, a game I had back in the day and played to death. I also love the inclusion of the mission editor to make your own crazy missions, which was always fun to mess around with on a lazy Saturday afternoon. And now let's check out the scrolling beat-em-up genre that was becoming everyone's favorite style of game at that time, and start with a sequel to an arcade classic called Golden Axe 2.
汗をかけ超過激アクションゲームゴールデンアクス2メガドライブから
It was a direct Mega Drive exclusive sequel to the arcade hit from 1989, and featured all your favorite characters back again, including Axe Battler, Tyrus Flare, and Gilius Thunderhead in more side-scrolling hack-and-slash styled action over 7 massive stages of fantasy landscapes. Visually, the game is really cool, with a large variety of scenarios and a much-needed boost in enemy variety this time that all have their own fighting style. You can't simply button mash your way through this one. This time you have to defeat Dark Gold, who has found the Golden Axe and is wreaking havoc across the land. On the surface, Axe 2 looks like a remix, but it's a lot more than that. The moveset for the characters are a lot more diverse, including a back attack, and being able to determine the amount of magic used each time so you don't have to unleash your entire cachet, which is pretty cool. Bonus stages return, letting you stab these dodgy little orco-looking monk dudes for magic, and riding creatures as well are back in various varieties to help you slay the scum. Special note must go to the music though, which I think is extremely good, by Naofumi Hataya, who'd later go on to do Burning Rangers and Space Channel 5 soundtracks. Here's what he had to say about composing for the game. I didn't especially care about adding my own style. I was more interested in taking influence from movies that had a similar worldview of the game, more so than just following in the previous title's footsteps. Of course, I did reference some of the original soundtrack at points, such as the thief scenes and on the map screen. I personally think it's really great and has that nostalgic tone of the original, but still gives some unique fantasy riffs to the game. It was received generally pretty well by the press, the only negative being overall that it was just more of the same without much variation. For me though, that is exactly what I wanted, so check it out if you never have. You'll be pleasantly surprised. And if you don't want to be pleasantly surprised, then check out the combination of Mystical Fighter and Heavy Nova, 2 games that maybe should have remained Japan exclusives indefinitely. Mystical Fighter is side-scrolling mediocrity, with you taking on the role of a kabuki warrior who travels back in time to kill an evil shogun. It has really simplistic presentation and action, bland graphics, although the music is actually quite good, and make it a game that's only really worth checking out if you're a hardcore fan of the genre. Heavy Nova, on the other hand, by Micronet, is something to avoid at all costs, and even rivals Rise of the Robots in the trash heap department. It's a robot beat 'em up which employs a scrolling style to the levels and a one-on-one versus style for boss encounters. It is complete and utter garbage with zero gameplay, and how this even got released is an absolute mystery for the ages.
The largest and hottest library of 16-bit games plays on Sega Genesis, featuring Streets of Rage, the fighting game that'll knock your socks off, with 40 individually controllable attack moves, and a neighborhood crawling with punks, muggers, and urban slime.
Thankfully, the genre was saved, as this year we saw the release of the first installment of Sega's brilliant genre-defining series, Streets of Rage, or Bare Knuckle as it's known in Japan. A scrolling beat-em-up that played and sounded every bit as good as the ones at your local arcade, and in most respects it was even better. Directed again by Noriyoshi Oba, who we saw earlier tackle the brilliant Revenge of Shinobi, with music by legend Yuzo Koshiro. It was a team that would go on to create one of the most beloved scrolling beat-em-up series ever. Here's Oba on the origins of the game. After the development of Super Shinobi was complete, I discussed with Yuzo Koshiro some ideas for making a street karate game. We looked at titles such as Double Dragon and Final Fight, and used the detective TV shows like Starsky and Hutch and The A-Team for reference. Then we proceeded to create the concept for Bare Knuckle. The game, which can be played in 1 or 2 player simultaneous mode, sets you as a group of undercover cops, Axel, Blaze, and Adam, as you attempt to clean up the streets of Mr. X's rampaging, mindless goons, and restore peace to the city. It took the best elements of the arcade game's inspiration and ran with it, delivering the same exciting experience at home like nothing else before. Yuzo Koshiro was once asked what influenced the sound of the game. In the early 90s, I often visited clubs around the US military base in Yokota. I was very much inspired by soul, house, and R&B. The soundtrack and action go hand in hand, with a large moveset for each character with multiple quick button combos, and a nifty power move which acts like a screen killer from a shoot 'em up, bringing in a police car that blasts a bazooka shell, taking out all the thugs on screen. And without a doubt the first button that you're gonna press when starting stage 1 guaranteed. Oba explains what sets Streets of Rage apart from its competitors. It was popular because it was very exhilarating to play and also offered a multiplayer mode. But we felt other games in the genre were lacking something, so we designed Bare Knuckle to include more cooperative elements, so satisfaction was derived from achievement and strategic play, rather than from exhilaration alone. The graphics and animation are simply fantastic, with its neon lights and that dilapidated cityscape making each stage feel lived in. Yuzo's soundtrack is simply epic. Here's my vinyl copy released by Data Discs, which is well worth owning, with its jazzy house beats bringing the sleazy 90s punk vibe to life. Here's Yuzo on the inspiration for these tracks. I didn't start out with any particular concepts in mind. However, one of my aims was to avoid conventional game music styles such as rock and fusion. House and industrial music wasn't often used in games at that time, and likewise, the drum machines and breakbeats in UK and US house and techno music had yet to be adopted in Japanese pop. I found this music innovative and exciting, so it found its way into my soundtracks. Also, since Sega's games were being well received in North America, I thought the style of the music might increase the appeal of Bare Knuckle out there. The game's varied levels, attention to detail, tight gameplay, and 2-player action, as well as an absolutely killer soundtrack, made it go on to become an instant classic. The game strangely received a lot of average scores in Japan, but was extremely well received by the press in the West, where it sold very well and became another killer app on the Mega Drive and Genesis. And now onto the video pinball genre, which never really gets much respect back then, or even now for that matter. But if done right, it could be just as good as their physical counterparts. 2 Japanese companies, Wolf Team and Technosoft, gave us the great combination of Dino Land and Devil Crash, which is known as Dragon's Fury in the West. One, Dino Land, taking a cute dinosaur prehistoric vibe for its table, and the other another Dragon's Fury giving us a much darker horror gothic vibe, both being pretty fantastic in themselves. Dino Land has you trying to save your girlfriend, with you blasting other dinosaurs and multiple parts to the table, which can be accessed from the main screen, as well as a boss fight, and has really nice graphics and catchy music with solid gameplay. Dragon's Fury has you battle dark forces of evil such as demons, skeletons, bats, and skulls, with 6 bonus stages which again can be accessed from the main multi-tiered table. It has a pretty rocking soundtrack like all Technosoft games, and got an exclusive Western sequel called Dragon's Revenge by Tengen, the publisher of the game in the United States and Europe.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Ghostbusters!
Well, there's something you don't see every day.
We came, we saw, we kicked it.
And the arcade conversions came fast and furious this year, like every company was trying to get some sort of conversion in on the Mega Drive. First up is Growl, a port of Taito's 1990 scrolling beat-em-up arcade game. In this one it lets you choose from 4 animal protectors, each with their own stats, as you have to protect the African wildlife from poachers and animal abusers by murdering them in cold blood, naturally. Sounds like modern day PETA members. Taito definitely saw the future. The game is an Indiana Jones style beat 'em up as you make your way through villages, train stations, jungles, etc., beating up everybody with punch and kick combos as well as special moves that drain your health. The best part of the game though is the weapons. There are 8 in total. Machine guns, rocket launchers, swords, grenades, whips, and more. And each are really fun to use against those poacher scumbags. As a conversion though, Growl is just okay. There's a lot of downgrades from the arcade. It's now only a 1-player game, so there's no more co-op. Tons of stuff is missing from each level and is very noticeable. And the graphics have an almost 8-bit look to them. It feels like another rushed Taito arcade conversion release that we're gonna see a lot this year. They were just pumping them out every second back then. Overall though, it's still quite enjoyable despite the downgrades if you really like the genre though. Another arcade scrolling beat 'em up that fared even worse though was the port of Technos' 1989 arcade game Double Dragon 2, published by Palsoft in Japan only. I think they were basically too embarrassed to even attempt to sell this anywhere else. It's a pretty abysmal version of the arcade, with small poorly animated sprites, really dark and drab colors, and heavily downgraded sound effects, which is one of the highlights of Techno's arcade games in my opinion. The on-screen enemies have been reduced drastically, and the slowdown happens for literally anything that happens in this game, with another hilarious effect that if you have a 6-button controller plugged in, the game goes into slow motion mode, which I actually experienced while trying to capture footage for this game. It's basically a huge mess and should be avoided at all costs. And 2 more quick arcade beat 'em up looks here, including Kaigeki, a decent port or really a remix of Taito's 1988 arcade arena beat 'em up. It only got a US and Japan release, and changes up the gameplay a bit, having you now have to fight your way up a gang's 9-level tower to rescue your girlfriend, as opposed to the arcade dockside setting. Just like the arcade though, it's fun but pretty limited and is only for huge fans of the arcade. Street Smart was a port of SNK's 1989 arcade one-on-one versus beat 'em up. 2 selectable characters, very limited moveset, although the gameplay aspect about letting you bet cash on yourself or your opponent to make money and therefore can upgrade your character is pretty interesting. It was a very average arcade to start with and ends up being the same result as a conversion. Running Gun's got 2 arcade conversions in Caliber 50 and Mercs. Caliber 50 was a conversion of the top-down SATA military arcade game and received a US release only, with Mercs being a conversion of Capcom's 1990 Running Gun and a sequel to their 80s hit Commander. Caliber 50 puts you in the role of a military renegade who returns to Vietnam in 1972 and gets his plane shot down when he goes to rescue a bunch of POWs. It's a very downgraded version of the arcade with basic graphics and sound. Mercs on the other hand is a how you do an arcade conversion, with the process done again again by Sega themselves for the Mega Drive release. It sports the original arcade version with the need to rescue the US president from an African nation after he's been taken hostage. It also has original mode, giving a whole new mission involving stopping a fictional island country from launching a bunch of ballistic missiles. Graphics are obviously downgraded from the arcade but are still really good and capture the look and sounds of the original really well. Due to Caliber 50 having a rotating control scheme in the arcade, the controller uses buttons to rotate left and right and are actually pretty easy to get to grips with, and I like the variety and the pace of the game. But if you're a hardcore fan of the arcade, you're actually going to be very disappointed with its amateur level 8-bit looking graphics, even though it plays fairly decently. Mercs on the other hand only loses the 2-player mode but gives you 2 games in one, which more than makes up for it in my opinion, with big bosses, lots of vehicles to jump into, and tons of additions in original mode such as shops and other mercs you can hire and use. And it's really how an arcade conversion should be done, and Sega I think did a fantastic job of it. Publisher Tengen gave us a pile of conversions in quick succession. If you're not aware, Tengen is basically Atari. It's a division set up to convert their arcade games to home systems, and some Sega, Namco, and even toe-playing games as well. They hit the Mega Drive up with 2 Pac-Man games. First was a conversion of Miss Pac-Man, Namco's classic from 1981. It's a remix of that game with lots of extra modes and maze setups, 2-player simultaneous mode, upgraded graphics that still keep the original style intact, and other fun additions. I think it's a really well done game, and a great game in the Pac-Man franchise that deserves a lot more respect. They also gave us a conversion of Pac-Mania, the 1987 isometric version of Pac-Man. It's a bit more of a straightforward port with little tweaks, but the arcade was pretty cool, so I'm perfectly fine with that. Pac-Man can now jump, adding a layer of depth to the chaos, with the screen scrolling and following you as opposed to the fixed screen approach of the original game. The graphics again have been upgraded slightly, with lots of fun references to other Namco games in the levels, such as the music from Rally X and a lot of other games. I love this arcade, and this version is excellent if you're a fan of that. They also converted 1987's Atari racer Road Blasters, the racer/shooter where you drive from checkpoint to checkpoint, picking up fuel to keep your car going and blasting other cars and enemies for bonus points. It's pretty much a straight conversion with no extra modes and features that 80s Atari high-res graphics look and plays pretty well. I've always been a bit iffy on the arcade, to be honest. It's weird slidey car mechanic of the original, but if you like that, it's here on Mega Drive and it's a pretty good version. And lastly from Tengen is a port of Atari's 1990 arena beat-em-up, Pit Fighter. The love it or hate it FMV digitized arcade fighter, where you choose one of 3 80s action hero knockoffs and face off against 10 different street thugs in an underground fighting tournament before facing off against the masked warrior, the ultimate bad guy. Visually and sound wise, it's heavily compromised, like all the home versions really. The crazy sprite scaling is gone and a lot of the digitized voices are missing. The graphics have also been scaled down in size, making the whole experience pretty underwhelming. I actually like the arcade, despite the fact that it is kind of trash, but this, like all the other home versions, just crashes and burns, unfortunately.
What the heck was that? Forgot what I was gonna say.
Welcome to the next level.
And now over to a bunch of rapid-fire random reviews, with Thunder Fox first, another bland Taito port of a 1990 side-scrolling run-and-gun beat-em-up. It's part Shinobi, part Ninja Warriors, with the downgrade being that the Mega Drive version has all the cool vehicle stages removed, which is a huge shame, as that is what makes the original arcade game so cool. Taking this part out makes it another in a long line of quick and dirty Taito arcade conversions. Flicky was next by Sega, based on their early 1984 arcade platform, where you have to rescue little birds and escort them to exits while avoiding enemies. It was always a fun game, a bit of an odd choice for a Mega Drive conversion, with Japan only getting a downloadable version and everyone else getting physical releases of the game. Marvel Land is a port of an extremely obscure 1989 Namco game. It's an action platformer that feels like a cross between Alex Kidd and Wonder Boy. It's a pretty good conversion and a real hidden gem Mega Drive platformer. Galaxy Force 2 by Sega was based on the 1988 Afterburner in Space Game, which is an on-rail shooter. The Mega Drive version, unfortunately, like many of the other home computer versions, is pretty terrible. It really struggles to play, it's really hard to even see what's going on in this game. The arcade's hardware was a real powerhouse, and the Mega Drive just can't keep up with it. And lastly was Ultimate Kicks, also known as Volfield. It was based on Taito's 1989 arcade game, one of those paint the screen kind of games while avoiding the enemies. A really weird arcade genre that you usually found in sleazy bars where the background you were trying to reveal got very R-rated quickly. If you like this kind of game, it's actually quite good. It received a US and Japanese release, but was never released in Europe. 91 saw a massive slew of arcade shoot-'em-up ports invade the system, starting with Twin Cobra, a conversion of Toplan's 1987 helicopter shooter. It's a typical arcade in the vertical scroller mold, multiple upgrades and massive smart bombs. It's a straight-up port, no frills. Just multiple difficulty settings and some enemy pattern changes. The arcade was ultra cool, and this version is very good and has a lot of game with 10 levels in total to shoot your way through. It got a Japanese release by Traco, and Sega themselves published it in the US with no European release for some reason. Next was another well-known shooter in Raiden Trad, part of Seibu Kaihatsu's Raiden shoot-'em-up franchise. This is an enhanced remix of 1990s Raiden. It's one of the best home versions of the original game for the time, infusing that addictive vertical styled action with an awesome complement of memorable weapons and some good music as well. This was always a favorite of mine to play in the arcades, and what makes it so close to the original is that Seibu Kaihatsu themselves did the port to the Mega Drive. Many of the other home versions were handled by third parties and are nowhere near as good. It features the 8 arcade stages plus a bonus 9th stage, which is completely unique to this version at the time. It's another game that only received a US and Japanese release. Next was a horizontal World War II shooter called Fire Mustang, published by Taito, based on the 1990 arcade called USAAF Mustang. It has you battling not only the Germans but the Japanese as well in your American P-51 Mustang plane. Your weapons include your regular shots and ground bombs being launched at the same time. As like a UN squadron, you get attacked from both ground and air. Lots of upgrades as per usual, and a limited beam shot called the Forcer that destroys everything in its path. It's a pretty fun shooter, and I always enjoyed the arcade version quite a lot. Overall, it's a good port that only received a Japanese release. Another Japan-only shoot-'em-up was Bioship Paladin, or Uchu Senkan Gomorrah as it's known there, and is a port of a 1990 arcade by UPL. This is a strange and unique horizontal shooter, putting you in the role of a huge, slow space battleship, as opposed to the fast-paced ships of pretty much everything else. It has a cool control setup allowing you to change and control a beam weapon and target other ships, and plays at a very slow, methodical pace. I really like it. It's also a very good port, including everything from the arcade intact. I'd highly recommend checking it out, as it offers something completely different from your run-of-the-mill shooters. And over to a few quick looks before my favorites, starting with Vapor Trail, developed by Data East, based on their 1989 vertical shooter, and was another US-Japan only release with no European version. If you were a shoot-'em-up fan there, you really got denied a massive library of shmup classics. You can select multiple planes, 3 in total, with different speeds and firepower, features a 2-player co-op mode, and has very satisfying action, and was followed by 2 arcade sequels called Wolffang and Skullfang, which both received pretty good Sega Saturn ports. Master of Weapon was another Japan-only release shoot-'em-up based on a Taito 1989 arcade. It's a vertical affair that to me always felt like a Foster upgrade of Exevius, with the need to bomb ground targets as well as flying enemies, and features 9 stages overall. Task Force Harrier EX is another US and Japan only release based on an obscure 89 arcade by NMK. It's another standard vertical shooter and is basically a slower version of Master of Weapon with a very similar Exevius style gameplay. It's very generic and has some really bland looking graphics, but still offers some decent shooting action if you're a mega fan of the genre. But my favorite arcade shooter port was definitely Airbuster, or Aeroblasters as it's also known, burst onto the arcade scene in 1990 by Kaneko. a Japanese arcade developer founded in 1980 who had many of their early games published through Taito. But by 1990, and with the release of Airbuster, they were publishing their own games made under the Kaneko label. They were a pretty obscure company outside of Japan, with notable games you may have played being Airbuster, DJ Boy, and my not-so-guilty pleasure game, the Kung Fu Master Jackie Chan, until finally officially filing for bankruptcy in 2004. Their back catalogue is filled with strange, forgotten games, so if you're looking for something new in the retro realm to play, then check them out. Airbuster was another game in a long line of horizontal shooters, hitting the arcades at the time. It didn't offer anything new to the genre, but what it did really well. In 1991, the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive versions were released, and were extremely faithful renditions of the arcade, with the graphics being particularly close to their arcade counterpart. During my original Mega Drive days, I never came across many shoot-em-ups in shops. It's quite bizarre actually, maybe living in South Africa made them obscure to come across. But after moving to Canada in the late 90s, I remember finding this game in a bargain bin with many other awesome 16-bit classics discarded due to everyone's infatuation with the new 3D technology. So naturally I bought it and didn't regret the purchase one little bit.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Now back to Airbuster, the Genesis conversion, giving us 6 extremely varied horizontal levels. You control one of the blaster ships if played solo, with the game supporting an excellent 2-player mode as well. You attempt to defend Earth from a full-on mechanized alien attack on Earth. As per usual, Earth only sends one ship to defeat an army, which seems pretty logical to me. You can pick up a whole range of weapons, 7 in total, with homing missiles and a cool spread shot being particularly useful. It's also one of those shooters where you will need to pay attention to the pickups, because some weapons are much more useful than others in certain levels, so be warned. You can also collect items that boost your overall firepower, making each weapon essentially upgradable. This game is mid-difficulty, with only the fast-paced escape stage and several bosses being the real challenges. But once you get their patterns down, it's not too hard. 2-player mode obviously makes this way easier. I really love the music. It's fast, solid rocking beats, each one tailored to the diverse looking set of levels that are all completely different from one another. And the graphics are really impressive for such an early Mega Drive title, with nice parallax action and impressive boss encounters. So if you missed this early 90s Mega Drive / Genesis release, now's the time to strap on in and give those aliens a bit of photon blasting hell. And the arcade conversions continued with a port of Marble Madness by Electronic Arts, based on Atari's 1984 arcade, an asymmetric maze-style game where you have to guide your fragile marble through deadly courses to reach an exit under a very strict time limit. The game captures the vibe and look of the arcade pretty well, and controls surprisingly good on a gamepad. What's really interesting is that there were 2 different versions of the game on the system, with Tengen making another version in 1993 exclusively for the Japanese market, which is even more arcade accurate and features Sega mouse support. We'll have a look at that version later in more detail, but as it stands though, this first version is pretty good in my opinion. It harkens back to pure gameplay, and sometimes the simplest concepts are the ones you keep coming back to time and time again. Namco decided to skip the original Rolling Thunder game and port its sequel, Rolling Thunder 2, instead, based on their 1990 arcade. The game, an action platformer, has you either choosing Albatross or Layla, or can play it in 2-player co-op as you attempt to take down Neo Galdra, the leftover remnants of the terrorist organization from the original game. The action is run-and-gun platformer style, with the original serving as the inspiration for Sega's Shinobi. Blast enemies, check behind every door for bonuses and weapons, and expect a really stiff challenge because it's not easy. The Mega Drive version is enhanced, with extra stages and boss characters not in the arcade, plus cutscenes between stages to flesh out the story elements. Like Sega, they took their arcade original and improved on it for the home console market. Graphics and sound are good, and besides the difficulty, it's a great action platformer that would see one more exclusive sequel on the Mega Drive in 1993 for the US market only, and we'll look at that one later as well. Midnight Resistance is a run-and-gun action platformer based on Daddy East's arcade game of the same name, and received a Japanese and US release only. You, as a member of a strike force that takes down drug cartels, has to rescue your entire family that that's been taken hostage by the ultimate drug lord, King Crimson. You shoot your way through 7 levels, picking up keys as you go along, used to buy special weapons at the end of each stage. Your character can fire in all directions, making for very diverse enemy patterns, stage design, and action. And the Mega Drive version has multiple different control setups that you can use and see what works for you. Besides the missing 2-player option, the graphics and sound are pretty close to the arcade, and it's by far one of the best home ports of that era. It's a straight port, no extras, but the game is very large and challenging, so you got plenty of game for your buck. Wardener is also an action platformer based on an arcade from 1987 by Toplan. It's another remix of sorts, not exactly the same as the arcade, with stages and bosses mixed around. There are a lot of details missing from the arcade, with its 6 stages in total. It's a typical platform actioner with good old one-hit kills, which is always fun, and shops to buy goods and upgrades. I always played this when I came across in the arcade and usually died very quickly. The port is decent, but the game is just kind of a bit forgettable, as it was a 1987 game released in 1991, and the cliches were already there, with it only receiving a US and Japanese release. And the final slew of arcade conversions for 91 were all Sega arcades gracing the Mega Drive, with Bonanza Brothers, Game Ground, Outrun, and Alien Storm. Outrun is first, based on the Sega classic point-to-point arcade racer by Yu Suzuki, released originally in 1986. This Mega Drive port was pretty good, and considering all the dodgy home versions that had preceded it, I think Mega Drive owners were pretty lucky. Is it arcade perfect? Not by a long shot. I'd reserve that title for 1996's Sega Saturn release, which felt to me anyway the first time an arcade game had been put on a home system and looked and felt 100% like the arcade counterpart. But back to this 16-bit version, which is a straight port with the exception of one extra music track being selectable on the radio, and everything else is here. The point-to-point checkpoint racing, the big old crashes, and the very good renditions of Kawaguchi's Immortal soundtrack. Graphically, the frame rate is a bit choppy at times, and the traffic feels even more murdery than the arcade, but it's still a very good interpretation, and if you're a fan of the original, you should enjoy this slice of arcade racing bliss. Bonanza Brothers was a port of the Sega System 24 arcade. This was a very fun 2-player game, where you play a bunch of thieves hired by a company to test out their new security systems. You have to break into all the buildings, steal a set number of items, and make your escape. In the arcade version, they were actually thieves, so they lightened the game up a little bit for the home, but besides that, it's pretty much the arcade. You can play the game in single player, but the screen is always split in 2. It's unique, with a cool pre-rendered look that was way ahead of its time, and the Mega Drive version is very faithful, with some really funky tunes that remind me of the music from Toe Jam and Earl, and the 2-player gameplay is the icing on the cake. Game Ground was another System 24 arcade port to the Mega Drive based on the 1988 arcade. The game is a 1 or 2 player affair, just like the arcade, a top-down action game, where you have to eliminate all the enemies on screen or escort a bunch of people out to move on. It's very much an action game, but is also very strategic at the very same time in how you tackle each level. You have multiple characters, all with their own traits and weapons, which you can use to your advantage, as you have to destroy a supercomputer that set up a war simulation for your people to train them in combat. But it's now gone haywire. That old chestnut. It has small detailed graphics and a really excellent music score as you fight through multiple time periods. It's still a very underrated arcade and hence a very underrated Mega Drive game. And the last arcade conversion was Alien Storm, a port of Sega's 1990 System 18 arcade, the side-scrolling shooter beat-em up. It's basically a science fiction version of Golden Axe in its basic form, with side-scrolling hack and slash and beat 'em up gameplay as you play a member of a team of alien busters that have to stop an alien invasion on Earth. It also sprinkles in big boss fights, side-scrolling run and gun action, and awesome first-person bonus rounds where you get to lay waste to an interior of a building with your proton packs. There's also 3 characters to choose from, just like Golden Axe. You got Gordon, Carla, and Scooter. The names of these characters are completely different in almost every version of the game for no apparent reason, and they each have their own movesets and smart bombs to destroy everything on screen. This Mega Drive version is a massive remix of the arcade, so much so that it's basically its own new game. Lots of completely different levels and locations, with this having 8 levels in total as opposed to the arcade 6. This is still one of my favorite early 90s arcades, and I got this Mega Drive version very early, probably my 4th game after Spider-Man, and it was played endlessly, especially in the 2-player mode with my brother. Excellent graphics and attention to detail, loud chunky music that's very memorable, and it's just fun from start to finish. It's another underappreciated Sega classic.
Of course, Alien Storm doesn't have horrible little graphics, just horrible big ones.
And here are the rest of the non-arcade conversion shoot-em-ups on the Mega Drive for 91. Battlemania, which was released in 1991 by Vic Tokai. Mega Drive was a scrolling shoot-em-up fan's dream system at the time, with it being blessed with a massive collection of the genre and top-quality stuff to boot. Battlemania, which is the Japanese name, in the English version it's called Troubleshooter. Yeah, you know the game with that really awful cover that you should really just ignore, because the game is pretty fantastic. It plays a lot like the Capcom classic Forgotten Worlds, just with a much simpler and easy to use control scheme. Story-wise, you play as the Troubleshooter girls, Mania and Maria, who solve problems by shooting the hell out of everything. And in this case, you have to rescue the prince that had been taken hostage. And if you don't already know, this is definitely a parody of sorts of the whole shoot-em-up genre, and it's quite hilarious in its own way. The characters too are definitely paying homage to the anime classic girls Kei and Yuri from the excellent Dirty Pair anime series. At the beginning of each stage, you can select one special weapon that you can use for that stage only, and acts as a kind of rechargeable smart bomb that can either blow everything up on the screen or can be used as a shield, etc, etc. You also control both girls, and with the press of the C button you can flip one of them to the back to shoot the stuff from behind, and then flip them back for the double fire when the bosses come out. It's a fun and easy to use system that works quite well gameplay wise, but memorizing the stages is definitely key to success in this game. The bosses are also fun and interesting, and are not that difficult, so I'd definitely say this is a pretty good entry level shoot 'em up to people new to the genre. The graphics are good with lots of colourful, cool parallax scrolling effects. The music is also pretty decent, but nothing amazing, but it does suit the game well. If you're looking for a bit of an off-kilter anime parody of a shoot 'em up, then look no further than this. It was also followed up by the Japanese-only sequel called Battlemania Daigenjo. Take a chance on this wacky game, there's a lot to like here. Next was Wings of War, also known as Garnog, and published originally by Messiah in Japan. It's a fantasy-themed horizontal shoot-'em-up with you playing an angel who returns to heaven to help defend it against an invasion of demons. This game has a lot going on, with 6 very cool-looking stages, multiple shot types, being attacked from every single angle humanly possible. You can also pick up magic scrolls that you can save up to 3 of them and use them whenever you want for offensive and defensive means. Plus you can pick up speed upgrades like a Gradius game. It also features pretty impressive enemy variations with mid and end level bosses, and feels a lot like playing a Mega Drive Thunder Force game. Director Manabu Takasugi was involved with a lot of hidden gems on the system in its early years, also working on Target Earth, which we looked at earlier, and the excellent War Song, also known as Langrisser, which we'll be getting to shortly, both released by Messiah. It has nice parallax effects in the graphics, very memorable orchestral tunes, and solid gameplay make it another Mega Drive shooter that's worth playing. Another fantasy style shoot 'em up in a different style was Undead Line, a top-down vertical running gun that was based originally on an MSX2 game by TNE Soft and was published by Palsoft in Japan only for the Mega Drive. You have the option to choose any of the first 6 levels to start with, which is always something I love in shooters. It's fast, it's frantic, and it's as hard as nails. You got regular fire, a magic shield to activate, which is limited, and a regular shield you can use at your discretion. Different weapons and upgrades can be picked up from treasure chests as you get relentlessly attacked from all angles. The game also sports a light RPG style mechanic with you being able to upgrade at the end of levels, plus finding hidden fairies on each level boost your stats. Once all 6 levels are complete, the final 7th one is open, but good luck with that. You'll be lucky completing any one. Graphics are generally pretty good, they much improved over the original, and some toe-tapping tunes. The brutal difficulty will probably probably put most people off though, but if that was modified somehow and got an international release, I think it'll probably be remembered as a classic shoot 'em up on the system. And the last one, is Veritex, another Japan-only release, published by Asmec. This is a traditional vertically scrolling space shoot 'em up that feels a lot like a mid-80s arcade game. It ticks all the shooter boxes with the ability to change your ship speed, 3 different fire patterns, and smart bombs. It also seems like it was designed in 1986 and forgotten for 5 years before being put into production. Overall, it's likable without being memorable at all. If you die though, it's all the way back to the beginning of a level in a typical mid-80s style, which is super annoying.
Sega. Genesis. Yo, it's Sega's Toe Jam and Earl. The hippiness, hoppiness party that's kicking around the world. Give us Genesis. Giving it to you like it. Toe Jam and Earl is so funky, it'll make you scream like nothing ever before. Genesis is so much more. Toe Jam and Earl, 2 homeboys can play a different gig every time. Go get your one and you'll be in the hand. Genesis. You gotta get it. Genesis. It's a whole lot more. Genesis. Peace.
Racing games never got much love on the system in the early days, but in '91 they finally started appearing in some sort of capacity. And let's start with a trio of Japan-only Formula 1 games that all came out in rapid succession, with F1 Circus MD, Fastest One, and the mouthful that is Nakajima Satoru Kanshu F1 Grand Prix, all never getting international releases. All 3 games are arcade-style affairs with a decent dose of modifying and managerial style options, which all make them a bit difficult to fully appreciate being in Japanese only. Nakajima Satoru F1 fully recreates the 1991 Formula 1 season, starring Nakajima, the first Japanese racer to complete in a full season of the sport. It's a top-down racer like an old arcade game that features tons of car mods and setups, but is extremely difficult to play with its very sensitive control setup. Fastest One was originally a PC Engine game ported across and enhanced and published by a human. It features 16 tracks in total, a split-screen 2-player type viewpoint similar to the C64 classic Pit Stop 2, with tons of car customizations as well. It's also very difficult to get to grips with control-wise, as the angle feels a little bit odd and makes it really hard to judge the corners very well. It was supposed to get a US release by Renovation as Speedway Pro Challenge with a fully translated version complete, but it got cancelled at the last minute. The best of the 3 though is definitely F1 Circus MD, published by Nihon Busan, another PC Engine enhanced port. This game also reportedly was gonna get a US release but was cancelled for unknown reasons. It's a super fast-paced top-down racer with a healthy dose of options as well, including a full world championship mode. It's a really exhilarating game to play because the speed is so insanely fast, but it controls pretty well, unlike F1 Grand Prix. There's lots that you'll be missing in all 3 of these games unfortunately due to the non-translated nature, but if you want to try one of them, I'd suggest giving F1 Circus MD a go. It also had an exclusive sequel on the Mega CD in Japan known as F1 Circus CD. And a quick look next with Quad Challenge, released by Namco, a really mediocre quad bike racer that's extremely forgettable. It features amateur hour graphics and feels really chunky to play, and I'm not sure how this got a US release and F1 Circus MD got overlooked. It's sort of a remix of a mediocre arcade game, and it's honestly not even worth a second look. The biggest racer though of 1991 was the start of Electronic Arts' Road Rash Motorbike trilogy on the Mega Drive with the original Road Rash. It was the first in a trilogy of motorbike combat races to appear on the system and help define it, with a more in-your-face teenage style than Nintendo's cutesy Excitebike. Ironically, the game started development originally on the NES in the late 80s before Electronic Arts decided to jump ship and focus on the upcoming Mega Drive full force. Randy Breen, designer and producer of the entire Mega Drive series, is quoted as saying, "I felt there was an opportunity to make driving games more fun and reach a wider audience. I was big into motorcycles and thought they could add more entertainment value with characters you could see rather than with cars only visible from the rear or a view from inside the cockpit that occupied most of the screen." The game puts you in the role of a biker competing in an illegal street race through California with 5 different courses in total, plus the fact that each one of those tracks becomes much larger and more dangerous with new hazards the further you get into the game. The races earn you money to buy new bikes As long as you finish within the top 4, you can continue. Randy also explains another reason for choosing bikes over cars. There was a sprite limitation on the Genesis. More than 7 sprites on a line and the sprites would start flickering and disappear randomly. A car on screen at reasonable size could take 3 or 4. A bike could be shown with 1 or 2, so we could effectively get more action on screen with motorcycles. Being on motorbikes also allowed for one of the game's best aspects, that being the melee combat. Smashing your opponent in the head or punching him into an oncoming car is way more satisfying than you realize. You also have to be wary of road obstacles, cars wanting to suicide themselves into you, and of course the police, who will pursue you and smash you in the head with a nightstick. What I also love is all the personality of the characters, their banter between races and the little end animations to each race. It all adds to the flavor of the game. EA were also unable to secure the real licenses for the motorbikes due to the violence in the game, so we got all the colorful variations like shurikens, kamikazes, and the Diablos. The game took just over a year and a half to develop on the system before its extremely successful launch. The graphics are excellent, especially the speed and the road effects with well implemented action, which made every race feel very fresh and unpredictable. The music was composed by Rob Hubbard, giving us these massive, sometimes almost 10 minutes long music tracks like the epic ones you used to do on the Commodore 64. Big chunky rock tracks with attitude that help make the game what it is. It's a brilliant start to a series, a massive hit for EA, and another game that helped sell Mega Drives in the early years. And over now to the Mega Drive sports games, with a genre that just got bigger every year. And we'll start with a trilogy of Electronic Arts games, including classic franchise starters with PGA Golf Tour, NHL Hockey, and the sequel to the previous Christmas's smash hit, John Madden Football 92. And let's first take a look at PGA Golf Tour, the first in a long-running series on the Mega Drive, and an enhanced port of EA's 1990 DOS golf game. This really puts 16-bit golf games on the map with its attention to detail and the ease of play for even non-golfing fanatics. Using the computer Windows-styled menu system and the massive amount of options, you could tailor-make the game to your liking. It featured 3 real-life courses from the actual PGA Tour and 1 made-up bonus course. More features include a host of options that made it look and feel like watching golf on TV, with instant replays, 3D camera swoops of the hole before each level, with commentary from one of the 60 real-life PGA Tour golfers giving advice on the hole, crisp atmospheric sound effects, and a battery backup system making playing massive tournaments possible, with tons of cool stats to keep track of. The putting is spot on, the ball physics are really realistic. It was the gold standard, at least on consoles at the time, for what a golf simulation should be. And not to be outdone by themselves, Electronic Arts also gave us NHL Hockey, a full ice hockey simulation featuring the real NHL license. Although for international releases outside the US, it's known as EA Hockey, minus the license. It took a top-down approach to the action with excellent animations and gameplay, making every match feel unique. Again, the combination of mountains of options, including all 24 NHL teams and players, TV-style presentation, really diverse shot types and ease of play for non-hockey fans, and these excellent atmospheric sound effects just sold the action completely. And lastly was the sequel to their previous sports hit, John Madden Football 92, bringing a host of updates, expansions, and tweaks to the already best American football game on the console. It still wasn't officially licensed like the original, although now featured all 28 US teams. There was updates to the graphics engine and animations, plus TV-style presentation was everywhere. It featured over 100 plays now, instant replays, multiple weather effects, and many other additions. It's essentially an updated version of the original rather than a full new game, but really set up the series for the long haul, with again, the attention to detail in full effect. You could really tell the people that were working on all 3 of these games really cared about the sport and what they were able to bring to the game. The Madden series continued on for another 6 titles on the Genesis, ending with Madden NFL 98, released in 1997 and one of the last games to be released for the system overall, with the series spanning 8 titles in total overall for this console series. Of special note for all 3 of these games was again the brilliance and very underrated Rob Hubbard music and sound effects, which usually gets overlooked simply because these are sports games, but his big chunky rock tunes and fantastic sound effects in all of these games really bring all the atmosphere to the forefront of the action. The man did some amazing work in the early Mega Drive days. And a few rapid fire reviews next with Hardball, developed by Accolade, a continuation of their classic baseball series that originated on the Commodore 64. It's a decent game with tons of options, lots of digitized speech, and like all games in the series, it's a pretty good mix between strategy and arcade action. Super Volleyball by Video System and Arcade Port is a side-viewed volleyball game with a surprising amount of depth and nuances to its gameplay, and it's a pretty good arcade conversion as well. It gets a bit monotonous after a while, but still, there aren't really much volleyball game options out there game-wise. And lastly was Wrestle War, a wrestling game and arcade conversion by Sega. It got a Japanese and European release only, and is a very bare-bones wrestling game that doesn't offer much in terms of options and feels like a rushed port without any real extras. There's much better wrestling games to play on the system instead. And lastly was a trio of futuristic sports games with Speedball 2, Powerball, and Battle Golfer Yui. Speedball 2 is an excellent conversion of the 1990 Amiga game, which is basically a video game version of the 1970s movie Rollerball. It has lots of management options for teams and characters as you attempt to get the metal ball into the opponent's goal by any means necessary, including punching other players and ricocheting the ball all over the place for goals. It's, in my opinion, the fastest and most fluid version of this game I've ever played. The music, though, just isn't anywhere near as good as the Amiga or the C64 version in the original US release. But in 1992, Europe and Japan got an enhanced version with updated music, which is really good, so those are definitely the versions you should play. Overall, though, it's a really great version of the Bitmap Brothers classic game. Powerball, also known as Wrestleball, is basically Speedball with a slight NFL twist. Clearly somebody at Namco was a fan of the Speedball series. It's futuristic American football, it's fast-paced, fighting is included, and has pretty decent graphics, but lacks a lot of depth and that addictive quality of Speedball, making it quite forgettable overall. It never received a European release. And lastly is the absolute bizarre Battle Golfer Yui by Sega, released exclusively for Japan only. It's a combination of golf game, RPG, and visual novel, as the story takes center stage with a demented mad professor who is attempting to take over the world and using this international golf tournament as cover. You can talk to characters, play golf, and even use special abilities like powers like in an RPG. I'm playing an English fan translation here, which is pretty good, making this game playable to everyone now to try out. It's not by any means a great golf game, it's just average at best, but the manga style presentation, wacky characters and story, and absolutely bizarre courses make it at least a very cool original curiosity to try out on the system.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
C'est moi, Maître Sega. Et voici Dick Tracy. Avant de dégainer ton arme, n'oublie pas, Sega, c'est plus fort que toi.
People always say that Genesis and Mega Drive have hardly any strategy or RPGs. This simply is not true. 91 was an absolute explosion of the genre in every way, shape and form. And let's start off with a trio of science fiction, strategy and RPG games and begin with Star Control by Accolade, published still under their Ballistics label. This version was a port to the 1990 Amiga version. The game is part turn-based strategy and arcade-style one-on-one versus spaceship battles, with the story about humans and aliens in a massive intergalactic war to take over the galaxy. You can choose to play either side, with each having up to 7 unique spaceships, each with their own designs and weapons. You can also choose to play just one-on-one versus combat to practice, or jump into the full campaign mode where you choose a war scenario, which the Mega Drive version has 6 extra ones over the DOS and Amiga versions, and play out the conquering, taking over planets, setting up bases and engaging in one-on-one versus space battles. It's a combination of arcade action and strategy that comes together extremely well, which is no surprise coming from designer Paul Wright III, who worked on some 80s classics like Archer and Mail Order Monsters for Electronic Arts on the Commodore 64. In fact, the the working title for Star Control was StarCon, a riff on Archon, which has similar gameplay if you really break it all down. Amiga ports were a really hot property then because of the ease of the conversion, and this one only took 4 months to convert, with a pretty hefty for the time 12 megabit cartridge used for the game. It's a great combination of genres, not quite as slick as the Amiga or the DOS versions due to a whole bunch of slowdown in the combat, but still completely playable and fun, and went on to spawn a few sequels which expanded the game greatly. And I'd highly recommend checking out the sequel Star Control 2 on DOS or the 3DO version. None of those were converted to any Sega systems after this. Next was another epic space exploration strategy game called Starflight, released by Electronic Arts, based on the original 1986 game. I actually played the 1989 Commodore 64 version to death, and it featured highly on my top 10 space trading games video on the C64 if you're interested in checking that out. The game was designed by Greg Johnson, who went on to make the crazy Toe Jam and Earl, which we'll be looking at pretty shortly. The game also has a lot of ties to Star Control through its production, as Greg and Paul Reich both worked at Electronic Arts during the original version's making. Paul helped out with a bunch of design ideas, and Greg returned the favor years later by doing some additional graphics in Star Control. The game itself requires a whole video unto itself to explain it, but in a nutshell, it's the original Star Trek TV series in game form. You explore the galaxy with 270 star systems and 800 planets in-game. Make first contact with a whole variety of alien races, 9 in total, survey different planets, mine for resources in your terrain vehicle, sell found goods at space stations, gather data on new planets, fight in real-time space battles, Star Control style, and so much more. Your ship can be upgraded, your crew can be hired or created, and it came on an 8 megabit cart with a battery backup, and a manual big enough to kill a horse if you whacked it on the head. This version is honestly the best version of this game you can play. It's refined, it has excellent sound design, something that the computer versions severely lack. The graphics are very detailed and it plays extremely well. This version also includes extra content with obviously vastly improved graphics, much more upgrades for your ship and your terrain vehicle, and a whole lot more. The list is endless. This is a must-play game on the system. And another monster of an RPG space strategy game was Buck Rogers: Countdown to Doomsday, originally made by SSI in 1990. I again played the Commodore 64 version, which is similar but had a Bard's Tale look to the main gameplay, as opposed to the Mega Drive's isometric perspective. Check out my Commodore 64 top 10 RPG videos for more details. The game itself is based rules-wise and story on TSR's Buck Rogers board game, which is basically Dungeons and Dragons in space. It takes place in the 25th century and you are Buck Rogers, part of a group called Neo, trying to stop a regime called Ram from taking over the galaxy, as well as investigate their plans for making a doomsday weapon. This is a massive space opera style traditional RPG with lots of extras. You can make a squad of up to 6 characters with multiple races and skill sets to choose from. Then it's off to this huge adventure. Exploration of towns and cities is from an isometric view, and you can do all your usual talking and buying of equipment this way. Your mission takes you all over the galaxy. You fly your ship to different planets or space stations. It includes 2 styles of combat: group, team, turn-based combat, and first-person ship-to-ship battles in space. Both extremely cool and fast-paced compared to the super slow nature of the PC originals. You can even cripple enemy ships in space combat and then board them in crew combat style and take the ship. It's super cool. It's a gigantic game in scope, and I've only really touched on a small part of it, but being a console game though, they have pared down the options a little bit to streamline things, and honestly, as a person who's played both, it's hardly noticeable and actually makes the game move at a much faster pace. The graphics and sound are vastly improved. The combat moves very quickly, but it's still turn-based so you can take your time. And another great addition is that your guns don't need specific ammo for every gun type, again making everything way more streamlined and move faster. As with Starflight, this is the best version of this game out there in my personal opinion. I managed to complete it back in the 90s, something I never managed to do on my Commodore 64 version, and can say it's one of the Mega Drive's best RPGs, hands down. And some quick rapid fire looks at some strategy titles, with Romance of the Three Kingdoms 2 by Koei, a traditional turn-based China conquering simulation Simulator, and a port of the PC-88 game from 1989. The original never saw release on the system, and this actually got a Japanese and US release. It's basically a managerial game where you attempt to conquer China. Lots of diplomacy, trading, and big old strategy battles. Advanced Daisen Ryaku was a Japan-only release and is a massive turn-based strategy World War II game where you take the role of the Germans as they attempt to conquer everything. You can play out some of the most divisive battles such as the invasion of Poland and the defense of Berlin. It's fairly obvious why this never got an English release, with you only being able to play the Nazis. And thirdly was Ninja Burai Densetsu, another Japan-only strategy simulator. It's traditional turn-based combat style and also features some side-scrolling elements and overall more strategy and management style gameplay. Being all in Japanese unfortunately makes this game pretty much impossible for anybody that doesn't understand the language to enjoy.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And just like what happens with movies sometimes, two games based on the same subject matter get released in the same year. This one, Roman Empire building. One was called Warrior of Rome, also known as Ambition of Caesar by Micronet, and the other Centurion, Defender of Rome by Electronic Arts. Both strategy games based on conquering Europe and expanding the Roman Empire, but both take a completely different approach to the subject matter. Warrior is essentially a real-time strategy game where the battles are the game, taking place on a massive map where you can zip around and select different troop types and issue orders. The battles are in real time as things are happening all over the map, but going into the menus and selecting options pauses the action, so in a sense it makes it partly turn-based. The objective of the game is to take Julius Caesar's armies from the Isle of Crete and make your way to Egypt to overthrow Alexandria. The presentation overall is extremely minimalistic like SSI games of the 80s and is mediocre at best, with a very unbalanced gameplay over the 4 stages, and is definitely the weaker of the Roman games by far. Centurion Defender of Rome, on the other hand, was a port of a 1990 DOS game and was designed by Kellen Beck, a former Cinemaware employee who designed and directed Defender of the Crown and Rocket Ranger. Centurion is like a Roman version of Defender of the Crown. It's essentially a turn-based strategy game as you attempt to conquer Europe, managing provinces, raising armies to use in massive ground battles, and lots of mini games like classic Cinemaware titles, with you getting to control chariot races, massive gladiator games, and even naval battles. Diplomacy is also part of the gameplay, but if all else fails, sending in the legions will take them down. Centurion is an excellent example of this style of game done well on the Mega Drive, with great presentation and sound, and fun, unpredictable gameplay, much like classic Cinemaware titles, and received pretty positive reviews, with Rave magazine saying in their August 91 issue, for the Mega Drive in particular, it's a real shot in the arm. It's refreshing to see a company like Electronic Arts not going down the familiar shoot 'em up path, but striving to produce original and exciting products. Thumbs up all around. It received an 87% overall. If you want to play one of these games, then Centurion is the clear choice, hands down. Next was a bunch of Japan exclusive titles that have fortunately now got English fan translations available, with titles such as The Record of Bahamut War, Nadia, Secret of Blue Water, and Blue Almanac. Bahamut War, or Bahamut Senki in its Japanese name, is a turn-based strategy game where you get to pick a nation and try to conquer the 8 countries of your world. It's got your usual selection of diplomacy, recruiting soldiers, and all-out turn-based battles for you to try to take down each nation. This game is another another deep and engrossing strategy game from Sega, much like the Advanced Dyson series. And this game reminds me a bit of the Saturn classic Dragon Force, although we'll see another game pretty soon that's even more like that. The music is quite good, it's very slow paced with long turn-based battles, but it's extremely satisfying, but I'd still only recommend this game for the diehards only. Nadia, Secret of Blue Water by Namco is an adaptation of an anime series of the same name from 1990. It's not really an RPG, but more of a story-based adventure, which is heavily focused on characters and plot, and has a beautiful art style, similar to the Luna Silver Star story games. It basically looks like a traditional JRPG of this era, but it's really a visual novel game, with you having the freedom to walk around and solve simple puzzles to advance the story. It's very nice looking, with some great music, and something very different to try out on the system. Blue Almanac was a Japanese-only release RPG by Hot B, which was supposed to get an English release, and was even reviewed in multiple magazines, but was cancelled at the last minute. A company called Super Fighter Team acquired the full translation rights and released a physical version in 2011, now titled Star Odyssey, which would have been the English name. This is a pretty big, sprawling, Fantasy Star-styled sci-fi epic, and it's a pretty good one overall. Not in the same league as Phantasy Star, but engaging enough with a good translation and a pretty epic story. The graphics are a little bit weird in the battles with the proportions of the characters, but nothing is perfect overall. The soundtrack though is pretty toe-tapping and I really like it, and if you're a big fan of the Phantasy Star series, this is another great curiosity to check out. And another quick set of rapid fires with Battlemaster, published by Arena exclusively for the US and based on a 1990 Amiga and DOS release. It's an action RPG with you controlling a squad, fighting orcs and other fantasy creatures in real time. You have to conquer all 4 races in the land and reunite the shards to stop the world from destructing. The frame rate is pretty chunky in this game, making it a bit hard to play at times, but if you can look past this, there's a pretty decent game hidden in here. Master of Monsters, published by Renovation, was another Japanese PC 88 port. It's a very traditional turn-based strategy game, similar to Daisen Ryaku again. The graphics are pretty basic, but the gameplay is solid overall, with there simply being better games of the genre on the system, so I'd only recommend this game again for the hardcores only. And Fatal Labyrinth by Sega was a downloadable only Japanese release that got expanded into a full game for an international audience. It's a randomized roguelike with you having to traverse a 30-level castle to steal a magic goblet. If you move, enemies move, making it part real-time and part turn-based depending on how you approach it. It is quite enjoyable, very basic though, but can be extremely difficult due to the random nature of creatures and the supply drops. But if you like roguelikes, you'll probably find it pretty interesting. And now back to some big RPG releases with a triple publishing dose of Electronic Arts giving us King's Bounty, Might and Magic, Gates to Another World, and Fairy Tale Adventure. All developed for the Mega Drive by New World Computing, a massive company in PC RPG gaming back at that time. King's Bounty was based on New World Computing's 1990 DOS release, Strategy RPG, which I played on my Commodore 64 to completion before getting this enhanced Mega Drive port. This is one of 2 games designed by John Van Carneghem, the founder of New World Computing and the creator of the legendary Might and Magic series, and of course King's Bounty, the precursor to the Heroes of Might and Magic series. The basics of the story are you are appointed by the king to retrieve a magic scepter from the forces of evil. The game is a mix of management, exploration, and turn-based strategy battles, with you having to retrieve 25 pieces of a map, which will ultimately lead to the location of the scepter. These can be found anywhere across all 4 continents, but most of them are found from fulfilling bounties, aka take out contracts to track down wanted criminals. Take those guys out and you retrieve a piece of the map and many other goods, with 17 of these criminals to take down in total. You can find gold randomly along the way and items, and use the king's weekly allowance to build your armies for all that turn-based combat. This Mega Drive version is a port of the enhanced Amiga version, using the much better graphics style and various other small enhancements. It's a deep, fun, uniquely interesting game, and having played both the DOS and C64 versions, this always felt like the best overall experience to me and is highly recommended. Might and Magic Gates to Another World was a port of New World's second Might and Magic game, originally released in 1988 on PCs of the time. It's a huge first-person grid-based RPG, basically a dungeon crawler in style, but allowing the whole world to be explored, not just dodgy dungeons. You use the gates to teleport to to another world and end up in the land of Kron, where you have to stop Shelton, the bad guy from 1986's original, who's causing chaos in this new world. These games were absolutely huge in scope, and you basically just got lost in the worlds for days on end. Real time, that is. You can make your own band of heroes up with up to 8 characters and 8 different character classes, plus multiple skill sets to choose from. The world was pretty much open to be explored, with turn-based combat against 250 different monsters, towns to explore, bar weapons, bars to talk in, and many dungeons to explore. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. They really managed to bring the full PC gaming experience across to this game very successfully on the Mega Drive. It came packed with a Bible-sized instruction manual and a built-in battery backup save feature. And if you have a hell of a lot of free time and dedication, then this is something you can get completely lost in. Unfortunately, no other versions were ported to the Mega Drive, although Japan did get an exclusive Mega CD version of Might and Magic 3, but it was never converted for an international audience. Fairy Tale Adventure was the last of the New World computing conversions. This game based on a 1987 Amiga game done originally by Micro Illusions. In the game, you have to retrieve a talisman by completing 8 massive quests to save your land. This is a real-time action-adventure RPG with quests to undertake, lots of characters to talk to, and real-time battles to take part in, plus plenty of exploration. Out of the 3 conversions, though, this one is very hard to recommend, just due to the controls not really coming together all that well. From the Amiga's slick keyboard and mouse combination, it's just very clunky and extremely slow to play, and if you have the absolute patience of a saint to play this all the way through, then well done. So having said that, I'd highly recommend you play the Amiga version instead if you're interested in checking it out. And back to some Japanese-made games, all receiving English versions, and we'll start with Ys 3, The Wanderers from Ys, which got a US and Japanese release and published by Renovation in the US, with the European version unfortunately being cancelled. There was a port of the 3rd installment in Nihon Falcom's action RPG series and a conversion from the PC-88. This game took a side-scrolling perspective instead of the overhead look of the previous games, and also due to the small scope of the game overall, it's often considered almost a side game to the main series, even though it is technically the 3rd game. Its plot is classic JRPG cliche, with a guy named Chester who's gathering artifacts to resurrect, you guessed it, an ancient god. The game is very compact. There's only one town with shops, people to talk to, and quests to gather, with an overworld map which essentially opens up new stages to go to automatically once the areas have been explored and completed. The action is still very fast-paced in the style of this game, with light platforming action thrown in as well. Fighting is based on stats, so you have to be careful in the beginning to get past that initial phase of leveling up, and it features nice, detailed, simple graphics with plenty of parallax action and a really brilliant soundtrack with head-bopping tune after head-bopping tune. I really enjoyed this game quite a lot. It's easy to get into and enjoy, and it's just a good entry-level RPG for newbies to have fun with. Another game published by Renovation called Exile got a Japanese and US release, and again another cancelled European version. It was part of Telenet's 2nd game in the Exile series. You take control of Sadler as you have to stop an invasion of your land. It's an action RPG with an overworld perspective as you explore towns and chat to NPCs, with the action switching to real-time side-scrolling hack-and-slash segments, which can be paused at any point to select items or commands from your menu system. And you don't go it alone either, as you can gather up a group of sidekicks to assist you. Locations can be selected from an overworld map to go, and then jump in to explore in more detail. This is another enjoyable, easy to play and get into action RPG for anyone wanting a bit more of a casual RPG experience, with good anime-style graphics and some nice tunes overall that fit the game really well. And the game I alluded to earlier that reminded me a lot of Saturn's Dragon Force was Warsong, as it's known in English, but better known by its Japanese title of Langrisser, published by Messiah. It's a big old turn-based fantasy strategy RPG, and was the first in a long-running series, and one of the only versions to receive an English translation and release. The game is made up with massive story elements and plots as your characters chat it up. You get to delegate generals to command over different groups of soldiers, and set up for battle, which takes a top-down grid-based viewpoint to move around and engage with the enemies. Depending on experience, the terrain, and your army group type will result in a win or loss, with experience gained Battles take a very long time and are pretty tough sometimes, with some employing special objectives as well, such as defeating a certain general for victory or just simply surviving a set number of rounds. The music in the game is absolutely awesome and complements the massive battles so well, with the graphics style, especially the menus and the characters, looking almost exactly like Sega's Dragon Force. Clearly Sega were fans of this game's look and style and translated that later to that Saturn classic. Overall though, Warsong or Langrisser is one of the best turn-based strategy games on the system, hands down, and is a must-play for fans of this particular genre. But the best dungeon basher for the year and the start of a massive RPG franchise for Sega was Shining in the Darkness, developed by Sega and Climax Entertainment. Climax was a brand new company set up in 1990 by Hiroyuki Takahashi and Kan Naito, who left Enix to form this new company. Shining in the Darkness was their first release. They also went on and did the second Shining game, Landstalker, Dark Savior, and Time Stalkers, plus many more. Takahashi is quoted as saying about the making of this game: "Because we were on such a tight budget, apart from the programming and graphics, I did nearly all of the work on Shining in the Darkness. I suppose the basic concept behind Darkness was realism. I thought it would be exciting if the player could actually travel to a fantasy world and walk around, exploring old houses, dungeons, and other places. It was in essence a continuation of the sense of excitement you'd get from moving through the dungeons in the older games such as Wizardry. You're the son of a famous warrior that has to traverse a place called the Labyrinth to find your dad and save the princess who's been held by Dark Soul." The game itself is a first-person dungeon crawler heavily inspired by the insane popularity of the Wizardry series in Japan, but it has a whole lot more to offer than that. There's three main areas to the game: the castle, where you can go talk to the king and his main advisors and progress the story. The town is where you can visit shops, the bar, church, etc., and get equipped up and talk to the many townsfolk. And the third part is the labyrinth itself, where the turn-based combat and quests are completed. You'll end up having up to 3 members in your party: yourself, a warrior, a magician, and a cleric. The labyrinth has 5 main levels to hack and slash and use your magic through. The game gives the impression of being easy, but it's deceptively challenging, but forgiving at the same time. If you die in the labyrinth, you'll be sent back to the town and half your gold will be taken away, but all your experience gain stays, so you'll always be getting further no matter what. The most charming aspect though is the graphics and sound. It has a wonderful, almost Don Bluth cross-anime look to it, and the insides of the castles and the buildings are presented in a film-styled look as you talk to characters and go about your business. The menus are also very inventive, with animated icons that they continue to use in the entire Shining series going forward, and it has an excellent score setting the mood for each area pretty perfectly. Even though the Shining series going forward became an excellent turn-based strategy series, Sega themselves did return to this first-person style for the excellent Saturn release of Shining the Holy Ark, a completely underappreciated gem from 1997. This is just a wonderful game. Whether you like this style at all or not, it's irrelevant. It's made with such a lot of charm and attention to detail, I think anybody could possibly enjoy it. And we'll finish off the genre with some rapid-fire looks at 3 RPG light games that didn't really fit neatly anywhere else. The Immortal by Electronic Arts was an Apple II port, an action dungeon crawler with you as a wizard literally trying to survive the 8 deadly levels. The game is known for its brutal difficulty and trial and error gameplay, but nevertheless has an addictive one more try element that'll have you coming back for more even though you secretly hate it. Rent a Hero was a Japan exclusive by Sega themselves, a mixture of RPG and a fighting game where you play a kid who becomes a superhero for hire. It has a really good sense of humor, it's wacky as hell in its quest design, and it has nice graphics and sound, and actually received a full English fan translation, making it possible for anybody to now enjoy the wackiness of this game. And lastly was Arcus Odyssey by Wolf Team, part of the Arcus RPG series. Although this entry itself leans heavily into the action RPG mold, it's a pretty fast-paced affair with good visuals, and if you like Gauntlet but with a bit more substance, then you definitely want to check this one out.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over now to some platform action games, mostly dominated by European and Japanese releases. So let's check out some of the European games first. Almost all of these games originated on the Commodore Amiga computer, and all are extremely European platformers in nature, which means lots of stuff to collect and expect to die a lot. The first two games originally made by Houston Consultants were Stormlord and Onslaught. Both these games are ports of Amiga versions, but still vary a bit from those. Stormlord, which ironically only got a Japanese and US release, and puts you in the role of Stormlord as you set out to rescue all the princesses from certain doom in a fantasy setting. It mixes platform action and puzzle solving, and a really steep difficulty level. I played the Commodore 64 version of this a ton as a kid and really enjoyed it despite the challenge. This version though is okay. It offers 10 levels in total and has decent graphics, although I feel they didn't really take advantage of the Mega Drive in any sort of way to enhance it. Probably a lot to do with them only using a 4 megabit cart as well, which makes it just more of a curiosity than anything else. Onslaught was a port of a 1989 Amiga game also by Houston Consultants, and also has a fantasy styled action platformer setting, and is a pretty slow paced action game with tons of weapons and spells to use. It was a pretty highly rated game for the Amiga version, but none of that really made it across to the Mega Drive version, unfortunately. It's a little bit faster than Stormlord, and I mean a little bit, but considering this is mostly an action game, it feels really clunky and unresponsive. The hard difficulty doesn't help, and poor versions of the Amiga music make it a bit of a disaster, and one to definitely avoid. Electronic Arts published two James Pond games, the original Amiga 1991 and the newer sequel, both in 1991. Both games are pretty fun action platformer style affairs, with you playing James Pond, a fish secret agent protecting the ocean from Dr. Maybe, who's polluting up the place, and this is obviously a spoof of the James Bond movies. Blast bad guys with your bubble gun, collect keys, and follow the main objectives to each level. The sequel spoofs James Bond and RoboCop, with the subtitle being James Pond 2, codename RoboCod. Dr. Maybe has now taken over Santa's workshop in the North Pole, and you have to save penguins, retrieve all the children's toys, and take out Dr. Maybe again. You have the RoboCod suit this time, which makes you stronger and allows you to stretch your body to reach new areas. Both games are pretty fun, weird variations on familiar genre tropes, but are still definitely their own weird games altogether. Check them out if you're looking for something a little bit fresh. Chuck Rock was next, by Core Design, an action platformer with a prehistoric twist. You play Chuck, a caveman that can, guess it, chuck rocks, and he has to save his girlfriend who's been kidnapped. It has 5 massive levels ranging from jungle, ice, cave, water, and graveyard, with bosses at the end of each one. It's an enhanced port with lots of little extras like parallax scrolling and a completely new soundtrack. The combination of humor, nice graphics, and little puzzles make it a bit more than your standard platformer, and is a pretty fun romp with lots of charm. And on the opposite end of fun was Shadow of the Beast, published by Electronic Arts based on Psygnosis's Amiga classic. It was a pretty scaled back version of the Amiga original with lots of elements missing, and feels like a real rush job of a port. The Amiga version is admittedly way more style over substance and is extremely basic in terms of gameplay, but it was still impressive with the graphics and music, and when you downgrade those significantly for the Mega Drive version, it's essentially very disappointing. And to add insult to injury, the US version wasn't optimized for NTSC machines, making the game move way too fast and compromising gameplay even more. Japan 1 year later got an enhanced version on the Mega Drive with better graphics, an end sequence added on, and much more balanced gameplay. And another Amiga Psygnosis port was called Fatal Rewind, better known as the Killing Game Show in its original 1990 format. I played this Amiga game very briefly before, so the comparisons are hard to make. It does have a few levels missing, and the graphics have been pared down a bit, similar to Shadow of the Beast. Overall though, it's still okay. You blast enemies and make your way up a level, and water which is slowly rising to drown you if you take way too long. It's a pretty simplistic game and feels like another quick EA port job, but the big European release though definitely had to be Turrican, a port to the 1990 Commodore 64 classic action platformer by mad genius programmer himself, Manfred Trenz. It's a port based on the 16-bit Amiga version, which is the same as the C64 one with 16-bit graphics. This game was a massive platform action exploration game with huge levels and blasting action, as you attempt to defeat a bioengineered organism and take back a planet for humanity. Your character is very versatile with massive jumps and being able to transform into a deadly disc, as well as a huge multitude of weapons from triple fire to an awesome laser whip. The Mega Drive version is pretty good. The graphics are solid and varied, and it moves at a really fast pace and is a great representation of the Amiga version. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the music, which are extremely pathetic interpretations of Chris Hulsbeck's excellent Amiga tracks and sound like utter garbage. Fortunately, the sound effects are so loud that it drowns out most of it, which was probably the intent. This was another port by Accolade, who went under their Ballistic label in their early console releases. They would later switch to the Accolade label in 1994. They would also port Turrican 2, sort of, in 1992, but we'll get to that bizarre story later. Overall, it's a good conversion, minus the abysmal music, and if you've never played this European classic, you really should. Two quick rapid-fire looks next with Decap Attack, which is an English reskin of Magical Hat we looked at earlier by Vic Tokai. It's a pretty good platformer with a full Halloween-style graphics makeover and new music and story, and almost feels like a completely different game. I feel it's actually better than the original. Another game, Dark Castle by Electronic Arts, for some reason appeared on every single system known to man and was never good on any of them, and is based on an original Macintosh version. Its abysmal control scheme, bizarre Mega Drive sound effects that'll make you scratch your head, and just plain painful gameplay make it just as useless as every other version of this game that actually exists. And now onto some pretty interesting Japanese releases, and we'll start with the combo of Valis and Valis 3, with the latter being the first release game on the system by Renovation. You play Yuko as she has to use the Sword of Valis to slay the Dark King Glamis, who attacked your world. It's a pretty standard by-the-numbers action platformer with a very slow pace. Jumping and slicing and special attacks are all here. The levels are varied visually, with some decent music, but nothing is gonna blow you away. The whole series is pretty much like this, to be honest. Valis, the original, also got a release. This, however, was a complete remake of the 1986 Japanese home computer versions, where you again play Yuko and get your origin story played out in cool anime cutscenes, and get to wield the Sword of Valis for the first time, which can also shoot projectiles with pickup upgrades. Every boss defeated in the game gains you new magic, which can be used to deadly results. It's got the same slow gameplay as Valis 3. That's definitely not going to appeal to everyone, but overall both games are definitely worth a try, as I feel their very Japanese flavor and looks and sound design make them pretty interesting. And also, like Yares, both received an excellent re-release collection for original hardware in 2022 by Retrobit. Another interesting title was Jewel Master by Sega's R&D2 team, a port of an abandoned, unfinished Sharp X6800 game that Sega enhanced, finished, and published. This is basically a Castlevania game on the system, long before Bloodlines would arrive, with some good platforming gaming action and a very interesting spell system where different rings can be worn on both hands, each with different powers of earth elements, and some combinations result in extra abilities. The levels, and especially the music, will bring on hard Castlevania vibes as you battle bosses and minions. It's a pretty decent game in a familiar style. Saint Sword is an action platformer by Taito, and is pretty much a Rastan Saga game where you have to hack and slash your way through another fantasy-filled setting, where the big difference is you can transform into different beast versions of yourself with new abilities for short periods of time to help you get past obstacles or help defeat massive bosses. It's got good graphics and music, but like the Valis games, it's pretty much just business as usual overall. El Viento was next by Wolf Team and published by Renovation, and is a very anime-inspired game in style like Valis. This time though taking place in New York in the 1920s, as you have to destroy a cult leader who's holed up in the Empire State Building. He's trying to resurrect a dark demon. As per usual, you play Annette with jumping, a boomerang weapon, and spells at your disposal. The levels are pretty well designed and have multiple parts with weird boss encounters. The big chunky graphics are pretty cool, even though the colors are bland and muted. I think it's a pretty overlooked game with some really cool music and excellent anime style storytelling, and is also part of a trilogy of games by Wolf Team that also includes Ernest Evans, who has a cameo in this game, and ended with Neto Futatabi, a Mega CD Japan only release. We also got Momono Hunter Yoko by Messiah, based on a Japanese anime series and a Japan exclusive game. It's a magical girl run and slice platformer with decent visuals, but really not much else. The levels are really confusing and the jump is super janky. The bosses are pretty interesting though, probably more to do with their anime design, but overall it's a pretty uninspiring attempt. Another game, Dana Megami Tanjo by RGS, which was also a Japan only release, but this one is vastly superior over Momono. It's a pretty fast-paced hack and slash platformer set in a fantasy world. You can think of it as a bit of a mix of Golden Axe and Saint Sword, with you having a host of sword slicing combos, big chunky magical effects, and the ability to ride on the back of beasts. Every bad guy in this game dies in a very satisfying blood-soaked manner, gushing away, and the music is pretty memorable. Dana is nimble with precise controls and interesting levels to fight through, and I'm pretty surprised it never got an English release, but if you want to play it in its full English story style, there is an English fan translation available for you to enjoy. And over to a game that doesn't really neatly fit into any genre, and that was Toe Jam and Earl by Sega. Put together by Greg Johnson on design and Mark Versanger on programming. It was a crazy 1 or 2 player game, although much better in 2 player, that finds 2 aliens, Toe Jam and Earl, that have crash landed on Earth. The whole goal of the game is to find all the parts of your spaceship, put them together, and zip back to your home planet of Funkatron. It was a pretty strange game with randomly generated levels, and pretty odd design ideas, like finding presents lying around everywhere, which have random items in them. These become your only defense against the madness that Earth throws at them. When Greg Johnson was asked where they came up with the character names, he said, "My old video game development partner Mark had a bit of a hearing problem, and when we were first making the game I told him that the names of the characters were Flow Jam and Whirl, which seemed like good hip-hop dance names. Mark heard me wrong and coded them as Toe Jam and Earl. I only noticed it when we were showing the game to Sega, and they liked the names, so we decided to keep them."
Wake up!
Gemma, Toe Jam and Earl.
Hello.
Big Earl, boogie boogie.
The game also employed a split-screen effect if played in 2-player, which let both characters search the same level but independently for ship parts and the exit, and it was a really fun addition to the multiplayer action. Sega were very confused about the game when they finally delivered it, according to Greg. Sega never really got the first game so much, recalls Greg. Their marketing department was like, this Toe Jam game is too weird. Let's just focus on the fast side-scrolling game with the angry blue hedgehog from Japan. Despite all this, the game became a cult hit and ended up selling over 250,000 units worldwide, boosted largely by plain good old word of mouth and extremely popular video game rental sales, which led them to go on to make the sequel, Panic and Funkatron, which we'll look at later. The funky humor of the characters, the absolutely wacky music score, and just plain weird gameplay make it an acquired taste game. But if you were adventurous, then Toe Jam and Earl will always be waiting. And the final game for this year was the one that took Sega to that next level, and cemented not only another #1 Christmas sales season for the company in the US, but also solidified their dominance in the 16-bit games market at that time, even if Nintendo fanboys in retrospect like to pretend that none of this actually happened. It simply did. In June 1991, Sonic the Hedgehog was released in the US, and in Japan 1 month later. It was a colossal hit almost immediately.
Sonic the Hedgehog! No fool. Come on, just show me what you got. Going fast is cool, going slow is not. Sonic the Hedgehog! No fool. Wild game, dude. 7 danger zones. You and Sonic speed through, or you are toast, son. Sonic the Hedgehog, the hot new game from Genesis Games. Systems and games sold separately. No fool.
But let's first rewind the story a little bit to just over 1 year earlier, to designer Naito Oshima, one of Sega's top designers, responsible for the first 2 Phantasy Star games. He came up with a whole cast of characters, with Eggman or Dr. Robotnik and Sonic being the most popular at Sega. Sonic was a combination of Felix the Cat and Mickey Mouse, with Sega's iconic blue color and the stripy white and red shoes. Although he was part of a band at this time and had a girlfriend named Madonna, things still needed some fine-tuning, obviously. Tom Kalinske was still looking for Sega's mascot. Former Sega US president Michael Katz had seen the early designs and hated it. Tom recounts Katz's reaction reaction to Sonic. Cats hated Sonic. I think there's some memo on a file somewhere. He didn't want anything to do with it. I was a little more pragmatic about it. I thought it showed off the attributes of 16-bit very well, the speed of movement and the colorful graphics. Then our marketing team did a bunch of revisions on the original Japanese character design so that it was acceptable for a US market. We got rid of the fangs and the aggression, and we added the red shoes, an alteration that Oshima is also credited for. He had a girlfriend named Madonna with this great cleavage. We got rid of her too. Oshima modified the character and made him more friendly and appealing. And while he was on vacation in the US, at that time he showed random people his sketches. They loved the new designs. But the game needed a team, however, to make it a reality. Yuji Naka and Hirokazu Yasuhara, Sega programmer and designer, joined Naito and formed the iconic Sonic team.
So when it comes to a personal favorite on the system, I realize this is not the best game on the system. This is just the one that means the most to me, and that's going to be Sonic the Hedgehog.
But if I had to pick a Genesis game that was my personal favorite, it would definitely be Sonic 1 because of what it represented to me at the time.
The original game, because that was the console with the pack-in and Sonic on the front of the box, and all the memories I had playing that game with my siblings, and the chip tunes, Green Hill Zone, Spring Yard Zone, Labyrinth Zone, Starlight Zone, they're all stuck in my head.
Sonic was a fast-paced action platformer that was quite different from the endless stream of platformers Nintendo and even Sega themselves had been putting out. Supersonic speed, secret areas, bonus stages, and brilliant level design put it above and beyond everything else. Yuji Naka was asked as to how he became involved with the game. Naito Oshima and I embarked on Sonic together. My first thought was that I wanted the player to traverse through the game world in a similar way to Ghouls and Ghosts, but sped up. So the very first part of the program that I finished was the smooth high-speed running action that later became the most iconic aspect of the Sonic games. Because we knew the game would move quickly, we initially chose a rabbit for the character, and then experimented with further ideas, an armadillo and a hedgehog. Oshima-san's hedgehog illustration was very stylish and best represented the speedy qualities we were looking for.
In order for me to get a Genesis in any games, I had to work my little butt off. So I spent my summer between 11 and 12 mowing the lawns and doing yard work, and that was especially tricky in the ghetto because not many people had lawns, so I had to just basically go door to door and try to get work and then try to get paid after I did it. That was another thing that a 12-year-old probably shouldn't have had to learn, but trying to go up and collect the money for the 3 lawns that you mowed that never paid you for. So when I finally got all that money, I finally was able to bring a Model 1 Genesis Sonic 1 home, plug it in and play it. It felt like victory. It felt like I earned it.
Sonic's development was pretty rapid and gave players 6 huge zones, not including the end stage and bonus zone, to play through, each divided up into multiple stages. Sonic speed meant levels could be tackled in any way. A massive speed boost to find the shortest way to the end. A more casual platformer approach, collecting all the rings, and if you got more than 50 collected, before the end of the stage you could get access to the psychedelic bonus stage, or you could approach it with a combination of both. Naka was also asked how Mario inspired Sonic's creation. Every time I played the first stage I wondered why I couldn't clear it faster, the better I got playing it. This feeling must have been the beginning of the idea for Sonic. As you get good at playing, you can run through the stage really fast. I think Sonic itself turned out to be a totally different concept to Super Mario Brothers, but I do feel it was a game that affected me very positively. I received Sonic in the classic pack-in game way, like a lot of people when I bought my Mega Drive. The moment I turned it on and heard that Sega chant and the music kicked in, my eyes and ears were in shock. I was in another world. Plugging in the headphones and pumping up the sound was an experience. Even doing it now still brings a massive smile to my face over 30 years later.
The graphics just blew me away, that initial, and they got better with every revision, but that original game just really made such a big impression on me and made me a Sonic fan from that day forth.
And if my first Genesis game was a stinker, that might have ruined the whole experience for me. But because I had worked so hard and I finally got it, and I plugged it in, and while I'd played Sonic 1 plenty of times before, I never played through it. So I remember playing Green Hill Zone and having that awesome feeling of like, yay, I did it. But even a couple of weeks later, when I kept playing it, that's when it really hit me. Like, wow, this is an awesome game. It's not just the same couple of levels over and over.
And so yeah, I have to go with the original Sonic the Hedgehog, no question.
If I had to pick an actual Genesis cartridge, it's going to be Sonic 1.
The music itself is a massive part of Sonic's success, especially the 16-bit trilogy itself, and was created by a Japanese pop band. Naka recounts the story. It was around the time when music in games was first getting exciting, so we asked Masato Nakamura, a member of Dreams Come True, a famous pop band in Japan, to make the music for each stage sound like it was based on each stage's image. Sonic also put a lot of pressure on us, not only in regards to the music, but the sound effects and jingles. We fixed these quite a lot to allow them to make players feel good while they play the game. You can't not hear the Sonic tunes every time you see an image or screenshot of the game. The Green Hill Zone theme alone is ingrained in my mind forever. Sonic was and still is a masterclass of game design, platforming action, and visual and audio stunner that's lost none of its initial charm all these years later. Tom Kalinske knew Sonic was the one to boost the Genesis and secure Sega's 16-bit future, and wanted to bundle it together with the Genesis for the big holiday season sales, taking a loss on the hardware and game financially, but boosting the installer base tenfold.
Now, get Sonic free when you buy a Sega Genesis system at its new price of $149.99.
He had to fight Japan for permission, but they eventually relented, and the combo was released at a reduced price as well, and completely stole a massive chunk of Nintendo's Super NES launch success and boosted Genesis sales with a reported 15 million units of the Sonic bundle sold. And with the average buying rate at that time of 3 games bought with every console sold, Tom's plan was a massive success.
In terms of what I would recommend, it depends how you want to kind of play it really. I'll start off by saying go for the Mega Games collection because it's multiple games in one cartridge, and I think if you're short on space or maybe you want to save a few quid, sometimes the Mega Games collections can be really, really nice games to start off with. And of course, you've got the Sonic games, you've got the Streets of Rage trilogy. 3 is ridiculously expensive, but nonetheless, I think they're staple games and that's where I would start.
Tom's plan to package Sonic as the pack-in game for the Genesis was seen as madness by Sega of Japan, but yet again it was another bold move which helped Sega win the coveted Christmas spending season for the 2nd year in a row in the US, their biggest market, and of course stealing a lot of the Super Nintendo's thunder, at least initially, by outselling Nintendo's new system by 2-1. Over in Japan at the tail end of the year saw the release of the Mega CD, Sega's first big add-on, not including the power-based converter, for the system, giving it the ability to join the PC CD-ROM revolution and the future format for gaming in general. But this is not the story of that said system, but hopefully I'll get to explore it in this format in a future video, so look out for that. And thus ends 1991.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
That happen?
That wasn't too bad, kid.
Pretend it's a game.
Rio, can we take a picture with you? We even took a bath.
Okay, everybody ready?
Ready.
Smile.
Sega's arcade division was burning up the arcade charts with hit after hit, but the gap had jumped yet again dramatically, with the newer arcade hardware outgunning the Mega Drive to the point where Sega couldn't rely on much more arcade ports like in the early years. Original characters, new franchises, and third-party support was the way forward.
Our sales right now are up about 50% versus a year ago at the consumer level. The market is down. I think that's an indication of where the consumer is going.
Their new advertising campaign was in full swing, bringing the cool factor and taking potshots at Nintendo wherever possible, with the Blast Processing series of adverts highlighting the Mega Drive's faster CPU over the Super Famicom's. At least that's what the marketing department wanted you to focus on.
The Sega Genesis has Blast Processing. Super Nintendo doesn't. So what's Blast Processing do? What if you don't have blast processing?
Because faster obviously means cooler. And with the sequel to Sonic on the way, Sega were hedging their bets that this campaign would make all the difference. As per Kalinski's plan, Sonic, Sega's now flagship mascot, was becoming a household name. The Genesis Sonic pack was a smash hit, stealing a lot of the Super Nintendo's launch thunder. But Nintendo's roots in at least North America and Japan were deep, with the older generation literally referring to video games as Nintendo, as if nothing else existed. The console wars were just getting started, and Sega and Nintendo were encouraging it. After all, it gave the media a dramatic title to slap in magazines and dodgy news programs, and basically gave both companies free advertising. But the real bonus of this outlandish term was for the consumer, as each company was trying to outdo each other, which meant better quality games from both sides, price drops on systems and software, and fan bases becoming more loyal to each brand, making long-term customers for both sides. It was basically a win-win for everybody.
I only grew up with the US library, and on top of that, as a kid, I didn't even realize the games were different in other regions, or some games just weren't even available here versus there.
I never had the opportunity to play any Mega Drive games from Europe or Japan or anywhere else.
I kind of suspected, and I remember sort of talking about it with my friends, but don't forget that stuff like that is very context heavy. Back in the day, we didn't have internet to talk over. You're just talking to the people in your neighborhood.
Obviously, being from the UK, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as Japanese copies. There were no such thing as NTSC or North American copies. It was all PAL.
Looking back, I think the Genesis library I grew up on was pretty diverse, you know? We had everything from Sonic the Hedgehog to Golden Axe to Disney's Aladdin and Castle Illusion starring Mickey Mouse to Streets of Rage, Super Monaco GP for racing.
And where I grew up, on the east coast of the US, we never really talked or even heard of games from other regions, at least in the small area that I grew up in. However, I do think the US library offered something that was pretty awesome at the time, and that's sports games.
So my library was actually very, very limited to just PAL.
Now later on we would get games like Streets of Rage 2, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles with the lock-on cart, Vector Man 2, Sonic 3D Blast.
Now, when I say that, I think most people kind of roll their eyes because they picture 16-bit era sports games as that dollar junk bin at the retro store that's been sitting there since the store opened and never sells. But you gotta remember, even today, every year when a new sports game comes out, it's pretty exciting. And then just a year or two later, that game feels old and in the junk bin, even though it isn't. It's just kind of not up to today's standards as everything's evolved.
I think I never played like a Japanese imported game until I think I had some on the PlayStation, but other than that I never played anything imported until moving to Japan, which I guess it's not imported anymore, it's domestic now.
Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Sonic Spinball, lots of Sonic games. We were a huge Sonic fan household, but we didn't play a whole lot of RPGs back then, actually. So the Shining series wasn't something I got into until later.
I remember when Joe Montana Football 94 came out, I loved that game. I thought that was the absolute perfect blend between sports strategy, but as well as an arcade feel. So it was basically as fun as Tecmo Bowl, but light years past the complexity, but still something that anybody who just knows what American football is could pick up and start playing pretty quickly. And I think there were a ton of sports games on the platform that in that moment, in that era, were such a massively big deal and could so easily be overlooked today.
And now let's flip on over to this year's very diverse set of arcade conversions and start with T2, the arcade game, originally made by Midway in 1991 and a monster smash hit of a light gun arcade game when released. The Mega Drive port was done by Probe, and even though it's scaled back quite a bit, playing this game at home in 1992 was pretty damn epic, I'm not gonna lie. Always a favorite at the arcades with friends. This version also supports 2-player action and the use of Sega's Menacer light gun.
When I play Terminator 2 with the Sega Menacer, I'm not afraid of deadly hunter killers, the indestructible T-1000, endless endoskeletons, the evil Skynet, nothing.
If you've never played it, it's an on-rail shooter following the plot of Terminator 2 the movie, with roughly half the game set in the future and the second half in the early 90s with John Connor as a kid. You have unlimited machine gun fire, which has to be charged to maintain its strength by stopping every few seconds. There's also tons of rapid fire styled pickups and rockets for those big vehicles and bosses. The graphics have all been redrawn due to the arcade's massive scaling effects that the Mega Drive just couldn't pull off in that sort of way, but it all still looks pretty good with decent music and sound effects. Playing 2-player is a heck of a lot of fun and makes the latter Revolution X conversion look like gold in comparison. There are multiple Terminator games on the Mega Drive and Mega CD, and this is a pretty good addition to the series. Captain America and the Avengers is a scrolling beat-em-up by Data East based on their 1991 arcade game. It's a pretty fun scrolling brawler featuring a version of Marvel's Avengers at the time. You can choose between 4 characters such as the Vision, Iron Man, Captain America and Hawkeye, and can be played in 1 or 2-player modes. It is obviously a scaled-back, shortened version of the arcade, but still retains the look and feel pretty well, with a mixture of side-scrolling beat-em-up action and straight-up shoot-em-up action, mixed together with tons of boss smackdowns with the Red Skull's Rogue Gallery. It's pretty decent overall, a bit repetitive, but that can be said for any game in this genre of course. And another Data East conversion was called Two Crude Dudes, also a scrolling beat-em-up, and a port of their 1990 arcade game, done by the same team that did the Captain America conversion. It is supposed to be a sequel to Dragon Ninja, although the association is pretty loose. It does keep the same side-scrolling Kung Fu Master style beat-em-up gameplay, and the plot is almost the same, but this time taking place in a post-apocalyptic future where the US government has hired 2 crude dudes to enter New York and take it back from a massive gang that has taken over. So it's basically Escape from New York with WWF wrestlers. The Mega Drive version keeps the 2-player option, and the gameplay is all there, including being able to pick up and smash giant objects like cars and chuck them at poor unsuspecting henchmen. The game also sports an additional bonus stage that isn't in the arcade versions, and overall it's pretty damn fun. Still scaled back a bit, but the Mega Drive does this style of game pretty well, so it's not that noticeable. And like almost all Data East games of this era, it has 3 different names, so you may also know it as 2 Crude or Crude Buster. And Data East's final conversion for this year was Atomic Runner from their 1988 arcade. This one is also simply known as Chelnov or Atomic Runner Chelnov. This is a really excellent remix of the original arcade game, not simply porting it but remixing and adding to it for this awesome release. The game's plot has had a complete overhaul, removing the poor taste plot and Chernobyl references of the original for a more future fantasy type setting. Gameplay is mostly the same. It's a forced side-scrolling action platformer, with you being able to switch from front to back fire for various situations, with a heavy dose of weapon pickups, and the enemy variety and stages are really well done, and there's always surprises and light gameplay additions around every corner. The graphics are small but very detailed with some great music tracks, although Chelnov can still only take one shot to take him down, which initially makes the game very hard until you get the flow of the gameplay, but once you do, it's a total blast, and it actually turns out to be better than the arcade, at least for me anyway. Toki was next, also known as Juju Densetsu in Japan, a loose port of TAD Corporation's 1989 arcade. This game, like Atomic Runner, is a complete overhaul of the original, and is basically a remix with lots of additional content exclusive to this version. Toki is about a caveman who gets turned into an ape and his girlfriend gets kidnapped by some dodgy wizard, that old chestnut. It's essentially a side-scrolling action platformer with you able to pick up multiple different power-ups to blast enemies and bosses. It's also a one-hit kill game, which makes it quite difficult in the beginning, and you'll need a lot of practice to get far in this game. The levels are divided into multiple sections now, with added levels for this version specifically, plus lots of new power-ups, and a revamped story intro. The game was made by Japanese company Santos, who mainly did mahjong games like the madness that is Mahjong Cop Ryu, which is a bit of mentalness where you can play against knockoff versions of characters like Dirty Harry, Robocop and Arnold. It only got a Japanese Mega Drive release obviously, much like another cool game they co-developed called Battle Golfer Yui, which we'll have a look at later in more detail. Overall, this version of Toki is pretty damn good, and if you like the arcade and want a slight variation on it, then this is a must-get. Taito is up next with a port of their arcade hit Kadash from 1989. This game is probably more associated with the turbo graphics than even the arcade version, and is pretty well known in that respect. This Mega Drive version falls somewhere in the middle. The game itself is a fantasy action platformer with light RPG elements, where you have to rescue a princess who's been kidnapped by a demon and held in an underground castle of Kadash Smash. This version is scaled back a bit, with the most notable aspect being that you can only now choose 2 characters out of the 4 in the beginning, with the Barbarian and Wizard being playable, but the excellent 2-player mode is still intact, and is a really great way to experience it. The constant upgrading of your character levels makes killing random beasts a lot more satisfying than normal for this type of game, and if you like games like the Valor series, then you'll feel right at home here. It's a solid version of the arcade, although I'd still recommend the turbo version over this if you have a choice. And now a few rapid fires before my favorite arcade reveal. First up is Paperboy, a port of Atari's 1984 Paperboy simulator published by Tengen. It's a pretty straightforward conversion, missing some of the dodgy speech samples but having others to replace it. Deliver papers, survive the neighborhood, and go to the BMX bonus track. It's simple arcade fun action. Ramparts, also published by Tengen, is a conversion of Atari's 1990 turn-based action strategy game. A very unorthodox style of game for the arcades, but it still works pretty well. This is a no-frills conversion, but still good, if a bit simplistic. Smash TV, or Super Smash TV as it's also known, is a good conversion by Probe of the 1990 Robotron-styled arcade shooter by veteran Eugene Jarvis. It's also a no-frills port, just a straight chaotic Williams arcade action, and if you've seen the movie The Running Man, it's basically a video game version of it. Wani Wani World is a heavily edited and revamped port of Kaneko's 1991 arcade Berlin Wall. If you've ever played the early 80s arcade game Space Panic, it's basically a cute version of that, smashing creatures through holes in the floors that you make, dropping them to their death. It's fun, addictive, and has really nice graphics, and is well worth tracking down this Japanese-South Korean exclusive. And the Double Dragon garbage train continues with a really subpar, which is putting it mildly, conversion of the 1987 beat-em-up classic by Technos. This one done by Accolade. The sound effects are absolutely pathetic, it moves way too fast, the action is super unsatisfying, and overall could have been a really accurate and easy conversion, but alas, yet again, this series just can't catch a break on the Mega Drive. And now on over to the final arcade conversion, which was Sunset Riders by Konami, based on their 1991 arcade run-and-gun western classic, which is basically Contra in the Wild West. This is another one of those remixes that we started to see a lot on the Mega Drive, mostly due to the fact that arcades were always evolving, but the Mega Drive hardware was staying the same. They had to make compromises. This one still follows the arcade mostly, but has much shortened levels that are split into different parts, and also different bonus stage. It also only has 2 of the selectable characters, but most of this is more than likely due to the cartridge size they decided to use, and not performance, as what's here is pretty damn good and accurate to the arcade flavor. This game, like all Konami's arcade hits of this era, was super popular. It's run and gun, multiple weapons, and epic boss fights set with the Old West themes, and that pumping western music was an irresistible force in the arcade, and I feel this Mega Drive version is pretty fantastic. It still retains its 2-player simultaneous mode, plus a Mega Drive exclusive versus mode, and despite not being a beat-for-beat arcade port, it's still an excellent game to play. I'm sure purists shun this game, but I still really enjoy it. Konami were again just knocking it out of the park in both the home and arcades. Like some sort of unstoppable force, Sunset Riders was another gem in their crown. The licensed game frenzy was ramping up in terms of quantity in 92, but not as much as peak 93-94, but it was almost there. Let's first check out a trio of Disney games of varying quality with Tailspin, Ariel the Little Mermaid, and World of Illusion. Let's start with the weakest of the bunch, which is unfortunately Tailspin, one of the best cartoons to come out of Disney's 90s Saturday morning fun factory. A cross between Jungle Book and Indiana Jones. Like the cartoon, it features Baloo and Kit as they try to deliver goods to various clients in their cargo plane, and of course crazy adventures ensue. You can pick either character as you attempt to pick up all the cargo in each level. It's about as generic and as bland as an action platformer could possibly get, with everything feeling like they just phoned it in on a late Sunday afternoon. The platform segments are broken up with the much better side-scrolling shooter-style flying stages, but even those can't save it from mediocrity, which is a real shame as the subject matter deserved way better. Ariel the Little Mermaid fared a little better, but not that that much and loosely follows the plot of the film. You get to play Ariel and King Triton as you attempt to rescue all the mer people and take out Ursula over its very short 4 levels. I actually bought this game in the 90s with Tailspin, and I managed to complete this entire game on my first go. It's just way too short and easy for anyone with even the slightest bit of skill. And feel like with Tailspin, it was a real rushed effort just to get something out on the shelves. A bit more time, adding a few more levels, and maybe a gameplay switch or two, and this could have been really great. As it stands though, it's recommended for younger players or really die-hard fans of the movie. But the best of the bunch was definitely World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, an excellent continuation of the Illusion series, which started with Castle of Illusion we looked at earlier. Mickey and Donald find this weird mysterious box which sends them to the land of illusion, and they basically have to escape from this weird world. It again is an action platformer with you either picking Mickey or Donald, with both having slightly altered levels to complete. But the game was really designed to be played in 2-player co-op mode, and that's where it really shines, as you each get to help each other solve puzzles and navigate to the 5 levels that are truly visually very impressive, from the Alice in Wonderland forest to the cloud-filled carpet ride and the undersea caves. It's just a total visual feast, as is the excellent animation. The 2-player gameplay is quite excellent, using a seesaw to launch to a new area, then throwing down a rope to pull up your friend, or just jumping on your shoulders to gain extra height. It's all very inventive, and it's just tons of fun to figure out all these things together, and it was probably my most played co-op game I played back then. The difficulty was also just right, being a challenge but also not that annoying in any sort of way. It almost seemed like Disney and Sega put all their effort into this one game and farmed out the other 2. Regardless, the visuals, co-op gameplay, and whimsical music make World of Illusion a fantastic game overall, and another one I would highly recommend you check out. Now a few quick rapid fires with Krusty's Super Funhouse, published by Acclaim, based on Krusty the Clown from the Simpsons cartoon show. It's an okay puzzle game that was originally a game called Rat Trap on the Amiga that got quickly altered to be a Simpsons tie-in game once Acclaim got the license. Bart vs. the Space Mutants, also by Acclaim, is another Simpsons game that has you as Bart trying to uncover an alien takeover of Springfield, and appeared on pretty much every system under the sun at the time. It's an average action platformer that people either love or hate. X-Mutants, published by Sega, based on Malibu Comics series, is a pretty good action platformer with 11 levels and multiple characters to choose from. It's not going to win any awards in the originality department, but overall it's a solid experience. Superman is an okay side-scroller by Sunsoft that's not as good as their Batman game, but better than most Superman efforts that were put out at the time, although that's not saying too much. And lastly is Mick and Mac as the Global Gladiators, a McDonald's tie-in game by Virgin, which has great production values in visuals and sound. But revisiting this action platformer, the gameplay comes across as extremely repetitive, and I was kind of disappointed as it was a 90s favorite. You're better off playing Treasure's McDonald's game instead. And now let's check out the movie license games. Let's start with Predator 2, published by Arena, based on the 1990 sequel to one of the 80s best action flicks, and a damn fine sequel of a movie in my opinion. The game puts you in the role of Lieutenant Harrigan, a cop who goes around blasting a whole bunch of local punks in downtown Los Angeles, as well as getting drugs off the streets and rescuing hostages that the gangs have kidnapped, and the Predator is trying to hunt and kill. Save all of them and it's off to the next level. It's a very quick-paced arcade-style game, which wouldn't have looked out of place at your local arcade sitting right next to Alien Syndrome. The overhead shooting action is pretty fun, with backdrops from the movie such as the streets of LA, the subway, the meat storage facility, and the Predator spaceship, all from the major movie set pieces. The game is mindless fun. The multiple weapon pickups and streams of punks to waste, and having to deal with the constant threat of the Predator trying to kill you as well. It never lets up for a second until those digitized intermission screens where your only breather comes. It's got decent if unremarkable graphics, okay music, and some pretty good sound effects, which really sell the carnage big time. A fun forgotten Mega Drive obscurity. Universal Soldier was next by Accolade, published on their Ballistic label, based on, if you can call it that, the Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren movie of the same name, that I probably watched about 1 million times in the 90s. Accolade already published Turrican on the Mega Drive, and clearly had the license for Part 2 as well, and then acquired the rights to the movie and needed needed a quick turnaround release to cash in. Hence, with a few minor graphical tweaks, and I really mean minor, the computer classic run-and-gun platformer Turrican 2 was now Universal Soldier. This unholy mashup still messes with me. I can't really hate it, as at the end of the day, the game is still the absolutely awesome Turrican 2 in almost all its glory, but it was the only version of this game available officially on consoles in the US for a good few decades. If you can look past some alterations like sprite changes and some boss mix-ups and slightly altered levels, you're in for one hell of a good time with that excellent Manfred Trends gameplay and in-your-face action of the Amiga and Commodore 64 classic. Batman Returns, published by Sega, was an adaptation of Tim Burton's sequel to one of 1989's biggest box office movie hits. The movie was perfect fodder for games, and there were a lot of different versions of this movie in game form, an aspect, like I previously mentioned, I miss about those old licensing agreements. This modern one version nonsense is so lame. The game is, as you can probably guess, an action platformer, which was the 90s go-to for movie games. Batman has all his usual gadgets, from batarangs to his grappling gun and the ability to glide with outstretched wings. The game had a really dark and depressing visual look, much like the movie, and I personally found it to be a pretty good playthrough, although it's nothing special in any sort of way. The 7 stages have enough interesting elements and switch-ups to keep your interest, but the story elements are almost non-existent, so if you haven't seen the movie, then you're out of luck in that regard. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was next, published by US Gold and developed by those dodgy folks at Tiertex, an almost universal stamp of poor quality. Almost. Based on the last genuinely great Indiana Jones movie from 1989, it originally released with the adventure game, and this one was referred to as the action game. 2 Last Crusade games for 2 completely different audiences. A really brilliant idea. I played and completed this on my Commodore 64, so playing a 16-bit version of it in the 90s was quite a treat back then, but was it really a good version? Yeah, I guess, sort of. It's got a lot of issues, from some dodgy collision detection, and I really found that dark black outline graphic style on everything to look really ugly and dated, but still, as an action platformer, at the end of the day, it's still okay. The point-and-click adventure game on DOS is vastly superior if you want to play an adaptation of this movie, but overall, this is the least offensive game Tiertex ever managed to make for the Mega Drive, so I guess we should all be thankful for that. Home Alone was an adaptation of the classic John Hughes comedy from 1990, another game with many rubbish published adaptations. This Sega published version, though, is the only one that genuinely represents the movie in any logical way, as you play Kevin defending the entire neighborhood against the wet bandits' home invasions. With 5 houses to defend overall, an interesting crafting system that allows tons of wacky gadgets to be made to slow down the bumbling criminals. Its downfall is that it becomes too samey too quickly and therefore slightly tedious, but it's still, at least from a movie plot point of view, represents the subject matter pretty well. But the best 2 movie games were both made by one company, Probe, who hit their stride in formula perfectly here to deliver 2 games from 2 different science fiction classic franchises, with The Terminator and Alien 3. The Terminator was based on the 1984 movie of the same name, with you playing Kyle Reese from the future, who has to stop a Terminator from killing Sarah Connor, whose future son John will launch a resistance against the machines. Alien 3 was based on the 3rd Alien movie and directed by David Fincher, an extremely divisive movie, and it has Ripley stranded on a prison planet with a bunch of scumbag criminals, and a prison filled with xenomorphs. Unlike the Terminator, though, this is much looser with its story adaptation. Both these games take the form of run-and-gun styled action platformers. The Terminator is much more straightforward and represents the movie pretty well. From the future war level, the police station, disco club, it has all the movie's most iconic scenes, as you shoot your way through every level with unlimited ammo for your guns, which is totally awesome, plus limited explosives for barriers and desperate times. Dave Perry was the lead programmer on this game, and his usual animation flair and attention to detail shines through, making this a really great adaptation of the classic movie. All the levels look really cool, the sound effects are super satisfying, and the music by legend Matt Furness is the icing on the cake, delivering fast-paced tracks that hype up the action tenfold. Alien 3's approach was also frantic, with Ripley needing to run around the prison facility under a strict time limit to save trapped prisoners. The game wisely throws out some of the movie's plot points, like no weapons and only having one alien. Instead, the game is set in the movie's location, but uses all the best elements weapons from the Aliens movie, the second one, meaning the facility is teeming with thousands of xenomorphs to massacre around literally every corner, and they give you all the cool weapons from that movie as well, with a pulse rifle, flamethrower, grenade launcher, hand grenades, which makes this game simply ultra cool. Matt Furness also did the music for this one, and it's even better, with tons of excellent fast-paced numbers mixed in with really intense brooding tracks, and it really does amplify the gameplay with simply sound alone. It's a pretty tough game though, much harder than the Terminator, but the sheer atmosphere and the satisfying implementation of the weapons make it still one of my favorite games on the system. And the last bunch for licensed games are pretty random, so let's start with Batman: The Revenge of the Joker, which was published by Sunsoft based on the DC Comics version of the character, and was a US exclusive Genesis release. It's your standard action platformer with you needing to stop the Joker, who's stolen some materials to make a bunch of bombs, and you have to travel to his Demented Island compound to take him out. The game looks straight out of the comic books of that time, giving the visuals a much brighter and more colourful style, as opposed to the two other Bat games that were already out for the system, both based on the dark Tim Burton movies. The music is pretty upbeat and enjoyable, although it's a bit out of place for a Batman game, and the level variety visually is pretty cool. Gameplay is run-of-the-mill though, with lots of robots, weird creatures, and mini-bosses to take out. It's all really quite odd for a Batman game, but still it's much better than the game reviews would have you believe from that time. Tasmania by Sega was based on the Warner Brothers cartoon of the 90s starring Taz, the out-of-control Tasmanian devil. The game's plot is as ridiculous as that show was, with you going out to hunt for a giant seabird's egg, so you can have unlimited omelets for breakfast. Yes, that is the plot. The game features your typical action platformer elements, where you simply have to make your way through the end of a level and taking out any obstacles or creatures along the way. You can use your tornado spin, chuck objects at things, or eat chili peppers, which turns your mouth into a flamethrower, frying everything to death. The game is pretty huge also. It has 17 levels, and yes, as per gaming rules of the time, that also includes an obligatory minecart stage, because 90s. The graphics are really good with an exceptional cartoon style to them, and the animation is great too. The music, however, is god awful. It's just a series of short jingles that play whenever things are triggered on screen with some bland background tune. It doesn't kill the enjoyment, but it's pretty damn distracting. If you can somehow manage to get yourself past that, then it's a pretty good representation of the series. Toxic Crusaders was another game based on a Saturday morning cartoon, and a firm favorite of mine, with its bizarre characters and wacky humor, which in turn is based on a Troma film from 1984, the low-budget awesomeness that is The Toxic Avenger, and this game was another US Genesis only release. It features Toxie and a pal, as it has a two-player co-op option, trying to stop aliens from invading Tromaville in a standard side-scrolling beat-em-up formula. Its 6 levels, however, overstay their welcome and are way too long and seem to never end. The gameplay is very bland and mindless and becomes annoying pretty quickly. It's really a shame, as I'm a huge fan of the cartoon and movies, so this was a pretty disappointing game. Having said that, the new scrolling beat-em-up for modern consoles is looking like what this should have been, so there's still hope for us Toxie fans, and I got to meet Lloyd Kaufman, president of Troma, recently, so the dodginess of this game has kind of been washed over in my mind. And the final licensed game was another fantastic Konami entry called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist, or Return of the Shredder in Japan, and was another entry in the Turtle side-scrolling beat-em-up action formula that Konami first perfected in the arcades. Taking its look and style from the cartoon series of the time, this Mega Drive version is a big mashup of multiple Turtles games all in one. It features levels from Turtles in Time on the Super Famicom, the original 1989 arcade game, and the Famicom Manhattan Project game, plus its own original stuff and extended level design. It has that addictive two-player gameplay intact of the arcade, with its 5 levels overall, and boss encounters featuring favorite bad guys like Krang, Shredder, Baxter, and even Rocksteady, plus many more. This game was absolutely amazing to play at the time at home. It honestly looked and felt just like an arcade game with its fantastic animation and endless action, plus a friend in tow, and came out right at the end of December 92, making it the perfect high-point ending for licensed games for that year.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
survivor of the Nostromo. Get away from her, you...
And now let's check out a couple of breakout or pinball games. This first title falls into the breakout territory with Bad Omen, as it's known in Japan, but in the West it's simply known as Devilish, the Next Possession. An ancient evil god turns a prince and princess into paddles, and you have to use a new orb of light to blast back against all the demons that have invaded your world. So basically you bounce a ball to break stuff back and forth. It's an interesting variation on breakout with cool twists like being able to flip the paddle into different configurations. And another aspect is that it's like a vertically scroller. As you smash stuff, you move up a level to a boss character before the next encounter. It has a very cool fantasy gothic style graphics and some really cool rocking music by Hitoshi Sakimoto, who also did Gauntlet 4's awesome soundtrack and the Saturn classic Radiant Silvergun. There are tons of weird power-ups, it has diverse looking stages, and a nice riff on simple gameplay. Make this a must for anyone that's looking for something just off the beaten path. The other title, Crewball, is a lot more traditional pinball game by Electronic Arts, with a weird Motley Crue license slapped on top. It was basically originally designed as a heavy metal pinball game in look and style, and was only slightly modified once they actually received the Motley Crue band license, which also included having a bunch of their songs in the game, with the best being Dr. Feelgood. It's a pretty basic pinball game. It has 9 different tables to make your way through, and was designed by pinball legends Mark Sprenger and Brian L. Schmidt. It's an enjoyable video pinball experience without being too memorable. If you want something truly crazy though and entertaining, then check out Codemaster's Psycho Pinball, which we'll look at later in a lot more detail. As it stands, it's simple and enjoyable, but just don't expect to be blown away. 1992 was a pretty stellar year for shoot 'em up fans, and we're going to dive straight into my personal favorite, which is Thunder Force 4 by Technosoft, also known as Lightning Force for its US release, which was the 4th game in the series overall. The Orn Empire is up to their usual shenanigans, and they send you to take out all their facilities over multiple planets yet again. You can choose which order you want to take the first 4 stages, and after that the remaining play out in a set order. The screen of play is absolutely massive. You can fly up and down and reveal huge areas of play, making it much easier to dodge and escape death, with the addition of being able to change your ship's speed on the fly as well. You can collect and have up to 5 different weapon types, which can be swapped out at will, giving the game a massive amount of quick thinking strategy to take into account when playing. The graphics are sublime, throwing every Mega Drive trick in the book at the screen, and the variety in looks and design is amazing. Music, as per Technosoft's high standards, is top tier stuff. Metal-infused rock tracks that get the blood pumping as the enemies explode with satisfying results. It was the last and arguably the best entry in the series on the system. Next was Soldies by Wolf Team, a port of a 1990 shoot 'em up from the Sharp 68000. This game was also released on the Mega/Sega CD under the name Soul Feast, and is honestly the better version to play, but the Mega Drive one is still a pretty good blast overall. It features 5 stages with a healthy dose of mid and end-level bosses to deal with. Depending on the angle your ship is moving, you can either open or close your weapon spread, giving you different attack varieties, and features a healthy dose of upgrades with lasers and missiles and more. The music is good, sounding very much in the mold of a Konami arcade game, and the graphics are mid-level. Some sprite flickering here and there, slow down on certain bosses when they take the stage, but nothing that affects the gameplay to a large degree. It's a good mid-tier shooter, but like I said earlier, definitely play the superior Mega CD or Sega CD version instead, and Retrobit also put out a new re-release of this game if you're interested in physical form. And our old friends Toplan were back with a port of Zero Wing based on the excellent 1989 arcade game. It was a horizontal shooter, something Toplan didn't do that often, as they were more well known for their vertical shooters. Toplan themselves though handled this port directly to the Mega Drive. This game is unfortunately more well known for its abysmal Japanese to English translation, which gave us the never-ending meme that is, all your base all belong to us. And bear in mind, that's not even the worst line in the game. As an arcade conversion though, Zero Wing is pretty damn good. It features 8 stages and the unique ability to tractor beam in enemies and use them as shields for yourself, or just launch them back at oncoming foes, plus a host of spread, laser and homing missile variants to pick up. The game has a much slower methodical pace to it, unlike most horizontal games at that time, but I kinda like it. I played the arcade pretty often and it's overall a good conversion, and like Soldies also received a physical re-release by Retrobit as part of the Toplan Shooter Collection for the system. Next was the bizarreness that is Biohazard Battle by Sega, known as Crying in Japan. Yeah, I have absolutely no explanation for that. It's a very strange horizontal shooter mixing in biomechanical and organic designs, weird sound effects, and a really odd soundtrack. Everything in this game seems to be made to throw off your expectations, which it totally does. As a shoot 'em up though, it's got 8 stages and multiple bioships to choose from, and can also be played in an excellent 2-player simultaneous mode. Collecting different colored orbs switches weapons, and if you keep collecting the same color, it upgrades them. This game is just weird, almost a cult classic in a sense. It plays well, has interesting levels and looks, and is one of the most unique in style at least shooters to ever grace the console. Next is the Steel Empire, or Empire of Steel depending on your region, a Japanese developed shooter by Hot B. The game itself is a horizontal shooter set in a steampunk style universe where the evil Motorhead dictatorship has taken over, and you have to choose either a biplane or a zeppelin to take them down. You can shoot in multiple directions and also have a massive smart bomb, with both the biplane and the zeppelin having different stats as far as speed and vitality go. There are 7 stages overall, with your usual huge assortment of steampunk style bosses and cool intermission story elements that play out like some old World War II propaganda movie. This is a pretty cool shooter, with the only negative being that the sound effects are really grating after a while, but if you can look past that, you're gonna have a lot of fun. And now on over to a few rapid fire reviews with Gadget Twins, a really annoying game published by GameTech, where you fly a plane and can punch stuff. It's as dumb as it sounds, with annoying gameplay and bland graphics. Uzu Kyobutsuyon is a strange South Korea only release by Samsung. It's weird and has bland graphics and music, and offers nothing new to the genre, and was the only Mega Drive game Samsung ever released. Xenon 2 Mega Blast is an Amiga conversion by Virgin of the Bitmap Brothers classic shooter. It's a bit of a mixed bag of okay gameplay and decent graphics, although the Amiga version is way better, and sports some god-awful music compared to the Amiga's classic score. It's like night and day. And lastly was Twinkle Tail, a Japanese only release, an excellent fast-paced run and gun shooter with great graphics and music, and it's really strange that this game never got an international release. And now back to the last 2 big shooter releases for the year, with Super Fantasy Zone by Sunsoft, part of Sega's Fantasy Zone shooter series starring Opa Opa, with gameplay almost the same as the original. Destroy enemy bases, then take out the big bosses, all the while collecting as much loot as possible, which can be used to upgrade your weapons and buy items. With 8 very colorful and cheery stages to shoot your way through, it's a fun game in the Defender mold, and is still, in my opinion, one of Sega's most underused franchises. It has awesome music, tough but fair gameplay, and you have a perfectly addictive arcade-style shooter. And the final shooter is Glaylancer, or also known as Advanced Buster Hawk Glaylancer, was released in 1992 on the Sega Mega Drive and published by Messiah. It was a physical-only release in Japan and Korea. The game was a horizontal scrolling shoot-'em-up developed by NCS, or Nippon Computer Systems, who were a Japanese game developer formed in 1980 and were defunct by the year 2000. The game was released through their distribution division called Messiah, and if you're an avid Japanese import gamer, you probably already recognize them for their heaps of excellent Japan exclusives, such as Cho Anarchy, Star Cruiser, Vixen 357, and many unconverted installments of the Langrisa strategy series. And back to Glaylancer, which delivers 11 levels of excellent shoot-'em-up action. At the beginning, you get to choose your weapon style and the way it behaves and helps you. For example, choosing reverse means extra guns will concentrate on foes attacking you from behind, or follow will target anything and track it until it dies. There's a whole bunch, and I suggest trying them all to see what suits you. The weapons are pretty varied, from powerful lasers to twin shots, the short range but brutal lightsabers,
lightsabers, bouncing shots, etc, etc. It's a nice mix and they all have their uses in certain levels. Another gameplay aspect that I like is the speed option, where at any time you can change the speed of your ship to escape or dodge fast, intense bullet situations. Unlike most shooters, this actually has a pretty cool story as well, all played out in anime style cutscenes, and continues between the levels for the whole game. The story involves a girl named Lucia who steals a prototype combat ship, the Lancer, in an attempt to rescue her father who got abducted by an alien race. So it's basically Iron Eagle in space. There's a lot of things to like here, from the impressive graphics and enemy variety, short but intense levels that don't overstay their welcome, and a really cool story which is not common for this genre of game. If you plan on getting a physical copy to play, the game is completely playable in its Japanese form. Even the menus are already in English. The story obviously will be completely lost in translation though, so you have to decide how important that is to you. A Japanese physical re-release was issued a couple years ago, but good luck on finding that. It was extremely limited. An English fan translation though is available, so playing it through emulation will give English speakers at least the full game experience. Overall, it's a pretty good game for fans of the genre to sink your teeth into. It's not the greatest shooter ever made by any means, but the combination of many little features make it well worth experiencing. This year's simulation and vehicle-style combat games had pretty much a mix of highs and lows, so let's rapid-fire quickly two that didn't quite hit the mark. Steel Talon's a helicopter action simulator, heavy emphasis on the action though, and a conversion of an Atari arcade game. It unfortunately is a mess of a poor attempt at 3D graphics, with a frame rate that dips when anything on-screen happens, so much so that it almost becomes unplayable to even see what you're doing. F-22 Interceptor proved that the Mega Drive was capable of this style of graphics and came out 1 year earlier, so it's kinda no excuse for this messy conversion, and is definitely one to avoid. Gary Kitchen's Super Battle Tank War in the Gulf by Absolute is an absolute mouthful and an attempt at a tank action simulator, similar to 80s Accolade games that mix these two genres so well. This one also misses the mark, and is just plain boring and extremely repetitive with almost no real tactics or strategy in its action. Gary Kitchen himself made a lot of classic games from Keystone Capers to Pressure Cooker. This one just doesn't work. Play M1 Abrams Battle Tank instead. Luckily though, Electronic Arts gave us a double dose of excellent action strategy helicopter simulators in two completely different styles, with LHX Attack Chopper and Desert Strike. LHX Attack Chopper was a traditional military helicopter flight simulator and a conversion of a 1990 DOS release. It puts you in the role of a US pilot that can undertake 30 missions in all your usual 80s troublemaking hotspots. Your main view is cockpit style and features almost everything from the excellent DOS original. You can also switch to a multitude of outside 3D views with solid 3D graphics and good sound effects and speech samples. The controls also feel pretty good. You have a plethora of missions that vary from night to day and tons of enemy types to gun down or simply rocket to death. It has a very similar vibe to EA's previous flight sim F-22 and feels like a good combination of action and strategy. And if helicopters are more your thing than jets, then this is well worth playing. And next was the start of a whole new popular series for Electronic Arts. Desert Strike burst onto the gaming scene in 1992 on the Sega Genesis, courtesy of Electronic Arts. The game's development got going in 1990 with then EA president Trip Hawkins chatting to designer Mike Posson and asking him to create a new game in the mold of Choplifter, one of Trip's favorite games. Mike was initially taken back by the offer, as he had worked for Electronic Arts previously in 1985 designing Deluxe Video for the Amiga, but he had never actually made a game before, and on top of that he wasn't even a fan of the then
then current linear platform style games that were ruling the consoles at the time. But despite that, he decided to go for it and started programming by himself immediately. I worked for 1 year on my own creating the game engine for what became Desert Strike. During the second year of development, I worked with John Manley of EA to build out the game. I wrote all the code for the game engine and the world builder. John was the creative force behind the plot and the fun factor. We worked together strategizing ways to fit the plot into the game mechanics. John Manley worked at EA and was a hardcore gamer and helped with the technical design and was the man behind the stories and writing of the entire Strike series. The one thing Mark didn't want was a linear game. He wanted it to be more open, sandbox in style, with you able to take things on as you wished. I wanted an open playfield where the player was free to roam the world and discover by trial and error how to progress in the game. The trick was to design the game AI and hints to nudge the player in the right direction. And now onto the game itself, which was an isometric helicopter action strategy game which mixed open world arcade style elements and large doses of strategy and planning. It was very different to any console game out at that time. The story for the game was heavily inspired by the 1990 Gulf War, with you, a hotshot military pilot, taking on a mission to stop General Kill Baba, a parody of Saddam Hussein, after he takes over the Arab Emirates and starts producing nuclear bombs which he plans to launch at the USA. You're sent in to take him out. There are 4 main campaigns in total, but each one is made up of many smaller missions and side quests. You have the freedom to go around the whole map, blasting and checking things out, and even completing missions or side missions, but will have to complete all the mini missions to progress the story and end a campaign. I thought you should be able to move freely about the world and just blow things up if that's what you wanted, but we had to have some way to progress through the level, so John and I came up with the mini missions and the snafu system. Each level had a main objective that you accomplished by completing a series of mini missions. When a mini mission was completed, the enemy AI became a little less effective. For example, an enemy's missile system range and accuracy would decrease after you shot up the nearby radar installation. The missions were logical and practical. For example, take out the enemy's radar system, then hit up the electrical grid and communications before rescuing some hostages. You had a map with full mission info, location of targets, and your all-important supplies. You needed to keep refueling to keep flying, pick up armor to fix damage, and of course pick up ammo supplies, both hidden all over the map or from some of your POW drop-off points. You were also equipped with a winch to pick up civilians, down pilots, and other hostages, and came equipped with 3 types of weapons: a machine gun, a smaller fast-moving Hydra rockets for taking out vehicles and watchtowers, and bigger, stronger Hellfire rockets for tanks and more intense situations. When you initially start the game, you also get the choice of a wingman. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses, and as you progress through the game, you'll have the opportunity to rescue other pilots, which can be used on further missions. The objectives themselves were fun and varied: knock out strategic targets, escort missions, rescues, etc., etc. Gameplay was excellent, with the perspective giving you a great view of the battlefield and allowing you to pull off some great maneuvering with the slick momentum of your helicopter. Graphics were also excellent, well animated and detailed, with a fantastic intro setting up the story and plenty of cutscenes throughout the game to advance the big plot points. One of the artists on the game was Amy Hennig, who would later go on to work on massive franchises like the Legacy of Kain series and the Uncharted games. The music was absolutely rocking, with one of the most memorable tunes on any Genesis game provided by Commodore 64 veteran Rob Hubbard, who had joined EA a few years earlier. His main score would be remixed for the rest of the 16-bit versions in various forms. All of these things combined to make a dynamite game, and one of my most well-played Genesis games back then. The game was a massive success for Electronic Arts upon release, becoming their biggest selling game ever up until that point. Not bad for Mark, as it was his first video game ever. The critical reception was just as positive, with the game receiving rave reviews across the board in every publication. It did take some flack for supposedly profiting on the Gulf War situation at the time, with even certain UK stores pulling the game off retail shelves. Of course, John Manley and I were inspired by events in the Middle East. Our original script working title was Beirut Breakout. We were surprised when CNN had a news report saying that Desert Strike was a game about the first Gulf War. Of course, there was no such connection in our minds, but the game's story was about a military dictator in a desert region. I suppose it was good publicity regardless, and only helped game sales. Overall, it was brilliant, and Mark's basic gameplay and design would remain almost completely intact for the entire series.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
and the platform action genre saw plenty of cool entries. So let's start checking them out and start with one of the best, Elysia Dragoon by Game Arts, the Japanese company that was formed in 1985 in Tokyo and gave us the Lunar Silver Star Story series and a personal favorite, Grandia, on the Sega Saturn. Elysia is another top quality game from them in the form of a run and gun styled action platformer. The story is slightly different depending on the region, but basically you play Elysia as you have to stop an evil sorcerer who's returned to Earth to cause chaos. The game is made up of 8 very diverse looking and playing stages as you blast your way through hordes of enemies, and features an auto-lock mechanic which helps mow down the scumbags quickly and efficiently with your multiple types of magic. And you're also accompanied by a pet sidekick which can help you out, and you can swap them out at will with 4 different creatures being available. This game just oozes quality from beginning to end, from the impressive on-screen action and level design to the excellent music score provided by Meccano, Game Arts' in-house band, who also did the brilliant Sega CD Sylphid soundtrack. The game speeds along at a chaotic pace with endless action and hidden areas to explore. It's an absolute joy to play. If you've never had the chance to try it out, you need to add it to your shortlist. You will not be disappointed. The Wonder Boy series continued with Wonder Boy in Monsterland by Westone and published by Sega. It's another very predictable and safe entry and sequel to The Dragon's Trap. The game sticks close to the older console version's roots with a bigger emphasis on story, with you needing to stop a monster invasion of your world. There is a lot of platforming, slicing and dicing, and picking up coins to buy items and weapons at your local shops. It has light RPG elements and design and is equally as fun as a hack and slash and a light adventure game at the same time. It's not going to win any originality awards, but what it does really quite well. Ernest Evans by Wolf Team was the second game in their action-adventure trilogy, started with El Viento and ending with Annette Futatabi, and was published by Renovation in the United States, which were like the working designs of Mega Drive releases, finding interesting Japanese games and bringing them to the West. Out of Wolf Team's trilogy, however, Ernest is my least favorite due to some really dodgy gameplay and design aspects, and reminds me a lot of Paul Norman's mess of a 1980s game called Caverns of Kafka, which relied solely on the main character's diverse set of moves that didn't quite work very well. Ernest Evans is exactly the same thing, just in 16-bit. The game has you scouring the world for 3 different idols. If someone else puts them all together, it ends the world. It's a very action platform style game with really confusing level designs, and Ernest being kind of a living ragdoll flopping around the screen. Even though the game is a bit of a mess, it's still mildly intriguing to see where it goes. And Japan also got an enhanced Mega CD version of this that was only released in Japan. It is definitely the weakest entry in Wolf Team's action-adventure series, but it still may be worth it for the curious-minded.
Hi, Dad.
Where you been?
Jeff's house. New Genesis game. Kid Chameleon. 100 levels. 1,800 screens. Longest I've ever played.
That's good, son.
Every time I changed helmets, I was someone else.
That's nice, dear.
Skycutter, Cyclops, Juggernaut. I kept transforming.
Everybody's saying.
Can't. Later, Mom.
What's with him?
He's just having an identity crisis.
New Kid Chameleon, the multiple personality game, only on Sega Genesis.
Kid Chameleon by the Sega Technical Institute is a unique and often forgotten Sega franchise that deserves a lot more love. It's a typical action platformer of the time, but with the abilities to take on different personas, each giving you new powers to the player to help complete different levels. The story is a new VR arcade opens up in your local neighborhood, but every kid that plays it gets caught up into the game, so you have to go in and save everyone. The game features just over 100 levels, all broken down into small bite-sized areas with lots of secrets and tricks to discover. The transformations are the best part of the game, with 9 in total, all allowing you to become different characters, like a knight with lots of strength, a tiny little fly who can get into small areas, a roving tank, a sword-wielding samurai, and just so much more. The platform elements are pretty standard but work well, as does the graphics, and the difficulty is set just right, and it features a bunch of decent catchy tunes as well. It's a pretty good platformer that gets better and better the further you go, learning all your new powers, constantly constantly makes the game feel fresh, even if the base gameplay is pretty generic. Overall, it's got a lot of charm and personality, which a lot of games lack. And now a bunch of quick, rapid-fire reviews. Magical Teruruto-kun was a Japanese-exclusive action platformer by Game Freak, makers of the excellent Pulseman. It's a very easy and simple game with wonderful cartoony graphics and a nice soundtrack, but was definitely aimed at a younger audience. Green Dog was a generic platformer where you play a surfer dude who gets cursed and has to reverse the effects. It plays like something like a better-looking Pitfall, but is inevitably extremely repetitive overall. Chakan the Forever Man by Sega is based on an obscure comic book and is a daft but decent action platformer, with you having to kill demons across different planes such as earth, fire, air and wind. If you like this style of game, it is definitely worth checking out. And a whole bunch of European action platformers next, with Gods based on the Bitmap Brothers original computer version. This game is hard as nails, but it's an enhanced version with a newly added intro and some pretty good in-game music which the original version never had. Risky Woods based on an Amiga game by Zeus Software is a bit of a remix of that game with slightly different graphics, sound and design, but still keeps the extremely hard as nails gameplay over its 12 levels. If you're looking for a challenge, then look no further and good luck to you, sir. Shadow of the Beast 2 is based on Psygnosis' Amiga version and is a sequel to the original that we looked at earlier. This is a pretty decent action platformer and I personally think it's better than the original, but that's up to debate. This Mega Drive version is okay, but if you want to play a console version, then definitely check out the enhanced Mega CD version that's vastly superior. And the last of the European ports is Galahad, based on an Amiga game called Leander, published by Psygnosis as well. It was the first game by legendary codist Traveller's Tales, and was ported to the Mega Drive by Electronic Arts 1 year after its original release under the Galahad title. It's a pretty well made and underappreciated action platformer spread across 3 worlds and 21 levels in total. As you, Galahad, have to go rescue a princess from some mad demented wizard. The game has a much more leisurely pace to it, especially for this style of game, meaning you're not constantly being attacked by enemies, and exploration and finding out all the hidden areas is definitely emphasized. You can also pick up loot along the way and use it as shops on armor and weapons, and the game also adds a lot of parallax scrolling that wasn't in the original Amiga version, as well as changes your main character, Sprite, to fit in with the Knights of the Round Table theme. This is a very cool game that nobody ever talks about anymore. Seed of Valis, published by Renovation, is another entry in the Valis series, although this one is a loose remake of 1989's Valis 2, but done in a cute chibi anime style, with a toned down difficulty for much younger players. It features tons of platforming and basic hack and slash action. You can also collect multiple weapons and armor, which can be switched out for different occasions, and your weapons and life can also be upgraded in an RPG light style. It's definitely not a top tier Valis game by any means, and more of an odd side game. It didn't really sell very well in Japan upon original release, making it the last Valis game to officially appear on the system. Todd's Adventures in Slime World was originally made by Epix for the Atari Lynx, and was an excellent action platform adventure game, and was brought to the Mega Drive by Renovation. It has you, Todd, who has discovered a new planet called the Slime World, which is infested with precious jewels, so you go out there to claim your fortune and glory. It's a big old exploration game with tons of gadgets to use and jewels to rob, aliens and traps to avoid, and even supports a multiplayer aspect. The visuals are definitely not as impressive as they were on the Atari Lynx due to the zoomed out feel of the aspect ratio, but overall the sense of exploration is really what makes this game, and you just never know what's around the next corner, which makes it intriguing to play, and is definitely something different to try out on the old Mega Drive. Next was Splatterhouse 2 by Namco, a direct sequel to their arcade original, an action side-scroller with light jumping sequences and plenty of gore, and was a Mega Drive exclusive sequel. The story is simple B-movie schlock. Your girlfriend Jennifer has been kidnapped and trapped in this haunted house, and the only way to save her is again to don the evil mask and embrace the beast within. Every level plays out like some sort of schlocky scene from a horror movie that you can't quite remember the name. The deadly road to the mansion with the big pulsating slug boss, the dark trap-filled basement with the exploding eye demon, the dodgy elevator from hell, and the maniac Cthulhu tentacle monster from the docks, to name a few. The levels themselves are very cool, loaded with weird creatures to murder, with plenty of shrieking sound effects, and that haunting theme tune intro just pulls you into the game big time, as does the rest of the soundtrack. Gameplay is as simplistic as it gets. Punch and kick stuff to death and use the occasional pickups like chainsaws and lead pipes for a bit of splatter action. My only gripe with the game is a slight delay in button presses to action, although this is probably more of a design choice, as Rick is based after the slow lumbering Jason, who's slow but deadly, and you get used to it pretty quickly anyway. Overall, I love it. Check it out if you're a fan of the original arcade, cheesy horror movies, and gore-soaked games, and I mean, who isn't? November 24th, 1992 was the most important day in the Mega Drive/Genesis's history. It was the simultaneous worldwide release of Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the sequel to Sega's most successful game ever released, on one of their home formats. The stakes were really high in terms of financially, as Sega had sunk $10 million into Sonic 2's marketing campaign, and the future success of the system was going to be measured by this single title, as to whether Sega could hold ground in the 16-bit console war against the juggernaut of Nintendo. Fortunately for Sega, the game was brilliant. You definitely need to check out Sonic 2 if you want to start somewhere. It's just platform gaming perfection. It's absolutely awesome. I love everything about that game, from the music to the graphics. Sonic 2's development was, however, not as smooth or as simple as people may assume. It definitely doesn't show in the end product though, which for me is one of my favorite games on the system ever. After Sonic's original release, Yuji Naka quit Sega over multiple reasons, including salary, time spent on the game, and a complete lack of support from upper management. And also designer Hirokazu Yasuhara left Japan as well and joined the Sega Technical Institute in California, who was headed up by Mark Cerny. Sonic Team essentially was disbanded. Cerny visited Naka in Japan and talked to him about joining STR in California, as he was going to pitch Sonic 2 to the higher ups. Here's what Yuji Naka had to say about it. As a computer programmer, it was always an ambition to work in Silicon Valley. I met Mark Cerny in the lobby at Sega of Japan right after we had finished Sonic. He invited me to visit his development team in San Francisco, and this got me thinking about a move to the US. When I visited Mark, Sega Technical Institute was located in Palo Alto, the heart of Silicon Valley. I found the working environment very attractive and made the decision to move. As for the job itself, I did often find it difficult to communicate with colleagues, but at the same time, the work was stimulating and enjoyable. The experience taught me about the importance of good communication in game development. Now, with most of Sonic Team back together, the pitch was made, which only left the team a very small window of development time to make essentially Sega's most important game. Here's what Mark had to say about the time frame. If I recall properly, the first game took 14 months. To try and create the sequel in 9 months with a culturally divided team was really stressful. One of the best features though that never really gets too much mention is the kind of co-op 2-player mode in that. What I mean is that the second player can control Tails, and he's basically immortal. The player 1 controls Sonic, and if Sonic dies, the whole game is over, so everything relies on Sonic. So this was a game that got played a lot when friends came over, because most of my friends didn't have a Mega Drive. It was, getting gaming stuff in South Africa wasn't as easy. It wasn't accessible to everybody. A lot of people... Also, computer gaming was way more popular back then, so to own a console was kind of weird. Sonic 2 improved on the basic design of the original in almost every way, from the gorgeous and diverse pixel art and stage design, to the music once again composed by Dreams Come True band member Masato Nakamura. STR were completely hands-off on his creativity, letting him do whatever he wanted, resulting in another brilliant soundtrack that's an absolute classic in every way. Here's Yuji on his aims to improve over the original's gameplay. Even by the time I'd left for the US, it had yet to be decided whether Sonic the Hedgehog 2 would go ahead. We were wondering if it was possible to develop a 2-player mode, so I was given 2 months to attempt a split-screen play mode and also try to speed up the game overall. I had experimented with a 2-player mode while making the first Sonic the Hedgehog, but we weren't able to include it in the final game. The 2-month period concluded with a successful prototype, so the decision was made to proceed. If we hadn't had that time to experiment, the second game wouldn't have gone ahead. In creating Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I was determined to exceed the speed of the original game, and so we invented the spin dash, whereby Sonic can propel himself forward at speed from a stationary position, which became one of Sonic's most iconic abilities. When my friends came over, we played that because it was the second player could be Tails and they could die as much as they wanted to. Obviously they hadn't played the game much, so I don't know whether that was like Sonic Team's plan when they made that game, to that mentality of that the second player could be somebody that was coming around or somebody that wasn't as good. You could put them on the second player and you could still play the whole game co-op and you could help each other. And I thought that was just super cool. It was very unique for the time. Such a great mechanic. It works so well. It's a great game. I'll definitely recommend checking that out. So many additions made this a jump over the original, from the new dash technique increasing the insane speed of the game yet again, the pseudo 3D bonus stages, the split screen 2-player versus mode, and of course the addition of the new character Tails, who could be played by a second player without the worry of dying and simply helping out Sonic, and was brilliant for young players or newbies that were joining in on the action without the consequences of dying. Here's Mark on some of the improvements over the original. We knew we needed a flashy bonus stage and ended up creating a pseudo 3D dash down a half pipe. Certainly it was visually exciting, though I never could shake my feeling that the gameplay had been deeper in the rotating bonus stage in the first game. We knew we needed more than that though. Naka-san pulled off some technical magic and created a split screen racing mode that turned out extremely well, and the team added another character, Tails. Sonic 2's development was a mad dash to the finish line, with STR eventually running out of ROM space on their cartridges and having to get Sega of Japan's approval to increase it for the game to remain on its tight release schedule. It all paid off in the end. Sonic made a worldwide debut on November 24th, 1992, although Japan got the game a couple days earlier, and it was a monster hit.
Listen up! Sonic 2 is here with 3D half-pipe, 10 levels, a smoking spin dash, a split screen so 2 can play, and blast processor. Back up! I love doing it.
Sega marketed the release as Sonic Tuesday and broke sales records in an instant, selling over 600,000 units on its first day in the US and 750,000 units in Europe in its first week, bringing in roughly $450 million in unit sales in 1992 alone, which adjusted for inflation is roughly 940 million, making it the second biggest selling game the Mega Drive ever saw behind the original Sonic the Hedgehog.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun, and pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free.
Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
Racing games were a real mixed bag this year, with some real highs and some dodgy lows. So let's start checking them out and start with
To win, to be number one, and to have fun at the same time.
Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco Grand Prix 2 is an arcade-style Formula 1 racing game released by Sega and was a sequel to their original arcade game. The biggest difference between these two was now the inclusion of the Senna license and all the multiple modes it offers, as opposed to the original arcade's only one track. You have arcade-style races as well as the Senna GP, which is basically the World Championship, plus a host of other options. Senna's input into the game was designing a few fantasy courses and giving the player his views on each of the real-life tracks. The game is pure arcade racing bliss. It's fast and addictive, with a pretty good learning curve. I've played a lot of Formula 1 games over the years, and even though the cars in this feel more like go-kart than racing cars, gameplay is still solid, making it an excellent expanded sequel to the classic arcade game.
アイルトン・セナスーパーモナコ GP2 メガドライブからレーシングゲームのナンバーワングリッドへ。
Lotus Turbo Challenge was next and published by Electronic Arts, originally based on Lotus Turbo Challenge 2, the Amiga version, by Gremlin Graphics, as the first game never made it to the Mega Drive. The game plays out very much in the style of Outrun, with short point-to-point timed segments spread out over 8 stages with over 60 checkpoints in between. It can be played in both 2-player versus split screen or single player, with a host of options. The game is a bit of a mixed bag for me. The music isn't even in the same league as the Amiga version on any level, and the actual racing is pretty good, but again, it simply isn't as smooth and seems to be at a lower frame rate. At least that's what it feels like to me anyway. It just feels like a bit of a rushed Amiga port that could have been so much better. It's still a good racer, but playing the Amiga version is highly recommended over this one. And EA definitely learned from this, and Lotus Rex 2, the sequel, at least on the Mega Drive, is a much better game, which we'll look at later. Next up was Chase HQ 2, published by Taito, and doing what Sega was doing by delivering a direct sequel to an arcade game straight to the home, even though Special Criminal Investigation is considered the arcade sequel, or button name I guess. The formula and gameplay here is a carbon copy of the original though. Get a message from HQ telling you the suspect's car, race through the traffic to get to them, then ram them off the road and arrest the criminal. The only difference now is the sequel lets you choose between 3 different vehicles in the beginning to use. A sports car with speed but with limited ramming damage, a Jeep which is mid-ground on both, and a large truck which is slow but does big time damage to the criminals. The choice is yours. It does vary up the gameplay slightly, but not much. Overall, it sports average graphics and sound, and the gameplay just isn't as engaging as the original arcade game, making it another mediocre racer this year. And now some quick rapid-fire reviews with Championship Pro-Am by Rare, a 16-bit remake of the NES classic isometric racer with 24 tracks, tons of power-ups, and is mostly a simple graphics upgrade of the NES version, and retains all its addictive quick-paced drifting action. Test Drive 2 is a below-average port of a 1989 computer game published by Accolade. The music is pretty awful, the frame rate is chunky, and it just lacks all the atmosphere of the computer versions. Play the Amiga, DOS, or even the C64 version instead. Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge is a completely forgettable Super Monaco Grand Prix knockoff that, despite offering lots of options, is just not a fun game to play at all, with the weird angle of the road making corners almost impossible to judge, and it's super frustrating. And lastly was Turbo Outrun, which was the sequel to Outrun, and an arcade conversion that Sega unfortunately farmed out to Schlockmeisters themselves, Tiertex, which results in a real messy port, with tons of missing stuff from the arcades, a sketchy frame rate that jumps all over the place, and it's just a pretty disappointing conversion overall. My favorite racer this year also happens to be one of my recommended games on the system. It's called Road Rash 2. I suggest Road Rash 2 above the others, simply because it's probably the most well-balanced of all of them. It is such a fun game. It's a racing game on a motorbike, but you also get to beat dudes up along the way. It was released by Electronic Arts and a sequel to the previous year's hit. It's again an illegal cannonball run across various US states where racing and fighting your way to the front of the pack is the goal while avoiding the cops, traffic, and stray wildlife. It has so much 90s attitude and style, so much stuff to unlock. The courses are long and full of perils, and stealing weapons from other competitors and laying the smackdown on them is all part of the fun. When you eventually unlock this bike called the Wild Thing and you hit the turbos, the game goes so fast it's ridiculous, you can't even control it. Definitely, it's so much fun. Buying new bikes with your race winnings and stocking up on nitros, which were added in the sequel, just add to the insane speed of the game. The fun part about it, though, the most is the unpredictability of the gameplay. You never knew when cars were going to come out, on the road, or an animal would be crossing and you could hit that, and you could be in first place, you could go to last. Some people might not like that gameplay, but you could catch up to guys pretty quickly. It was very well balanced. The graphics are really colorful and flow well with a great sense of speed and some really meaty sound effects. The ability to go up and just smash a dude off his bike or kick him and he goes kick him into oncoming traffic. That was so much fun. The wipeouts were amazing. Music again is by Rob Hubbard, another big chunky toe tapper rock track that's just as cool as his Desert Strike theme. Racing wise, there's no other game on the system I've played as much as Road Rash 2, which is always my go-to indicator for top quality. The little cinematics between the levels were awesome. Road Rash 2 is this amazing game, and it was basically besides having some PC versions and stuff like that, it was basically a Mega Drive Genesis kind of game. You know, that was the place to play it. 1992 was the first year Electronic Arts' Kings of the Sport really got some stiff competition thrown their way. Although in their specific genres, they still ruled the Mega Drive sports game. And like I said earlier, we won't be looking at all their Madden and other major franchises going forward, just due to repetition. And we'll start off here with a bunch of multi-event sports games with Winter Challenge by Accolade, California Games by Epix, The Aquatic Games by Electronic Arts, and Olympic Gold by Tiertex. Winter Challenge is one of the best of the bunch, representing the Winter Olympics, although unofficially. It's Accolade's first of 2 games using this new 3D engine built for this game to deliver 8 events in a really unique perspective, especially for the time. And I think for the most part it works pretty well. Sure, the 3D's frame rate is a little bit ropey from a modern perspective, but it still plays quite well. And it was followed the following year with Summer Challenge, an equally as good summer sports version on the formula. Olympic Gold, on the other hand, by Tiertex, was a bland, characterless rip-off of Epic's fantastic summer games, or the game's summer edition, without any of the detail or charm of those original titles. An officially licensed product of the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, offering 7 events, whose gameplay is directly ripped off from those classics. It has average graphics, really bland music and sound effects, and is another absolutely poor offering from Tiertex as per usual. California Games, based on Epic's original 1987 hit on the Commodore 64, was another cash-in game. It's nowhere near in the same league as the original and features all sports based on Californian activities such as skateboarding, roller skating, BMXing, surfing, etc. They even managed to leave out one of the Commodore 64's events, the Frisbee, for unknown reasons. Like Olympic Gold, it feels like absolutely nobody working on this even cared about the original. All the humor, the small little graphical effects, and the really good music tracks are all gone. It's an extremely depressing version of a classic game to be avoided. And the last multi-eventer here is a really weird one. It's The Aquatic Game, starring James Pond, published by Electronic Arts, based on the Amiga version by Millennium Interactive. Due to James Pond's third outing being delayed by well over a year, they decided to do a side game for the in-between. It's a weird choice to put James Pond, a secret agent fish, in a multi-event sports game. It makes no sense whatsoever. Some people like this game and some people absolutely hate it. I fall somewhere in the middle. It has a whole bunch of bizarre events, and playing it with friends can be a bit of fun in very short bursts. It has nice, colourful, Amiga-style graphics and some funky music. It's not as good as the real James Pond series, of course, but I don't think it ever was supposed to be. But if you want to try some wacky multi-event action on the Mega Drive, you could do much worse on the system.
Sega, come sempre, ti dà di più. Menacer per Mega Drive, il tuo mitra binoculare a raggi infrarossi con Mega Shooting System e stabilizzatori da spalla. E Menacer ti dà 6 mega giochi inclusi. Menacer e giochi preziosi.
And next we'll check out some rapid fires with Side Pocket by Daddy East, based loosely on their 1986 arcade pool game. It's an excellent and fun rendition of the sport with multiple modes to mess with and simple but detailed graphics, plus very nice sound effects. And is a game that becomes very addictive very quickly. Hit the Ice is a Williams 1990 arcade ice hockey port, another one of their hyper-violent over-the-top interpretations of a sport. It's basically a precursor to the NBA Jam series. The port is really sloppy, unfortunately, so rather than play this, definitely check out the arcade version on MAME if you can. Super High Impact is also an arcade port from a 1991 over-the-top American football game by Midway. This game is actually pretty fun to play, and being able to beat up an entire football team as a mini-game is just absolutely epic. It has great speech samples and presentation as well, and is a cool, crazy sports game to try out. Some tennis action is up next with 2 titles. Andre Agassi Tennis by Tech Magic is your run-of-the-mill tennis game for the time, with the celebrity endorsement of the world #1 at the time, Andre Agassi. It's got your usual career, exhibition and practice modes. In career, your goal is to win all the tournaments all over the world, and then you'll face off against Andre himself for the world #1 spot. The camera is pulled quite far back so you can see the whole court nicely, although it does feel a bit too far at times, and the usual problem with tennis games arises with judging the ball distance, although with a bit of practice it does get much better. It's an average game at best, it lacks a lot of options and isn't really that exciting to play, but it's not too bad overall if you're an Andre fan. The other title, Jennifer Capriati Tennis, is a much more enjoyable and very addictive game. It was published by Renovation in North America under the Jennifer title, but goes under the original Japanese title, Grand Slam Tennis Tournament, for Japan and Europe. Jennifer, like Andre, was also a world #1 player and a multi-Grand Slam winner. This is an extremely fun and cute-looking game with a Japanese chibi flair to it, and it plays very, very well. You can create your own player, there's doubles matches and full tournaments all over the world. Nothing's official like the Andre game, they both feature only one real-life player. The speech samples are extremely excellent. The zoomed-in look on the court seems too close at first, but once you start playing, it really helps you get close to the ball and connect those shots. It makes the whole game flow extremely well. It's one of the top 5 tennis games for sure on the system, and I totally recommend you check it out. And the highs and lows of golf are next with World Class Leaderboard, originally made in the late 80s by Golf King's Access Software, who would later go on to make the 90s Lynx series. Unfortunately for console owners, TierTex made their versions, and I'm sure you can guess how well that went. The 80s Commodore 64 version is still one of my favorite golf games. It's slick, it has excellent animation and sound, and plays so well. World Class Leaderboard on the Mega Drive looks really ugly with its pseudo 3D look. It has about 3 frames of animation for each player. Even the sound effects are unauthentic compared to any of the 8-bit versions, which sound way better. It's just such a disappointing mess of a game, and it just feels pretty unjust for this thing to come out in 1992 when you consider what they could have done, which is something like our next game, PGA Golf Tour 2 by Electronic Arts.
Quiet, please. Yeah, right. Okay, let the big dog eat. Kaboom.
Which is hands down my favorite golf game on the Mega Drive. Further iterations of the series are great and they actually add even more stuff to the games, but this just for me hits the right sweet spot in terms of realism, options and fun.
Give me Freddy, Fuzzy, and the Walrus. Not that one, that one. Give me that, some of that. Oops, here for a drink. Now we're dancing. I'll take that, not that. Eat it up, baby.
The game also ups the ante on all levels over the original, with 7 real-life courses, 5 major tournaments to play in, and 60 real-life pros in the actual game. There's also some really subtle additions to the gameplay, with the draw and fades, and the selection of punches and chip shots, and the wind is now a realistic factor in the gameplay. The sound effects are just excellent, really drawing you in. The background bird chirping just adds so much atmosphere. And the easy to get to grips with putting, which golf games often get wrong 80% of the time. Electronic Arts were just dominating golf over all its competitions, and this is one you should not miss out on.
It's in the game, it's in the game. PGA Tour Golf 2 for Sega Genesis. EA Sports, it's in the game.
A triple threat of boxing games was next, with Evander Holyfield's Real Deal Boxing by Sega, Muhammad Ali Heavyweight Boxing by Virgin Games, and George Foreman's KO Boxing by Beam Software, all of course celebrity-endorsed products. Evander's is a slickly produced game delivering exhibition and full-on career modes, where you design your own boxer. Evander is the only real boxer in the game. Muhammad Ali is also a high-production game, and features exhibition and full-on tournament modes. Ali is also the only real boxer, although there's a ton of slightly altered names and looks of real boxers from the past. George Foreman's is the most basic of the bunch. You can only choose George and fight your way up a bunch of fictional boxers to be the heavyweight champ. It's the most simple game of the bunch. Evander's gameplay is pretty damn good. It's got lots of blocks and punches, really meaty different combo punches, and it works well. It uses a fake 3D ring style, giving you the impression of moving around it, and it actually looks pretty good. Muhammad Ali is also similar, although you can play the game in simulation and arcade style, giving you more freedom for your moves. It also uses a pseudo 3D ring style, making it feel a lot more immersive, and the punch combos are also pretty satisfying to master. George Foreman's gameplay is pretty weak. It feels like a poor man's version of the Punch-Out arcade. You can't even move, you stand in one position, you can dodge and punch. The graphics feel like a first-generation Master System game. On the sound front, Evander is good. The punch sounds are very satisfying. It has a little bit of digitized speech, but not much. It all complements the game though, although Ali, on the other hand, is very immersive with tons of speech samples from the refs, some really good music, and chunky fight hits. It wins out easily of the three in the sound design department. Lastly, George with its strange cartoony punch effects and ref samples. It feels a bit off, but I guess it could have been much worse. Overall, it's a close matchup between Evander and Ali. Both are very good boxing games, worth checking out if you like this genre. Evander's a little bit more satisfying for me anyway in the gameplay department, but Ali's production values are very impressive overall, and you should definitely just avoid George Foreman's. It's a really weak game, especially when it's put up against these two. A couple of wrestling titles were up next, starting with Thunder Pro Wrestling Retsuden by Human, part of the Fire Pro Wrestling series from the Super Famicom. Unfortunately, this feels like an extremely scaled-back bare-bones version of that series. With bland, uninteresting graphics and animation, it's honestly an extremely disappointing version, and there was never another Mega Drive Fire Pro Wrestling game released on the system. If you're a fan of that series, definitely avoid this one. Super WrestleMania by Sculptured Software was also released, based on the American WWF wrestling franchise. This was an updated version of the Super Nintendo version that came out earlier, with an updated character roster and an end goal with you trying to get the championship belt. Overall, it's quite fun. The animation's a bit ropey, but it still plays fairly well. Especially against a friend, it can be quite enjoyable. It's not the best WWF game on the Mega Drive, but it's still a pretty competent addition to the genre. And lastly for sports was a few basketball titles, rapid fire style, with Arch Rivals, a port of an 80s Midway arcade game, a fast-paced 2-on-2 affair with loose rules allowing punching and other shenanigans. It kicked off Midway's trend for violent over-the-top sports games, and is a decent port but could have been a lot better. Jordan vs. Bird was next, a one-on-one basketball game, and an updated sequel of sorts to the Commodore 64 80s releases in that series. It features multiple one-on-one competitions against the two rivals and is a very fun game in two-player mode. As a single-player game though, it is a little bit limited, but does feature great production values as per EA standards at that point. And two more Electronic Arts releases with Bulls vs. Lakers and the NBA playoffs, which is a full-on basketball simulator, and a pretty good one as well. It's essentially an updated version of Lakers vs. Celtics, with updated rosters, graphics, sound, and various other tweaks to the gameplay. It's not a huge jump over the previous entry, but it's still well made and a very satisfying basketball experience with lots of depth. And the final game is yet another remix of sorts of this game with Team USA Basketball, also by EA. It is what I can only assume is an attempt to open up the very Americanized basketball game to an international audience, allowing you to fly all over the world and play different world teams, and of course use the American Olympic All-Star team. It's got a lot of flair and is really fun. It has tons and tons of options and graphical detail. The gameplay is still almost exactly the same as Bulls vs. Lakers, but that works very well, so there's no problem there. This is yet another great basketball game from Electronic Arts.
I'm kind of torn between Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, but I guess I'd recommend going with Sonic 2 first, just because that game is just a classic. It's easy to pick up and play, and it's a ton of fun, and the graphics and sound are awesome. An action run and gun, because you gotta have that. It's the 16-bit generation, so I'd probably go with Gunstar Heroes for that, just because it's a Genesis exclusive, and it's especially fun. It's a great game by Treasure, and I think, you know, it's the Genesis. You want to recommend something, again, that has that kind of like 90s fun mascot feel. I'd go with Earthworm Jim. That game is amazing, one of my favorite platformers of all time, and arguably a lot better on the Genesis.
The RPG and strategy genre was extremely strong this year, with a lot of heavy hitter titles. But let's jump on over to Koei, the kings of the Japanese strategy games. They gave us an avalanche of their distinctive style with Aerobiz, Gemfire, Pacific Theater of Operation, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3. All these games fall under the management, strategy, turn-based affairs, with different scenarios and settings being the biggest difference. You either like this style of game or you don't. There is no middle ground. I personally find them pretty fascinating, although you need a heck of a lot of time to play any of these. Aerobiz is a fantastic management game where you attempt to build the world's largest and most successful airline business. This game is very addictive, and I'd highly recommend spending some time with it and getting to know the ins and outs. It's a very satisfying game overall. Gemfire is a management fantasy turn-based strategy affair. It's known as Royal Blood in Japan. You have to conquer the entire map, choose a family and scenario, and let the excellent turn-based action commence. This is top quality stuff. Pacific Theater of Operation, also known as PTO, is a World War II strategy war game set in the Pacific for the most part, with naval and air combat. You get to choose either the Allies or the Japanese side, with 9 different real-life scenarios from Pearl Harbor to the Battle of Midway, and it also has a 2-player versus mode. And lastly from Koei was Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3, the last entry in this series on the Mega Drive before jumping over to the Saturn. It's the same management China conquering game as before, just with a lot more options and much better presentation overall. It has 33 historical figures to choose from in 6 different scenarios, and is a huge time sucker to say the least. But again, if you like this style of game, it's pretty damn good. Koei would continue to support the Mega Drive right up to the end of 1994, and there's still a ton of really excellent strategy games to look out for later in this video. And now a few quick rapid fires with Tracia, published by Renovation, one of the weakest games they ever chose to bring to the West. A very slow and clunky turn-based RPG that is very boring and seems like an outdated relic from the late 80s Japanese PC RPG boom. Warrior of Rome 2 continues Micronet's Roman conquering simulator with vastly improved graphics and audio. It features 15 different maps and a 2-player versus option with its real-time strategy mechanics. It's a vast improvement over the original, but still a very niche game. Dino Brothers was a Japan exclusive by CRI in the real-time strategy mold, pitting a bunch of dinosaurs that are trying to stop an alien invasion. It's original if anything else, but the language barrier make it almost impossible to play unless you know Japanese. But the best of the bunch here is the excellent Vixen 357 by Messiah, another Japan-only release, but luckily an English fan translation is available, making this, in my opinion, one of the best sci-fi themed turn-based strategy games on the system. It has excellent graphics and music, a very cool storyline, and fast turn-based action. Try this game out, you will not regret it. And now on to the rest of the RPG goodness with King Colossus, a Japan-exclusive action RPG by Sega. It's a decent adventure romp in the Zelda mold, with real-time combat and a pretty big world to explore, with basic puzzles and quests to complete. What's really cool about this game though is the weapon selection, including melee and projectile-based magic, which can be switched out depending on the situation, giving the real-time action a lot of variety, strategy, and just plain fun. It's not the hardest or best game in this style on the Mega Drive, but it's still pretty entertaining and received a full English fan translation, so everyone can now go play it and experience it for yourself. Next was Rings of Power. No, not that dumpster fire, but Naughty Dog's one and only Mega Drive release, Rings of Power, a not so subtle reference to the Lord of the Rings series and published by Electronic Arts. This was a big isometric open world styled RPG in a grand sense, with the story letting you form a party of up to 6 characters that you'll find along the way, and you have to go out and gather all the Rings of Power to free the world from the grip of the Dark Void, aka Sauron. This game was really impressive for the time and received some pretty good reviews back in the 90s, which is surprising considering how this game has so completely been forgotten in the realms of retro gaming. The open world nature of the game is really quite daunting, and it's a challenge with its fast-paced battle system that takes a lot of getting used to, with its action turn-based hybrid style. Exploring the world though is so much fun, using ships on the water water and dragons in the sky, or just legging it. There is so much to do and explore, it's almost exhausting. And also features a day-night cycle which affects quests and monsters encountered as well. The isometric graphics are very impressive, and it's more like a PC game of that time than a console style, but it works pretty well and has some great music tracks that are permanently ingrained in my brain from playing this game so much. It's not an easy game though to get into, but once you have a bunch of spells and a few party members, it really becomes pretty awesome. And it's also a fantastic look into a company that made something quite unique for the time, instead of now remaking the same mediocre game 50 times in a row. Next was another game that takes its roots in classic RPG gaming with the Westward's Associates release of Dungeons & Dragons Warriors of the Eternal Sun, a game designed by Westward co-founder Lewis Castle and produced by Ed Annunziata of Echo the Dolphin fame, a game very much rooted in DOS-era RPGs, taking its cues from Origin's The Ultima series and Westward's own Eye of the Beholder games, for a pretty impressive and deep hybrid RPG like nothing else on the Mega Drive. The game uses the rules and creatures from D&D's Hollow World campaign as its base, with your party and a whole castle being sucked through a void into a new land as a massive battle was taking place. You can create a party of up to 4 characters in immense detail with rolls of the dice and plenty of options. The game employs multiple viewpoints for its gameplay, an isometric styled overhead view for towns and cities, with all your usual quests, chatting to NPCs and buying supplies and weapons. Battles take the form of 2 different styles, which is a pretty odd choice, with the above ground group battles being traditional turn-based slogfests that can be slightly tedious, and the dungeon battles being first-person real-time affairs, pretty much like Westward's own Beholder series. Both these battle systems though require quite a bit of practice, just like Rings of Power, to get to grips with, and this is another visually impressive RPG on the system that will challenge even the most seasoned veteran, but it's another very underrated Mega Drive RPG that, given time and a bit of patience, can be extremely rewarding experience. Another underrated RPG from Messiah was next, called Sorcerer's Kingdom, which is quite a traditional Japanese-styled affair, with your character going on a quest to find your missing dad, who was a legendary adventurer. The game is pretty fast-paced for an RPG with some witty dialogue and characters. The battles are turn-based, but you can see your enemies on screen so they can be avoided. They also play out very quickly though, and it doesn't slow down the gameplay, which gives the whole game an action arcade vibe, even though it is 100% an RPG. It's not very original in any way, but if the idea of playing a fast-paced traditional JRPG sounds appealing, then here it is. And now on to the best RPGs of '92 in my opinion, with Landstalker and Shining Force, 2 absolute Mega Drive classics, both games featuring Japanese studio Climax Entertainment, with them developing Landstalker and co-developing Shining Force with Camelot and Sonic Software Planning.
ついに RPG は高さを持つ時代に入る。未体験バーチャルアドベンチャーランドストーカーメガドライブから。
Landstalker, The Treasure of King Noble is an isometric action RPG, which again during this period of gaming was quite unique and visually impressive. It stars Nigel, a tomb-raiding treasure hunter, as he takes on more and more complex quests for fortune and glory. The gameplay is very action-orientated, with slicing and dicing of enemies in real time, lots of puzzles to solve, pushing around blocks, and platforming action, which takes a bit of getting used to, considering the isometric angle. The game's visuals are gorgeous, with a very similar storybook art style as the Shining Force series, as the art director, Yoshitaka Tamaki, worked on both games. The story is very fun and light with lots of jokes, and is a nice break from the usual doom and gloom approach of most RPGs, and it's a very charming and enjoyable game that got very good reviews back in the 90s and deserves way more attention for adventure fans. It was followed by a Super Famicom sequel, the poorly named Lady Stalker, which is decent but not quite on the same level as this one, and Nigel himself also appeared later in Climax's roguelike dungeon crawler Time Stalkers on the Dreamcast. And our final game was the turn-based juggernaut strategy RPG Shining Force, the second game in the series, but completely switching up its gameplay style from first-person to turn-based strategy, and would be what the series was known for going forward.
人と同じ戦い方は嫌だ。メガドライブからタクティカル RPG 超大作
Shining Force!
The game has the same visual style and whimsical charm of Landstalker, and is something modern RPGs could take note of in terms of storytelling. You have to defend the world of Guardiana from the attack of the invading force of Runefrost, who are trying to resurrect a dark dragon. I know, it's a pretty cliche story, but the way it's told and the characters involved make the whole thing really delightful. The game itself is a clever and unique mix of turn-based battles, which push the story forward once completed, and semi-open world hubs that you can explore in traditional style, talking to people, buying items, and searching out all the hidden recruits you can have to join your party, which can be made up of a whopping 10 characters, with a total of 30 overall in the game to find and recruit. The turn-based battles are the meat of the game, with the story featuring 8 chapters overall to fight your way through. The visual style of the battle sequences and the fast nature of the menus make it such a joy to play, with this first entry in the turn-based affair being much easier than the much harder sequel, so it's a great entry point for anyone wanting to dive into the genre in 16-bit form. It's easily one of the best turn-based RPGs on the Mega Drive, only eclipsed by the sequel in 1993, which we'll look at later.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
This year saw some pretty good puzzle game releases, and we'll start with Lemmings, the strategy puzzle style game, and a port of a highly successful Amiga game from 1991 by Psygnosis. This version was converted by Sunsoft for all regions. If you've never played a Lemmings game before, then the premise is simple. Get the creatures to the exit of a level without killing them, or at least sacrifice the least amount possible. The creatures will instinctively just start marching to their own death regardless of objects or hazards. So you use a multitude of actions at the bottom of the screen to get a single lemming to make some sort of path away from danger and to the exit. Sounds simple, and some levels really are, but they get pretty tricky and you really have to strategize well to solve all of them. But it's very fun and challenging, and it's actually quite an addictive game once you get into it. This Mega Drive version features 100 levels, some from the original and some from Oh No More Lemmings, the Amiga expansion pack. This first release features only controller support, but the sequel we'll look at in 1994 also has full Sega mouse support. Another game, The Humans, published by GameTech in the US only, and clearly a game inspired by the original Amiga Lemmings, with basically substituting cavemen instead of those creatures. You select a caveman and try to get through a level without killing too many of them like lemmings. You have to use a multitude of characters together to solve puzzles and move on, like using one character as a ladder for another to climb up and get an object to solve another problem. It's a kind of chain effect gameplay, with some pretty clever and well designed levels. Visually, it's not going to win any awards, but it does feature some great tunes from legendary Amiga musician Barry Leach, and if you want an alternative to Lemmings, then this is a pretty good pick. And lastly was the Tetris-inspired game Puyo Puyo by Compile, and the start of a long-running series for them and Sega. This was a Japan-only release in its original form, but it was reskinned later for the West in the form of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, but we'll get to that story later. This game features a lot of wacky characters from Compile's Mido Monogatari RPG series as you go against a computer opponent or friends in a versus style, matching 4 the same colored slimes to explode them and send chaos onto your opponent's screen. You can rotate the slimes very quickly to the desired angle and bring them down Tetris style. More points are added the faster you go, and it's definitely going to be needed as those opponents get pretty hard. I love the graphic style of these games with all the bizarre creatures and bad guys you go against, and it just has such a fun tongue-in-cheek style to it with its visual design and the fun peppy music. It also received a fantastic sequel in 1994 on the Mega Drive, again a Japan exclusive, and we'll take a look at that one as well. The calm before the Versus storm was 1992, with Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat dropping in 93 in homes. This was the last year of the scrolling beat 'em up and one-on-one versus tranquility before the genre took over the 16-bit systems. But with only 2 games I'm going to have a look at here, and one of them just happens to be one of the best games ever released on the system. So let's get going and check out the first one, which was Power Athlete, also known as Deadly Moves by Kaneko, who mainly stuck to arcade games, and would give us later the greatest cheese versus fest ever, the Kung Fu Master Jackie Chan. Oh man, I really love that game. This one is a straight up versus fighter with a bunch of unique ideas, and plenty stolen from games that had just hit arcades at the time. You play Joe, a dude who's challenging himself to fight the best brawlers in the world, some in hand-to-hand combat while others sport weapons. You have a fireball Hadouken type move for no apparent reason, can jump between planes just like on a Fatal Fury game, and can even level up your character RPG style by re-challenging opponents. It's pretty slow with some chunky gameplay, and it's a bit too simplistic like most versus games before Street Fighter II's release. It does have some really nice satisfying sound effects and a real toe-tapping music score with lots of good tunes, but overall it's one of those versus games that is just pretty forgettable. Streets of Rage 2, known as Bare Knuckles 2 in Japanese, was Sega's sequel to their previous scrolling beat-em-up hit. This one again made by Yuzo Koshiro's Ancient Studios, and him of course, contributing to one of the best video game soundtracks ever to complement the action. After the massive success of Streets of Rage in 1991, Sega were keen to have a follow-up as quickly as possible, and in just over a year the sequel had arrived. Designer Makito Ichikawa, who worked closely with Ancient, felt it was a pretty quick turnaround game. I was mainly involved in designing the game, more for the overall gaming design decisions rather than in the details. I think it took only about a year to develop. Sales of the original Streets of Rage were so good, Sega decided to put more effort into Streets of Rage 2 and provide us with a 16 meg ROM. This directly would result in a scrolling beat-em-up's massive jump in the visuals with large detailed arcade quality sprites animated to perfection, rivaling and in most respects outdoing even the arcade games of that time. The game gave you 4 characters to choose from, each with their own stats and specials, and catered to all styles of play perfectly. And of course, the 2-player simultaneous mode is what drove this game to massive success. Makito Ichikawa said, Yuzo played a lot of Streets of Rage 2, so there was a brilliant balance between the music and the gameplay. Yuzo Koshiro is back for another blistering soundtrack and managed to deliver an even more impressive arrangement than before, mixing techno and house beats with a distinctly world and Japanese vibe fused together. He wasn't alone though, it was a collaboration with fellow musician Motohiro Kawashima, as Yuzo recounts. I normally compose music on my own, however, the Bare Knuckle 2 and 3 soundtracks were collaborative works created with Motohiro Kawashima. We worked on the soundtracks remotely. I gave him a PC-88 and a driver I developed called Mucom-88, and we worked from our flats. Even though he had hardly used a PC-88 before that, he picked it up very quickly. I had learned about his work after hearing a demo that an acquaintance had given me. I remember thinking at the time that I'd love to work with him, as he had very good taste. The game is spread across 8 stages, some being nostalgic throwbacks to the original, and others just plain crazy, everyone culminating in glorious boss battles with the likes of crazy fire-breathing chunkers and jetpack flying freaks. The enemies are pretty demented. The gameplay is vastly improved with slick combos helping keep the constant flow of the action moving, almost in time with the music. Ichikawa said, "We concentrated mainly on the rhythm of the gameplay and on adjusting the timings between the characters, balancing between the importance of one-on-one fighting and fights against lots of enemies." Streets of Rage 2 is easily my favorite scrolling beat-em-up of all time, still holding the spot with its excellent sound effects, colorful, well-animated action, absolute top-tier gameplay, and a soundtrack that is pretty much flawless from beginning to end. Ichikawa was asked why he thinks fans still love this game so much, even to this day, and he said, "I believe it's because course, players were very satisfied with the outstanding personality of the characters, the good speed of the gameplay, and the graphics, and the high level of sound quality. It truly is a legacy game on the system, and something every beat-em-up fan needs to experience firsthand, preferably with a friend in tow.
Young Bobby Engels has a problem. He needs to earn the respect of his peers. So he gets the special Sega Genesis fighting system. It comes with Streets of Rage 2. He saves $40. He gets more moves. He gets more control. Now things are pretty much okay.
I said chocolate chip. Say it. Say it.
And we'll finish this year's look at games with a collection of randos, games that don't neatly fit into any genre, or simply had no complementary games in that style to pair them up with. And we'll start with Corporation by Core Design. It goes under the name Cybercop for its US Genesis release. It was a first-person hybrid game mixing many elements from FPS action, stealth, puzzle solving, and a little bit of RPG elements, and was a very innovative game for its time when released originally on computers in 1990. This is a port as per usual of the Amiga version. It predates Wolfenstein and System Shock, two games that you could say may have been inspired by its design, especially System Shock. But by 1992, when it got released on the Mega Drive, the groundbreaking Wolfenstein had also just been released, and I feel for this console port it took away a lot of its luster and showed that in only a short space of time the FPS had already taken a huge leap forward. The game is set in a futuristic society where you have to infiltrate a corporation and find evidence of their illegal genetic experiments they are conducting. It mixes many styles of play, and is a pretty decent romp once you understand what is going on. As a game to play now though, it's very hard to recommend. If you were to check it out, you should definitely play the Amiga version and experience a game that was at the roots of the FPS stealth genre in its infancy. Next was Outlander, published by Mindscape, and a game I always used to swoon over every time I saw adverts of it in my latest issue of EGM, but I never got to play this game originally. It was a post-apocalyptic game mixing FPS driving and side-scrolling on-foot action elements together for the closest thing you could get in the 16-bit era to a fully licensed Mad Max game. It is both impressive and a little bit disappointing at the same time. Driving through the wasteland FPS style in your car is a total blast with impressive graphics and speed. The frame rate is a bit chunky, but that doesn't really matter. You shoot biker punks, helicopters with rockets, and blast bikers right in the face if they get too close. You have to constantly stop to find fuel and supplies as you make your way through the wasteland, which you can check your progress with on a map. When you enter towns, it flips to a horizontal beat-em-up / shoot-em-up stages as you kill gang freaks and steal water and fuel. In bigger towns you can also get upgrades for your car. It's a real mixed bag. The driving is pretty awesome, but the bland and clunky horizontal sections could have been just so much better and take away a lot of its luster. It's still not a bad game and an interesting mix of genres that just misses the mark overall, but still worth it for the curious-minded post-apocalyptic fans out there. Next is a double dose from Electronic Arts with Where in the World and Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. Both ports, or more accurately remakes, of the classic Broaderbund PC releases. Both these games are edutainment titles in disguise, but don't let that dissuade you from playing them because they are really fun and unlike anything else on the system. Both games play exactly the same essentially. You're an Interpol agent that has to track down a gang of thieves headed up by the elusive Carmen Sandiego herself, the ultimate thief. In both games, world and time, they are stealing valuable artifacts from across the world and across time. One as you're traveling worlds searching for clues, making up dossiers and piecing together where the thief will go next for their next crime. Time works the same way, just with you being able to use a time machine to travel through history to stop robberies of ancient artifacts. World is basically geography and time is history edutainment. Both are really fun and easy to play, and you learn something at the same time. They are both graphically, animation and presentation wise complete updates of the original classics, but with all the same gameplay intact, and I'd highly recommend checking these titles out in their impressive Mega Drive form. platforms. And now for a few quick rapid-fire looks with Death Duel by Razorsoft, who gave us Technocop and Stormlord. And they delivered a really weird FPS versus game, where you jump into a giant mech to fight different creatures from across the galaxy in a weird future sports style setting. It's a pretty cool idea, but way too basic and monotonous to keep your attention for more than 5 minutes. Shuranomon, published by Sega of Japan exclusively, is a mixture of visual novel and turn-based anime-style fighting game based on a popular Japanese manga series. If there was an English fan translation, this could be very interesting, but I'm not aware of anyone, so can't really say much else about it as it's very text-heavy and can't really get very far. And another Japan-only game is Kido Kaisatsu Patlabor, based on the giant mech anime series. It again mixes visual novel, RPG, and turn-based action into another interesting mix of gameplay, and again is completely unplayable for non-speaking Japanese people. And hopefully one day we'll get a fan translation for this one as well. And lastly is a personal favorite of mine on the system. And a completely original game in so many ways. And that was Echo the Dolphin. Developed by Novatrade and published by Sega, it was a real breath of fresh air in a time where the platformer fatigue was really starting to set in on all consoles. The game was designed by Ed Aniziata, who joined Sega in the late 80s as a producer and had been developing his Echo idea for many years previously. The game eventually got the green light with Sega after Tom Kalinski's company meeting at CES Las Vegas, which Ed recounts. We met with Tom Kalinski and he gave an inspirational speech. He said, "Look, the games we make have got to be different." Ed then decided to share his Echo ideas to the marketing department right then and there, and the game was given a small budget to make a prototype, which was eventually greenlit into a full game. Ed stuck to his own guns though, and wanted to make an action-adventure game about dolphins without the tropes of other arcade-style games. Ed said, "I didn't want to map human culture onto the game. Everybody was like, you've got to put in scuba divers with harpoons and whalers. I was like, no humans. I wanted it to be about dolphins, not humans." The game puts you in the role of Echo the Dolphin, whose entire pod gets abducted by aliens, and you have to try and figure out how to save them and return everyone to their ocean home. It's a sublime game of gorgeous visuals and a beautifully serene soundtrack that draws you into its underworld oceanic adventure. Echo can talk to fellow mammals with his sonar, boost into other enemies to kill them, and use echolocation to map out the areas to explore. Ed said about the gameplay, "The other thing we had was glyph crystals. They were like the locks and keys of the game. They also contained messages and power-ups. The backstory was that they had been planted in the sea by Atlanteans, knowing that in 1,000 years a dolphin was going to follow their breadcrumbs and help them. The way each level plays out, the slow but interesting way you learn about the glyphs and the aliens, plus the history is really well done. The puzzles are challenging and so is the gameplay. But I completed both original Echo games when they were released in the mid-90s and found them to be amazing experiences on all levels. It kind of annoys me how simply due to a few big YouTubers' lack of skill in playing this game, that this game now has a universal reputation for dodgy or overtly difficult gameplay, which is simply not true. Sometimes a little effort can go a long way, so don't fall into the trap of dismissing this beautifully original experience, and is just another footnote of Sega and their willingness to be risky and defy conventions. Echo was followed up by the equally excellent Tides of Time, which we'll look at later. Echo Jr., a kid's version for younger audiences, and an enhanced Sega CD version with another amazing soundtrack, and the very cool and underrated Dreamcast version, Defender of the Future, which I also played and completed, and is definitely worth hunting down to complete out this amazing one-of-a-kind series.
Day 19. I am concerned about the crew. After all, Echo the Dolphin is not just a game, it is an adventure. The graphics are surreal. They don't want to go into the sea anymore. 27 levels of danger, mystery, and beauty, all through the eyes of a dolphin. Simply brilliant. Thank goodness, my trusty skipper Pierre has no interest in this new game.
And that brings another massively successful year to an end.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Things were moving fast for Sega. The games library jumped dramatically this year with full third-party support in all genres, and anything with a real brand name was getting licensed. Cartoons, arcades, sports celebrities, comic book characters, movies, toys, and even fast food mascots. It was chaos of the best kind. Sega's staff now clocked in at around 700, with roughly $3.6 billion in sales. They were top dogs with a 50 to 55% control of the US market and a 66% in Europe. Two new consoles also hit the scene this year, but failed to make a dent in the machines of Sega and Nintendo. Sega's biggest coup this year, though, was with the release of the arcade smash Mortal Kombat on home systems. With the recent addition of a ratings code added to software releases, Sega chose to get Mortal Kombat released with the blood intact. Nintendo opted out and also dumbed down the fatalities to a laughable level. To one-up them even more, the Mega Drive version featured a hidden code to unlock all the arcade fatalities in all their glory. A nice get around on the rating systems, and made the Mega Drive again the cooler console to own, with Sega's version selling 5 times more copies overall compared to the Super Nintendo.
Bootlegging. My dad used to bootleg everything. VHS tapes, Commodore 64 games, you name it, he bootlegged it. But unfortunately, he didn't really like consoles because he saw it more as a child's plaything, and I can understand that. So he never really got into the bootlegging for consoles.
Yeah, so I mostly had a Genesis during grade school or elementary school. So this was before I had disposable income or was buying my own games. So I certainly wasn't really aware of import games or buying bootleg games, any of that stuff.
In terms of bootleg copies, it wasn't until the PlayStation 1 era that we actually started to play bootleg copies. So in terms of the cartridge-based stuff, for me it was definitely just original media all the time.
But I knew someone who used to go to Thailand a lot, and they used to get the bootleg cartridges over there for like $5, very cheap. And this was brand new to me. I said, you can bootleg cartridges? I never knew you could do that. Of course people were doing it in Australia, but I didn't really know that much about it because I never really heard that much about it, to be honest with you.
I really didn't experience any of that stuff. The closest thing we had to a bootleg cart was like a Game Genie, basically, you know?
So here is a copy of a game that I have, NBA Jam. This is a bootleg. It doesn't even look like a official game. It doesn't even look like a game that's bootlegged. It's actually pretty well done. Not bad for $5 Australian. I'll open it up, no instructions, and there is the game for it.
I would, however, tend to borrow copies from my friends because we simply couldn't afford to buy games ourselves.
But in all honesty, I'm glad I don't have any bootleg games apart from this because that loses the whole appeal for collecting for me. You don't want bootlegs in your collection now. It was great at the time when the games were $100 and you're a kid and you had $5 a week pocket money and you couldn't always buy a $100 game every single week.
I think you could probably boil down the exact time when movie licensed games became synonymous with a terrible product. 1993 was it. Brace yourself as we rapid fire some of the Mega Drive's worst games. And first up was two dumpster fires from Sony ImageSoft with Last Action Hero based on the Arnold movie, which honestly gets better every time I watch it. The game, however, is a soulless, no-effort, zero-personality side-scroller that does nothing to present this awesome movie. The lack of any weapons in the game is absolutely laughable. And I know it was an Arnold stipulation, but maybe they should have just taken that as a sign and cancelled the game altogether. Sony then went on and finished destroying beloved movies, as they also put out the garbage that was Cliffhanger, based on one of Sylvester Stallone's best movies from the 90s. This is mostly a scrolling beat-em-up, if you could call it that, with small attempts at other gameplay switches, terribly bland graphics, really clunky, unresponsive controls, and a totally unbalanced gameplay when it comes to the switches. What an absolute waste. Arnold then got destroyed yet again with Terminator 2 Judgment Day, not to be confused with the cool T2 arcade game. This one was made by Flying Edge, It attempts to replicate the movie but fails with its super generic visuals, terrible sound, and super annoying gameplay. This movie was made to be a game. It's such a massive swing and a miss. Flying Edge also decided to destroy RoboCop while they were at it. Although it was based on the Trash Heap Part 3 movie, so there's only so much you could do with it. What they attempted was to replicate Data East's excellent arcade game, but didn't get it quite right at all, making a completely forgettably boring game, whose only redeeming quality is a really good soundtrack by Matt Furness. Wayne's World by THQ is so bad you have to wonder how it even got published in the first place. A movie with no scenes that could possibly be made into a game, yet they made this bizarre, surreal action platformer with awful controls and almost zero gameplay. It's simply not worthy. And the final nail in the movie license coffin was Toys by Absolute, another piece of absolute garbage based on a terrible Robin Williams movie. The gameplay is beyond junk and annoying with awful sound and terrible amateurish graphics. It's a contender for one of the worst games ever for the system, and it ranks really, really high. And now over to the rest of the licensed games for this year, and let's check out the remaining slightly better movie licenses. First, and kick it off with James Bond: The Duel, which was the last game Domark developed, having held the actual Bond license since the 80s, with their first release being A View to a Kill. The Duel, unlike all the other games, wasn't actually based on any particular Bond movie, but is an original story, with Timothy Dalton still represented as Bond. It takes elements story-wise from pretty much every Bond movie ever made. It's a straight-up action platformer with you traversing a mad scientist's island lair to try to take him down. It features 5 levels and is a pretty short game, but it is very difficult. Gameplay is mostly about rescuing Bond girl hostages, planting bombs around the facilities, and taking out various Bond henchmen, who have all been cloned back to life by that mad scientist, with Jaws, Mayday, and many more making an appearance. I actually enjoyed this game despite some of its major flaws, such as it's hard to tell something that can be jumped onto, or is it simply a background graphic, which leads to a lot of cheap deaths. The difficulty is also all over the place, and there's quite a lot of leaps of faith, but on a positive front, the graphics are really nice and detailed. Visually, all the levels look pretty good. Sports music by Matt Furness, which is always awesome, and the sound effects are very satisfying. Overall, I would say if you're a Bond fan, you're probably still going to want to check this one out. Hook was next, published by Sony ImageSoft, but converted to the Mega Drive by Core Design, and is based on the Spielberg movie of the same name. It is, though, a very loose adaptation and doesn't feature any of the movie's actual character likenesses, and most of the scenes within the game are simply made up for this game. As Peter, you have to go to Neverland to rescue your kids and defeat Captain Hook and all his pirates. The game features 10 levels, and that's including the final showdown with Hook himself. You can gain a sword, which can shoot projectiles, and by collecting Tinkerbell berries, you have limited flying capabilities as well, which is probably the best feature of this game. It's definitely much more of a slower burn action platformer that rewards timing above everything else. I like the levels, they are all presented really well. The gameplay is simple, but it works. The bosses are fun to defeat and to figure out. Like I said, it's a very, very loose adaptation, but it's by far one of the better games that Sony ImageSoft ever released. And the last of ImageSoft's releases for this year was an adaptation of Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula movie, which is another unique version of this movie in game form, this time done by Traveler's Tales. I actually owned the dodgy Sega CD version of this by Psygnosis as well as this one back in the 90s, and I can say that this one is far better of the two. The game puts you in the shoes of Jonathan Harker as he has to make his way to Castle Dracula and stake him to free his wife Mina. Each level is split into 2 for the most part, with one section taking place at dusk and the other at night. It's a traditional action platformer for the most part, with light puzzle elements to solve as you follow the on-screen arrow to your next destination. Van Helsing is also here. You can talk to him and get clues about how to kill the level boss, which is mostly Dracula in all his different forms from the movie. The game has that very cool Traveler's Tale look, very much in line with the game Pugsy, Apollo, polished, slick Amiga look. The sound is average, nothing to write home about, but overall it's a decent romp of a game and vastly superior to the laughably bad Sega CD version. And next was the king of the 80s movie licenses, Ocean, with their version of The Addams Family, based on the first movie. It's another very, very, very traditional platformer. Even playing this back in 1993, it felt very dated. However, you play Gomez and you have to rescue all the members of the family spread out all over the mansion. This game is open-ended, so there's really no levels per se. You can go anywhere you want, open any door and go to any section of the mansion, and those are basically their levels, and rescue anyone in any order. Gomez can jump on the enemy's heads, Mario style, and can also attain a bunch of gadgets that can give him the ability to fly and use swords and golf balls as weapons against the enemies. This game definitely felt very left over from the 8-bit era, with okay graphics, very, very repetitive music, and kind of forgettable gameplay. I would only really recommend it for really die-hard Addams Family fans.
Imagine you wake up in Jurassic Park and you're a raptor. You have sharp teeth and 7-inch claws, and since you've been extinct for 65 million years, you'd be in a really bad mood.
And the final movie license game was Jurassic Park, based on another Spielberg movie, which was one of the biggest box office hits of that year, and developed by Blue Sky Software and published by Sega, an exclusive version for this system. The story is the same as the movie, as you play Dr. Grant as he attempts to survive and escape the island by helicopter. But what's cool about this version is that you can choose to play the game as both Grant and a Velociraptor, essentially playing the game as the bad guy as well. And in that version you have to stop Grant and waste him before he escapes. Blue Sky were actually working on 2 games at once for Sega, this and Aladdin. Their version, however, of Aladdin was essentially cancelled and Virgin Games took over with fantastic results, which we'll look at very shortly. But this freed up Blue Sky to concentrate on Jurassic 100% for its 1-year development cycle. The game was actually being made while the movie was being shot and edited, resulting in Blue Sky having access to the actual Velociraptor movie prop, which was photographed, stop motion animated, and digitized into the game, like many of the assets, giving the graphics in this game a pretty unique visual style. Due to the fact that they didn't have a lot of movie footage to go on, the team was referencing Michael Crichton's original book as well for material, which results in the raft sequence taken straight out of the book. They also added in obviously a lot of their own elements like the volcano stage and others to flesh out the levels. As Grant, you got to find the exit in each level. It's mostly action platforming with the raft sequence thrown in for variety. You can pick up various mostly non-lethal weapons such as tranquilizer darts and gas grenades to take out the dinos as you flee for your life. As the raptor though, you can basically claw the park guards to death, and he can run and jump way faster than Grant, which gives the game a very different feel overall. The Grant version of the game has 7 stages, with the raptor version being much faster in style and featuring 5 overall, with some unique to each character. This game was played a lot when I was a kid. I didn't have a Super Nintendo, so this version was the Jurassic Park game to me, and that was more than enough. Plus, I'm a real sucker for digitized graphics and all their flawed glory, so I really love the look of it. The music is a lot more atmospheric with loops and sound effects, and does really capture that jungle vibe of the movie. The game does have some issues in the gameplay department. It's mostly involving some really confusing level design, especially in the later levels, and also like James Bond The Duel we looked at a little bit earlier, it has a lot of leaps of faith which are never good in terms of gameplay, but still, it's a good overall game in my opinion. No game is obviously perfect after all, unless you're talking to a Nintendo fanboy, that is. Limited Run Games also put out an excellent Jurassic Park collection on the Switch, which includes this game and its direct sequel, Rampage Edition, which we'll look at in the 1994 segment. This game was a huge seller for Sega. Within 1 week of its release in the US alone, it raked up over 250,000 copies sold, with a 13.8 million in sales, and that number obviously went up significantly over the rest of the world as the game rolled out.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Welcome to my rapid fire look at classic PC Engine and MSX games. New series available now. And time for a few rapid fires with the run and gun platformer Dinosaurs for Hire, a US only release based on an obscure Malibu comics series. Multiple dino characters with different weapons, some cool stages and big bosses make it a bit of a run and gun hidden gem. The Ottifans by Graph Gold received PAL only releases based on the German comic strip and cartoon series. It's a nice, well made and designed platform romp through 5 fun stages and is another underappreciated gem in this genre. Chester Cheeto by Kaneko is another bizarre game from this company, licensing the Cheetos mascot in this wacky platformer with really bright and colourful visuals and humour, but the controls are pretty floaty, but if you can get past that, it's honestly not that bad and nowhere near as terrible as the magazines made it out to be. It was actually successful enough to even spawn a sequel in 1994. And now over to a bunch of quicker looks before my favorite 2 of 93. Disney and Sunsoft teamed up for 2 games based on Beauty and the Beast, which sounds like it should be a match made in heaven, but both games unfortunately just failed to deliver in each genre, making 2 games, aka Belle's Quest, an adventure game with some light action elements, and Roar of the Beast, a straight up action platformer romp. Sounds like a good idea on paper, but both games are just too bland to warrant 2 releases. If both were combined into a single experience, it could have actually been half decent. Belle's Quest was aimed at girls or younger players. It's a bit of puzzle solving, point and click adventuring, and small pockets of action. It's just okay. I do appreciate them trying something different. It's just simply a pretty bland game overall. Roar of the Beast is an action platformer that just feels disconnected with the story to a point where you're like, I just don't want to punch another rat again, please. I don't think either of these games helped sell systems on any level, or the reputations of both Disney Interactive and Sunsoft during this era, which is a massive missed opportunity. The Flintstones by Taito is a cool little action platformer that adapts the 60s cartoon series quite well into a game that would not have looked out of place at your local arcade. Wilmer's lost a bunch of stuff, and you as Fred have to take your club and go find everything and beat up anything that crosses your path. It's basically an excuse to get him out of the house and across a whole bunch of cool looking levels. It has 6 stages, which are a mix of platforming, underwater, and fast vehicle stages. It's a literal blueprint cliche of the genre by the mid-90s, but still, it has enough charm, bright graphics, and catchy tunes to warrant a playthrough. Asterix and the Great Rescue by Courtesan is their first adaptation of this comic series to the Mega Drive. It will be followed by 1995's Asterix and the Power of the Gods, which we'll look at later. In Great Rescue, you as Asterix and Obelix, which you can choose in each level, have to go rescue Getafix and Dogmatix that have been captured by the Romans. I love these characters in comic form, and this game is a bit of a mixed bag overall, with you being able to choose either character, which is always a fun element. The levels are also very short and feel like a lot of the later James Pond games in design. The graphics are nice, with lots of Eurotrash demo scene style effects everywhere, and a cool musical score that does feel a bit out of place in this game, even if it does get that toe tapping. It's a combination of it's better than it should be, but also slightly underwhelming. Nickelodeon's gross out cartoon duo Ren and Stimpy were next, in Stimpy's Invention.
Okay, so your folks may act a little weird when they see you've got Stimpy's Invention, the new Ren and Stimpy game for Sega Genesis. And you can be Ren or Stimpy, and team up for crazy cartoon powers like the Boomerang and Chopper Pilot. Hey, it's cooler than powdered toast, man.
Which was developed by Blue Sky, and is based partly on an episode of the cartoon series. This game, which is, you guessed it, another action platformer where you play Ren and Stimpy at the same time in single player mode, as you attempt to put Stimpy's Mutator-matic machine back together before it mutates the entire city. In 2-player mode, each controls a character, and it has the same humor and wacky vibe of the second Toe Jam and Earl game, Panic and Funkatron. The range of moves for the characters is impressive. Each one has their own set, plus there's team up moves which are all crazy and funny and add a lot to the gameplay, taking it above your usual usual run-of-the-mill entry in the genre. The animation is really excellent, the levels are Earthworm Jim style degrees of madness, and the music and sound effects are great. It's a total hidden gem, and sure to please fans of the show. Cool Spot by Virgin Interactive is another high-quality game from them, taking the 7-Up mascot and literally making an awesome game out of it, which is quite an achievement. As the Spot, you gotta collect all the cool points in a level and rescue a fellow Spot from a prison cell as well. Why? I don't know, and I don't care. It didn't bother me then, and it still doesn't now, when I'm having this much fun. It's kind of irrelevant, which sums up Cool Spot in a nutshell. The weird collection of levels, bonus stages, because 90s, fantastic animation and sampled sound effects, and a funky music score come together to make it all work in its 11 stages, and make me yearn for when games are actually fun and put a big smile on your face, as opposed to all this modern doom and gloom disconnected multiplayer trash. There was a sequel in 1995. It's an isometric game called Spot Goes to Hollywood. It wasn't developed by the same team, and it's kinda just okay, but I'd honestly just skip it. But circling back to my previous trash statement, we had another 2 games published by Flying Edge, which should have you recoiling in terror, with Bart's Nightmare and Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Both games should be surefire wins, based on beloved characters and franchises. Neither really work all that well, and are a combination of decent ideas executed in a really super disappointing way. Bart's Nightmare is a mess of minigames where you play Bart Simpson, who's fallen asleep and is having nightmares. You have to retrieve all the lost homework papers in his mind to wake him up. It sounds awesome, but the execution is just off, in the gameplay department especially. There's tons of games which can be played in any order, like the Godzilla run and gun, flying stages, Bartman style, even an itchy and scratchy level. It almost feels like they had tons of ideas for a new Simpsons game, and then some genius in the room said, why don't we combine all these ideas for one ultimate game? It just doesn't work. Despite the cool stages, styles and ideas, it just feels like an absolute mess of disconnected minigames. Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge is a pretty disappointing game as well, especially considering how these characters were handled separately on the system, which was generally pretty good. The plot is super dumb, and I'm not even going to insult you with it. The game's weird graphics style just feels a bit off on the Mega Drive, which is probably due to the fact that it was a port of a Super Nintendo game that came out about a year earlier. You play Spidey initially until the second level, where you can have access to the X-Men and use Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm and Gambit for the other stages. I don't hate this game, it simply doesn't feel like a Mega Drive game. The stages are just okay, the music is meh, and Arcade the bad guy is one of the dumbest Marvel villains ever created, but all is not lost, fellow believers.
Hear the sound razor-sharp adamantium claws make when they extract their revenge. They're here.
The X-Men got another game this year, courtesy of Sega and Western Technologies, that seemed to hit just as the 90s X-Men fever was at peak coolness. I mean, I was collecting the Marvel trading cards and the X-Men comics, soaking up the Fox cartoon every Saturday morning. The X-Men were simply 90s cool to teenage boys. The game finds the X-Men imprisoned in their training simulator, the Danger Room, with the safeties switched off, as they have to defeat enemies and scenarios from their long checkered past, with Magneto pulling the strings and injecting a virus into the computer mainframe. You can choose who you want to take on a level, with Gambit, Wolverine, Nightcrawler and Cyclops as playable characters, each feeling very different and sporting their own set of mutant skills. Some other characters are also here in supporting roles such as Jean Grey, Rogue and more, either being used as one-off powers or performing various unique tasks to continue the adventure. The game is, and I'm not gonna say this combination of words one more time during this segment, a
action platformer
that, like I said, is a greatest hits of X-Men adventures and bad guys. It can also be played in two-player co-op style, which is probably why it was in such heavy rotation on my system at the time. It's mostly action in the stages, with simple switch flipping and all those cool boss cameos. Each character also is very unique, like I said, and adds to the replayability. Sound is its only weak point. Even back then, we used to make fun of its music and really harsh grating sound effects. It's not gonna win anyone over, that's for sure. It is a good game though. It's 2-player action, and the care given to each X-Men's unique feel in the gameplay, and a story which makes it possible for all the best X-Men stories to be represented in a single game. It was followed by a very good sequel, X-Men The Clone Wars, which was also a cool
action platformer
and a really great follow-up. Next was the Mega Drive's biggest hidden gem of the year, which was McDonald's Treasureland Adventure by those nutcases over at Treasure. Their first ever game completed, but their second game released. But more on that story later, and Treasure themselves when we look at Gunstar Heroes. McDonald's is a game like Cool Spot that has no right to be this good, yet here it is, and it's freaking awesome. You play Ronald McDonald as you go on a treasure hunt in a magical forest. I am not even going to question that, I'm just going to go with it. The game is mostly a
action platformer
split into 4 worlds with lots of short stages, which mix in the inventiveness and stage design, gameplay and graphics, pushing the limit of the system to deliver a unique experience in the
action platformer
genre. Ronald can blast stuff with magic, use his scarf to whip up to other levels, and buy stuff in shops as upgrades RPG style. The levels are gorgeous to look at, with a manic amount of parallax action, all soaking up the Mega Drive color palette, and as per Treasure style, small gameplay variations along the way, including an excellent column style bonus minigame. It's so well made and executed, but was pretty much overlooked upon release and really needs to be part of some sort of Mega Treasure gaming compilation bundle, although the rights will probably make that never happen, but you never know, fingers crossed. And the final 2 licensed games this year were my favorites, being endlessly swapped out between the two by a couple of the best companies at the time on the system for the
action platformer
genre, Konami and Virgin Interactive. And of course I'm talking about Tiny Toon Adventures and Aladdin. Tiny Toons Buster's Hidden Treasure was based on the 1990 rebirth of the Tiny Toons cartoon brand on TV, and I never missed an episode. It was cartoon gold, and we really need this kind of cartoon back on TV. Aladdin was, and still is, easily the best movie-length cartoon Disney ever released, in my opinion. Pure quality from start to finish. Buster's Hidden Treasure puts you in the role of Buster Bunny as he has to go to this mysterious island in search of treasure stolen by Montana Max, and rescue Babs and various other toons along the way. Aladdin has you as obviously Aladdin, as he has to make his way to Jafar and save Princess Jasmine, with a little help also from a magic genie. Both games wear their
action platformer
roots proudly and are pretty typical in style and gameplay. Buster has a very sonic vibe to it, allowing you to blast through stages if you so desire at rapid speed, and features 7 areas which you can see on your map, with 33 mini stages to complete overall. Aladdin has 10 stages, all taken from pieces of the movie. The gameplay is a little bit slower and requires more precision. You're able to throw apples for distance and use your sword for close quarters combat. Of course, both these games being 90s products, you also get tons of bonus stages for lives and points. Buster has portals hidden all around the stages, which can be found, and takes them to Wacky Land, where you can collect as much items as you can without touching one of the dodo birds. Aladdin has multiple bonus stages, including a dodging sequence with Abu the monkey, and genie-style slot machine segments for bonuses. Graphically, they both are very impressive in different ways. Buster pretty much has every single cliche of the
action platformer
stages humanly possible in it, from forests, icelands, lava, factories, caves, swimming. It's got you covered. The animation is good, it's very colorful and complements the cartoon quite well. Aladdin has amazing graphics and animation due to Disney sharing assets from the movie with Virgin. The team up allowed both companies to really push the visuals and style to crazy levels. It's a gorgeous game to look at. Every single level is both companies at the top of their game. Musically, Buster's is your typical Konami fare. It's got little addictive tunes, simple but very well done, with good sound effects. Aladdin sports songs from the movie in chiptune form, like Friend Like Me and A Whole New World. The sound effects are also really top quality. Both games are solid in the gameplay department, accurate and precise, with Aladdin having the edge just in terms of variety, a little bit more than Tiny Toons. Buster's Hidden Treasure is a Konami game that never really gets its due, but it's a must play in the
action platformer
genre. And Aladdin is one of the highest quality games ever released on the Mega Drive in terms of overall production, and really helped to boost the reputation of the licensed game, which was by 1993 getting really dodgy. Finally, the versus fighting game hit the Mega Drive in full force, sending the biggest arcade hits home, kicking off the genre's mainstream popularity in homes for console and computer gamers everywhere. And let's jump over to SNK, who with the release of this single game changed their gaming trajectory to become one of the biggest makers of the versus genre in the 90s. This was a conversion of Fatal Fury, based on their 1991 Neo Geo MDS arcade fighter hit, and the start of the entire Fury series, and in turn the King of Fighters and the Art of Fighting. The Mega Drive version was published by Takara, who also did the release of SNK's King of the Monsters, with Sega handling the Japanese release. This versus beat 'em up introduced us to classic characters like the Bogard brothers, Joe Higashi, and of course the ever evil and dodgy Geese Howard. And in this first version you can only choose to play one of the three heroes. It features story mode and a 2-player versus multiplayer mode as you try to fight your way up the King of the Fighters tournament. All the tropes of modern fighters were being introduced into the versus genre at this period, with diverse movesets and special moves for each character. Fatal Fury also used a multi-level playing field, allowing you to jump from the front to the back of the screen to escape attacks or launch one on your opponent. It also had backgrounds that altered between rounds as the time of the day progressed. The Mega Drive version has 2 characters missing, but it doesn't really take away much from the fun of the overall experience, and this was the first versus fighting game I actually bought for the system and really played it a ton back then. It's a bit simplistic in gameplay compared to how refined the series would become, but they had to start somewhere. Overall I think though it's still a pretty good version of this original release. And Konami were up next with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, a company not known for this style of game, but they jumped on the versus bandwagon just like everyone else. And if this game had come out maybe 1 year later, my guess it would have been much more well refined. But as it stands though, the hate it usually gets is pretty unjustified. Just because it's not another side scroller just like most Turtles games of that era doesn't mean it's bad. The game has you as the Turtles jumping through Dimension X trying to save Splinter from Krang, who's abducted him. Besides the Turtles, you can also choose other fighters such as Casey Jones and even April O'Neil to use. It's got a story mode and a 2-player versus with tons of moves, specials, and the unique desperation moves that can be used once your energy is almost zero to turn the tides of close battles. Like Fatal Fury, it's a product of its time. The action is a little bit slower than you're probably used to with modern fighters, although the gameplay is decent, but it just doesn't quite nail that addictive quality that you need in this style of game. The graphics are good overall. The music is not as memorable though as your usual Konami outings, but it also features tons of speech samples which do boost the atmosphere. It's not the train wreck people always make it out to be, but with a bit more refinement and speed in gameplay, it could have been a pretty memorable fighter. Next, Sega threw their hats in the ring and joined the versus party with the US developed Sega interactive game Eternal Champions, Sega's answer to the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter's invasion of the homes. The game was headed up by producer Michael Latham, a former Activision employee who had worked on the mediocre versus game Tongue of the Fat Man. Sega of Japan was not on board with this game, but Sega of America plowed ahead regardless, confident they could make something in the same vein as Street Fighter 2 but with its own personality. Michael is quoted as saying, "The main goal for this title was to create a rich universe that would allow for sequels and for licensing toys, books, and so on. Eternal succeeded in both these areas. Naturally, I looked at the competition and was influenced by other games, but I think I was far more driven by wanting to fix all the things I'd learned while making the Fat Man game. I also remember playing Karateka by Broderbund, which for its time felt realistic. This desire for authentic martial arts moves will become very important for me. The coolest aspect for me personally about this game was the storyline, which for a fighting game was pretty damn good, and in turn made all the characters much more appealing to play and learn to see their endings and find out their final fate, something you usually don't care about much with a versus game." Michael continued, "Eternal's core design mission was to bring a complex storyline to the genre. From the beginning I designed the story to be a trilogy, which a friend and fellow game designer Tony Van warned me would curse the project's last installment. Apparently trilogies don't often make it to their final chapter. It was quite a challenge as storytelling wasn't a strong area for me, but I believe my time working on game designs at Activision helped make me a better storyteller. In the end I wrote every page of Eternal's design, including all the stories for each of the characters, which resulted resulted in a 450-page document. The storyline goes that important fighters throughout history were pulled out of time moments before their real deaths to fight in a tournament, with the winner getting their life back, is pretty inventive and really gave the game atmosphere that a lot in the genre lacked at the time. But without gameplay, none of this would really matter. Thankfully, Eternal Champions delivered on that as well, with a good mix of Street Fighter style and its own identity, delivering a massively diverse moveset for each one of its original characters as well as special moves. Michael continued, "I was proud of the fact that we based every core character move on a real martial arts style. My associate producer, Eric Wahlberg, was a trained martial artist who worked with the visual artist to ensure we got it right. And for each of the moves, there was a video or book reference. This authenticity was a key component of the game's success. I also think we came up with a lot of original ideas in how our fighting and skill systems worked. Many people were just cloning the competition, but while our team worked really hard to follow convention where it was needed, whenever we got a chance to try something different, we did. The cast of characters was a real drawing point and fun to master. Stage designs were also extremely varied and animated well, with the inclusion of special stage deaths, adding a gore factor to the game as well. Plus, the music and sound effects do a great job of selling the action. The game sold extremely well in the West, in particular the US and Europe, despite the fact that Sega Japan did not support the project, which resulted in a sequel that never got made despite impressive sales numbers. It did, however, get an enhanced Sega CD version, plus 2 spin-offs, the decent Game Gear entry Chicago Syndicate, and the absolutely god-awful Experts, which we'll reluctantly look at later on in this video. And now for a few quick rapid fires with Ultraman, developed by Human, a Japan exclusive based on the Ultraman TV series and a very mediocre Super Famicom 1990 release. It's absolutely terrible in every sense. Bland graphics, unresponsive controls, and terrible sound. It's easily one of the worst versus fighting games on the entire Mega Drive library. Best of the Best is a kickboxing simulator, despite the subtitle being Championship Karate, and is not based on the movie of the same name, but is actually based on a 1992 computer game by Laura Seal. Its slower pace, more strategy style will not be for everyone, but features training modes, a Kumite tournament, and even supports Sega's Activator peripheral. And lastly was another Japan exclusive, Hari Manada, a sumo wrestling game developed by Megasoft, based on a Game Gear Japan exclusive version. It's interesting if only for the subject matter, but is extremely hard to get into due to the language barrier, which hampers what might be an actual decent game.
You win. Perfect. Kano wins. Island. Shoryuken.
93 was one of the biggest years for the Mega Drive as far as the versus genre goes. It saw the double release of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2, two of the biggest, most influential fighters from 1992. Mortal Kombat was a direct port of Midway's 92 arcade release, with Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition being a combination of Street Fighter 2 and its two 1992 updates, Champion Edition and Turbo Hyper Fighting, that was released 1 year after its original 1991 debut in the arcades.
Sonic Boom.
Popcorn. Fighting fans were in heaven. I purchased both these games almost immediately after their release and started slapping up anyone who dared pick up the Player 2 controller. The 90s were freaking awesome. Mortal Kombat hit the system first on what became known as Mortal Monday, September 1993, with programming being a co-production between Probe and Acclaim's Grey Team. Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition came 2 months later in November 1993, developed by Capcom themselves. Mortal Kombat managed to replicate the digitized graphics style on the Mega Drive quite well, from the fast-paced nature of the action and the backdrops as well. And even with a few small things missing here and there in the backgrounds, it really looked close to the arcade and was pretty impressive for 1993. Street Fighter captured the cartoon-styled flavor of the arcade's graphics quite exceptionally, from character animations to impressive remade animated backgrounds. Both games really brought the look of the arcade home. Gameplay is where they differ drastically fantastically. Although both are versus fighters, they both took different approaches. Mortal Kombat is about quick strikes and juggling, which was something new in the genre. Get a character in the air with a big old uppercut, then time a bunch of moves to keep hitting him before he hits the ground. And of course it's known for its fatalities, which were special button combos activated before a character dies to make his end as gruesome as possible, and was one of the arcade's biggest drawing points. It had all 7 characters from the arcade available, plus the bonus Test Your Might stages as well. Street Fighter 2 had all 12 characters for you to choose from, thanks to the Champion Edition, which makes all the boss characters selectable as well. Street Fighter style was combos and stringing them together in quick succession to take out an opponent. When it comes to gameplay, I always preferred it over Mortal. The Mega Drive version played extremely well, and with the use of a 6-button pad made it feel just like the arcade. Plus the added bonus of turbo speed and extra moves, you really felt like you got the ultimate version of Street Fighter 2 at home at that time. It also included all the bonus stages and character endings. They really went all out on the details. Mortal Kombat was a monster seller, outselling the Super NES version 5 times over, with sales of over 2.6 million as opposed to the Super Nintendo's 500,000 sold. Sega wisely decided to include all the blood and fatalities from the arcade, accessible with a simple code. Nintendo opted to censor its version, making it obviously the less desirable version. The game did end up getting banned in Germany after release when they discovered the hidden code. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition ended up becoming Capcom's biggest selling game they ever released on the Mega Drive and Genesis. These games both raised the bar for the fighting genre, not only in the arcades but across all consoles, and opened the floodgate on versus games for the system's remaining years. And now to some RPG and strategy games, which had mostly strategy titles and very few RPGs except one of the system's best games, but more on that soon. First is a World War II strategy title by Koei called Operation Europe Path to Victory 1939-45, and is part of Koei's historical World War II simulation series, and was first released on the PC-88. You can choose between 6 major World War II real-life battles to take part in, including the Battle of France, the North Africa Campaign, the Battle of Kursk, the Normandy Invasion, the Battle of the Bulge, and the Fight for Berlin. You can choose famous historical generals to command your troops and take part in huge turn-based battles, with tons of strategy on top of that, like the usual resource management, being able to sabotage enemy supply chains, and send special forces in to assassinate generals, and obviously a whole lot more. For a Koei game, it also has a really awesome soundtrack, which their games are generally not known for. Don't dismiss this game at all, it's well worth your time. Next is Pirates Gold by Microprose, an update of their classic 1987 Commodore 64 pirate simulator that is still one of my favorite games of all time, and was done by legend Sid Meier, and this only got a US Genesis release. If you've never played a Pirates game, it's basically an open world pirate simulator. You control everything, meaning you can end the game at any time you want by simply dividing up all your wealth you've accumulated and see where you rank in life. The game gives you a list of goals to attain, but you can forego all that and simply be whatever you want. A pirate, trader, treasure seeker, or all of the above, plus a little bit of diplomacy. You can sail the Caribbean in your ship, visit towns to trade, gossip in local bars, visit the governors and make contracts, sail the seas and battle foes in ship battles, plus sword fight the captains. There is literally so much to this game. This is another one that console gamers generally dismiss without even giving it a chance, and that would be a huge mistake. It's an excellent update of a classic game. Next is a double dose of action games with light RPG elements, with Techno Clash and Gauntlet 4. And I know what you're gonna say, Gauntlet is not an RPG at all, but Gauntlet 4 is something quite different. First off, it was developed in Japan by M2, the Japanese game developers that were formed in 1991. They are mostly known for their excellent re-releases of classic games on modern systems. The Sega Ages series on the Switch for Sega is one such excellent example. Gauntlet 4 is essentially multiple games in one, with 4 main modes. Arcade faithfully brings the Atari original home with 4-player support via the Sega Multitap. Battle mode is a versus deathmatch. Record mode is a single-player variant brilliant on the arcade game with a password system, but the crown jewel in my opinion is Quest Mode, which turns the series into a full-on action RPG, giving you all new dungeons to explore and bosses to fight, plenty of characters to talk to and buy items from, a character level up system, plus a full story and save option. It is amazing fun. The graphics are excellent and extremely detailed. There is so many options for different playstyles. Quest Mode is a brilliant idea that is executed so well, and it features a stunning music score by Japanese composers Hitoshi Sakimoto and Masahara Iwata of Final Fantasy Tactics fame, plus they've done so much more. The other action RPG was Techno Clash by Electronic Arts. It's a weird mix of cyberpunk and fantasy genres. You're a mage that with the help of a couple of NPC assistants travels to Earth through a portal with the attempt to rid it of the robot invasion that has ravaged the whole world. There are 7 levels to make your way through, from junkyards and deserts and robot bases. At the start of each one you can choose an NPC assistant from a wizard or a mercenary to help you. There's tons of weapons and spells that can be attained. You can use your hawk to fly up and gain a view of the local area, and there is plenty of secrets to discover. It's more gauntlet action orientated, but is still an interesting game to play and was an exclusive for the system. And a quick mention here is for Mutton no Sometsu, published by Kodansha as a Japanese only release. It got a full English fan translation though if you're interested in trying it out. It's a super cliche RPG with every conceivable trope of the genre is in this game, and it's probably the reason it never got an official translation, but it's available in English and I thought I'd mention it for the hardcores out there. And back to some rapid fires with the double dose RTS action with Power Manga, published by Electronic Arts, and an adaptation of an Amiga game which is basically Populous with more impressive graphics and action. It still has a very steep learning curve, but if you're willing to put in the time like most of these games, you will be rewarded. I'd still recommend a PC version though over this, just due to controls. It's still a good version of the game if you're interested anyway. The other RTS was Megalomania by Sensible Software, known as Tyrants in the US. It's a bit easier to get into God Simulator as you take civilization through history from cavemen, Rome, World War II and beyond. Out of these two RTSs, I'd recommend this over Power Manga as it's simply easier to get into and has a nice chunk of Sensible Software's unique humor. Our friends over at Koei also delivered another 2 more strategy titles with Genghis Khan 2, a huge turn-based strategy title where you get to conquer Mongolia before taking on the world. Presentation is pretty nice, as is the turn-based battles, which are also presented well for this type of game. If playing Genghis Khan sounds appealing to you, then this is your game. The last Koei game for this year was Nobunaga's Ambition, where you get to play the Japanese warlord and attempt to conquer Japan and become shogun. All the Koei tropes are here: diplomacy, resource management, and turn-based battles. These games usually always come down to whether you find the historical setting appealing, and in this case it's 16th century Japan. It also features use for the Sega mouse. Shining Force 2 was Sega's big RPG of the year, done by Sonic Software Planning, the sequel to their smash hit 1992 turn-based strategy title. Despite the original 2 games' sales and popularity, Sega was still very wary of a sequel, but eventually greenlit it for Sonic Software Planning, but only giving the original budget of the previous game, which put the pressure on the team to deliver a better game with no extra resources. Yes, producer and programmer Hiroyuki Takahashi talking about the pressures of producing this sequel. We were in a really precarious position at that point because we knew that if we couldn't produce another hit, we would have no future. The number of staff we had working on the Shining Force series varied with each game until the Saturn era, during which time the team was pretty settled and didn't change much. We carefully chose our staff from among many candidates, and after Shining Force 2, the core staff remained and grew stronger together. Shining Force 2 was an experimental title where we improved the story and enhanced the game's RPG-ness. The story this time involved a thief who inadvertently unleashes the Demon King's zeal onto the world of Grand Seal, and it's up to you to form a force and attempt to stop him and his invading demon army. Shining 2 is essentially the same game as the original, just with lots of subtle additions and improvements to the overall game design. The big, visually impressive turn-based action returns with lots more graphical flair and details. You can form a team of up to 12 characters out of 20 overall. Many join in story story elements, but many more have to be found in secret areas or towns, and you can swap out who's on the team for each giant battle. The story and character elements are greatly expanded with fun, witty dialogue that brings each character to life perfectly. Unlike the previous game, which is very linear in nature, Shining 2 is more open-ended, allowing backtracking and encouraging exploration in the map segments, with an overall much bigger world to explore. The music again in the game is excellent. It's so whimsical and catchy, it instantly puts a smile on your face. Done by Motoaki Takanouchi, who also worked at Climax and Game Arts. And his score really elevates this game, not that it needed it, but obviously it's very welcome. There's many more additions and improvements, but the bottom line is, if you like the previous entry, then you're gonna be right at home here. It's my favorite turn-based RPG title on the system. Its attention to characters, very easy to understand gameplay, brilliant score, and likable atmosphere just make it a classic of the 16-bit strategy turn-based era.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And let's jump over and check out a bunch of randos. Games that didn't quite fit into any genre this year, or was simply the only one of its kind for '93. And we'll start off with 3 games that were all exclusives to Sega's console: General Chaos, Dashing Desperados, and Haunting. General Chaos was a strange real-time action strategy game published and designed by Electronic Arts that continued their trend at the time for original, inventive titles. Pity they didn't keep that going. The game pits 2 brothers against each other, one named Chaos and the other Havoc, in an attempt to capture each other's capital city, thus ending the game. Besides the map screen selecting which region to attack first, most of the game takes place in single-screen backdrops, where each side battles it out in RTS-style gameplay, and it's glorious fun to behold. Before each battle, you get to choose your team made up of all different skilled soldiers who use different weapons, which makes some teams more defensive and some more aggressive, etc, etc. The action is chaos at its best, filled with hilarious and detailed animation. As you direct your troops around it, can even control single characters if you wish. The campaign mode spans 17 battles in total, but the real fun of this game is in its versus mode, where you can play against your friend, or use the 4-way multi-tap and have a mental LAN party style Saturday afternoon, killing your mates in this crazy original game. It's highly recommended. Next is a weird game, Dashing Desperados, developed by Daddy East, which was a US only release. It's basically if you stole the Sonic 2 split screen versus mode and made a whole game about it. That's Dashing Desperados in a nutshell. It's a platform racing game split screen style, as each one of your cowboys has to try reach the girl Jenny at the end of the stage. It's got power-ups and all types of boosts to add a little bit of variety, but unless you're playing against another real player, it's very limited and gets mundane very quickly. I do admire the attempt, but it really is better suited as a mini game, like in Sonic 2, which was brilliant. Electronic Arts is back with another very original title in Haunting, starring Poltergeist, a comedy horror game that kinda defies genres. Your goal as a ghost is to haunt the Vito family out of every new home they move into, 4 in total, as you blame the father for inadvertently getting you killed. You basically roam the houses, find members of the family, and start haunting objects to get them to freak out. You use ectoplasm to do this, so you gotta be careful not to use too much of it, or you'll be sent straight to hell, where you have to try and escape back to the real world. It sounds pretty grim, but it's very funny and is loaded with wonderful animation and atmosphere throughout the whole game. It plays like nothing else out there. Even now, it's still pretty unique. Although the gameplay is pretty basic, it's just a fun endeavor when people were still experimenting with what game experiences could actually be. Next is the Chaos Engine, as it's known in Europe, or Soldiers of Fortune for its US release, a top-down run-and-gun style game made by the Bitmap brothers, based on the original Amiga release, also published in 1993. In the game, you play a bunch of mercenaries that have to make their way through the steampunk-styled English countryside to destroy a supercomputer that's managed to take over the world. It's fast-paced, detailed shooter at its best, featuring a richly detailed world and gorgeous animation. It's big as well, featuring 4 levels with 4 parts in each, with gameplay involving lots of blasting, picking up keys, and minor puzzle elements to make your way through. At the end of every second level, you get to spend all that cash you picked up to upgrade your character and weapons RPG style. If you play by yourself, you also get to choose a second character for the CPU to control as your assistant, or you can play it in 2-player co-op, which is the way to go for this game. It features beautiful slick graphics and a rocking soundtrack, nowhere in the same league as the Amiga's music tracks as per usual, but still good nevertheless. It's just straight up arcade action to the max. Another game I'd recommend you check out, it's not an exclusive or anything, but this is the system I played it on, is Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Zombies Ate My Neighbors was released through Konami, but programmed by those fine folks over at LucasArts. This was made right when they were making their point-and-click adventures, somewhere in the middle there, so it was a really odd game to come out, especially like this really console-y kind of thing. Video games and humor usually don't go over very well, but Zombies' relentless references to 1950s B-movies, horror films, and in general science fiction flicks manages to nail it so well. But it's such a fantastic game. It's kind of an homage to kind of like 1950s B-movies, and me and my friends were heavily into this kind of thing, this whole science fiction and old horror movies, and those really, really bad ones, they're like, they're just those terrible mummy movies, and those Plan 9 from Outer Space, that kind of thing. We were heavily into that, so much so that we used to make our own movies based on those things. We made a mummy movie. We made this one where this guy was like a vampire hunter. We made a whole bunch of trash. They were terrible movies we made, but they were so much fun to make. The basics of the gameplay have you running around various familiar movie genre locations like the family-friendly neighborhoods, shopping malls, ancient pyramids, etc., etc., in an attempt to save all the innocent civilians in each level. But it's never that simple, is it? All the while you're attempting this, you are getting hunted and attacked by every dodgy horror movie villain you can think of. Zombies, werewolves, mummies, aliens, creatures from the Black Lagoon, Jason from Friday the 13th, and even the mental case Chucky dolls are just a few of the examples. This game plays out a bit like Gauntlet, with you rushing around looting and saving people. As soon as they all found, a door opens for you to escape, where you'll be graded on your performance before the next level. There's also tons of fun weapons and items to pick up that help you out, like some lab juice that hulks you out for a short amount of time, allowing you to smash the hell out of everything. There are also other things like bazookas and vampire killing crucifixes. This game is pretty massive, featuring 55 levels, so you better call a friend over to help you out, as it also supports 2-player co-op play. I also like the titles of each level, which invoke some sort of parody of a classic genre movie, and it's honestly really fun just to see what the next level is going to be called. The graphics are very colorful and detailed, and the animation is superb. There's absolutely no lack of detail on anything, and it's so much fun to find all the little movie references in every corner of the game. The music is also very well done, capturing that B-movie vibe. If you like this, you should also check out LucasArts' Hoax Adventures on the Sega Saturn. It's basically the same game with a Greek mythology setting. It's a game that has so much personality in the graphics and the music, and it's just super fun to play as well, very addictive, so definitely check out Zombies Ate My Neighbors. This year saw a huge decline in the shoot-'em-up releases, with each preceding year being less and less, as people's tastes had switched to the beat-'em-up obsession. There were only a few this year, but the quality was some of the best the system ever saw. Eliminate Down was first up, a Japan exclusive published by Softvision, in a very small run, making it quite rare to find physically. It's a traditional horizontal space shooter. Its gameplay is pretty similar to Toplane's Hellfire, with 3 different configurations of fire available, which you have to switch between as the situation changes, with forward fire, backfire, and a multitude of bombs. There are 8 stages in total, with both bosses and mini-bosses at the midpoints, generally speaking, and lots of upgrades for your 3 weapon sets to pick up. I think the graphics are really gorgeous, with tons of flair and detail, with mechanical and biomechanical style looks to it, like something out of an R-Type game, and it has a pretty good fast-paced soundtrack which keeps the action flowing to a good pace. The game got some really average reviews in the Japanese magazines upon release, but playing this now, I honestly think it rocks, so fire up that emulator and get blasting is all I got to say. Enjoy. Next was Slapfight MD by Toplan and published exclusively in Japan by Tengen. This is a fantastic shooter release and is actually 2 games in one. You get a conversion of Toplan's original shooter Slapfight that came out in 1986 and was also known as Alcon in the US, and published by Taito in the arcades. And you get Slapfight MD, which is a completely new game with the same mechanics but whole new stages and music. The original also has the option for range music, which is really awesome and better than the original in my opinion. And MD has music by Yuzo Koshiro and is absolutely fantastic as well. Slapfight is also a slow-paced game that plays a bit like Gradius in a sense, where you collect power-ups and decide when you want to equip them. Depending on the level on the right-hand side of the screen will determine the power-up. I loved this game in the arcade as a kid, and this conversion definitely eases up the difficulty just a little bit than the original. Plus the bonus of the MD version is just amazing, with 80 continuous stages each. There is a lot of game in there. It was also a limited release, meaning only roughly 5,000 copies were made, making it just like Eliminate Down, a pretty hard game to come across in physical form. Another fantastic shooter was the multi-directional Blastfest Ranger X, published by Sega in all regions. It's an interesting mix of styles, with slight run and gun and even platforming style elements depending on the level, as you control a mech suit with flying and shooting abilities such as regular fire, flamethrower and guided missiles. You're also accompanied by a motorbike assistant, which can be docked with at any time to increase your firepower and obviously ground speed. The game uses a 6-button control pad to full effect, and it definitely takes a little getting used to the first time you play it, but it's nothing a little practice doesn't resolve. It's got 7 stages with big boss encounters and various smaller objectives to seek out and destroy. I really love the 80s style vector graphics intros for each level, giving you more mission details, and the graphics themselves in-game are absolutely amazing, with tons of animation and on-screen action. I feel it was a cool game that got completely overshadowed upon release due to many other high-profile games hogging the limelight at the time, and the last game here was another Japan exclusive called Battlemania Daigenjo. Is a scrolling shoot-'em-up released exclusively in Japan for the Sega Mega Drive by Vic Tokai in 1993. It's a sequel to the excellent original that went under the name Troubleshooter in the West. I describe this game straight off the bat as fun. The tongue-in-cheek approach and the well-balanced difficulty makes you want to just keep playing this till the wee hours of the morning. The characters Maria and Mania are back, taking care of trouble and shooting the hell out of each problem thrown at them in the 9 levels of madness that this game throws at you. The graphics have had a major upgrade from the previous title and are extremely colorful and well animated, as is the backgrounds and the variety of the locations. You again get to select your weapon before each level, which affects the type of smart bomb you also receive, and some are way more useful in certain levels than others, so pick carefully. The bosses are way more elaborate this time and have a treasure feel to them, meaning just when you think you've killed it, it transforms again and starts attacking. It's awesome and totally keeps you on your toes to the bitter end. This game is a bit more challenging than the first one, as the pace is much faster and so are the amount of enemies that they throw at you. The stages also switch themselves up from horizontal to vertical every few levels to add that bit of variety, but just be aware, the vertical scrolling levels are much harder than the horizontal ones. The music is really good, really upbeat tunes, really catchy stuff, but the sound effects are a little bit mediocre, but not enough to take away from anything of the game. As a side note, just make sure you go into the options and set what control style suits you. It makes a big difference to the enjoyment of the game overall. This is an excellent hidden gem of a shoot 'em up from Vic Tokai, who seem to have made a full career out of hidden gems. Whether you hunt down this game on the original Mega Drive version or play it through emulation, you're in for a damn good time.
The new neighbors are moving in. Maybe they'll have someone you can play with.
The only thing better than having a new Sega Genesis would be getting your hands on tons and tons of games. Disney's Beauty and the Beast, and McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
Do you want to play Sega Genesis?
Sega Genesis and game cartridges sold separately.
Okay, so it's way too hard to recommend just 3 games on the Genesis. There are countless great games on the Genesis, but Even though I feel obligated to choose a Sonic game, instead I'm going to give you guys a platformer in Castle Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. I think this game is sublime. The platforming is solid and it's cute, and I think anybody can pick this game up and play it and enjoy it even today. I'm gonna give you a brawler in Streets of Rage 2, okay? Number 1 and number 3 were great, but number 2 really nailed that two-player arcade beat-em-up action, and the soundtrack by Yuzo Koshiro is absolutely epic. And then I'm gonna give you an RPG in Shining Force 2, okay? You gotta play Shining Force 2. It's one of the best RPGs on the Genesis. Hell, it's one of the best RPGs from the 16-bit era, and some people even like it better than Shining Force 3, but I don't know about that. Go play Shining Force 2.
Sports continue to be a huge genre with countless releases. This is just a small sampling of 93's hits and misses. Let's first check out a trio of tennis titles with David Crane's Amazing Tennis, Davis Cup Tennis, and Wimbledon Championship Tennis. David Crane's Amazing Tennis by Absolute was a US-only release by classic Activision game designer David Crane. Unfortunately, it's not as amazing as the title suggests. You got different court settings from clay, grass, and hard court, lots of voice samples and instant replays. The biggest difference here is the angle of play, which is really low behind your character. It's pretty impressive to look at, but for me the angle of play of any sports game either makes or breaks it. It's simply way too low, making the ball distance very difficult to judge from either side properly, which makes it in the end all flash and almost no substance. Davis Cup Tennis, published by Tengen or Domark depending on your region, is a step above Amazing Tennis, but not too much. This game is probably more well remembered for the cheeky magazine advert than the actual game, although having said that, it's a decent tennis experience. The camera is pulled back a bit so you can see the court better. Judging the court distance though is still a bit suspect, but not on the levels of Amazing. You also got all the options from indoor, grass and hard court, singles and doubles play, and can play for the Davis Cup or just to try to be the world's #1. It has good atmospheric speech samples and sound effects, well animated graphics, making it a mid-tennis game that if you like the sports you'll probably still enjoy. The best tennis game of the year for me though is by far Wimbledon Championship Tennis by Sega Sports, which is by far the best of the bunch and is a real top tier tennis game period on the system. The game sports the Wimbledon license but has no real players. It has multi-tap support so you can play singles, doubles or even 4-player doubles at once, which is very awesome. The angle of play is excellent, pulled out wide shot, making everything easy to see and judge the distance for different strokes and shot types, and has great sound effects as well. It's a very addictive tennis game that hits all the right arcade style tropes perfectly and definitely delivers the goods. It was followed up by the impressive sequel ATP Tour Championship Tennis in 1995. Next is a triple dose of soccer games, all pretty good in their own right, with Super Kickoff, Sensible Soccer and FIFA International Soccer. All of these games were designed to appeal mostly to a European audience, and at least the first two already were super popular franchises over there. Super Kickoff was designed by the holy trinity of dodgy game developers, being US Gold, Anko, and, heaven forbid, Tiertex. Somehow though, it still turned out to be pretty decent, which is kinda shocking. The series started out on home computers and is probably most well known as an Amiga or an Atari ST game. This version is based on the updated Kickoff 2 version. It's very European centric in terms of themes and settings, with fully customizable teams, none of them real as they had no license. Gameplay is extremely fast, to the point where sometimes it feels a bit too fast to be honest, and sports a top-down view and still plays quite well. It's a solid game overall, but isn't going to win any new people over to the world of soccer games. Sensible Soccer, on the other hand, by classic UK developers Sensible Software of Whizball and Cannon Fodder fame, was pretty damn cool and addictive, and was based on the updated 1993 Amiga version of the game. As with Kickoff, it's extremely European centric and has a top-down view with very small but detailed players, giving you a nice big overview of the field. It's fast but not too fast, handles very very well with atmospheric sound effects and is almost as addictive as the Amiga versions, and is definitely the better of the two Euro releases. But the big gun though this year was the launch of the FIFA franchise, a soccer game series that still to this day is a monster by Electronic Arts. With their first release simply titled FIFA International Soccer, the game was designed again from the ground up to appeal to European players, with Electronic Arts focusing on delivering a slightly more unique version of soccer, hence the isometric viewpoint, as to not look like the other two big European soccer games, Kickoff and Sensible. They also signed a 5-year deal with FIFA, making the game feel more official than its rivals, even though the teams and players were fictional, and just based on country names. I wasn't even a massive sports game fan, but I bought this game right after its release and played the living hell out of it. The attention to detail in the player animations, the field of play, was the best I'd ever played in a soccer game to that point, and the usual plethora of options that EA Sports games delivered was all there, with 4-player multi-tap support, various tournament modes including obviously the FIFA World Cup, and the really excellent crowd chanting while playing really took the atmosphere of the stadium right into the game. It was addictive and hit the marks perfectly. Sales-wise in the UK, it blew away Electronic Arts expectations and sold over 500,000 copies in 4 weeks and completely sold out. It stayed in the top 10 chart in the UK for most of 1994 as well. Sega Mean Machines magazine described it as the greatest soccer game yet seen, and was followed by a host of sequels on the system. And now a quick look at some random rapid fires with Championship Bowling by Visco, a 10-pin bowling game that got a completely bland makeover for its Western release, making it as generic as humanly possible. The original Japanese version, Boogie Woogie Bowling, is not great in terms of gameplay, but at least that thing had personality. Tecmo Super Bowl by Tecmo is an excellent 16-bit update or sequel to the NES original American football game with all the flash and addictiveness of that title, and features official player team licenses, excellent gameplay, and got another 2 sequels on the Mega Drive. WWF Royal Rumble is a licensed WWF wrestling game, which main feature is the Royal Rumble tournament, where wrestlers keep entering the ring until the last man is standing, which can have up to 6 players in the ring at once for maximum chaos. It has other tournament modes and a host of 12 classic wrestlers, from the Heartbreak Kid to Hulk Hogan. It's not the system's best wrestler, but it's still tons of fun to play. Boxing Legends of the Ring is a US only release featuring 8 real-life legends from Sugar Ray Leonard to Marvin Hagler. It features a create your own boxer mode, career, and battling the legends, and takes a third-person view with impressive graphics and sound. It's definitely not as engaging as any of the Sega Sports boxing series and falls somewhere in the mid-tier boxing experience for the system. And now on over to baseball with Hardball 3, LaRusso Baseball, and Super Baseball 2020. Hardball 3 was a continuation of Accolade's classic baseball series and features full commentary from baseball sports announcer Al Michaels in typical 16-bit hostage negotiation style delivery. It packs in more options than your average EA release, from 26 different ballparks, home run derby modes, instant replays, full team customization, and full season careers or single play. Overall, the gameplay is pretty good and sticks to the original roots, and is another quality game in the series. LaRusso Baseball was one of EA's entries here, and was based on Tony La Russa Ultimate Baseball by SSR, released on the Commodore 64 and DOS in 1991. This was basically a massive 16-bit update of that game. It goes for realism above everything else, with tons of stats to track and options bursting out of the seams. It has a full MLBPA license, so real players, but the teams are still generic names. La Russa himself provides commentary in typical EA Sports style TV presentation, and he was a former player himself turned coach, whose career highlights included leading his team to 3 World Series championship wins. The game is much more slower paced and precise, featuring a full 162 game season, which you can either choose to watch, manage, or get down and dirty and play. It's a very good baseball game that cuts back on all the flash and fancy graphics, but delivers very solid gameplay and the full baseball style experience. Super Baseball 2020, however, is all about flash and speed, and is a port by EA of SNK's arcade game from 1991, and the complete opposite of La Russa. A futuristic baseball game I loved so much in the arcade at that time. It features robots versus humans competing against each other, with 12 crazy teams to choose from. It's one of the fastest baseball games that I've ever played, and has really unique features like earning money as you play play for your performance. This cash can then be used at any time during the game to upgrade character skills. It has most but not all of the arcade's flashy big bold graphics and is very fun to play, even if you're not a baseball person. It's one of the best pure arcade style experiences of the sport on the Mega Drive. And the rest of the randoms are here with Jack Nicklaus Power Challenge Golf, based on Accolade's long-running golf series, which started way back in 1988. It's got options like crazy, with 3 different courses, stroke, skins, tournaments, but at the end of the day, like the rest of the series, it's just a big old average experience and not really worth recommending. Summer Challenge, also by Accolade, was a sequel to their previous year's Winter Challenge, giving a big, bold, classic multi-event sports game treatment to many summer events like kayaking, cycling, javelin, archery, with 8 events in total. It's decent but not quite as fun as Winter Challenge, but better than most entries in this type on the Mega Drive. And lastly was Mutant League Football, another futuristic sports game from Electronic Arts and the start of the very short-lived Mutant League series. It's American football with skeletons, trolls, and a whole host of weird beasties, player deaths, bribing the ref, traps in the field, and all manner of madness. It was very fun to play and uses the Madden engine, and was followed by Mutant League Hockey, my favorite of the two, which we'll look at a lot more closely in 1994.
FIFA International Soccer for Sega Genesis. If it's in the game, EA Sports. It's in the game.
This year had probably the best lineup of military flight simulators out of the entire system's run. And we'll first take a quick rapid-fire look at the odd one out, which was Warp Speed by Accolade, a space combat simulator that has you jumping around quadrants of deep space, blasting alien scumbags. You also have to dodge minefields, asteroids, and can also dock at space stations for refueling, repairs, and restocking weapons. It all sounds like a really cool version of Wing Commander, but it's got zero personality, the space combat is extremely dull to say the least, and so are the missions. It's just a massive missed opportunity of a game. But now let's flip on over to the good stuff with F117 Nightstorm by Electronic Arts, another big flight simulator in the style of LHX Attack Chopper, where you get to pilot a US stealth bomber in a series of surgical strike missions. You can choose 2 modes of play, arcade, which just throws you straight in the action, or the full career mode, which is really how it should be played, with a whole bunch of light story elements sprinkled in as well. There are a total of 30 missions, with a lot of them taking place at night, which forces you to rely on your instruments and navigation to complete missions, which I thought is very cool. The laser targeting system, where you get to guide missiles straight into your targets, is also extremely satisfying. The graphics are similar to LHX and are a bit slow by today's standards, but it's not meant to be an arcade action experience, so there's no real issue from me anyway. It also features very good sound effects and speech samples, which boost the atmosphere greatly, and overall it's a recommended game if you like slower, more stealthy flight simulators, and it was also another exclusive game by Electronic Arts for the system. MiG-29 Fighter Pilot, on the other hand, published by Domark, was a much faster, yet still very realistic in style MiG-29 jet simulator. There are 5 big missions to partake in, all in and around the Middle East. The game is considered a continuation of the 1990 game MiG-29 Fulcrum, which was released on DOS and the Amiga. The missions are pretty fun, from destroying Scud missiles to escorting submarines and taking out enemy control centers. You have to take off and land your plane also, giving it a full rounded flight sim style experience, and also features 3D polygon graphics, which you can select a host of outside views on the fly, and is all presented really well with great cockpit graphics, good sound effects, and fast solid gameplay that doesn't get boring, as long as you like this genre of game, of course. Overall, it's probably the most realistic flight simulator on the system. In mid-93, the Mega Drive and Genesis got F-15 Strike Eagle 2 from Microprose, kings of the flight sim style at that time. Their back catalogue of this genre is one of the best any company has ever released. Strike Eagle 2 is the sequel to the 1985 original, and the sequel was released on DOS in 1989, but this Mega Drive version is based on the updated and enhanced 1991 Amiga version. This version goes for the old-style full-on simulation-style gameplay, with main cockpit view and multiple selectable outside views. You get to take on many missions in the usual dodgy theatre of operation that these games take place in, islands such as Libya, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, etc, etc. There are obviously main objectives and side missions as well to take out for bonuses. You have to deal with not only air-based attacks in the form of MiGs and other fighters, but also land-based artillery fire, warships and enemy bases. Navigation is pretty simple, with an arrow for your main objective which is selected and a nifty map to jump back and forth to. With the Mega Drive controller having obviously less buttons than a standard keyboard, things have been dialed back slightly to give it a bit more of an arcadey vibe, even though it still feels overall very simulation in style. There are nifty options like a time warp feature which speeds up travel from one location to the other, and multiple difficulty settings determining whether you have to actually land or take off your plane, amongst many other factors. The graphics overall are pretty good, with both internal and outside views, and some really satisfying explosions with some good music from Matt Furness, who did many excellent Commodore 64 tunes before moving into 16-bit with some great stuff like the Alien 3 and the Terminator soundtracks. The missions are satisfying and big with plenty to do, but this game is definitely not going to be for everybody. Even though the action has been amped up a notch, it's still a slow-paced game, much like the PC or Amiga counterparts, and rewards the long play, which I really like. Overall, it's a pretty good conversion and a great continuation of the 80s original. With great success, a sequel will always follow. Jungle Strike hit the Genesis 1 year after Desert in 1993. pretty much cementing the series' legacy for the foreseeable future. Mark and John were both back, with Mark again on programming and using Desert's excellent bass engine, and John taking on lead designer and director for the game, as he explains his role. This included devising specific gameplay missions to creating the storyline, and collaborating with Mark Posen to implement the levels and new features. The plot this time has Kill Bubba's son teaming up with a South American drug lord, Carlos Ortega, in a mad attempt to nuke Washington, D.C. Kill Bubba as revenge for his dad's death in the original Desert Strike, and Ortega as payback for the US interfering with his lucrative drug trade. It was another plot steeped in facts, with a real tongue-in-cheek delivery, and was very topical for the time. Jungle took everything that made Desert so memorable and amplified it by 200%. There were now a massive amount of varied locations, from Washington DC, snow-capped mountains, jungle swamps, and massive enemy compounds. It truly opened up the variety in a huge way. Gameplay was pretty much exactly the same though. Few mini missions that lead up to the big level story point. Side missions include rescuing pilots, which again makes them available to choose later as co-pilots. You had your map to strategize your attack and manage resources. All these things were still available. The biggest change, however, was the opportunity to jump into multiple vehicles, which let you ride a motorbike, man an experimental hovercraft, and even jump into the seat of a F-117 stealth bomber. They all had their unique learning curves to adjust to, but were really fun additions to the gameplay. The hovercraft and bomber especially, with the fast maneuvering and the slow, precise bombing runs of the F-117. It was a welcome addition to give a little break from all that chopper action. Having said all that, this game is definitely much harder than Desert, and you'll have to use all your skills you learn from it if you ever want to see this game all the way to the end. Overall, the graphics were vastly improved, with tons of variety and lots of great cinematic cutscenes. The level design was clever and fun to explore. The music this time by Brian Schmidt, who had worked with Rob Hubbard on the original, was now lead, and he does a great remix of the original, as well as some other great topical tunes. The gameplay was on point, with the extra vehicles adding that nice touch of variety. For me, overall, personally, it's still my favorite of the entire series. And here's John on what him and Mark wanted to achieve with this sequel. We wanted to take what players liked about Desert and give them a wide variety of locations, missions, and vehicles. Desert took place in one environment, so in Jungle we wanted to give players a chance to visit multiple other terrains and control a variety of vehicles and different weapons. Overall, the game sold over 500,000 copies initially and was another well-received game in the press. It was a massive success for EA yet again, which obviously set in motion the immediate third game in the series. And let's zoom on over to some racing titles and start with Lotus 2 Rex is a 1993 release made by Gremlin Graphics and published by Electronic Arts. The game itself is a port of a popular Amiga racing series, in particular Lotus 3, with the addition of a level editor or Rex, Race Environment Construction System. The game graphically is almost the same as the previous Mega Drive release, Lotus Turbo Challenge, which is also a great game worth playing. Unlike the first game, this one is loaded with options, from the course editor, time attack, championship modes, and lots more. There's a bunch of fast, fun tunes to choose from as well, Outrun style, but none of the music matches quite up to the Amiga versions, unfortunately. The level editor is very impressive, and I love all the different types of weather conditions. It's definitely a very enhanced edition over Lotus 3 on the Amiga. Overall though, it's still a quick and fast racer that plays well with a wealth of options and diverse courses to tackle, and enough to keep you racing for a long time to come. And next is Outrun 2019, developed by Japanese company Hertz, and was a futuristic spin-off of the Outrun series. Not by anyone's real purpose though, as the game was simply designed as a futuristic racer called Junkers High on the Mega CD, before being moved over to the Mega Drive. Hertz then got permission to use the Outrun license by Sega, and the game was retitled very late into production. The game itself is modeled after Outrun though in design, with point-to-point time segments which break into branching paths so you can choose your own way, and also includes a turbo boost similar to Turbo Outrun as you blast through futuristic cities and landscapes. I really didn't like this game when I initially played it, because of the Outrun name attached to it, which seemed like an afterthought, which it was, but it's actually quite a fun game with some really fast and intense solid gameplay, and if you can ignore the Outrun name and take it for what it is, simply a cool futuristic racer, and you'll have a lot of fun with it. So next was F1, or Formula 1 in the US, which was released in 1993 by Domark. F1 is a full Formula 1 simulator that has all the 12 courses from the F1 season, as well as licensed drivers and cars, with the exception of Senna, who was licensed to his own game by Sega, which we saw earlier. F1 is a spiritual sequel to Vroom, an Amiga and PC F1 game that was released in 1991. The graphics on this game are quite amazing, using a combination of 2D sprites and 3D polygon graphics to the max, without the need for extra cartridge acceleration. It's fast-paced and captures the F1 feel extremely well, not only from the looks, but the gameplay is perfect, requiring you to actually use the brakes intelligently to fly around these amazing courses. The sound effects capture that whine of the engine, and you even have the option to turn on turbo mode, which compresses the screen down, therefore increasing the speed of the game to ridiculous levels. It's totally unnecessary, so just stick with the regular mode, which is plenty fast. It's the #1 Formula game on the system, and is hands down a must-play racer. And lastly, some rapid-fire looks with the first Micro Machines game by Codemasters to hit the system. Fast top-down racing, which emphasizes versus and party-style gameplay, with multiple vehicles like boats, cars, trucks, and many more. These games are not really my favorite because they are really meant to be enjoyed as party games with friends. Single player though, they are decent experiences, but are definitely not anywhere near as much fun. Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing by Gremlin Graphics is a very average F1 simulator featuring the world champ at the time, Nigel Mansell. The game offers lots of options and customization, but the racing itself feels very stiff and mechanical to race and just isn't that enjoyable. Just go and play the crazy excellent F1, which we looked at earlier. It's by far the best Formula 1 game on the system, hands down. Metal Fangs by Sega's R&D 2 was a Japan exclusive futuristic hovercar style racer. It's a really odd mix of management, destruction style gameplay. You don't actually race, well, sort of, but control a group of racers which can jump between at any time and take control of the car and manage them. It's a pretty odd mix of gameplay, and the actual racing is just too basic in the end, but the cool cyberpunk visuals and sound definitely make it a curiosity game for those that are so inclined. And lastly was Double Clutch by ASCII, which was a top-down racer published specifically for PAL regions, and is an okay, if not very forgettable addition to the crowded subgenre on this system. There's just much better games of this type on the Mega Drive, which makes it kind of not really worth bothering with.
And now on over to a bunch of arcade conversions. And first we'll check out Cheeky Cheeky Boys, also known as Mega Twins, a port of a 1990 Capcom side-scrolling action platformer. This game is heavily inspired by some of the later Wonder Boy games, with the same style in terms of level design, shops to upgrade your character, and even some shoot-'em-up style stages for variety. It's visually bright and colourful, which is much like the arcade with good bopping music, with the only negative being the lack of a two-player option, with you now having to choose either the Magician or Barbarian version of the twins. Despite that, it's still an extremely fun arcade-style experience not to be missed. Next was one of my all-time favourite arcade races, Super Off-Road, originally published by Leland Corporation in 1989. It was an isometric multiplayer-styled racer, with a crazy physics engine allowing your truck to bounce its way through track after track, and have a little help from a crazy turbo boost function, which just added to its arcade racing stylings. The original arcade version had 8 tracks, but this Mega Drive version doubles that to 16, which gives it a ton of exclusives. Plus it has all the old shop upgrades are here to pimp out your truck and buy more turbo boosts, of course. It features a 2-player versus mode with NPCs in the mix to round out the experience, and was published through Accolade's Ballistic label, with Virgin Games handling the European release. Next was Sega's G-Lock, a massive Sega flight combat tycoon experience, brought to the Mega Drive from the 1990 original. This game was like a spin-off of Afterburner, except mostly from a first-person perspective, although occasionally it did pull out to a third-person Afterburner style. The same basic gameplay is still intact in destroying a set number of air or ground targets to move on, with 16 different levels in total in this Mega Drive version. Considering what they were trying to do and convert you, I think they actually did a pretty good job. Despite popular opinion at that time and even now, gameplay is ultra simple, but sometimes that's all you really want. It does also sport a fantastic rocking soundtrack by the ever-reliable Matt Furness, and is a great alternative, at least in my opinion, to the Afterburner 2 conversion on the system. SNK's massive kaiju beat-em-up was next, with this conversion of King of the Monsters. This was always a fan favourite with me and my friends to slap each other up with, and with this Mega Drive version, despite being scaled back, with most notably having 2 kaiju characters missing from the roster, it still manages to bring the fun style of the arcade to the home intact. The game can be best described as a wrestling game with giant monsters and 4 different world cities as the rings, as you not only try to destroy your opponent, but as much as the backdrop city as well. And even with the cut down features and scaled back sound effects, it still delivers the core fun of the arcade straight to the Mega Drive. And now on over to a few quick rapid fire reviews with Paperboy 2, technically not an arcade conversion, but a console and home computer sequel to the 1980s arcade original published by Tengen. Gameplay is almost exactly the same, with the addition of 2 sides of the road being available, and being able to pick between either Paperboy or Papergirl. It's good solid fun like the original, but just don't expect too much. Race Driving, also published by Tengen, is a sequel to the hard driving arcade game we looked at earlier. It offers more tracks and different vehicles to choose from, but the same issues arrive in the fact that without the sit-down full car realistic cabinet style, the game is pretty bland playing it on a controller, and lacks all that arcade game's personality. And lastly is Double Dragon 3, and you thought the DD games couldn't get much worse on the Mega Drive. Well, you were wrong. This time though, it was based on an absolute dumpster fire of the third arcade game, which really meant that this arcade port had no chance in hell of being good. It's just plain terrible overall on every sense. Just avoid it at all costs. One of the biggest conversions of the year was Lethal Enforcers, based on Konami's insanely popular 1992 cop light gun shooter that was one of the most popular arcades of that year. Konami decided to go all out on this conversion, producing its own light guns just for this game called Justifiers. Big, satisfying Magnum-style guns, perfect for a bit of punk corpsing action. They were also able to keep the arcade's addictive 2-player action, which was the icing on the cake. Visually, the digitized graphics take a little bit of a hit, but it's still very faithful in looks and sound, offering the same quick-paced action followed by insane boss battles across all the urban crime settings. A truly great conversion followed by a western-themed sequel we'll look at later, and a very good enhanced Sega CD version as well. And now on over to 2 Japan exclusives to finish off the arcades, with Snow Brothers up first, a port of an extremely popular 1990 arcade game by Toplan. Best part is Toplan actually handled the Mega Drive port themselves, which results in an absolutely fantastic game. The game itself is a conversion as well as a bit of a remix. If you've never played it, its gameplay is very similar to something like Bubble Bobble, a 2-player fast-paced action platformer. This Mega Drive version sports tons of extra levels, over 20 in total in fact, newly added cutscenes to give the game much more of a story, and lots of additional music as well. It truly is the best version of this game out there, enhancing the already great arcade, and it's just such a shame it was a Japan-only release, published through Japan's Tengen division. And speaking of that company, they also decided for no apparent reason to remake Marble Madness, again for the Mega Drive, this time an exclusive version for Japan only. The original 1991 Electronic Arts version we looked at earlier is pretty damn good, but this was aiming to be even closer to the arcade as humanly possible, and even supports the Sega mouse as a control option. It's definitely a slightly more faithful version if you really want to get nitpicky about it, but either version I feel is pretty damn good. So whichever one you decide to try out, the Mega Drive has you covered. The pinball genre was back with an interesting mix of styles, and we'll start with Dragon's Revenge, a sequel to the excellent Gothic pinball game we looked at earlier, Dragon's Fury, or Devil's Crash MD as it's known in Japan. This was not made by the original team, but licensed out to Tengen to be released in the West. It still ended up getting a Japanese release though. The game keeps the fantasy Gothic stylings of the original, with your goal is to defeat a dragon that's enslaved 3 different heroes. There are multiple parts to the table, as you have to free all 3 heroes in order to face off against the dragon in the end. The graphics are pretty good and detailed, with a lot going on, and the tunes are pretty decent, but not quite as good as the original. The game generally got above average reviews upon release, and it's seen as a good but not great pinball game. I think it's pretty decent, but I'd still much rather play the original Mega Drive version over this if I had the choice. Virtual Pinball by Electronic Arts was next, a game developed by Bill Budge, who did the original game Pinball Construction Set in 1982, published by Electronic Arts as well. This game is basically a spiritual successor. The game is 2 programs in one. You get the constructor mode where you can build your own fantasy pinball table to your liking and play it with 10 different save game slots for 10 different creations, or you can just jump right in and play pinball where there are over 20 different tables for you to try out. Like a lot of early constructor style games, it's overall pretty limited when it really comes down to it. There's lots of themes and parts to choose from, but the tables all feel samely and a bit bland. Anyone that used to try out these style of game making programs during the 80s and early 90s, you probably know exactly what I mean. Whether it was this or Gary Kitchener's Game Maker or even Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit, you were very limited in the end, and overall the game you made will always be only average at best. I still admire the attempt to do something different, and if you really love the idea of making games, then I'd say it's still kind of worth a try. But the best pinball release this year by far was Sega's own Sonic Spinball, a game whose sheer existence is solely based on Sega of Japan not being able to finish Sonic 3 for the lucrative December 93 holiday season. Sonic 2 had dominated the charts the previous year, and pretty much cemented Sonic as Sega's mascot and the most recognizable character they had. Not having Sonic 3 out was a huge blow, so plans had to be made, and it took the form of releasing 2 Sonic spin-off games to keep the character in the public eye, with the double dose combo releases of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which was a reskin of the Japan-only release Puyo Puyo, and we'll be looking at that in more detail pretty soon, and Sonic Spinball, a pinball-inspired game based on some of the most popular levels from Sonic 2, namely the Casino Night Zone stages.
It's Sonic. It's pinball. It's new Sonic Spinball.
Sega of America had less than a year to produce the game, with the Sega Technical Institute taking up the challenge, headed up by Peter Morowick, who also went on to make the brilliant Comic Zone for the Genesis in 1995. Peter is quoted as saying, "Once Sonic Team communicated that they would miss that window, somebody at HQ must have asked whether a smaller, simpler Sonic-related title could be developed. The marketing research folks indicated that Sonic's casino levels were amongst the favorites, birthing the idea for the overall direction. I honestly don't know who came up with that, but it sounded fun and doable, so STR jumped on it. The game itself is pinball with Sonic as the ball, with 4 big multi-tiered tables to play through, as you blast Sonic around with the flippers, destroying Robotnik's mechanized creatures and trying to find the hidden Chaos Emeralds in each level. Peter further elaborated, "We were given a pretty free rein to brainstorm. everyone understood that we couldn't and shouldn't try to compete with the mainline Sonic franchise, so some departure was expected. I enjoyed the casino levels, but I was also really inspired by an Amiga game of the day called Pinball Dreams, which was about the nicest pinball game I'd ever seen. I envisioned more of the real pinball mechanics brought into Sonic's world and felt it presented a truly unique proposition. Each level comprised of a boss character and required Sonic to also flip switches to access new areas, and featured bonus stages just like the mainline games. The game's short development window really put pressure on the team. I felt honored but also quite overwhelmed. Development time was short and Sonic Team set the quality bar very high, so we had our work cut out for us.
ピンボールゲームに挑戦だ。アメリカ生まれのファンキーアクション、Sonic Spinball!
The team chose to program the entire game in C language instead of assembly, which was very unusual, but sped up development time tenfold. And within just over 2 months, they already had an over 80% complete game. Quite the feat by any means, especially considering the quality of the game overall. But there was a final hurdle thrown at them literally at the 11th hour. It was quite a fiasco. We were virtually code released, having a little party in the conference room, when Hirokazu Yasuhara, the lead designer on Sonic Team, casually asked whether we acquired rights to use the title song. Everyone assumed Sega owned the Sonic 2 theme, which we had adapted for Spinball, where in fact it was a one-shot license from a Japanese band, Dreams Come True. So Howard Drossen, our composer, was tasked to create a brand new theme in something like 2 hours. Overall, Sonic Spinball is an amazing game and probably one of the best spin-off games ever released for this character. It doesn't feel like extended Sonic 2 levels, but a fully fleshed out game that perfectly captures all the Sonic vibes of the previous entries. The game ended up selling pretty well, with Sonic's popularity at an all-time high, with generally good reviews by the press, with the biggest criticism being that the game may be considered a little too short compared to the mainline games. Regardless, I love this game and feel it shouldn't be overlooked, and is one of the best pinball games on the system overall, so check it out.
Sega Genesis and game cartridge sold separately.
And another small genre that got a couple of releases was the puzzle games. And let's start with Columns 3 by Sega, released in Japan and US only. It's your same dual color matching Tetris style gameplay as seen in previous entries, just with better graphics and some really funky cool music, and a light story mode added in as well. What separates this from other puzzlers of the time though is the massive amount of multiplayer options included, truly turning it into a party game, and can even have up to 5 people battling it out against each other in really chaotic matches. If you're playing it in single player, it still delivers the goods, but don't expect anything new. It's really a multiplayer showcase, so if that appeals to you, then it's a great game to check out. And the other puzzler was Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, another Tetris styled affair, and the game that I mentioned earlier that was part of Sega's plan for 2 spin-off games to fill the gap until Sonic 3's release. With Puyo Puyo not getting an international release and remaining a Japan-only game, Sega of America decided to reskin it into a Dr. Robotnik spin-off game. It was both a remix of Puyo Puyo and it tied into the new adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon series that hadn't actually aired yet. Robotnik's appearance and some of the henchmen are also based on the TV show of that name. Gameplay is the same as Puyo Puyo, where you verse a henchman in bean color matching versus action. It also has a 2-player versus mode and a practice mode if you're really useless at these kind of games. A lot of the music is still the same as Puyo Puyo. Some of them have been remixed or even modified, but most still remain the same tunes and vibe, which is fine because it was great in the first place and matches even well with the reskin. Just like the title it's based on, it's really fun and addictive, and even though English countries never got to see Puyo Puyo in its original form, it still exists in this one and is a very enjoyable puzzler in every sense. And now let's check out a cool mix of scrolling beat-em-ups released this year, and start with a double dose of Toads, Battletoads that is, with the double release of Battletoads Double Dragon, The Ultimate Team, and Battletoads, both conversions of 2 rare games originally for the NES. Both games are simple 16-bit upgrades of those originals, with improved graphics and sound, but both feel gameplay-wise 100% like the NES original games. It's a bit strange playing them on the Mega Drive, that's for
sure. Battletoads is a port of the 1991 NES original scrolling beat 'em up, which came out to try and cash in on the insane popularity of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at the time. The game can be played in both single or two-player co-op as you take the Toads and try to rescue a space princess from the Dark Queen. The game doesn't take itself too seriously, from the humorous cutscenes to the wacky action, with lots of tongue-in-cheek animation on display. Simple gameplay with easy-to-learn action with lots of weapons and multiple gameplay switches from scrolling horizontal action, vertical rope sections, frustrating vehicle stages, and a whole lot more. There's never a dull moment, that's for sure. If you like the NES original, it's a pretty good upgrade. We also got the bizarreness that was Battletoads Double Dragon The Ultimate Team, a crossover game combining Technos' Double Dragon and Rare's Battletoads. Because, why not? It is again another multi-gameplay styled experience, with scrolling beat-em-up action featuring many gameplay switches, but the main part is still straight up slapping up action. Billy and Jimmy from Double Dragon are playable characters, as well as the 3 Toads, and it supports 1 or 2 player gameplay. There is zero Double Dragon gameplay here though. It's 100% like the original Battletoads, just with more moves and lots more weapons. Billy and Jimmy have all their signature moves from the first 3 Double Dragon games, but it still plays and feels 100% like Battletoads. Both games are pretty good looking with some decent animation and very NES sounding music. Battletoads got average reviews, with Ultimate Team Up getting absolutely massacred in the reviews, to the point that they actually cancelled most of the international versions of Ultimate Team Up, leaving only a US and Brazilian release for that title. But I feel both are quite fun, with Battletoads being much more superior, with just much better balanced gameplay overall. If you played the original NES versions, there's no real reason to play these besides graphical upgrades. Next is a quick look at Cyborg Justice by Novatrade, a 1 or 2 player sci-fi scroller that always seems to be forgotten on the system. It has you as a human who's crash landed on an alien world inhabited by AI robots. They remove your brain from your dead body and put it in a robot to make you their slave. But humans don't take that kind of nonsense, so the scrolling beat 'em up action begins over the 5 levels of the game. The most unique part is that you can customize your robot to suit your tastes. Every body part can be swapped out, and it's not simple cosmetics. They all play a part in how the robot feels and the weapons it's used, and on top of the brawling action, you can also take down foes' parts and attach them to yourselves to change your weapons or physical power, which is very cool. The graphics generally are quite good, although it has some very generic sci-fi backdrops and standard tunes, but the gameplay is varied enough with hundreds of character customization combinations, and the 2-player action make it something you'll definitely want to investigate. Next was Amazing Saga, as it's known in Japan and Europe, or Amazing Saga Mutant Fighter in the US, published by Sega or Vic Tokai. It was based on a manga series that ran from 1991 to 92, with the story being aliens invade Earth, sending the survivors underground, where Dr. Kabuto creates the Mazinger suit to help battle the aliens and win back Earth. This game is also pretty fun, and like Cyborg Justice, it has also been mostly completely forgotten. It has 6 levels with multiple parts, which include scrolling beat-em up action and mid-level style bosses. It then jumps into these huge one-on-one versus style brawls when you fight the main bosses, which play out completely differently than the rest of the game and is really fun. The variety in the stages that take place all over the world, and the constant gameplay switches, coupled with the fact that the enemies don't overstay their welcome and die quickly, which keeps the pace fast. It's another obscure Mega Drive gem that's worth seeking out. And on over to a big release in Golden Axe 3, which curiously only got a Japan physical, besides a digital Sega channel release in 1996. Because I had a modded Mega Drive, I was able to buy this and play it back then, and my initial reaction was kind of disappointing, but after playing it for a while with friends, it became clear very quickly that what this game lacks in visual style of the previous entries, it more than makes up for it in the details. The Prince of Darkness is still in the Golden Axe and cursed the land's most acclaimed warriors. One, however, didn't get cursed and sets out to free the heroes and take back the Golden Axe. The game features a whole new set of characters with 4 to choose from in the main game, and an extra one for the versus brawling mode. 2 are basically Axe Battler and Tyrus Flare with new moves, but the others are Kronos, a panther-styled human that's very fast and nimble, and the opposite of that was a giant wrestler styled brute named Proud Kragger, who's super slow but does mega damage. They all, as per Golden Axe rules, have different elemental magics that can be used to
to help with the bosses or hordes of scumbags. Different mounts are also all over the place for extra firepower, plus midget kicking is back to help fill up those magic bars. The action itself feels pretty good and satisfying with lots of moves and the unique team-up moves in 2-player, which is pretty neat. Even though the game has 8 stages, which is a lot, there's way more than that, due to the fact that at many points you can choose your path through to the next level, meaning there's tons of ways to go, with lots to see, making the replayability very hard to see everything the game has to offer. According to rumors, Sega cancelled this game for its international release due to quality. They felt it just wasn't good enough, even though they had already commissioned Boris Vallejo and he had completed the awesome international cover for the game. I personally think it's a pretty cool entry. I don't know what they were thinking. Definitely don't dismiss it too quickly. Visually it's not as impressive as 1 or 2, who were basically trying to replicate a far superior arcade look. This just does its own thing, and it's another cool recommendation to try out. But my personal favorite game for the genre in '93 has to go to Splatterhouse 3, the third installment in Namco's scrolling beat-em-up horror saga. It wasn't a simple retread of the previous game either, adding in its own unique mechanics to make the series go forward. The story has Rick and Jennifer now married with their son living in peace. However, his house gets invaded by monsters seeking revenge for Part 2's Face Off. The Dark One needs to sacrifice a psychic child to take over the world. Guess what? Rick's son is psychic. The possessed mask also returns to help Rick save his family. It's a plot pretty much ripped from a straight-to VHS horror movie from the 80s, and I absolutely love it. The gameplay this time around throws in exploration elements, meaning you have a map of the mansion and an X marks your destination, but you can make your way there any way you want. Rick has tons of brawling and wrestling style moves and is way more nimble this time. You can also juice yourself up and unleash the power of the mask to go into a full rage mode, which does some huge damage on enemies for a limited time. And talking about time, it's constantly ticking down on each floor of the house, but what it means is you can still finish a level even if the time runs out, but it subtly changes the plot of the game. During levels, digitized cutscenes appear showing situations happening, and if you don't make it on time, terrible things happen. For example, your wife Jennifer can literally die on the first level if you take too long, leading to, if completed, the 4 multiple different endings. The action and graphics are gory and very satisfying. I love the digitized graphics for the cutscenes, and the sound effects are meaty and highlight, with the music very reminiscent of Part 2's very awesome soundtrack. The game is also a hidden feature on the pretty cool 2010 Xbox 360 release, Splatterhouse, which I really enjoyed if you want to play it that way. Another great entry in the series, and an exclusive for the system, but also unfortunately the last entry in 16-bit form.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
1993 was an epic year for the platform action genre, with some of the biggest titles the system ever saw. So let's not hold back and jump straight into 2 heavy hitter classics, with Flashback and Another World, both made by French development house Delphine Software, who were formed in 1988 in Paris, France. They quickly, over the course of only a couple of years, carved out a reputation for games with distinct cinematic flair and really excellent storytelling. Before these 2 classics, they released Future Wars in 1989, a time-traveling point-and-click adventure game, Operation Stealth, a James Bond-style adventure, and renamed with a license ironically to 007 James Bond: The Stealth Affair in the US, and the excellent Cruise for a Corpse, a murder mystery point-and-click adventure affair with very cinematic vibes. Another World, also known as Out of This World in the US, was originally designed and released for the Amiga in 1991 by Delphine, but was converted to the Mega Drive by Interplay. And Flashback, the quest for identity, was built from the ground up on the Mega Drive, with the Amiga version still being released first in 1992. But as designer Paul Cousset has quoted as saying, "The best version for me is the Mega Drive version. The game was created for this platform." So let's first dive into Another World, which, like Flashback and a lot of Delphine's games, used rotoscoping techniques to get the animation to look beyond what everybody else was doing at that time, and gave their games a very unique, surreal cinematic vibe. The game was designed designed and programmed by one person, namely Eric Chahi, over a 2-year period, and is a cinematic adventure action game where you play a physicist named Lester, who while experimenting with some particle acceleration gets accidentally sent to another world thanks to a random lightning strike on the lab facility. The game blurs the lines between cinematic cutscenes and gameplay seamlessly, almost to the point where you don't realize that you're actually in control of the action. It was well beyond its time in that regard, as was the minimalistic style that without any tedious long tutorials, you kinda just instinctively know what to do and go with it. Here's what Eric had to say about the console version's development. The game was more difficult on consoles than on microcomputers because Interplay really wanted the player to have value for money. A console game is expensive, which implied that a game must have a long lifespan as well. That's why a guard has been added in the prison at the bottom of the lift, and lethal steam jets appear in the maze-like ventilation system. All of this with a very limited time. Over the game's 14 stages, which feel on purpose just like one big level in a sense. Although this Mega Drive version has codes to jump to sections once completed, you're trying to escape the planet and essentially death itself, which comes at the drop of a hat. The game does require a little bit of trial and error, so dying is pretty normal, and thanks to its really cinematic approach, it's even kinda rewarding and fun in a Dragon's Lair style to see your death animations. The game has light platform action sections and lots of little puzzles as you and an alien friend try to escape from the whole prison facility. The game plays exceptionally well on this system, with graphics that are unlike anything else really seen on the Mega Drive up to that point and really beyond. As Eric mentioned, this version also features a lot more little extra touches to extend the gameplay due to the original Amiga version being considered a little bit too short. Plus there's also a bit more of a continuous arranged soundtrack which really builds up the atmosphere in the background. It's a classic game for a reason and is definitely a must-play gaming experience.
Cet homme vient de subir un choc d'une violence inouïe. Tous ses repères ont disparu. Pour lui, rien ne sera jamais plus comme avant. Trop rapide, trop réel. Cet homme n'était pas encore prêt. Flashback sur Mega Drive. C'est plus fort que toi.
Flashback also hit the Mega Drive in 1993, published by US Gold and headed up by Paul Cousset, a game that almost felt like the next extension of Another World, while also being its own thing, mixing action, platforming, exploration, and fantastic storytelling into its massive galaxy-hopping adventure. You play Conrad, who has to try to recover his memory when he basically uncovers a plot involving aliens impersonating themselves into the government and attempting to take over Earth. In terms of inspiration, the game takes elements from some of sci-fi's best movies: Blade Runner, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Total Recall, Alien, The Running Man, and so much more. Gameplay is pretty varied. It borrows a lot from Prince of Persia with its rotoscoped characters and action style that takes a bit of getting used to, but it's also so much more than that, always adding new little twists and additions to the gameplay to keep it interesting, and taking the plot and settings in very diverse directions, from lush jungle planets to concrete cityscapes, deadly game shows, and alien planets. It goes all the way, accompanied by wonderful polygon-styled cutscenes similar to Another World, expanding the story richly. Sometimes action is the focus, other times puzzle solving using items you found, or even mission-based quests to make money to further the adventure, and talking to people and really soaking up the incredible atmosphere. It's definitely not an easy game. The difficulty ramps up pretty high, but each new level feels like something special, and it's almost irresistible not to see what comes next. Gorgeous animation and level settings, good sound effects with sparse but again atmospheric use of music segments, and controls that are a bit challenging at first but with practice becomes second nature pretty quickly. It was the full package. The game was a huge hit at the time, and as of making this video, it still holds the Guinness Book of World Records for best-selling French game of all time. It spawned a sequel in 1996 called Fate to black on DOS and the PSX, and took the full 3D route. It hasn't aged anywhere near as well as this, although I did play it in the 90s and I really enjoyed it when it was originally released. Delphine themselves only released one more game on the Mega Drive after Flashback, my guilty pleasure game, Shaq Fu. You either love it or hate it, but we'll still be having a look at it in the 1994 segment. Now over to some rapid fires of companies trying to make their own versions of Sonic. First up is Tin Head by Microprose UK. It was only released in the US, however. It's a straight up Euro platformer, very Amiga-esque graphics, lots of short stages with tons of things to collect and a really stiff challenge. It hits all the European platformer tropes, but it's still a very well made, if just unoriginal game. And on the opposite end was Awesome Possum by Tengen, their attempt at Sonic, which is a huge mess of a game. Super floaty controls, an extremely erratic frame rate, the super annoying repeated speech samples, and the smash you over the head environmental message make it a pretty unbearable game to play. And lastly was Socket, Vic Tokai's attempt at Sonic, and it's super blatant. Speedy fast levels broken up by more exploration platforming. It feels like a cheap knockoff though. The speedy sections are way too fast, making enemies almost impossible to see, and the exploration sections are super bland, and it's just another one to simply avoid. Next, we got two games by a UK company called Vectordine. They developed James Pond 3 and Rolo to the Rescue, and both were published by Electronic Arts. Both games are action platformers, which look like they are definitely using the same game engine, because gameplay and graphics style-wise they are very similar, made even more obvious when I played these both back to back for these reviews. In James Pond 3 Operation Starfish, you have to again stop Dr. Maybe as he started mining all the cheese off the moon and selling it off to fund his global domination plans. In Rolo to the Rescue, you play an elephant Rolo who has to rescue all his animal friends that have been captured by poachers. James is a much faster game than previous entries, clearly taking its cues from Sonic like many games of this era. It has an overworld map to its 100 plus levels. It features tons of little gadgets that can be used like dynamite or spring shoes to navigate all these levels. You can also rescue a frog sidekick who can be used to jump up to unreachable areas. Rolo has a similar look and vibe as you rescue animals. They become playable characters that you can switch between and using their unique abilities to complete levels. For example, a rabbit can jump high, a beaver can swim, and a squirrel can climb up objects. It also has an overworld map with over 60 plus levels in total. Both games also feature tons of secret areas to be discovered.
Rolo to the rescue! Wo sonst kriegt man noch so viel Elefant für die Mark? Capisce? Die schönsten Pausen sind Sega!
And now over to one of my guests' favorite games.
Shinobi 3, the Ninja Master himself. You had The Revenge of Shinobi, Shadow Dancer, if you want to include that. Some people do, some people don't. I personally don't care. Because I'm talking about Shinobi 3. What a great game, and I never knew it existed until the Wii Virtual Console. What? Well, look, I had a Super Nintendo growing up, and I had a Master System back in the day as well, but I never had a Mega Drive itself. So I missed a lot of his great games. Sure, I had Sonic to play with friends, but not many of them had the Shinobi games. When it came onto the Wii Virtual Console around 2006 or 5 or whatever it was at the time, I played it because I had heard the name Shinobi, and I was curious to play the game Shinobi. When I played the third one for the first time, it blew my mind. I couldn't believe how great a game it was and what I was missing out on. I thought it was fantastic because I love ninjas. If you know me, you know I love ninjas. I love the Ninja Turtles. I love the last Ninja game on the Commodore 64. I love ninjas. Everything about ninjas I love. So this is a perfect game for me to play. And if I was a kid playing this, I would have loved it so much. But I never had a Mega Drive. Now, I have all the Shinobi games on the Mega Drive, sitting there nicely on my shelf, looking beautiful and bright. Yeah, I love them. I love the box arts. I love everything about these releases. You could run and jump and spray out all your shurikens to the enemies around you. Like a big bomb fire of shurikens coming down at them, exploding onto them. What a fun game. It had stealth, it had climbing, it had everything you want to do in a ninja game. It had superpowers that would explode onto the screen. It was exciting. Look how excited I am just talking about how exciting Shinobi 3 is, being a ninja master in himself. What I love also about this game is how you get the horse riding levels. It changes it up. It reminds me of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when you go onto like the surfboards and stuff like that in the sewer. Still a surfing, but with horses on back. You're on a horse's back. You're doing all different types of things in this game compared to the previous games, because it changes it up that much to make it a little bit more varied in the overall scheme of things. That's Shinobi 3. It's the pinnacle of the series for me. Yes, people do prefer The Revenge of Shinobi. No questions there, because it's also a great game. They're both great games. For me, it's Shinobi 3 though. It's literally my favorite game to play on the Mega Drive. Once I found it, I couldn't believe it was there the whole time, but I've been missing out for so long. Everything, all these elements, mystical elements come together. And you feel like you are a ninja, stealth moding throughout the levels, and that's what you want. You want to feel like a ninja. And that's what this game does. It makes you feel like you are a ninja. And that's all I've ever wanted to be, was a ninja. If you know me at all, growing up, all you know of me is that I've always just wanted to be a ninja. And this makes me feel like a ninja. And that's why I bloody love this game.
ToeJam and Earl Panic! Funkatron was the sequel to the unexpected cult hit from 1991. This one, however, takes a more traditional side-scroller view as opposed to the first top angle, and was suggested by Sega as they felt the game would sell better from this perspective. And ultimately it did. Johnson and Visango were both back for this sequel. The game has ToeJam and Earl home on the planet of Funkatron. It's now being overrun by annoying humans who stowed away on their spaceship when they escaped Earth. They are now running amok and destroying everything as per usual. ToeJam and Earl are therefore blamed, so it's up to them to set things right by capturing all the humans and sending them back to Earth. Although it resembles a side-scrolling platform game, there is a lot of nuances and bizarreness to the gameplay thrown in to keep the game completely fresh and interesting. All the wacky humor is intact, as are the multitude of strange gadgets to use. The animation and sound design is really excellent, as is the variety in the levels and the sheer amount of interaction with the environment, which sports 17 levels in total. You can play it solo or as in the original in 2-player co-op, which is really the way to play these games. This game is often seen as inferior to the original, but as a pure game player I have to disagree with this 100%. I find it extremely fun and charming, and is a well-worthy sequel that ended up selling even better than the original, and it still remains in sequel form anyway as Sega exclusive. Next was Cosmic Spacehead by Codemasters, a very unique game mixing two elements that shouldn't really work that well, but they do: the action platform genre and a point-and-click adventure. Cosmic itself was a remake or update of a 1992 NES game called Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade. In the game, you gotta help Cosmic reach Earth and take photos as evidence, because nobody believed he actually found this magical world called Earth. Gameplay is one part point-and-click adventure game where you talk to people for information, gather items, and solve puzzles. There's also traditional side-scrolling action platform elements and a few other variations and little mini-games added into the mix. It has really nice colourful graphics and complimentary music, with game design that gets better the further you get into the game, in both the action and the adventure elements. And everything is set at a pretty easy level, so you'll always be making progress all the time. It's a good title that shouldn't be overlooked. And next was Bob, published by Electronic Arts and developed by Grey Matter, the Canadian software house that produced the excellent Infiltrator 1 and 2 in the 80s, some of my favorite games. This one is also known by the much cooler title in Japan as Space Funky Bob. It's essentially a run and gun styled action platformer where you have to escape a hostile planet you crash landed on after taking your dad's car out for a spin. This game is a lot of fun to play, with pretty satisfying action and level design. You can blast all manner of aliens and pick up and use a variety of gadgets to navigate the levels. Ammo is not infinite, so you have to be more precise and less trigger happy through its 45 levels in total, which are spread out over 3 big hub worlds, linked by an overworld map. It has nice, well animated characters and satisfying action, and some big old boss battles. It's not the most original game, but everything in it just does and accomplishes pretty well. Rocket Knight Adventures burst onto the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive in 1993, courtesy of Konami. If you know your 16-bit or arcade history, the late 80s to mid-90s was Konami's golden period as far as arcade and console gaming goes. It's almost like they could do no wrong. Tiny Toon Adventures, The Simpsons Arcade, any of the Turtles games, Sunset Riders, etc, etc. Konami were an unstoppable force in 8, 16 and arcade scenes, and Rocket Rocket Knight hit right in the middle of all this golden gaming chaos. This game was a total blind bar for me in 1993. I had seen a small preview in a gaming magazine, but knew very little about the game. But that Konami logo gave me enough confidence to pick it up from a dodgy gaming shop I used to frequent in Durban, South Africa, in an alley called London House Arcade, which ironically had no arcades, but just a bunch of gaming shops run by questionable individuals selling bootleg console games for prices normal people could actually afford. I bought a lot of games there. Rocket Knight was a platform action game, although platforming is just a small part of the gameplay, and the fast-paced action nature was where the game really shines. It was directed by Nobuya Nakazato, who'd also worked on the PS1 classic Vandal Hearts, which I absolutely love, and Contra 3 Alien Wars, amongst a host of other absolute gems. Unlike many Genesis games up till that point, which were variations on Super NES versions, Rocket Knight was the first time Konami made a Sega exclusive from the ground up, and wow, was it impressive. Every single programming trick was thrown at Sega's system to push it to the limit, in not only visual terms, but with the FM sound chip getting one of the best soundtracks of the Genesis 16-bit era, so much so that I actually bought the vinyl soundtrack many years later. Rocket Knight was really something special, and part of a trilogy of exclusive Genesis classics that us Sega owners really got to revel in. And now onto the actual game itself, which from the moment you slap it in till the time you turn it off just puts a big smile on your face. In Rocket Knight you play Sparkster, a possum trying to stop an invasion of a pig army on the land of Elhorn. Equipped with a trusty sword and a jetpack, he sets out to get things sorted. The game is made up of 7 stages in total, with multiple parts to each. Gameplay switches are around every corner of this game, from the rock'em sock'em robot bashing, shoot 'em up sequences, platform action, and of course our minecart section, because what's a 90s game without a minecart section? The bosses are the real highlight, showcasing extreme originality in design and gameplay, but also a visual treat like something out of some sort of demented treasure game. Rocket Knight's simple jump, slice and boost mechanic make every gameplay switch feel unique to play, and they all highlight a different part of the gameplay to enjoy. The difficulty is also well balanced, going from a walk in the park to challenging without being too annoying. Graphically, it truly is a feast for the eyes. Multiple parallax scrolling effects, wonderfully animated sprites, and it's extremely colorful to say the least. The music never misses a beat and features a who's who of Konami soundtrack kings and queens, delivering a score that perfectly captures each level it's designed for and puts to rest the bad Genesis FM sound theory, as it really comes down to actual programming skills at the end of the day. Like with everything else, it's sublime and worth buying the soundtrack for without a second thought. Rocket Knight is the full 16-bit package, visually stunning with brilliant level and boss designs. If you've never played it, then please add it to your backlog. You will not be disappointed. And over to Namco and their exclusive US-only Genesis release of Rolling Thunder 3, the third game in this action platformer series that started its life way back in 1986 in the arcades. This game ticks all the Rolling Thunder boxes without straying far from the original's formula, as you play Agent J as he tries to take down the Geldra terrorist organization. Before each stage you can pick your weapons and then proceed to the action with its 10 stages that mix it up between traditional run and gun action platformer segments and vehicle-based action, with motorbikes and jet ski stages that play a lot like Data East's classic arcade game Sly Spy. The game got average reviews at the time, but I kinda like it. Its simple styled arcade action is fun and challenging, and the vehicle stages are a blast to play. It's surprising it only got a US release, especially considering the history of this series, and due to its low production run, it can be pretty pricey game to try to pick up now. And next was Blades of Vengeance, which was a fantasy action platformer published by Electronic Arts, where you can pick between 3 different characters, their cliche Amazon, Barbarian and Wizard, before you set off on your quest. The game can be played in either 1 or 2 player co-op style and bears a pretty close resemblance to the classic arcade game Kadash. Each level is broken up into 3 stages with a boss at the end of each one. There's a lot of secret areas also to find, shops to visit at the end of each level to spend your loot on weapons and armor, and overall I quite like the nice variety in the levels. But overall, you've seen this all before a million billion times. That doesn't really detract from the overall vibe though, and if platform action hack and slashes like Rastan or Kadash are your jam, then you'll have a really good time with this Mega Drive exclusive. And back to a few more rapid fires with Snake Rattle and Roll by Rare, a port of their older NES game. It's not exactly a platformer, but it does have platform elements. You eat pellets to grow yourself and take out enemies. It's a pretty weird game and hard to describe. If you played the NES original version though, there's no real reason to play this besides a graphical facelift. Fantastic Dizzy by Codemasters was another European game that mixes platforming, adventuring, puzzle solving in typical Dizzy style. It's quite a fun, varied game on the system and sticks to its original 8-bit roots, with a nice 16-bit look. Aero the Acrobat by Sunsoft is a fun action platformer taking place at an amusement park as you try to save it from a mad scientist. Gameplay is pretty varied and so are all the levels. It's also received a pretty good sequel in 1995. Chuck Rock 2 Son of Chuck was the core design sequel to Chuck Rock. It features 6 stages that are pretty varied with some nice graphics and some really big bosses as you take Chuck Jr. and smash everything with his club. It's a well-made sequel with plenty of variety. Goofy's Hysterical History Tour, a Disney game which they licensed out to Absolute, which was a huge mistake, resulting in a boring, slow and really painful platformer that you should stay well clear of. It only got a US release. And lastly was Strider 2, which was developed by Tiertex. Basically, it had no hope. Capcom would later release the real Strider 2, so play that instead. This one is terrible. Dodgy level design, controls, and just a plain fundamental lack of understanding what made the first original game so cool, which results in a huge dumpster fire of game development from classic Tiertex. Next is a trio of games from classic UK software houses, namely Psygnosis and Core Designs. So let's first check out Wolfchild by Core, an action platformer where a guy uses his father's experimental formula to turn himself into a werewolf to take revenge on a terrorist organization for killing his family. You have 2 different forms, human, which is weak with a simple melee attack, but if you collect some energy you can transform into a werewolf where you now can shoot projectiles, and you can also collect other power upgrades. The game features 9 stages spread out over the island compound with lots of hidden secrets and plenty of bosses to take out. It's quite a tough game though that requires precise action and execution to survive. It has a very good soundtrack, really detailed graphics with a nice use of parallax scrolling. It was also released in an enhanced Mega CD version featuring an animated intro, extended levels and CD quality music. Wiz and Liz from Psygnosis is a pretty odd game where your goal is to rescue a bunch of rabbits on a distant planet. The game can be played in 1 or 2 player mode, which splits the screen in 2 player. You have to race around and pick up the rabbits as fast as possible while all on a timer. Plus there is tons of mini games within the short but very frantic levels. There's 56 stages in total. It's a wacky fast game in the style of an early arcade game. Simple gameplay but quite addictive with nice visuals and fun music. It's definitely very different from most other Mega Drive releases. The other game published by Psygnosis was Pugsy, which was developed by Traveler's Tales, who would do an impressive amount of work for Sega over the next few years. Pugsy was based on a character that first appeared in an Amiga demo. The demo group was hired to make the game, but it just simply didn't work out and Traveler's Tales took over. It's a very good mix of action, puzzle, and platformer elements, with lots of physics-based puzzles to complement all that action. As Pugsy the alien, you crash land on a weird planet, and all the parts of your spaceship are stolen, so you have to gather them all back and escape the weird world. The game's puzzles are very clever, as you can use most items in multiple ways. For example, a gun can be used to shoot enemies, you can also throw it like a projectile to hit enemies and even activate switches, or you can simply throw it to the ground or use it to get extra height to jump up to a platform. The whole game is filled with these sorts of situations. The 50 plus levels are short but packed with gameplay, with lots of secrets, mini games and big old bosses, plus alternate routes through levels. Being based on an Amiga game like all these European releases, it has a very cool Amiga graphic look and another fantastic soundtrack from the ever reliable Matt Furness. This was a game I skipped over back in the day because of the odd looking character and weird name. It really put me off, but playing it now I realize you can't judge a game by its dodgy cover, and it's actually very good and well worth seeking out. And this one also has an enhanced Sega CD version available as well. Sunsoft were up next with the US only release of Blaster Master 2, a sequel to their 1988 NES game. This sequel score was made entirely by Sunsoft's US division, as the original Famicom release wasn't very popular in Japan, but proved to be very popular in the West. I've never played the original for any real length of time, so I'm just taking this game as a standalone and not trying to do any comparisons. You again have access to a very versatile tank and have to stop some aliens from digging their way to the Earth's core, throwing the world off its axis and killing humanity. Over its 8 levels, you'll be flipping through multiple viewpoints from the classic side-scrolling action variety, top-down maze sections, and on-foot run-and-gun platformer segments. Everything blends together extremely well here, and I love the colourful graphic style and fitting music. I can't honestly say if it's better or worse than the original, as my time with the original has been pretty small, but as it stands, it's a very enjoyable game with a big challenge ahead and a cool world to explore. And over to Accolade, the darlings of the computer gaming scene from the mid-80s at their start. Their console game output, however, was all over the place in terms of quality, which brings us to one of their most divisive franchises and the release of Bubsy Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, a game often dismissed as being absolutely awful, which is completely unjustified. Having said that, it's got a lot of issues. This was Accolade's Sonic character, as you play Bubsy, a bobcat, and you have to stop a bunch of aliens from stealing yarn balls. Bubsy's got the biggest collection, so the stakes are high for him. It's a pretty standard, at that point, action platformer, collecting yarn, dodging and stomping on enemies, seeking out secret areas, fast running speed, but its biggest difference in gameplay is the gliding technique, letting you fly across its 16 levels or take the more traditional fast on-foot route. Levels are very big and open-ended, letting you really explore them or just beeline it to the end Sonic style. The level variety here is pretty good. Bubsy has tons of speech samples, making him both very endearing and also annoying at the same time. Gliding leads to plenty of unintentional deaths unless you know the level layout, and the controls are pretty floaty even when the character is grounded. It's a real mixed bag of a game, but it's definitely not the train wreck people want you to believe. That title is definitely reserved for Bubsy 3D on the PS1. The game sold very well and even got a sequel, which we'll also look at later. Buying Gunstar Heroes in '93 and slapping it in the Mega Drive was a mind-blowing experience back then. All-out arcade quality run-and-gun action of the highest quality, with a 2-player co-op option. Everyone's faces lit up and the smiles never subsided any time this game was put on, no matter how many times we played it. But let's back up a little bit to the creation of Japanese game developer Treasure, who were officially formed in Tokyo, Japan in 1992. Founded by Masato Maegawa himself and the rest of the team, all former Konami employees that got disillusioned by the company's reliance on making endless sequels and licensed games, and not embracing originality anymore. Maegawa and his team had all in some capacity worked on a bunch of the company's best early 90s releases, including The Simpsons Arcade and Axelay and Contra 3 on the Super Famicom. Gunstar's development began while they were all still at Konami in 1991, when the team would meet up after work at local Tokyo coffee bars and plan the production, which had the anything goes attitude, and nothing was out of the question, which results in the run and guns gameplay, including horizontal shoot 'em up segments, classic 90s minecart action, multi-tiered bosses, melee combat, and board game elements all appearing and working in unison. Maegawa is quoted as saying, "We had only just established our new company, Treasure, so we were really keen, above all else, to do something that we liked and something that was our forte. Gunstar Heroes was that game. We approached the project with a concept of anything goes, and we incorporated many types of separate, ambitious ideas in that concept." The team officially defected from Konami in 1992, and the 10-month production started on Gunstar. The 18 people working at the time were split into 2 teams. They managed to sign a deal with Sega for 2 games, a licensed romp called McDonald's Treasureland Adventure, and after working on this title for several months, Sega knew they were onto a good thing and approved Gunstar's production as well, even though nobody really thought it was going to amount to anything, except Treasure, of course. Maegawa said, "There was nothing missing from the final version of Gunstar Heroes. It ended up a
exactly as we first planned it. Everything that was in our original specification and proposal to Sega was packed into the game that was eventually sold to players. The game clocked in at 16 megabits, but they managed to compress it down to 8 for the final release. Half the team worked on McDonald's and the other half Gunstar, with Treasureland being completed first but released second as the company wanted Gunstar to be their debut. Unlicensed, original, and basically crazy. Everything that people love about Treasure to this day. Gunstar Heroes is essentially a run and gun, with you getting to pick your initial weapons and whether you want to play the game with a free shot, which is movement and shooting at the same time, or fixed option stopping while shooting in all directions. And the best part is being able to play it in 2-player co-op without any compromise to speed or game performance. And if you've seen this game in action, you'll understand that is a very impressive accomplishment. The weapons are extremely diverse, with 4 main types to use, and the excellent option of combining any of those together to make another subset of weapon grade madness. Not only is blasting stuff on the table, but brute force melee attacks are also there, and the switches in gameplay are pretty fast and frequent over the game's 7 stages, which the first 4 you being able to choose where you want to start. Miyagawa said, because we had this concept of anything goes, we decided that if it was fun and interesting, we would put anything into the mix. And because of that, Gunstar Heroes ended up having shooting, action, and fighting elements. The graphics, like all Treasure games, are taken to the next level, allowing for the most experimental, color-infused combinations that push the Mega Drive to its max, but seem to do it with ease, which just proves how powerful the hardware was when placed in capable hands, of course. The music and sound effects combined so well to complement the frantic nature and atmosphere created by Non. Miyagawa said, he always without fail waits for all the levels of the game to be designed so that he can experience the movement of the whole game, and then he begins his composition. And that's how he was when he worked on Gunstar Heroes. Gunstar was released in 1993 on the system after a 10-month development period was complete. Sega gave them free reign to make whatever they wanted, which was the complete opposite of Konami. Their only input was changing its name from Lunatic Gunstar to Gunstar Heroes, which I think is a better choice overall. Both the US and Japan only ordered a small print run, with Japan ordering 10,000 copies of the game. It sold out in both regions instantly, despite the fact that the game only got a really small advertising campaign. More copies were manufactured, with it ended up selling roughly 70,000 units in Japan and over 200,000 copies in the West. It never received a Mega Drive sequel, but in 2005 Gunstar Super Heroes hit the Game Boy Advance by Treasure and published by Sega, and was extremely well received. Miyagawa is quoted as saying, summing up Gunstar Heroes production, "We had just established Treasure. We were of one mind in thinking, at last we can make the exact kind of game we love. We were completely absorbed in making our game and all thoroughly enjoying the project. That's what I remember foremost about making Gunstar Heroes." Sega were the current kings of the 16-bit market, but rumblings and rumors put Sony as a new rival with a console they were busy working on. Rumored to be released in Japan by year's end of 1994, Sega needed to act quick. The new CD-based format was about to become the future of gaming.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
It was another massive release schedule this year for the Mega Drive.
Slightly less than the previous year, with many publishers behind the scenes looking into and starting to develop for the upcoming new systems, the Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation, both launching at the end of the year in Japan at least. Sega of America was not convinced the Saturn would be well received in the US simply due to the high cost of manufacturing it, therefore a big price tag for the consumer, so they devised the cheaper 32X, a halfway point in price and power, as an add-on for the Genesis. After all, the massive installer base was there, so why not exploit it?
So maybe you should have waited for that bigger, better game of tomorrow. Game salesmen say no, buy today, upgrade tomorrow.
Just about everything out today is upgradable, and they're watching out for you in that respect. They're making a space for that march of technology.
It launched in November and was relatively successful, selling 600,000 units by year's end, but the underlying feeling was Sega fans were holding back somewhat. With the impending release of the next generation Saturn, why bother buying an add-on now? Another massive innovation that barely ever gets any mention was the Sega Channel, also released worldwide this year, which was a way to hook your Genesis or Mega Drive up to a cable set-top box and download full retail games for a monthly subscription, something that was way ahead of its time, but proved very successful overall with over 500,000 subscribers in the US alone, and eventually ended up shutting down after 4 years of service in 1998 and the bitter end of the Mega Drive's life cycle.
So my game recommendation for the Sega Genesis is kind of a cheesy cop-out, but I really do think everybody should play Sonic the Hedgehog at least once in their life. The only question is which one to play, and my personal answer to that is how much time do you have? If you're somebody that already knows, okay, I'm getting into this stuff, never played the Genesis before, I want to do this, then I would just do them in order, 1, 2, and 3, and kind of experience the evolution of it the way that we did growing up getting these games one at a time. But if you're not sure if you like any of these and you really just don't have the time to spend, start with 3 for one reason only. You can save your progress. So that way you don't have to start from the beginning every time and just play the same levels over and over. If you want to just experience a Sonic game and wander around in it, Sonic 3 is the perfect one for that. And it's easily accessible, so it's not like it's a rare, expensive game or anything like that. But while it might be a cop-out, that's definitely my go-to because at the time, that was just such a massive game changer. And it was the first time Nintendo's Super Mario was ever truly challenged. And at that time, in that moment, Sonic was just one of the coolest games you could play.
So let's start off this year with a look at a couple of running guns. And start with Mega Turrican was released on the Mega Drive and Genesis in 1994 and was designed by those fine folks at Factor 5, responsible for classics like Indiana Jones's Greatest Adventures on the Super NES and Rogue Squadron on the GameCube, to name a few. It was a game in the Turrican series made exclusively for the Mega Drive and took advantage of all its power to make an excellent run-and-gun style game with its big bosses and varied gameplay. It was a stunning 16-bit game to behold. The game was actually completed in 1993 and Factor 5 couldn't find a publisher, so in the meantime Neon Studios was allowed to do a port of Mega Turrican to the Amiga and retitled it Turrican 3, and that was released in 1993. The Mega Drive version eventually secured a distributor in 1994 through Data East, and it was finally released. The Mega Drive version retains all the factors that made Turrican such a great series to begin with. Massive sprawling levels to explore with secrets everywhere, big power-ups and screen killer bombs, and a grappling hook which is a bit weird to use initially, but it's very useful for jumping up and climbing to unreachable places. It's just such a blast to explore these massive levels and find new power-ups around every corner. It just makes it such a fun game to play. As with the entire series, you can still morph into the blade and bounce around just causing utter havoc, which is awesome, as well as reach through those really narrow passageways to get new loot. The controls work really well. The hook, like I said earlier, takes a bit of practice, but works well once you get the hang of it. The graphics are excellent, colorful, and just full of detail, and the sheer variety of the levels and enemies is quite astounding. The music is pretty good as well, although not as good as the Amiga version, which is to be expected. I mean, Commodore just knew how to make amazing sound chips for their systems. But if you're looking for more awesome Turrican music, check out Chris Hulsbeck's Turrican Soundtrack Anthology album for more awesome tunes. Overall, this is a must-play 16-bit running gun game. And the other game is a personal favorite of one of my guests, and I'll let Todd take it away.
So, the second game that I'm going to recommend is the opposite end, and that is Contra Hard Corps. Man, this game is hard. Oh boy, is Contra Hard Corps hard? Yeah, it is dang hard, man. It's a Contra game on a Mega Drive. The Mega Drive has fast elements to the processing anyway, so everything on screen goes even faster than it would on a Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo Contra game is great, but this is fast. This is like on steroids. This is Contra on steroids. Mate, you gotta have your wits about you. You can't just be sitting still. You gotta be like me. You gotta be all over the place. From your left to your right, to your ups, to your downs, to your angles, to your angles, to your bottom angles. They're gonna come for you from every direction. You gotta dodge all those bullets. You've gotta be there everywhere. You've gotta be all over the place, just like me. You gotta be all over the place. For me, this is a great manacle game because you're there in the moment. You gotta get to the end without getting hit at all. Not a relaxing game. A satisfying game once you know how to beat the game. You can only beat the game if you know how to beat the game. Here in Australia, we actually got Probotector. We didn't get Hard Corps because apparently the Germans didn't like killing people on screen in a video game. So the Germans at the time really had a good market share, I guess, in video games. So the whole European version was Probotector. So of course, because we follow in Australia the PAL European version, we here also got Probotector. I didn't even know that it was the same game for years after I started collecting because it had a completely different name and it had robots in one version. I had no idea they were the same properties. Contra. And that's what I love to play. The actual version, Contra.
And now let's check out some racing games and start strong with my favorite racer of the year, which was Virtua Racing by Sega. Was based on Yu Suzuki's 3D arcade game from 1992 and was the first to kick off Sega's Virtua series. All different polygon-based games like Virtua Fighter and Virtua Cop. To even have the audacity to try and bring this game to the Mega Drive in the first place is why I love Sega so much. They didn't care, they were gonna do it and they had the plan. And in order for this 3D powerhouse of a game to be playable on the system, they ended up designing a very expensive chip with the name of the Sega Virtual Processor chip on board every single cart to make everything possible. You can think of it as Sega's Super FX chip, but it's just way more impressive. Virtua Racing is an amazing achievement on a 16-bit system considering the limitations, and is an extremely impressive representation of this arcade giant. The game itself is a 3D F1 arcade racer with 3 fantasy courses to choose from, with varying difficulty as well as having the option to jump between 3 different viewpoints on the fly, which is an impressive option to still have in this version. Plus it even supports a 2-player mode. The big over-the-top courses are presented extremely well and move at a cracking pace, with the different views actually being useful in the driving gameplay. The music is your usual arcadey Sega jams, but that outrun-styled racing the clock to get to the checkpoint styled gameplay is alive and well and is addictive as ever on this brilliant arcade conversion. And another racing game from Sega was a continuation of the classic Outrun series, another arcade conversion in Outrunners, converted 1 year after the arcade's debut and was a Japan and US exclusive. It's not in the same league as Virtua Racing, unfortunately, and it is in essence a pretty disappointing conversion. Having played the arcade version quite extensively for a documentary I made about a year ago, I feel Outrunners cuts so many corners and details that it's barely a shell of the arcade in the end. They also tried to capture the split screen look of the arcade for the 2-player style racing that it's known for, but being only able to play it in forced split screen is pretty annoying. It's not a total disaster, the music is pretty good with some nice interpretations of the classics and new tracks. The drifting is kind of fun in short bursts, but overall it just feels like it could have been just so much better. Data East ended up publishing the game in the US, which should tell you something when Sega themselves didn't even bother to do it. And after that, it'll be almost a decade until we got to see the return of the franchise, but damn was that well worth the wait. And next up we had a double dose of arcade simulation-styled IndyCar games, with Mario Andretti Racing by Electronic Arts and Newman Haas IndyCar featuring Nigel Mansell by Gremlin Graphics. Andretti is a licensed game endorsed by Indy 500 champion Mario Andretti. This game is an absolute option fest in a PC simulation gaming style, giving you the option of 3 different cars to choose from: Sprint, Stock, and IndyCar. Plus a massive career mode is also available. There are 15 tracks overall, car customization, and also features multiple camera angles for the racing, which was very unusual in 16-bit style games. It's a good deep racer on the system, and if you're looking for more than just hitting the gas and disregarding the brakes, then you may want to check this one out. Newman Haas IndyCar was also licensed, featuring Nigel Mansell, the multi-talented racer who managed to win multiple IndyCar and Formula One world titles. This game gives the illusion of being a deep sim in style, but in reality it's a very arcadey game and feels a lot like the Super Monaco games, just not quite as good. It's got basic car customization, multiple tracks from all over the world, a 2-player split screen mode, but it's simply not in the same league as, say, Formula One that we looked at earlier. But overall it's a competent racer without being anything special. Next was Top Gear 2, also by Gremlin Graphics, a US exclusive racer, and the only Top Gear game to make it to the system. It's an arcade style racer though, through and through, and is very much in the same mold as Gremlin Graphics' own excellent Lotus game series. This game is quite fun to play and features 64 point-to-point tracks in 16 different countries all over the world. You win cash and can upgrade your car in a very basic fashion, and it also has a split screen versus mode and multiple weather conditions to contend with, and it's a pretty fun ride, and if you like your game simple and straight to the point, then you'll probably enjoy it. Skitching by Electronic Arts was up next, the game I've previously described in other videos as the most 90s game ever made on any system. First up, it's a rollerblading racing game with a road rash brawling aspect. Features cops you have to avoid. It takes place initially in the northwestern US, Washington area, has lots of characters in flannel, sporting attitudes, and has a rock grunge style soundtrack. It is mega 90s. The game spans 12 US cities as you try to survive till the end of each race. As long as you place in the top 5, you advance to the next leg. You can grab onto the backs of cars to slingshot yourself off with speed boost, beat up other rollerbladers. With a plethora of road rash style weapons, you can pull off tricks during the race, which will add to the amount of money you'll earn if you manage to survive to the end of the race. Plus you can buy equipment and upgrades for your gear at a local shop. This game is really cool and underappreciated. It's a complementary game really to the Road Rash series, and although it's not as good as that, it's still pretty good in its own right, and is another in a long line of Electronic Arts exclusive games on the Mega Drive. And we'll finish off races here with a bunch of rapid fire looks with Micro Machines 2, again by Codemasters, and a European and Australian exclusive release. The US version was ultimately cancelled. It's just a bit of more of everything, more tracks, more cars, the same multiplayer style racing. Again, I'm just not a huge fan of this series for the same reasons I mentioned in the first game review, but if you are a fan of the original, then this is just more of what you'll want. It was followed by 2 more sequels with Tournament 96 and Military in 95 and 96 respectively. Combat Cars by Accolade was also a top-down styled arcade racer with full-on weapons thrown into the mix, and has a much better feel to the racing action, actually giving you a chance even if you don't know the courses. It takes a few races before the weapon aspects fully kick in, but overall I like it way more than the Micro Machines games, which nobody else is going to agree with, and that's perfectly okay. It's a very overlooked game in this style of racing. Rock'n'Roll Racing was next, published by Interplay. It was an isometric futuristic racer with weapons, with the gimmick being that it features real music tracks such as Paranoid by Black Sabbath and Radar Love by Golden Earring, plus lots more. You get multiple characters to choose from, it moves really fast and is pretty fun, but the actual music tracks sound dodgy at best. The Mega Drive is capable of so much more musically, and when the whole hook of your game is the music, you'd think they'll put that extra bit of attention into it, but apparently not. Still, besides those shortcomings, it still is a fun game to play, regardless. And lastly was Kawasaki Superbikes, developed by Lancor and published by Domark, the same team that did the excellent Formula One. It's a pretty good first-person motorbike racer and is using the same engine as that previous racer. It has very fast 3D style graphics and sprites mixed together. It plays extremely well, and motorbike races are always harder to get right, I feel, than car-based games, but they nail that feeling right on perfectly. It's a good one overall and is well worth looking out for. And let's go over to the light gun genre, which really didn't get enough attention on this system in my opinion. And we'll be having a look at Lethal Enforcers 2 and Body Count.
Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters
was an arcade conversion of their sequel to their 1992 arcade smash, Lethal Enforcers, swapping out the setting this time from the gritty urban gangland world to the wild wild west and all the cliches that entails. It featured 5 stages, not including multiple minigames like bottle shooting or showdowns. Scenarios included bank robberies, stagecoach heists, train robberies, you name the cliche, it's probably in here. The sequel was nowhere near as popular in the arcades or even at home than the original was, but that doesn't really mean anything. In retrospect now, it actually is pretty damn fun to play. It's compatible again with Konami's Justifier light gun, no Menacer support, and can still be played with a controller both in 1 and 2 player modes. The graphics are not as impressive as the first, probably due to the colors used making the digitized graphics really pop out, but if you're playing this on a real CRT with a Justifier, it not only looks cool but plays like a dream, with some awesome Konami-styled Sunset Riders music to add to the flavor, and just overall tons of great atmosphere. The other light gun game was Body Count, a European exclusive game that supported the Menacer and even the Sega mouse for its alien invasion shooting action. The game also has 5 stages as you blast your way through alien scum in this on-rails romp, using machine guns, grenade launchers, and even smart bombs, as you have to take out a set number of enemies per scene before it moves on, almost like the original Operation Wolf. It must be said though that this game reminds me heavily of SNK's 1989 game Beastbusters. I think it's just the setting overall. I really love the art style in this game. It is so European in flavor with some really good tunes, and also works well with a controller if you have no Menacer. My only criticism is that your regular machine gun fire is just simply too weak, making it slightly frustrating to kill anything if you run out of special ammo or don't have any upgrades. Still, it's well made and is another cool game by those versatile folks over at Probe.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Sports games were still being published in droves, and once again this is just a sample of 94's output. And we'll start off with some dueling tennis games from the 2 biggest companies in Mega Drive sports then, Electronic Arts and Codemasters. EA had IMG International Tour Tennis and Codemasters had Pete Sampras Tennis. Let's start with IMG. A game like anything by EA Sports is loaded with options and ways to play, and features 32 real tennis pros, past and present, allowing you to basically play fantasy matchups of your favorite players, from Bjorn Borg to Ivan Lendl. You have 16 international tournaments, a full career mode, 4-player action if you have a 4-way tap, singles and doubles play, and so much more. Unfortunately, it all just doesn't add up in the end in the gameplay department. It feels very awkward to play and judge the ball distance. The game overall feels very lifeless, and EA were usually extremely good at atmosphere. This game has almost none. You can set your play also to automatic in the option, meaning you don't actually control the player but only the racket swing. Is really odd and feels like compensation for dodgy gameplay, and I've played multiple tennis games before that have this option and I feel like none of it really works. It's just very disappointing overall. Despite all the attention to detail, it falls completely flat in the end. Codemasters' entry on the other hand, Pete Sampras Tennis, is absolutely brilliant, and I'd say it's the Mega Drive's best tennis game. The game was endorsed by Pete Sampras, the tennis king who won 64 career titles, including Wimbledon 7 times and the US Open 5 times. The timing for his endorsement was pretty much perfect. This game gives you all the options you could want and wraps it up in a very atmospheric, arcadey fun tennis experience. Besides Pete himself, everything else is fantasy. You can play in courts all over the world, from grass to clay, in 18 different locations, all vaguely resembling real tournaments from around the world without the licenses. The angle of play is pretty much perfect, and judging the ball distance does take a little bit of practice, but is not hard and isn't the mess that IMG is. Tons of moves, dives, ball control, and really excellent sound effects as well. The best part is that it uses Codemasters J-Cart, which has 2 extra controller ports allowing 4-player doubles matches without having to buy the extra 4-player tap that IMG needs you to use. Codemasters basically just destroyed EA at their own game, and was followed up by Pete Sampras Tennis 96 in 1995. 1995, another brilliant tennis game that basically crowned Codemasters kings of the sport on the Mega Drive. Next, EA took on Sega for dueling golf releases. Fortunately for golf fans, both are really quality titles, with EA's PGA European Tour and Pebble Beach Golf Links by T&E Soft, published by Sega. PGA European Tour was a spin-off of the mainline series that also saw a Part 3 released this year, and is really great, but I've honestly got nothing really to add to it, besides that if you like 1 and 2, you'll definitely enjoy Part 3 as well. European Tour gives a bit of a different angle on the sport, focusing completely on the European golf scene, with 50 Euro players from Bernhard Langer to Ian Woosnam. You also get 5 real European courses, which are all varied in look and difficulty. It still has all the celebrity commenting on each hole, the excellent atmospheric sound effects, same tight gameplay, and overall slick presentation. And if you want a bit of variety to your regular series, then this is a must get. The Sega published offering by Golf King's T&E Soft was Pebble Beach Golf Links, based on a 1992 golf game on the Japanese computer, the PC-98. This is a well put together and playing golf simulator. Not quite PGA level, but still really playable and fun in its own right. Like the name suggests, this game only has one course, Pebble Beach, which I'd usually cite as a major issue, but the gameplay is really deep, allowing you to replay this course many times before mastering it or really getting bored. It's got stroke, skin, match, and full-on tournament play, and battery backup to save everything, plus whole flybys and instant replays. It has a bit of everything really. It's a much slower, more meticulous game to play, not one that you can really button mash your way through. This is also a completely different game to T&E Soft's Saturn Pebble Beach Golf Links that came out in 1995. This unfortunately has no Craig Stadler FMV,
just forget this hole and go on to the next one,
but is still a solid golf experience. And some quick rapid fires next with Winter Olympics, a multi-event sports game based on the 1994 Lillehammer Winter Games. Unfortunately, it's made by Tiertex, a UK company known for their schlocky products. This is a complete mess with 10 events that play and look terrible, and is a total dumpster fire of a game. Just play Accolade's Winter Challenge instead, it's vastly superior. Tecmo Super Hockey was a US exclusive ice hockey game that tries hard to beat EA's NHL series but fails miserably. It's awkward to play, the angle of action feels a little off, and it just simply isn't fun and is far too simplistic. Just play EA's NHL series instead. Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker was a European and Australian exclusive based on the 1991 Amiga version of this snooker game by the late great C64 programming legend Archie McLean. It's actually a pretty good 3D snooker game that can even be played with the Sega mouse. Besides the dumb cartoony sound effect for the ball going into the pocket, it's a very cool realistic version of the game and is definitely worth playing if the sport interests you, of course. And now over to Mutant League Hockey, the continuation of the Mutant League series of monster horror sports games by Electronic Arts. With football done, hockey was next, and the game was made using the NHL 94 engine. These games are just ultra fun to play. They throw out all the tropes and give you essentially a great sports game. This one, ice hockey, and layer it with tons of details, humor, and bucket loads of violence. The arenas themselves are all loaded with traps like landmines and pits. Characters can even get blown away. Fighting has its own mini game, and there's tons of weapons to choose like chainsaws and axes. Plus it supports 4-way player action with a tap. I like all the different groups of mutants you can choose, robots, skeletons, and trolls. The coaches say the most bizarrest things. A cool aspect is that the corpses of the dead players actually stay on the ice and basically become tripping hazards. They really went all out. If you want a really off-the-wall version of hockey, you can't get much better than this. It was unfortunately the end of the series. The third installment, Basketball, was never published. Greatest Heavyweights was another boxing game by Sega using their Evander Holyfield engine. This one lets you play as 8 classic world champion boxers of your choice, with everyone from Muhammad Ali, Rocky Marciano, and Joe Louis, each with their own stats, pros and cons, and special moves. It's got all the regular modes such as exhibition, tournament, and a full career mode where you can design your own character and work your way through to becoming the world champ. I like that you can taunt your opponents. The game moves at quite a fast pace, which is sometimes an issue with boxing games. The fake 3D ring of Evander works works really well, and the sound effects, which are absolutely integral to a boxing game, are solid and satisfying. And they even managed to get legend Michael Buffer to do his infamous "Let's Get Ready to Rumble" line, which is great. It's another awesome boxing game on the system. World Series Baseball, also by Sega, was a baseball game I played the heck out of back in the 90s. This game just hit all the right marks to make it very addictive and enjoyable. Unlike most Sega sports titles, this featured the full MLB players and teams license, with the roster being based on the 94 season. The game featured Sega's sports talk commentary, which was pretty diverse, but ultimately hilarious to listen to, as the presenter usually sounded like a badly edited hostage negotiation video.
Welcome to the game between the Braves and the White Sox.
It works as a simulation and arcade game, as it has enough trading and league options, plus a full career mode, which is an epic undertaking. The graphics are very good, giving you a much more realistic view of the action with great animation and really rapid gameplay. This, in my personal opinion, is the best baseball game on the system, and it was followed by 3 more sequels to grace the Mega Drive. Rugby World Cup 95 was developed by EA's UK division, based on the tournament held in South Africa of that year, which my former country actually won. It was EA's first rugby game, and they did a really fantastic job first time out. As you can see, it's plainly obvious it was using the FIFA engine as its base, which was obviously a really great idea to build from. It features 30 international teams and has the Rugby World Cup license, friendly games, World Cup, and of course league play, and all of it is very good overall, only if you understand the rules of the sport, which is its weakness. Just like cricket, you'll have a really tough time making heads or tails of it if you don't know the basic rules, which makes this game only really for fans of the sport at the end of the day. The graphics are detailed, the sound effects are great, and you can even use the 4-way tap to have you and 3 friends play characters on one team or on opposing teams together at the same time, which is a pretty awesome thing. Next Generation magazine is quoted as saying in their review of the game, "Rugby World Cup 95 is a quality sports game, serving as a welcome to the sport of rugby. Oh, and not to mention, the game is damn fun." And the last slew of sports games to check out was a bunch of basketball games. And we'll go through these pretty quickly, starting with Barkley's Shut Up and Jam by Accolade, a very average attempt at a sports game, throwing things into an urban street basketball vibe, and features NBA MVP himself, Charles Barkley. I like all the settings, and the characters are generally interesting, but when it comes down to it, the graphics and animation are extremely lackluster, and it just feels very mechanical to play, which ultimately saps the fun factor. Somehow it was popular enough to get a sequel made, which was exclusive to the system in 1995. Jam It by Virgin Interactive was also a street-styled basketball game, but in the one-on-one nature. I actually really like this one. It's got a lot of cheesy 90s attitude, a roster of hilariously cliche characters, all digitized into the game, and if you watch this channel, you know I love digitized graphics, and a ton of smack talk speech samples. You basically place bets on each match. When your money runs out, it's game over. The street court locations are pretty cool. I love the close-up animation on dunks or defense, and it features a massive amount of variation, games based on the one-on-one rules to try out. If you're not a fan of that full team-style play of other basketball games, then this might be just what you're looking for. Double Dribble, the playoff edition, also known as Hyper Dunk in Europe and Japan, was a really poor follow-up by Konami to their excellent 80s original. The angle on the action makes it really hard to judge depth at times, and the AI seems like it doesn't know what it's doing half the time. Plus, it's just very boring to play. The only interesting feature is you can link 2 4-way taps to the game, making 8 players on-screen playable at once, which is honestly an extremely impressive feat. But being able to find 8 people to play this though would be even more impressive. Konami were really gold on the Mega Drive. This one though was one of their very rare misses on the system.
Jam.
You knew it was coming. Not only was it one of the most popular arcades of the 90s, but one of the best-selling console games of that year. It was the one, the only, NBA Jam. This game was released in every region and almost every system of that era. Whether you like sports games or not, it really didn't matter. It probably was something you played at some point. It was that big. Based on the Midway 1993 arcade smash hit basketball 2-on-2 game, this one was converted by Iguana Entertainment, known predominantly for doing sports games. They really nailed every single aspect of what made this arcade so popular and transported it to the Mega Drive in an almost perfect way. If you've never played it, it's a very arcadey basketball game, fast-paced and extremely over-the-top in the best possible way. Even in its arcade state, it still managed to get the NBA license. 27 NBA teams and 2 real players in each team representing them. Most of the regular basketball rules are ignored in this game, making it move at a fever pitch without any interruptions. Plus you get a turbo button and crazy over-the-top dunk moves and a 4-player multi-tap support to bring that full arcade multiplayer experience home. The game was the biggest selling Genesis game of the year in North America, as well as this version outselling their rival Super Nintendo with a total of 1.9 million Genesis cartridges sold, not counting the rest of the world. And although there were multiple sequels on the system, this version still remains my favorite basketball game on the Mega Drive, hands down.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
With the continued dominance of beat-em-ups and platformers, the shoot-em-ups literally almost faded out of existence on the system, with fewer releases every year. Here's the last of the big shoot-em-up releases. And let's start with my favorite, which is Subterranea by a company called Zyrinx. Zyrinx themselves were a video game development company formed in 1992 in Copenhagen, Denmark. All members of the team were ex-Amiga European demo sceners from the 80s and 90s, which explains all the crazy effects and tricks they were able to pull off on a stock Mega Drive for their 2 releases. Their final game as a company was the futuristic racer Scorcher on the Sega Saturn, and were dissolved in 1998 after their publisher went bankrupt. And back to Subterranea, which puts you in the shoes of a pilot trying to rescue miners trapped in these caverns after an alien attack. It's a multi-directional shoot-em-up mixed with gravity or inertia-based gameplay of the late 70s to mid-80s, and always reminded me of the C64 game Thrust. There are 9 massive levels in total, with you having to rescue and blast alien scumbags away and avoid smashing your ship to pieces, plus take out massive boss monsters as well, and don't forget about picking up fuel or else you're dead in the water. It has multiple difficulty modes which you're gonna need, because this game is not easy, but it's a challenge and it's very satisfying. Zyrinx themselves didn't even have an official development kit to make the game, they simply hacked a few Amigas together until Sega bought the game and published it. Graphically, it's extremely gorgeous to look at, with so much detail going on and smooth scrolling effects, coupled with an amazing soundtrack by Amiga demo scener Jess Picard, who went on to work on the Hitman and Assassin's Creed series of games. This game unfortunately bombed in sales in both the US and Europe, but was one of the most highly reviewed games on the system across the board, so don't sleep on this awesome gem. It's a brilliant mix of gravity-based gameplay and shoot-em-up action. And over to 2 quick looks now with Grindstormer, developed by Toplan, based on their arcade release and published by Tengen. It's a slow-paced shooter fest, similar in style to one of their first games, Slapfight. It's a downgraded version obviously of the arcade, but it's still very enjoyable in my opinion. It got absolutely destroyed in the press at the time unnecessarily, and that should be ignored. If you like Toplan's bullet hell style and their slow methodic gameplay, then you're definitely going to enjoy it. Viewpoint was a conversion of ICOM's 1992 Neo Geo arcade release, an impressive looking isometric shooter that usually gets described as an update of Sega's Zaxxon, and was a US exclusive release. It's a decent conversion that suffers from a lot of slowdown all over the place, but it's still quite a fun game to play overall. It's not the best version out there, but it's still an above average shooter. And the last one here was Panorama Cotton by Success, US and published by Sunsoft exclusively for Japan. An extremely visually impressive 3D styled Space Harrier game with a surreal Q-em-up look and feel. This was the third Cotton game, which were traditional horizontal shooters, but this one taking on the fake 3D style look. You have regular fire and various magic attacks, just like in the 2D versions, with 5 very diverse looking stages in terms of not only visually, but requiring different gameplay methods to survive as well. The gameplay is really good, with stunning visuals and cute, cheerful music that is hard not to like. Roughly only 4,000 copies of this game were originally made, making it extremely rare. Although the company Strictly Limited Games did release the game physically, only 1,500 Mega Drive copies were made. There is also an English fan translation available to play, the original version in English, but I've only ever played personally this Japanese version, so I can't really say much about it.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And back to the old 16-bit staple, the platformer. And we'll start with 3 European-made games, Flink, Second Samurai, and Bubble and Squeak. The Misadventures of Flink was a Psygnosis published game, with it also getting a US release by Vic Tokai, but only the Sega CD version. This is a visually stunning game by the German team Thalion. They also made Lionheart, an Amiga game from 1993 that's a real sight to behold. It's very much in the same style as that game, with just a much more cutesy angle instead. You have to save an island from an evil wizard who's captured all 4 sorcerers and their power crystals. You can jump on enemies' heads, throw objects at them, and use spells with limited magic energy. Plus you can find scrolls detail ingredients to new spells, which you can gather and make in its 62 levels. It's extremely well made with great production values. Another published Psygnosis release was Second Samurai by Vivid Image, a sequel to First Samurai, a game I played a lot on my Commodore 64 in the early 90s. This only got a European Mega Drive release based on the Amiga original. This time there's an option for 2-player simultaneous action. It's mostly hack and slash and light platforming as you collect all the souls in each level. You have kung fu moves just like in the original game, and can also obtain a sword for slicing and dicing as your character travels through time after the main bad guy, the Demon King. There's tons of scrolling action sections, plenty of boss characters to take out. It's a pretty fun, enjoyable sequel that would have made a really good arcade game. And lastly was Bubble and Squeak, published by Sunsoft and developed by Audiogenic, based on another Amiga original game. This is a very cool platformer Q-em-up. Squeak is an alien cat, and he gets help from a kid from Earth called Bubble to save his home planet. You control Bubble in the traditional sense as he collects items and shoots stars at enemies. Squeak will follow you around, and you can use his skills to navigate the levels. For example, he can throw you up to higher places, you can ride him like a vehicle, and use him as a weapon to kill enemies and collect out of reach objects. Visually, it's very vibrant, with extremely clever level design and some nice music. It's another forgotten game from the latter Mega Drive library. And over to a couple of Japanese exclusives, well, at least in physical form, with Pulseman and Monster World 4. Pulseman was an excellent action platformer from Game Freak, their second and last Mega Drive release. This game did get a digital Sega Channel release in the West in 1995, but was still a Japan-only physical release. There's 6 stages in total, and 3 of them are open to you right at the beginning, which I always like as an option in games. This is just pure fun. It's fast, quick action mixed with platforming, and is generally pretty easy to play, just like their previous game, and has a cool, fun Arkanoid-style bonus stage and some impressive boss encounters. If you like this genre, this is a must play. Monster World 4 by Westone is another entry in the Wonder Boy series or universe, and the last by Westone themselves. This was a Japan-only release, but has since received English digital versions in the last few years as of making this. You play Asha, a girl who sets out on a quest to release 4 spirits and free her land land from darkness. It has light RPG elements and upgrades and armors and shields, quick moves with jumps and dashes. It's a total hidden gem of not only the Mega Drive games library, but also a Wonder Boy game. It has lovely detailed graphics and atmospheric music with very addictive and progressive gameplay and levels. Why this didn't get an English release is super odd, but thankfully there's a lot of modern ways to play this one now in English at your disposal, including the Mega Drive Genesis mini version. And let's jump back to small rapid fire looks. High Seas Havoc, or Captain Lang as it's known in Japan, is a Data East release Sonic clone with mascot in tow and speedy platformer action. It's got nice graphics and sound, and if you're looking for an alternative to the Blue Hedgehog, you could do a lot worse. Another Sonic mascot wannabe was Zool, a port of a 1992 Amiga release. It's Euro platformer cliche land from Gremlin Graphics. It runs faster than the original, but the mundane collecting everything gameplay gets tiring real fast. Accolades smashed us over the head again with another Bubsy game, Bubsy 2, their Sonic character, only 1,000 times more annoying. The floaty gameplay and headache-inducing level design return yet again, but it's an okay game and really doesn't deserve the utter hate it usually conjures up. Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel is the sequel to Sunsoft's underrated Aero the Acrobat. Lots of platforming action and gameplay switches in its 15 levels, and it's a worthy, although completely different playing sequel than its predecessor. And lastly was Joe and Mac by Takara, a port of the Data East Caveman platformer. It's an average conversion, but still supports the game's best feature, which is its excellent 2-player co-op action.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Bash Tishby presents.
Castlevania Bloodlines by Konami was next, another one of the exclusive Mega Drive versions for the system, and also an origin story for the Castlevania franchise. It's also known as Vampire Killers in Japan and the New Generation in PAL regions.
Introducing Castlevania Bloodlines for Sega Genesis, the most horrifying vampire hunt ever. 2 new heroes, plus hordes of evil enemies and ghastly ghouls. It's intense adventure from Konami.
This was the first Castlevania game developed on a Sega system, and the team wisely decided to tailor-make this entry to the Mega Drive strengths, which results in a much faster action-orientated entry in the series. The story has a female vampire who gets resurrected by an ancient witch. Once she's back, she goes about trying to resurrect her long-dead uncle, Dracula. 2 distant descendants of the Belmont vampire hunting clan, John and Eric, set out to stop her, each having their own specific default weapon, such as a whip and a spear to master. And depending on the characters used, there are alternate ways through certain levels that add some extra replayability to the mix. Not only are their main weapons used for action, but you also use it to traverse certain sections of the levels, such as swinging with the whip and vaulting up to higher areas with the spear, hence taking your character in new directions. The game's setting is Europe and is spread across 6 countries with multiple levels in each, including sub-bosses and obviously main bosses to defeat. You'll travel through Romania, Greece, Italy, Germany, France, and finally England. You'll have the ability to upgrade your main weapon multiple times and add 3 special weapons, such as an axe, boomerang, and holy water. It's a game graphically that just does not let up. Just when you think you've seen the most impressive trick it has to offer in terms of bosses or environments, it outdoes itself in the next level. You can tell the team at Konami knew their way around the system and were exploiting all types of loopholes to bring the grand scale of this game to life. The music score as well by Michiru Yamane, her first Castlevania game she worked on, is brilliant. It's a mixture of classical music and rock overtones. It's simply excellent from start to finish. She later went on to do Symphony of the Night soundtrack on the PS1, which is one of the all-time video game greats in my opinion. If you want to play this game on real hardware, just make sure you get a Genesis or a Japanese version. They are uncensored. The PAL release New Generation has Missing Blood and various other changes, besides having the worst name of the 3. Overall, it's a great game in the series that usually gets overlooked. Just don't make that mistake.
And the other game from Konami was Sparkster, the sequel to Rocket Knight Adventures, and has you trying to stop an evil king from taking over the land, and you also have to rescue your princess girlfriend. It follows on the same lines as the original with lots of gameplay switches mixed into its action platformer shooter formula of the original. It features 6 stages in total with an accompanying boss fight for each one for good measure, and features multiple endings depending on the difficulty and all the secret items you've collected along the way. This game is a bit of an odd one, at least for me. I find it very strange how the US and European versions don't even mention Rocket Knight Adventures at all and just go with the name Sparkster. It's almost like they're trying to hide it, especially considering how popular the original was. Also, the graphics design in the game feel a little bit off. Why change the look and style? It's just simply nowhere near as good as the original, for me anyway. And it almost feels like Konami assigned the Mega Drive B team to this one and the veterans went off and did something else, which is odd considering how beloved the original was. I'm not sure what happened here, but as it stands, it's still a good game generally speaking across the board, but as a sequel to an absolute classic, it's pretty damn underwhelming. Next is a trio of even more forgotten Mega Drive releases that seem to have slipped into the void, with Generations Lost, Mega Man The Wily Wars, and Prince of Persia. Generations Lost was a science fiction action platformer developed by Pacific Softscape. Most of the team working on it previously made the X-Men game, but they were unable to secure the rights for the sequel, so Pacific Softscape was formed, and Generations Lost was the first and only game they ever made. The game itself is a mix of X-Men, with it feeling very much like that in terms of action, music and sound effects, and Flashback with its cinematic flair, animation and puzzle solving. You have a gauntlet which can be used to shoot enemies and act as a whip to swing up to different areas as you go on a quest to discover the origins of your tribe. It's an interesting game with really terrible cover art, which probably made many people pass it over, but if you're a fan of the previously mentioned games, you're probably going to want to check this one out. Mega Man The Wily Wars, published by Capcom, was a compilation and update to the first 3 Mega Man NES games with enhanced graphics and remixed music, with the big bonus being if you manage to complete all 3 of the games, you get access to the exclusive Wily Tower, where you have to take out 3 new bosses in their own levels before reaching Wily in the tower for the final showdown. The game was outsourced by Capcom and was apparently a big mess, and Capcom themselves had to step up and finish the game properly for its release, which it got a European and Japanese physical. The US version was ultimately cancelled, but would show up later in 1995 on the Sega channel in digital form. If you're a Mega Man fan, you'll definitely enjoy this, but if not, it's probably not going to really win you over to the franchise. Prince of Persia, the classic early 90s DOS-era action platformer, also hit the Mega Drive courtesy of Domark, a completely new version of the game made from the ground up using the original game's source code and a completely different port than 1992's Mega CD Victor version. The story is basically Aladdin, as you have to fight your way out of a palace dungeon all the way up to the princess, who's been forced to marry the evil Jafar. It's an action platformer in its best sense, with fluid rotoscope animation, really detailed upgraded graphics and sound, and is all about precision jumping and swordplay action. Domark put a lot of effort into this port, but it should be noted that the latter European released version of this game is the one you want to get, as it features extra animation, 4 additional levels to the game, and a full music soundtrack in-game over the US version. So definitely play that one if you're interested for the full experience. I think because of the earlier Mega CD version, lots of people glossed over this or never even knew it was a superior Mega Drive release. Prince of Persia 2 was also 90% complete on the Mega Drive, set for a 1996 release by Psygnosis, but was cancelled at the last minute. A full dumped version is available online to try out, with an excellent updated version of that from Linku, who did the recent awesome Hayato's Journey on the system, which I covered in my new series Sega 100%. And some more platformer rapid fires with Normie's Beach Baby-Rama by Electronic Arts, which is probably their most obscure game they ever released on the system. 29 levels of very stiff and unresponsive controls as you attempt to rescue a bunch of beach babe that have been abducted by aliens. It's simply not that good. Bubba and Sticks by Core Design is a clever, really good looking puzzle style platformer that is quite unlike anything else on the system. Figuring out how to do the puzzles in action is pretty rewarding. It's a bit of a hidden gem. Boogerman by Interplay
gameplay is not as good as their Earthworm Jim series, but this action platformer is still oozing quality in sound and animation, and despite the ridiculous 90s juvenile humor, it's still a well-made game overall. Three Ninjas Kick Back is a loose to say the least adaptation of the third Ninjas movie, published by Sony ImageSoft, who managed to publish another forgettable platformer that only got a US release, and for good reason. It's nowhere near as bad as the usual Sony published garbage on the Mega Drive, but it's still a hard pass. Marco's Magic Football is a painful Domark release that was released on every single system you can think of at the time, which nobody asked for. The finicky gameplay just destroys the overall fun immediately. And I'll hand it over to Todd to tell you about a really strange Australian exclusive by Sunsoft.
Do you remember that trickle effect that I was talking about before? The Japanese got all the good stuff, oh yeah, and down to us Australians eventually got some of the stuff that was up above us. But there are a few things that we actually, I think, got here that were exclusive. Now, it's a game that I've never played, but I've heard that this game called Days Before Christmas was an Australian exclusive.
Days Before Christmas was released in 1994 by Sunsoft USA, an Australian exclusive Mega Drive game. It was an action platformer where you had to help Santa Claus save Christmas through 24 levels of action. The reason for its obscurity is that Sunsoft's US division went bankrupt at the time. Reprints of the games were cancelled, and as was the full US release.
I never knew about it until a few years ago, because it's a game that people say, you know what, that's a game that was never released anywhere else. So finally, us Australians got a game that was never released anywhere, and now I really gotta pay for it because it was never released anywhere. If I want a copy of the game, I gotta pay an arm and a leg to get the game, because it costs that much now to get, because it was so exclusive that it's so expensive to buy. And I'm not gonna give up my arm or my leg or even my mouth to buy the game, because I really want this game, but I can't afford that kind of money to buy it.
As of making this video, Days Before Christmas currently goes for just over $1,000. So good luck on earning that one.
This is the story of Earthworm Jim video game. In outer space, a sweet evil cyclone lost a clean cyberspace suit while it smooshes. Right on that slimy Earthworm Jim! And blammo! He becomes a superpowered hero. He takes out that precious dog. Then that stupid worm goes onto the planet X. He even tries mucus spongy jumping.
And if that doesn't stop him, maybe the battle with Queen festering sweaty slug for a butt will. Earthworm Jim from Playmate.
The madness of Earthworm Jim was next, developed by Shiny and published by Virgin Interactive, headed up by programmer Dave Perry. It used the same techniques they had mastered in games like Cool Spot and Aladdin, hand-drawing the animation and digitizing it into the game. You control Jim, an earthworm that's using an alien suit to go rescue a princess. The story is super wacky, and I really broke it down to its basics, otherwise we'll be here all day. This all takes place over 7 mainline levels where all the platforming and shooter action takes place, plus 7 different crazy mini games and 3D styled racing sections between levels and boss fights. There is a massive amount of content packed into this game, and what separates Jim from all the other games in this oversaturated genre was humor, level design and sound. Humor is literally everywhere, in the levels themselves and every wacky character he meets. Riding hamsters like vehicles, launching cars into space, the sound effects all feel just right, and there's just tons of samples, and they're all very good. The level appropriate music is great, and the overall levels themselves are very well designed, with every single one of them adding some little small new gameplay element into the mix, with the mini games themselves feeling like actual levels with really clever and unique gameplay mechanics. Earthworm Jim's overall philosophy can be rounded up by this quote from designer Dave Perry. The trick to making these work was in the use of a very flexible game engine strategy combined with an animation technology we called Animotion. I was convinced the engine could make just about any game, which allowed the designers and artists at Shiny Entertainment to get really creative. We'd often experiment to find a mechanic we liked, and then build a level around it. For Earthworm Jim, that meant the game changed constantly. Like 1 minute you bouncing puppies, the next you're in a submarine, and next you riding a hamster. It was simply a fantastic game that helped to really breathe some life into a genre that in 8 and 16-bit form was almost completely worn out by 1994. And another one that did exactly the same thing on the Mega Drive was Dynamite Headdy by the ever-lovable group Treasure, one of 2 games that are released for the system this year, and we'll get to their Japan exclusive soon. This game also managed to inject a lot of life into a flatlining genre with its dementedly colourful and unique level designs, the excellent switchable head feature that has about 18 different variations which gives you unique abilities throughout the game, and another epic varied Treasure music score. It's basically McDonald's Treasureland dialed up to 1000%, and that game was already mental as it was. There's also tons of awesome sound effects and lots of really high quality speech samples. I love all the options the multiple heads gives you, and it makes every part of every level potentially feel quite different depending on the head you currently have. There's also loads of mini games and secret areas to discover. Everything in this game is super strange and wonderful, which was probably the game's ultimate downfall for Western audiences. It's basically crazy levels of Japanese before it was really mainstream, so I think it was totally overlooked and wasn't really a big seller despite being very well received in the press. It is top-notch Treasure in Mega Drive form, and overall a top 10 game in the platform action genre for the system. The wait was finally over. Sega not only delivered the next mainline Sonic entry, but a bonus game as well, which in itself could turn certain previous Sonic games into something brand new. 1994 gave us the mad combination of Sonic 3 released in February of that year, and the lock-on technology of Sonic & Knuckles in October of the same year. 2 games that could be played and enjoyed separately, but when combined basically made the ultimate Sonic game in 16-bit form, and a high point and end to the original series. The Sega marketing machine was in full swing for this duo, with Sega rebranding Groundhog Day, its US release, as Hedgehog Day, and over in Europe they got the flavor of the month pop band Right Said Fred to create a song to promote the game. The expectations were very high to say the least. Both games were a combined combination of 2 teams, the Sega Technical Institute and Sonic team, with Hirokazu Yasuhara back as director for both and Yuji Naka as producer. Originally designed as one game, the massive new level design and scope proved to be too big even for the 34 megabit cartridges of the time, and would have proven to be too expensive to manufacture en masse anyway, so everyone agreed to split Sonic 3 into 2 different games, which in turn gave time to manufacture the new lock-on cartridge for the end of the year, making it possible to combine both games to get the full experience of Sonic 3, the way they had all originally planned it. Like I'd mentioned before, by 1994 platforming game fatigue was a real thing. We were all pretty burnt out on the genre, and that upcoming Sega Saturn was looking mighty fine. So when I got Sonic 3 not long after its launch, I was slightly disappointed. Not really with the game, let's be clear, but with the genre tropes in general. I enjoyed it, but it simply wasn't what Sonic and Part 2 were to me a few years earlier. Having said that, playing Sonic 3 now, some 30 odd years later, it truly is a masterclass of platforming. It makes the Super Nintendo overrated all-flash Donkey Kong Country series seem like a really overhyped product that hasn't really aged all that well despite what the Nintendo fanboy propaganda videos will tell you. Sonic 3 takes place over 6 levels split into 2 parts each, and visually gets more stunning and impressive as each level passes. And although there were less stages, they were far grander in scope with tons more secrets, and the game still had Tails as a second player sidekick, plus 2 different types of minigames. The game also introduced Knuckles, the conflicted bad guy slash hero that is manipulated by Robotnik. In Sonic 3 you get to see only half his story, but with Sonic & Knuckles you get to see the entire event from his point of view, and it changes some of the meaning of the cutscenes. The game also has the 2-player split-screen competitive mode from Part 2, and also features an excellent save feature which not only saves your levels you get to, but also all the Chaos Emeralds you collect. Visually in this one there's some amazing zones. Angel Island with its burning forests,
Ice Cap Zone with its awesome color scheme and the crazy design and visual detail of the Carnival Night Zone is gorgeous to look at. The music is also excellent as always, originally done by Michael Jackson and his sound team, as he was a huge Sonic fan. The entire soundtrack though had to be redone and reworked not long before the launch, as Jackson got into a lot of legal issues that Sega didn't want to be associated with. It's still said that a lot of his work is still mixed into the game. Regardless, it's another top tier Sonic score. I'm so glad I got to revisit this again properly all these years later with a fresh perspective, devoid of my platforming fatigue. Nowadays it's more third person open world fatigue, and the game gets even better with that all important lock-on mechanic, but more on that pretty soon. So now let's jump over to October's release of Sonic & Knuckles, which lets you choose either character to play the game through. There's no Tails for 2-player to join in this one though. The game, like Sonic 3, also consists of 6 zones, with 2 parts in each, with much bigger levels and plenty more secrets and hidden areas to find, plus some different bonus stages. Knuckles can climb up objects and uses gliding technique, which makes playing these levels as him or Sonic genuinely quite different, and the levels themselves get better and better and more visually impressive as this game goes on. Its greatest asset though is in the lock-on technology. What this does is allow Sonic, Sonic 2 and 3 all to be plugged into the top half, and alters these games or opens up new features. If you plug in Sonic, you basically get access to some of the mini games. Plug in Sonic 2 and you can now play the entire game with Knuckles as the main character, and plug in Sonic 3 and it combines both games to make Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which is basically the full package Sonic 3 experience. There is literally a laundry list of all the extra tweaks and additions to these combinations, but they would require a complete separate video just to mention everything. Both these releases though are excellent, and combining them is Sega's ultimate swan song to the character in 16-bit form, and was really a brilliant way to end it, at least from the mainline Sonic series.
Where do the stars of Sega Sonic 3 go when the game's over?
Sonic? Are you guys in there?
No, they're at McDonald's, where Sonic launches with a push of a button and Tails flies who knows how high. 4 fearless toys, one with each Sonic 3 Happy Meal you buy.
As a kid, I never played imports, and I didn't even know bootlegs existed until late in the 16-bit era, when I occasionally would see ads for game copiers in the back of magazines.
So like I mentioned earlier, South Africa was just a bootleg paradise. You could buy anything, so regions were completely irrelevant. Bootleg games were available in regular stores. You could go buy them anywhere.
But once again, I think this comes down to region and where the big cities were near you. Because I lived sort of near New York City when I was a kid, but way too far to just pop in over the weekend, and I wouldn't have even known what game stores to go to.
The bootlegging we do now is all in the ROM files. Downloading the ROM file is basically our new bootlegging, and I don't mind doing that either. But I personally prefer to have the official game sitting here on my shelf to pull off whenever I want, to put into the cartridge slot, pick up the controller, the big, black, 3-button Mega Drive controller, and play a game officially on a CRT. And if you can't do that, you can still actually bootleg with no storage space needed, only on the hard drive to play those ROMs onto your computer or an EverDrive cartridge.
You had to go out of your way a little bit. You had to know like certain areas. I used to go to this place called London House Arcade in Durban in South Africa, and it was basically a bootleg paradise. There were like 3 or 4 shops set up all in a row almost, and you could buy whatever you wanted there, like in terms of video games.
So I was really stuck with whatever I had locally. We had none of that. I have heard plenty of stories from my friends around the US who grew up in LA or right in New York City, where they would have these shops that did offer bootlegs and did offer some games from other regions and would teach you how to play it with Game Genie. But for me personally, where I lived, I had zero experience with any of that.
All the import stuff, Japanese stuff that wasn't translated, but you could still buy it and play it. Official stuff, there was even official stuff in there, but 90% of it was bootleg. So it was really, you could play anything, and you could also, that's the place where I mainly got all my systems in the 90s, was from those kinds of places, because they would import the actual official system long before they would actually get released. In South Africa, most of the stuff didn't actually get officially released.
Made simple these days, completely. much easier than it was back in those days. So bootlegging has evolved. Much better, but to be honest, it still looks pretty good for $5. I can't complain. I still got it, but I know it's a bootleg, and I would never sell it to anybody.
But now looking back and playing some of the games from other regions, I think it's pretty awesome, and I certainly had a good time experiencing what could have been back then. But I do also think that we had such a huge library of awesome games that I had everything that I probably would have wanted at that time back then.
The Mega Drive actually did, but very few systems actually got officially released. I bought a Japanese import Saturn just after my Mega Drive days, and then I had to import N64, I had to import all these things at Super Famicom. I never actually had one, but there was a guy that had one in a shop. I was tempted to buy that, but I had so many Mega Drive games, it just seemed pointless at that point, and I was just about to move on to the Saturn. But I had access to everything just because of that whole bootleg import scene that was going on at the time. So that was actually pretty cool.
Next is a set of games I'm putting under the simulations genre, but they are mostly military action vehicle games with light strategy elements. And first up is Super Battleship, published by Mindscape, and another US exclusive release. This game both surprised me initially and that quickly turned to disappointment, unfortunately. The cool part of the game is that it's actually 2 games in one. The 2 modes are a simplistic representation of the board game, which really needed a bit more pizzazz, and is just way too basic overall. It also features a turn-based strategy mode where you can take on a series of naval missions, from like escorting ships to hunting down certain carriers. This is actually very intriguing and almost works, except the strategy aspect is almost non-existent, making it into a tedious game of checkers. This is a really interesting concept that just needed a bit more time to fine-tune both modes, and it probably would have been really good. Another massive disappointment next was the European and Australian exclusive version of Gunship, based on Microprose excellent helicopter simulation series from the 80s and 90s, now published by US Gold. It turns the once beloved series into a mindless shooter, but still tries to pretend that there's some sort of sim aspect going on, which there really isn't. You get these really boring on-rails cockpit views, blasting stuff endlessly until you literally fall asleep. It then switches to some really poor attempts at choplifter gameplay. In the side-scrolling sections, both modes don't work well at all, and it's quite surprising this was actually play-tested and physically released. I'm guessing they were banking on the Gunship name to sell it. A US version was planned but was ultimately cancelled. And now onto the good stuff, mercifully, with the release of Red Zone, the other fantastic game by developer Zyrinx. This game takes the form of a top-down helicopter action strategy game and also switches to an overview on-foot segments for some close-quarter shooting action. Your goal overall, as usual, is to stop some Russian mad dictator from trying to take over the world through a series of missions, 9 overall, with multiple objectives. This game plays a bit like EA's Urban Strike, which we'll be looking at pretty soon here, with some really fancy visuals doing all sorts of tricks the Mega Drive shouldn't be able to do without extra hardware, but it does it in this game. You have your map screen with mission details, supply locations and pickups, with the 3D styled rotating top view approach to the action for the helicopter Apache sections, which are excellent and play really well. Once you reach your target though, you can choose one of 3 characters to infiltrate a base and start doing some on-foot damage. Again, the visuals are extremely impressive, having an almost 3D style to the top view action, looking like the PS1 or Saturn game loaded. Both modes are cool. There's a lot of strategy involved also, by planning your route carefully, not wasting supplies, and not simply gunning the on-foot sections. The well-implemented gameplay, visual trickery, including some really impressive FMV style cutscenes, and a really good soundtrack make this a great game that not many people got to play because of its much later release date. And next was Battletech, developed by Malibu, based on a FASA board game series that also saw some excellent PC simulation games released as well under the Mech Warrior name. They both share the same futuristic mech universe. Battletech was a US exclusive in this Genesis version. This is an asymmetric strategy game where you pilot a Mad Catz mech trying to bring stability to the universe by blowing the opposing mech clans away. The game is spread across 5 levels, each taking place on a different planet. It plays very much like EA's Strike games, with missions at the beginning with multiple objectives, equipping out your mech, then off to the action. It's very arcadey in nature, with a massive selection of weapons to switch between as you take out each objective. It also has a crazy 2-player co-op mode that will either instill fits of laughter from you and your friend, or it will end your friendship instantly with one person controlling the mech and the second player controlling the guns. It can be seriously chaotic. Overall, it's a cool game with a decent amount of strategy, as well with some really nice graphics and good complementary sound effects, and is another overlooked gem on the system. And lastly, we have the final release in Electronic Arts' Epic Strike series. Urban Strike was released in 1994 on the Sega Genesis. For the third year in a row, the series was back on your TVs with all the helicopter action you could handle. The team of Posen and Manley delivered their third game together for Electronic Arts. The story for this one took place in the then future of 2001 with a failed president-elect millionaire, H.R. Malone, trying to sway the American public opinion to his ideal through his various media outlets he owns. All the while, he's secretly building a weapon which he wants to use to send the US government into chaos and then swoop in and seize control. The big twist being that Malone is actually Carlos Ortega from Jungle Strike, who survived and got plastic surgery. You know, that old chestnut. Urban ticked all the boxes of a Strike game at that point, but somehow it just seemed all too samely. For me, Strike fatigue had set in when I originally bought this game, and played a few levels and then just stopped. It was a case of too many games in far too short a time span. But in retrospect though, Urban is quite a good game. It's my least favorite of the 16-bits, no doubt, but overall it still delivers a great cinematic action strategy experience, just not as memorable as the ones that came before. The gameplay is exactly the same as the previous titles, so we'll move on to the setting, which as the name suggests takes place over many urban areas. Big cities such as Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico, San Francisco and New York all make an appearance with 10 massive levels overall to tackle. The one major difference with Urban now was letting you exit the helicopter for a series of on-foot run-and-gun style missions. According to Mark, EA insisted on these being in the game, which he wasn't all that jazzed about. I didn't like the direction EA was pushing for it. EA was pushing for the player to exit the vehicle and interact on the ground. A bad idea in my view. These missions, like the helicopter stages, were asymmetric in nature, with you having a gun and rockets to take out turrets, terrorists and blow up targets of interest. I really liked the change up in gameplay, but overall it felt a bit awkward controlling your player, and the gameplay felt like it was always whoever shot first would win. A bit unbalanced and clunky. I think having on-foot missions was a cool idea. It just doesn't quite come together as well as you'd hope. Overall, I think this game is still good and ends the 16-bit trilogy well. It's not the best of the three, but the bar was set pretty high from the start. The graphics are great, there's a real nice variety to the levels, just like Jungle Strike. The music, this time by Don Baker, a EA sound veteran who also worked on the entire Road Rash series, delivers the goods with a familiar but still engaging soundtrack. And John's story overall sort of predicted the future in so many ways, including the in-game Twin Towers attack that took place in 2001, Game Time, and became an actual reality in 2001, many years later. The reviews overall were still good, but most publications had the same opinion, with Next Generation magazines summing things up quite neatly, saying, with all the great scenery, Urban Strike should be the best Strike game yet, but there's nothing new in the gameplay department, which is a shame. This ultimately led the series to go on hiatus for a good few years. And back to slapping up your friends versus style, and we'll dive into the heavy hitters first. And it was another epic clash between Midway and Capcom. With the release of Super Street Fighter 2, the new challenges by Capcom launched in Japan in June. And Midway dropping Mortal Kombat 2 simultaneously worldwide in September. It was 1993's best versus games at home 1 year later to glorious results. The new Challengers was the fourth entry in the Street Fighter 2 series in the arcades, but only the second and last released on the Mega Drive, with Midway's Mortal 2 being the second arcade game and Mega Drive game, with two more to follow on the system, with Mortal Kombat 3 and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 finishing its Mega Drive run. Both games arcade-wise were powerhouses in terms of popularity and tech specs, with the new Challengers in particular now running on Capcom's CPS 2 board as opposed to the rest of the series' CPS 1 1 roots. Both of them really pushed the Mega Drive's boundaries in terms of graphics and sound, and were impressive conversions, pulled off by both companies. Capcom themselves handed the new challenges on the Mega Drive, and Probe did another excellent job with their Mortal 2 port. And I had both of these games back in the day, and to say our house was a hotspot for versus action was a bit of an understatement. So let's jump into the major new features for both releases. New challenges came on a whopping 40 megabit cartridge, the biggest that was ever used for the system, and exceeded the console's capacity. Capcom devised a bank switching mapper that allowed the extra memory to be accessed without melting down the system, so to speak. But like I mentioned earlier with the Sonic 3 situation, this in turn made the game very expensive to manufacture, and the end sale price was hiked up significantly, something Sega decided to avoid with Sonic 3. All that extra memory though was put to very good use, with 4 new characters added to the series, with Cammy, T-Hawk, Fei Long and DJ, plus all the classic characters returning with some extra moves as well, new backgrounds for the new characters, tons more speech samples were added over Champion Edition, plus 3 bonus stages, 5 different modes including versus, group battles, tournaments, and a whole lot more. Plus the graphics were completely redone from the ground up, getting it much closer to the CPS2 look of the arcade. Despite its higher cost, it was a huge seller on the system and topped the US sales charts for 2 months straight until Mortal 2's release. The Genesis version ended up outselling the Super NES counterpart and ended up with sales of just over 2 million units worldwide sold. The Mortal Kombat 2 launch was hyped beyond belief. Acclaim reported to have spent over $10 million on its global marketing campaign for its home console launch. The biggest additions to Mortal 2 were now having 12 playable characters off the bat with many more hidden variations. It launched with all the blood and fatalities available by default without codes, and the Genesis version had multiple hidden Easter eggs and some different victory poses. Again, the US Genesis version outsold the Super Nintendo version, with 1.78 million Genesis copies sold as opposed to 1.5 million Super Nintendo copies sold. It was another monster hit for the franchise, and in my opinion, the best Mortal game on the Mega Drive. As long as you ignore the dumb as hell abilities, it was a phenomenal game. The new challenges was also Street Fighter 2 at its Mega Drive best. Even though I probably played Champion Edition a little bit more in retrospect, it was a much improved and refined fighter, and both deserve a place in any Mega Drive/Genesis versus collection.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over to a trio of wrestling-style releases with King of the Monsters 2, WWF Raw, and Saturday Night Slam Masters. King of the Monsters 2 was another Takara conversion of an SNK arcade game. This is a pretty weird conversion, or I should really say it's a reinterpretation, which is the better word. The original arcade is more of a scrolling beat-em-up, but this Genesis game turns it strictly into a one-on-one versus game, like the first game in the series. So if you're a fan of that particular arcade game, you're probably not gonna like this, but as a pure wrestling style one-on-one, it's a bit of mindless fun, but I still recommend you go play the original arcade version version instead. WWF Raw, developed by Sculpture Software, was the sequel to WWF Royal Rumble, and a more realistic version of wrestling in game form, before Acclaim changed direction and did the over-the-top WWF The Arcade game. It's a pretty fun game that moves very fast with a new grappling system and supports up to 4 players to make that Royal Rumble mode a hell of a lot more fun with a bunch of friends. It features a huge roster of 13 players, including fan favorites like The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, plus a few of those quickly forgotten wrestlers from that specific period. Why, oh why did Doink appear in so many games? He was so terrible, seriously. And the last wrestling game was Capcom's Saturday Night Slam Masters, a wrestling game that feels more like a scrolling beat 'em up and is based on their own arcade game. This one mixes a bit of Street Fighter and Final Fight mechanics into its gameplay for a fresh take on some of the tried and tested wrestling tropes. It features a lot of knockoff wrestler characters, plus Mark Hagar from Final Fight as well. The Mega Drive version also had a few exclusive features, like allowing the full roster of characters to be selected, including all the bosses, and has an exclusive death mode as well. It's fun, it's not the best, but if you love wrestling and Capcom, it's definitely worth a try. SNK arcade games were getting converted at an insane rate. Here's a bunch more, starting with another Takara port, this time of Fatal Fury 2, based on the Neo Geo 1992 arcade game. You got 8 players to choose from, and it retains its 2 lanes of attack from the arcade. It's another dialed back version by Takara, and feels slow and not as exciting as the likes of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Although it has big colourful graphics and some pretty mediocre sound effects, it could never compete, at least in the home versions. The arcades was a completely different story though. Still, it's a good fighter, but there are better available on the system, including 1995 Sega CD version of the enhanced arcade game Fatal Fury Special, the Art of Fighting based on SNK's 1992 arcade, and part of the same fighting universe as Fatal Fury and the King of the Fighters also got converted by SNK themselves this time, and ends up falling into the same realm as Fatal 2. It's a decent version of the arcade, although lots of details are missing, including the arcade's crazy zoom-in effects, which was its main selling point. Also of note is that this game is super difficult. Even when I owned it in the 90s and I was at my peak beat-em-up skill level, it was still very hard to get anywhere in it. And Takara were also back for SNK's Samurai Showdown conversion based on their 1993 arcade hit. This was always a really fun game to play in the arcades, I think especially because of the weapons included and the extra blood. It made it super fun. The Mega Drive version is dialed back as expected, losing again the cool zoom-in effects and a lot of audio and visual cues. It's still the most fun to play on the system out of the 3 that we've just looked at in my opinion. A Sega CD version was also released, which is the better of the 2 again, but in the case of all 3 of these, though they are competent versions, you should just go and play the arcade versions because that's the real way to go. And now to a few quick versus looks, and we'll start with World Heroes, a port of the SNK arcade original. It was essentially a Street Fighter clone of that time, with wacky historical characters. The arcade was okay, but it's definitely not SNK's best. But if controlling Rasputin the monk doing kung fu in a one-on-one versus deathmatch situation sounds cool to you, then World Heroes is your game. The Double Dragon Mega Drive dumpster fire finally comes to a merciful close with Double Dragon 5 Shadow 4, a miserable Mortal Kombat knockoff that tied directly into the terrible cartoon series of that time. Awful characters and chunky gameplay make it one of the worst Double Dragon games ever made. Brutal Paws of Fury is a horrendous versus fighting game, and whoever thought that making a versus game with a human-like hybrid animals has got some serious issues. Not sure who this game was aimed at, but it falls flat in every area. And the final insult to the versus genre came this year with Accolade's Balls 3D, a laughable attempt at a video game that feels more like an Amiga Demo Scena compilation reel. Flashy visuals and tons of digitized audio, but zero gameplay. It's almost as bad as Rise of the Robots. Almost. Shaq Fu was next by Delphine Software, the French team that gave us classics such as Flashback and Another World. This was their first attempt at a versus game, and it was headed up by a basketball celebrity at the time, Shaquille O'Neal. I bought this game in the 90s as I was a huge versus fan and a Delphine fan as well, and despite what the internet and attention-seeking YouTuber videos will tell you, this is not the worst game ever made. In fact, it's actually quite good. The game employs Delphine's excellent rotoscope techniques for its amazingly smooth animation and some truly gorgeous looking backdrop settings. The story is you as Shaq travels to another world through a portal in Japan to stop a sorcerer from sacrificing a kid so he can enter the Earth realm and destroy it. It's pure B-movie nonsense of the best kind. The game was designed on the Mega Drive first as per Delphine's love for the system, with the Genesis version featuring 5 more playable characters and 3 more stages than the Super Nintendo counterpart, making its story mode way more superior overall. In the story version you can only play as Shaq, but in versus and tournaments all the characters are available to play with. I feel because of the really ridiculous story elements and the versus genre being saturated all at once on the home market, this game was used as a punching bag to make a point, which it really didn't deserve. Draw your attention please to Rise of the Robots instead. The music has tones of flashback, the sound effects are quite good, the animation is absolutely amazing. The gameplay feels a little bit odd at first like all Delphine's games, but with practice you'll soon get a sense of its style and its overall entertainment value. Not the best versus game ever made of course, far from it, but it definitely doesn't deserve the hate it gets. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers by Banpresto was another game based on this popular TV series. This one a one-on-one versus affair, and not to be confused with the scrolling beat 'em up or the Sega CD FMV Delight. Unfortunately, even as a big fan of the subject matter, this is a shallow game. Pick your ranger and go to fight against Rita's henchmen. The battles are in 2 parts, with the human-sized ranger battles. Defeat that character and it'll be transformed into Megazord mode, and you have to slap it out in your giant mech. The gameplay is very surface level, the graphics and sound are average at best, and it does the thing I hate most about these types of games, aka every character's energy bar takes forever to go down, making each match feel like an endless, boring tug of war. Play the dodgy Sega CD FMV game instead. It's bad, but it's unapologetically entertaining nonetheless. Atlas were next with a Japanese exclusive, Goketsuji Ichizoku, known as Power Instinct in the West, as the Super Nintendo version actually saw a US release. This is an underrated gem and the first in this entire long-running versus series. There's a tournament held to see who can replace the 78-year-old granny boss and take over this weird fighting clan. It doesn't take itself too seriously at all, but gameplay-wise it's totally on point in every respect. It's fast, it's responsive, the levels are massive and can be smashed through to extend the areas. The moves are super cool and easy to pull off. It has a lot of wacky characters. The music and sound effects are meaty. Like all Atlas games, it's pure Japanese 100%, which probably got it passed over for release due to it just being a little bit too weird for the average gamer. Check it out though, you seriously won't be disappointed. And the final versus game released was another Japanese exclusive by Treasure called Yu Yu Hakusho, based on the anime of the same name. Brazil did actually end up getting a release of this in 1999 under the Yu Yu Hakusho Sunset Fighters name. It's both a versus one-on-one and also a 4-player styled versus brawler all rolled into one. You have multiple planes to move between, Fatal Fury style, and the 4-player versus mode feels like a precursor to Treasure's own versus mode in the Saturn release of Guardian Heroes. Overall, it's quite a fun game. It feels very original, and the tournament 4-player mode is where it really becomes something quite insane. If you're open to trying something different like all Treasure games, then here it is.
Sonic Series Saishinsaku, Sonic and Knuckles, lock on! Sonic 2, Sonic 3 を Knuckles で play. Sonic and Knuckles, 全世界同時発売.
And the final game to look at here wasn't Versus, but due to the lack of other scrolling beat-em-ups this year, he has a look at Sega's final entry in the original Rage trilogy, Streets of Rage 3. Developed mostly internally at Sega of Japan, with their CS1 and 3 teams doing most of the game, and Yuzo Koshiro's Ancient Studios taking a backseat on this one, besides doing music contributions. It's a game that's garnered a lot of mixed reactions, both then and still now. It honestly had a pretty hard path to follow, considering Rage 2 is almost a perfect scrolling beat 'em up, but the English and Japanese versions of this game are quite different, and are one of the main reasons for its conflicting reputation, and we'll be looking at most of these in more detail. The plot for both games is different. Who knows why? But it is. Which for this type of game would actually be meaningless, but considering it adds a lot of story elements and multiple endings into the mix, it does actually make a difference. In Japan, it's all about the return of Mr. X and him setting up bombs all over the city. And in the English plot, it has city officials being replaced by robots to take over the city. Why this was necessary to change is quite baffling to say the least. Gameplay is again on point with Axel, Blaze, Skate, and the new character Zan, available to select off the bat, with a few secret characters as well to unlock, such as Roo, you guessed it, a fighting kangaroo, because why not? The returning characters all have extra moves, with Zan having a bionic arm able to electrocute enemies and jet boost around the screen. Character-wise, all the colours of the main characters' clothes have been changed for the Western versions, where the original Japanese versions all have their Streets of Rage 2 garbs. Many of the female hooker characters are now fully clothed, and the funky gay boss character Ash from level 1 is completely removed from the Western game as to not offend anybody, which is laughable considering today's modern gaming climate. The major gameplay change is really in the speed at which the game is played. It's basically way faster, but also lacks some of the satisfying impact of beating enemies up of the previous games, but with the addition of the extra rechargeable bar, allowing you to use your special moves as much as you want without losing energy, as long as the bar's charge, is a very cool addition. The biggest change though, and the one that I just don't like, was the difficulty. It was ramped up significantly for the Western releases and also added way more enemies into the mix. It makes certain levels of this game absolutely tedious and a slog to play through, and was another completely unnecessary thing to mess with in the first place. Graphics and sound wise, it's divisive to say the least. The graphics are top tier for the most part, great animation and really large level designs, not as memorable as the previous games, but still very good overall. The sound effects are extremely meaty and just as good as the previous entries. The music, however, is a real mixed bag, done again by legends Yuzo Koshiro and Motohiro Kawashima. It's super experimental and is techno, house, acid, and a whole lot more rolled into one. There are some really great tracks in here, but a lot of them just are too weird and fall flat completely. Music is obviously very subjective, more than most entertainment, but everyone has their own opinions, but I feel it's just not in the same league as the first two, but again, it's still better than most 16-bit games in retrospect. Other minor changes include some voice samples that are different, and the fact that if you select easy mode in the Western version, which by the way is not that easy at all, you can only play up to level 5 as opposed to all 8 levels of the real game. Another slap in the face difficulty wise for unknown reasons. Overall, I'd honestly recommend you seriously go play the original Japanese release of this. It's vastly superior in almost every way. The Western versions are really quite annoying to play through on multiple levels, especially the difficulty, which really just saps the fun out of everything. It's still a solid entry in the series, but probably not the way it should have ended in 16-bit form. The puzzle genre got some really great releases this year, starting with Lemmings 2: The Tribes, based on the Amiga original puzzle game and published by Psygnosis. If you've never played a Lemmings game, you simply have to guide the creatures to the exit using a variety of different abilities you can assign them, and essentially guide the troop to safety. Hit the wrong thing and the Lemmings fall or meet some really grisly deaths. This sequel actually has a story mode where each tribe of Lemmings on your island has a piece of the talisman which you need to reunite to escape your world, which is falling apart. It has over 120 levels and 50 different skills you can assign the Lemmings, and it also supports the Sega mouse, giving the original Amiga feel and making it much easier to play in my opinion. It's a top quality conversion of this game. Lost Vikings was next, published by Interplay, and this was a combination of action platform puzzle game. Your Vikings have been plucked out of town by an evil entity who is collecting different life forms. It's up to you and the 2 other playable Viking characters to jump through different time zones and and make it back home in one piece. You can switch between the 3 Vikings on the fly. Each has a skill set that can be used to overcome the puzzles and escape a stage. You have to obviously use a combination of all of them to escape. One Viking is really fast and can jump, one has weapons abilities, and the other has a shield for protection and deflection. There are 6 different time zones and 42 levels in total. Because this Mega Drive version came out a couple years after the original, it has 5 extra stages not present in the original release, and has really wonderful colorful graphics, really clever puzzle design and gameplay, and great music by the always reliable Matt Furness. SS Lucifer Man Overboard was next, published by Codemasters, based on the Amiga original game Sink or Swim. This game is literally a combination of both games we just looked at. You play Kevin Codner, a marine rescue guy who has to save all the passengers on the doom-sinking ship, the SS Lucifer. You basically have to guide the passengers to the exit in each part of the ship, lemming style. You can run around solving minor puzzles and open doors and areas as you clear an exit path, just like in Lost Vikings. It really is a perfect mix of both games, and is extremely addictive and fun to play, and was a European and Australian exclusive. A US version was advertised, but again it was cancelled. And the last puzzler was Puyo Puyo 2, a Japan exclusive puzzler by Compile, a continuation of their popular puzzle series and based on a Sega arcade release. This is a very fun game in the Tetris style, matching coloured slimes as you go against your rival, trying to overwhelm his side of the screen with more slimes. I really prefer this series way more than the Tetris games. They are very similar, of course, but the wacky Japanese characters, fun presentation, and really happy-go-lucky music always make them a joy to play. And if this style of block matching gameplay is your jam, then this is another great entry to seek out. And over to the crazy world of the licensed game, where with a roll of a dice you never knew what you were gonna get. First up though is an awesome crossover called RoboCop vs Terminator by Virgin Interactive. When I first heard about this as a kid, I couldn't believe they were actually making this game. These two 80s movie universes were crossing over in video game form, and the end result was just making me super happy. If you didn't know, RoboCop vs Terminator, the game, is loosely based on a series of Dark Horse comics. In the game, you find out that RoboCop is partly responsible for the creation of Skynet, the crazy supercomputer that ends up nuking the world as seen in Terminator 2. So in the game, RoboCop has to set things right by destroying Skynet once and for all. It's a mixture of platforming and run and gun elements that has you blasting through 10 levels of punks, robots, and Terminators. Gameplay is basic, just shoot and kill everything you come across, with the occasional level tasking you with saving a few hostages. And it's a fun, mindless endeavor that feels like an old arcade game in design. There's plenty of weapons also available, from RoboCop's movie pistol, laser guns, sniper rifles, and grenade guns, and so much more, with the grenade gun being my personal favorite, as you can guide the grenades around the screen after launch and take out guys off screen. I like all the variations on the locations as well, with the streets of Detroit, the OCP offices, junkyards, the Terminator base, etc. It's always pretty fun to see what's going to come up next. The animation is excellent, as you can tell. The game is running off Dave Perry's Aladdin engine, which came out 1 year earlier. The music is also spot on, with a really weird blend of industrial fused soundtrack styles that just seems right for this game. This is just great for when you're in that right mood, you know, sick of thinking and just want to blow stuff up. And now over to Star Trek The Next Generation, Echoes from the Past. Developed by Spectrum Holobyte, who did a lot of really cool games, including the film noir-esque Intrigue on the Commodore 64 and the excellent Star Trek Final Unity on DOS a year later. The game is a pretty good interpretation of the TV series, with many gameplay styles giving you a full run of the Star Trek flavor. The plot involves a missing Romulan ship that disappears along the neutral zone and an artifact known as the Integrated Field De-Randomizer, which allows the user to reshape matter or energy, as the plot has you bouncing all over the universe, investigating it and putting pieces of the puzzle together. The game has 3 main modes: the Bridge of the Enterprise, which is basically the hub and connects everything with conversations, navigation, computer information, etc. is all handled. There's ship-to-ship combat, which takes place on a grid as you duke it out with an enemy, and lastly is the top-view orientated away mission sections, where you can choose up to 4 characters to make up the team to beam down to planets. Most characters have different skill sets, which you can use to get tasks done or blast aliens. The game overall offers a lot of variety, and it definitely captures the spirit of the show very, very well. If you're a Trekkie, it is a must-play. Next was Jurassic Park Rampage Edition, the second park game to hit the Mega Drive, and again developed by Blue Sky Software. The first game was made and launched as the film hit the cinemas, and Sega wanted to repeat its massive financial success by launching this sequel as Jurassic Park hit home video. You play Grant as he goes back to the island to stop the Indian scientists from collecting dino samples as the Costa Rican military is actively blowing up the island. The game again lets you choose between Grant and a velociraptor. This time the raptor is simply trying to escape the island to lay its eggs. It has a few new moves and a rage mode, which makes it invincible for a certain amount of time and able to kill anything instantly. Grant this time can pick up tons of deadly weapons such as rifles, shotguns, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, and more, allowing you to kill anything that you come across, unlike the first game where stunning and knocking everything out was the order of the day. Besides those differences, the game also lets you choose between 3 levels in the beginning, which I always really like. The levels are also much bigger, whether that's a good thing or not, and the pace is much faster because gameplay is mostly action based, and the graphic style is quite different. It's not 100% digitized this time. It's a good variation on the original, much more action focused and less adventure, so depending on what you're looking for here, Rampage may or may not be what you're looking for. And over to another quick set of rapid fires with the Pirates of Darkwater, published by Sunsoft and based on the 90s cartoon. It's your standard action platformer, letting you choose between the 3 main characters for each level, and has decent graphics, music and sound effects, but is still pretty forgettable due to unoriginality. But having said that, it's still a decent adventure game. Beavis and Butthead was next, based on the MTV animated series. It's a very cool atmospheric interpretation of the cartoon show, part adventure, game puzzle solving and part action with lots of digitized speech and funny situations. It's quite well done, and if you're a fan of the show, you no doubt will enjoy it. Virtual Bart by Acclaim is pretty similar to Bart's Nightmare, a big old collection of wacky Simpsons minigames. There's definitely fun to be had here overall, but like Bart's Nightmare, it just doesn't feel like any of this links together in any cohesive way. Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon is a Japanese exclusive Sailor Moon game based on the popular anime series. It's a pretty straightforward scrolling beat 'em up. It's not that bad. It ultimately, like a lot of these games, becomes tedious very quickly, but if you're a super fan of the show, it's obviously definitely worth a look. And over to a few quick looks at 3 Marvel-related releases, and start with The Incredible Hulk, developed by Probe, the best of the bunch here. It's a really slickly made action platformer with very satisfying destruction and Hulk moves, lots of clever little puzzle elements, and a good use of collecting gamma capsules to boost Hulk's abilities, and him to actually revert back to Bruce Banner, for example, to fit through small spaces. Plus, this game is loaded with tons and tons of secret areas, with solid graphics and stages, some really meaty sound effects, and yet another toe-tapping Matt Furniss music score. And next was Maximum Carnage by Acclaim, a side-scrolling beat-em-up for the most part, although there are slight variations. You can choose to play either Venom or Spider-Man, but unfortunately it only is a one-player game, which is a big miss here, as these types of games are just so much more fun as 2-player affairs. The levels are very, very generic and forgettable. The music is by the one-hit wonder band Green Jelly from the 90s, and it's kind of whiny and annoying for the most part. The sound effects are quite good though, but it just gets a little bit too tiresome after a while, and it's another forgettable attempt by Acclaim. It's only really worth playing if you're a die-hard scrolling beat-em-up or Spider-Man fan. Wolverine Adamantium Rage was also by Acclaim, and another botched attempt, unfortunately. The positives here are the sound effects are great, and the music, for the most part anyway, is really catchy and fits the game very well. Gameplay is absolutely painful at best. Wolverine is super floaty and awkward to control. It's really hard to even hit anything, and the weird lag delay makes it very hard to control them properly. The levels are also way too long and absolutely bore you to death. This could have easily been something great by Acclaim, but somehow they managed to botch up even the most simplistic of aspects. Just go play one of the X-Men games instead. And over to Warner Brothers for a bunch of adaptations of Looney and Tiny Toon characters. First up was Sylvester and Tweety in Cagey Capers, a pretty pretty cool adaptation of that classic cartoon, starring Sylvester and Tweety. You play Sylvester the cat as you try to catch Tweety Bird and eat him. It's a chase platformer with a little bit of puzzle solving, and it's not really like anything else in the system. You follow an arrow after Tweety Bird, dodging and avoiding obstacles, sometimes solving little bits of puzzles to get you through to the next area of the chase. The levels themselves are all based on various cartoon episodes, with many of the side characters also appearing as enemies or bosses. The graphics are extremely impressive and silky smooth, with some good tunes and sound effects, and it ended up becoming Time Warner Interactive's best-selling video game they ever released. Next was Taz Escape from Mars, published by Sega, a sequel to the previous Taz game, although this did not tie into the TV series at all and just features Taz himself, who gets abducted by Marvin the Martian and put into his Martian zoo. Taz basically has to escape and get back to Earth. The gameplay is exactly the same as the first game, with spinning and lots of platforming, plus tons of stuff to eat to give you different types of powers. The space levels are pretty cool looking as well, and the Earth locations, which feature lots of cameos such as Yosemite Sam, Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, are also excellent. The music is a slight step up from the first game, but that's really not saying much. It's still kind of grating. Basically, if you like the first game, it's exactly the same, just with a new setting. If you didn't, this is not going to win you over in any sort of way. And those fine folks over at Konami gave us a double dose of 90s tunes with Tiny Toon Adventures Acme All-Stars and the Animaniacs game. Acme All-Stars was a sports game, or multiple to be exact, featuring both soccer and basketball, plus a host of mini-games in its story mode. In the game, Acme University is holding a sports tournament to determine the best Acme Acres team. You can choose your tunes based on all the Tiny Toon characters, and they all have their own stats and special moves. The best part is you can also play this game with up to 4 players at once using a Sega Tap. Both the basketball and the soccer portions are very well done and fun to play, plus the 3 mini-games, which include a crazy styled obstacle course, a little bowling mini-game, and a version of Whack-A-Mole or Total Riot to play as well. It has really great graphics and sound design, and is a total hidden gem on the system. Animaniacs was an action puzzle platformer, taking all the satirical nature of the show and mashing it into game form with excellent results.
Say your prayers, Varmint.
Chili. Need this.
Wild with the Animaniacs in Hollywood on your Sega Genesis and Super NES. Collect props and scripts before Pinky and the Brain take over the world. It's Konami's Animaniacs video game.
I give it 4 stars.
I give it 5.
You play all 3 Warners, Yakko, Wacko and Dot, and can switch between them on the fly to solve puzzles and situations. The Warners basically want to open up their own pop culture shop and sell stuff, so they travel across the Warner Brothers lot, stealing memorabilia from different movie sets. There are 5 in total, and 4 are open at the beginning, so you can choose whichever you want. In the end, you'll face off against Pinky and the Brain, as they are the main game bosses. Each level is also a parody of a movie. It features very clever game design, nice graphics and music as always, and it's just a well put together and thought out Konami game that totally understands its wacky subject matter. Another rapid fire look at some bottom of the barrel licensed schlock with no escape, based on the movie that I know as Escape from Absalom, which obviously sounds way cooler. The game, however, is another Sony ImageSoft scrap heap that only got a US release. The rotoscoping of the characters destroys the gameplay as everything lags so dramatically, leading to endlessly frustrating gameplay. Instrument of Chaos, starring young Indiana Jones, is as terrible as the TV show it was based on. It's a dodgy action platformer with ropey gameplay mechanics and low-level visuals and sound. Just go and play LucasArts' Fate of Atlantis instead. The Lawnmower Man by Time Warner, based on the VR-themed movie, is actually a surprisingly good game, mixing in on-rail 3D segments and 2D run-and-gun gameplay and a whole lot more. It's a very good itch of the movie and is well worth seeking out. And back to our friends at Sony ImageSoft, oh boy. And their attempt at Frankenstein, based on the mediocre movie that had just come out starring Bob De Niro. It's cumbersome and and unresponsive with rotoscoping characters almost the same as No Escape. It's super painful to play. The Tick was based on a TV show of the same name. It nails the look and sound of its subject, but the boring, drawn-out levels and overpowered henchmen make it a real slog to play. And lastly was Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics, apparently based on a movie I never knew existed. I'll save both you and I a bit of time here. It's trash. And lastly for licensed games was Disney, and they weren't messing about, giving us 5 releases on the Mega Drive alone. All these games were collaborations with various companies to generally good results. The weakest of the bunch was a collaboration with Hi-Tech, Mickey's Ultimate Challenge. It's actually not really a terrible game, it's just that it's clearly made for young children, and is made up of a series of mini-games. As Mickey travels this weird fantasy world as he's having a dream at night. There's really not much else to say here. The next Mickey game, yes, there were 3 this year, was The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie by the Masters at Capcom. A pretty fun 1 or 2 player platformer. It's part of a series that was popular on the Super Nintendo. I've never actually played those, so I can't make any comparisons here. But as a standalone Mickey adventure, it's charming and quite enjoyable, using all your gadgets for different levels as you investigate this dodgy circus. This was a very low-key release for Capcom on the system for whatever reason, but I think it's quite well done overall. The best Mickey game though was Mickey Mania by Traveler's Tales, another very well-made product in both visuals, sound and gameplay from those European masters. I actually owned the Mega CD version of this in the 90s and it was definitely a firm favourite. Most of the levels are taken from the classic shorts era of Mickey's career, including the iconic original cartoon Steamboat Willie in all its black and white glory. It's a highly recommended Disney game that just oozes quality and personality. And the final 2 were based on Disney full-length animated movies with The Jungle Book and The Lion King. The Jungle Book was another Virgin Interactive collaboration and turned out to be high quality as usual with stunning animation and sound design. I love the rendition of bare necessities in this game. It's mostly a standard collect-em-up action platformer and follows the plot of the movie and extends it in certain places as well. Plus the gameplay is on point. And the last was The Lion King, based at that time on Disney's newest movie, and this was a Virgin and Westwood co-production and is just as impressive as the previous year's Aladdin game. It's an action platformer where you get to play 2 different versions of Simba, both young and old, with different movesets. There's some nice variations in the gameplay and very impressive visuals throughout. It has a couple little mini-games as well with Timon and Pumbaa and features many songs from the movie. I only grew up with this game, as most of you will obviously already know this. It is hard. In fact, it is damn hard. And considering the demographic, it's a little bit bizarre they were so brutal about it. But then again, most 8 and 16-bit games were pretty tough back then, so it's not that surprising. But it's just something you should be aware of if you've never played this before, because I swear controllers will be broken. And a quick round of rapid fire reviews, and start with Echo the Tides of Time, a fantastic sequel to Echo the Dolphin, and another great action adventure game in the same mold, and features tons more levels, some extremely gorgeous graphics, 3D styled bonus stages, and an epic face-off at the end with an alien hive. This, like the first game, often gets criticized for being too hard, but I managed to beat both of these games as a kid, so that's simply not true. And if you like the first one, I feel like this one's even better. Zero Tolerance by Accolade was a first-person shooter and a pretty impressive feat to pull off on the Mega Drive considering its 1988 technology at that point. It runs pretty smoothly and is a pretty addictive game. You could even link up 2 Mega Drives together via a link cable and play the game in co-op mode. Pac-Man 2 The New Adventures by Namco was a US exclusive and was a point-and-click styled adventure game with some other weird gameplay additions. It was received poorly in sales and reviews at the time, which was pretty unjust, and the bizarre US marketing campaign for the game didn't help at all. And on top of all that, naming it Pac-Man 2 was also pretty misleading, making it sound like a direct sequel to the Maze Dot-Gobbling arcade original. This game is definitely something you would not expect, and I mean that in a good way. Psycho Pinball was a European and Australian exclusive pinball game by Codemasters, and a pretty damn good one as well, featuring 4 unique tables and fantastic graphics, music and design, making it one of the Mega Drive's best in this genre. A US version was advertised but was ultimately cancelled. There were a lot less in this genre this year, but every angle was covered with some really stellar titles. From real-time, management, and turn-based action, it was covered very well. So let's jump over to Koei for some of their last games released on the Mega Drive and look at Liberty or Death and Uncharted Waters: New Horizons. Liberty or Death is another in their historical simulation series of turn-based titles, this one set during the American Revolutionary War. You can choose to be the Americans or the British, where you have to defeat each one's armies through 13 colonies. It is soaking in a historical detail from characters, settings, politics, and is a fascinating journey filled with options for diplomacy, troop management, big battles, and military affairs. It's a really deep game that, if you learn how to play it, will provide months of tactical and turn-based action. It's very impressive. Uncharted Waters: New Horizons is the sequel to their previous release, which was basically a Japanese version of Microprose Pirates. New Horizons doesn't stray far and is basically a massive DLC patch for the original. Everything from the first is here, plus more. Trading, exploration, RPG mechanics, ship battles. Raising your fame in either trade, piracy, or adventure will unlock new events and progress the main storyline. It's super open-ended, just like Pirates, and is overall a really fun game to play if you're willing to put in the time. So my favorite game on the system wasn't difficult to think of. When I initially thought about it, I was like, how am I supposed to pick this? But if I gave it a little bit of thought, it was easy. My favorite one is probably going to be one that nobody's going to mention, but that's okay. It's called Shadowrun. It was based on the board game, the kind of like Dungeons and Dragons board game kind of thing, but it was set in a cyberpunk universe. They recently made a game about that. It's been brought back. Shadowrun was an action RPG turn-based hybrid cyberpunk game released in 1994 on the Sega Genesis, an exclusive US release. Developed by Blue Sky Software, with the game being licensed from FASA Corporation, based on their cyberpunk tabletop role-playing game. Multiple Shadowrun games saw release during this time period, including the 1993 Daddy East published Super Nintendo version, which was completely different with an isometric look to it and different story and characters. Plus 1996's Mega CD Japan only release, developed by Compile, that seriously needs an English fan translation ASAP. But let's first take a look at the developer Blue Sky Software, which was an American software company formed in California in 1988 and released a massive variety of games during its 13-year run. A lot of their most prolific games, or at least the ones that I love the most, came out on the Sega Genesis, including the brilliant action platformer duo of Vector Man 1 and 2, plus the two Jurassic Park tie-in games, which I played a hell of a lot back then. And interestingly, for this video was 1993's Techno Clash, published by Electronic Arts, with Blue Sky and Zono developing it, which was a top-down styled action RPG in a cyberpunk universe. It's almost like a precursor to what Shadowrun would be, but with Shadowrun being vastly more elaborate and expanded in so many ways. Blue Sky eventually closed its door in 2001, a victim of parent company Interplay filing for bankruptcy and being bought out by Titus. Their back catalogue is diverse and interesting, to say the least, and is worth investigating deeper for any open-minded retro gamer. But Shadowrun in the 90s was just, that kind of tabletop deal. I got exposed to it. My friend actually bought a Shadowrun book, and we all made characters. We were actually going to play it. We all made these intricate characters, and we never actually ever got to play it. Just got sidetracked, but the whole idea of that whole cyberpunk universe was in my mind, and when I saw Shadowrun at a shop, I just knew I had to get it. It was very expensive, but it was an official version actually. It came with the manual and everything, so it wasn't one of those bootlegs that I bought, and yeah, got that, played that, got that home. This game was amazing. And now let's get back to Shadowrun, a top-down adventure putting you in the shoes of Joshua, a Shadowrunner who finds out his brother has been murdered and heads to Seattle to try to uncover the truth behind his death, which leads to a full-scale conspiracy theory going all the way up the city's most powerful people. Shadowrun is a game with a lot going on. It's very sandbox in nature and open, giving you the opportunity to take your time, explore the world, and soak up the conversations, to fully immerse yourself in a its cyberpunk world, and to that end it does it brilliantly. Seattle is broken down into multiple areas you can visit via taxis, including slum districts, rich corporate areas, and even the forested outskirts of the city. Not everything is open in the beginning, but ultimately it's all free to explore at a certain point. When starting, you get to choose your character class. These drastically change the way you'll play the game, so choose wisely, or at least do some experimenting. You got the street samurai, who's good at most things, but specializes in combat. The decker is a hacker who's best at matrix run and hacking computer systems, and there's the shaman who can wield magic, which makes him powerful and can heal himself without the need for medkits. All can, however, use decks to hack, so it's not limited per se, but choosing a decker means easy money in the beginning of the game, so it's probably the easiest class to start with. But street samurai is usually my go-to class, as cyber implanting yourself up, blasting street punks, and hacking are all well balanced the most with this class style. Gameplay has many tiers. It's traditional in the sense, with an upgrade system which uses karma, which is gained from completing jobs around the city. This is used to upgrade you in your usual RPG stats style. Jobs come in the form of many flavors, from simple career run jobs to raiding and whacking rival gangs, corporate extractions, people trying to defect from corporations, and complex matrix style hack jobs, and a lot more. All this earns you money, which you can take to various shops dotted all over the city, from cyber implants for your character enhancements, purchasing new styles of weapons and bombs, or upgrading your cyber deck, or even buying new improved hacking software. There is a lot to choose from. Most of the game takes place in real time, meaning the action has an arcade element to it, and you'll constantly be getting attacked on the streets. But when hacking into the Matrix, it becomes a traditional turn-based RPG fare, as you glide around a network and attempt to destroy their security systems, or plant viruses, extract those corporate files, or just fight software to destroy networks outright. This is my favorite part of the game. The amount of diversity in the software you can use and the way it all plays out is still one of the best representations of cyberpunk-style hacking in video game form. Also, you're not in this whole quest alone. At any point, once you have enough money, of course, you can hire other Shadowrunners to help you in the overall story, or just for single job affairs. If you recruit them for the entire game, they can also be upgraded in every way as yourself, depending on their character class, of course. Shadowrun is a kind of intimidating game to get into, but like I said earlier, there's no time limit on what you do or the overall plot, so soak up the atmosphere, conversations, and situations. It's all RPG gold in console form. The graphics are very detailed, with every part of the city feeling unique, and the Matrix sequences look exceptional, even playing this game now over 30 years later. The music and sound effects are decent, there's nothing really to write home about here, and they managed to service the game without detracting too much from it. If you're looking for an action RPG on the Mega Drive or Genesis, highly recommend Shadowrun. It's amazing. Shadowrun is without a doubt my favorite #1 Sega Genesis game ever. Its irresistible cyberpunk world, layered with detail combined with slick gameplay and storytelling, make it a must-play for anyone even remotely interested in the shady aspects of this awesome sci-fi subgenre. And now over to a quick roundup of some cool strategy titles, and let's start with Syndicate, published by Electronic Arts and developed by Bullfrog, an action real-time strategy game with a cyberpunk setting, as big corporations vie for world domination. The game is a little bit more action-heavy than its PC original and includes 50 missions and plenty of options galore in its gameplay. Dune: The Battle for Arrakis, or Dune 2: The Battle of Arrakis as it's also known, is Westwood's console version of its RTS hit. It's a very slick update of the PC version, with more detailed graphics and sound, and plays very well with a controller. An excellent version of this game. Erebus Supersonic was Koei's follow-up sequel to Erebus, the airline-owning simulator. This one ups the graphics options and gameplay, with plenty of classic real-world scenarios to play through, or select the future with its fictitious planes. It's even better than the original game. The Hybrid Front was a Japan-only release, turn-based strategy futuristic war simulator by Sega. It seems really good, but the language barrier makes it impossible to really immerse yourself in. As of making this, a fan translation is in effect, but there's no real guarantee it'll ever materialize. And lastly is my favorite turn-based strategy title of this year, which is Land Grissa 2 by Messiah, another Japan-only Germany release, but fortunately an excellent fan translation is available, so this absolutely epic turn-based strategy game is fully playable in English. It features an awesome storyline and characters and fast-paced strategy and tactics. It's an absolute crime it never got released in English on the Mega Drive.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And next up was a Japan exclusive called Lord Monarch, a real-time strategy wargame set in the Dragon Slayer universe, and was originally released on the PC 98 in 1991 by Falcom. And this version includes content from Advanced Lord Monarch and its own original editions as well. This game also received a full English fan translation, so is completely playable for all of us non-speaking Japanese fans. It has two main modes, a full story-type campaign, and a battle mode where you take on multiple kingdoms simultaneously to see who ends up on top. It's a very fast-paced RTS that fortunately has a very cool demo mode explaining how to play it in detail, so definitely check that out. It's very useful to learn the ropes. Just like all these games, you basically gather troops, build structures, capture cities, collect taxes, all helping the war machine making its way to the nearest rival for the ultimate battle. The music is pretty fantastic, the visual style is anime Shining Force levels of cool, done in a very cute way. It makes it very enticing to try out, even if it's not your style of game. I'd recommend at least giving this game a try. And next is an excellently overlooked gem called Crusader of Senti in the US, Ragnar Senti in Japan, and Soleil in Europe, which probably didn't help the game trying to define its own identity. Sega handled the Japan and Europe publications, with Atlas doing its completely own new translation for the US. The game was developed by Nextech and was originally called Shining Rogue, and was meant to be a spin-off of the Shining Force series, but ended up getting its own identity for whatever reason. And we later got Shining Wisdom on the Sega Saturn, which is essentially very much like this game, and a spin-off in an official capacity. This one's story is the usual monsters have invaded the land plot, and you set out as a kid on a quest to discover why. In this real-time action RPG title, the game is presented in a top-down Zelda-style view, with an overworld map to select new locations, a main hub town for story, characters, and upgrades, and plenty of other cool locations to fight your way through, and solve basic switch-flipping style puzzles. You don't have a party in this game, but instead recruit animals as assistants, each with special abilities. A total of 16 of these can be found throughout the entire game, and you can select up to 2 animals at once to help you out in battles. The pets can also be comboed up and upgraded by learning new abilities. It's a very easy and fun game to get into and lose yourself with. It has a really gorgeous visual style, an addictive music score, and is a pretty massive quest overall from start to finish that'll keep you busy for a pretty long time. Again, this is another game that you really need to try if you haven't. It's a real top quality underappreciated gem. And now on to the final RPG for this year. A truly epic conclusion to a beloved series. Of course, I'm talking about Phantasy Star 4, the end of the millennium. The final part of the story arc started way back in 1987 on the Master System and concluded with this final Mega Drive entry before its brilliant rebirth on the Dreamcast many years later in the form of Phantasy Star Online. The driving force behind this game was Toru Yoshida, a visual designer who joined Sega near the launch of the Mega Drive and contributed to Super Thunder Blade and Phantasy Star 2, plus Reiko Kodama, who had worked heavily on Phantasy Star 2 in the graphics design department and helped with planning for Part 3 as well. They were both leads for this final epic part of the series. The goal of this RPG was to bring all the threads of the storyline together and improve on everything. It was the ultimate version in 16-bit form that they could produce. Yes, Toru talking about the setting for Part 4. The game is set between the second and third Phantasy Star games. From the beginning, we intended for the story to take place in the planetary system of Algol. Our aim was to create a new cast of characters and develop a narrative that connected them together. I also wanted there to be a happy ending. My main ambition as director was to invent a peaceful future for Algol. The game contains the style and story of the previous entries, with you being a monster hunter hired to cull and keep the monster spawning that seems to be increasing at bay. But as one thing leads to another, you soon go down that rabbit hole of questioning why this is happening and who is really behind it all. The game is in the same style as Part 2, meaning you have a 3/4 view of the towns for chatting and equipping up, complemented by generous amounts of anime style cutscenes, an overworld map look for travel to different towns or planets, and classic third-person viewpoint for team-based combat, as well as driving sequences much like in the original. Here's Raiko talking about the technical issues faced when deciding on the visual style of the dungeons. Whenever you release new hardware or equipment, users are going to have high expectations for it. For example, with the Master System, the 3D dungeons in Phantasy Star probably grabbed a lot of attention for that reason. I know we've had a lot of requests to add the 3D dungeons back in for the Mega Drive Phantasy Star games. However, players won't be satisfied with Sega Master System era technology for the 3D dungeons in a Mega Drive game, and it doesn't make sense with our design plans either. Everything has to be rotatable, floors, ceilings, etc., and that would take up far too much memory. Your party can be made up of 5 characters at the max, joining throughout the game, as well as temporary story characters who team up for specific elements. The battle system is very addictive and pretty deep, with lots of items and weapons and magic to experiment with. You can also make macros, just like in Part 2, to speed up those cannon fodder battles and gameplay. The characters themselves are all really likable and have enough dialogue and story to all give them enough personality to get behind. Here's Toro talking about the ultimate goal of making Part 4. When our team made Phantasy Star 2, we were stretched pretty thin, and we couldn't include all that we had imagined. We felt that leaving the story at Phantasy Star 2 therefore would have been a real waste, and that's how the idea for Part 4 got started. Also, Part 2's battle animation system still stands out today, I think. It allowed for really great visual presentation, and again we thought it would be a huge waste not to revisit it. With Phantasy Star 2 and 3 also had a lot of flaws, and we wanted to fix all that and make a game which players would consider the definitive Phantasy Star. So in that sense, we also saw Phantasy Star 4 as a sort of remake of the best elements of the series. The game is definitely a benchmark release for the system, with an amazing visual design and a huge planet-hopping adventure with great storytelling and an excellent soundtrack from composer Izuho Numata from Phantasy Star 3, and also a rare game for this era that wasn't dumbed down or tried to eliminate its anime Japanese style roots or visual design, and was allowed to be exactly what it was in all regions. Granted, we still got the pretty cool Boris Vallejo cover for Western releases, which doesn't really match the game, but that was just in keeping with the style of the previous Western entries. And yes, Toru one more time explaining why he thinks the game turned out to be the success that it was. Its success was down to the effort everyone contributed at each stage of development. For instance, the game was visually very strong, with very detailed locations. This was because everyone in the team had their own obsessions, and each one of us delved deeply into them. The game wasn't a huge financial success in Japan, but universally the reviews were stellar across all regions, with most publications citing it as the Mega Drive's best RPG. Game Fan magazine sums it up pretty well. Graphics are beautiful, the music is powerful, and the non-stop original ideas make this cartridge an absolute must-own for RPG enthusiasts. This is a top-tier Mega Drive RPG. It delivers everything you want as a new game while simultaneously providing much fan service and honoring all the games in the series that had come before. Brilliant stuff. The system was now over half a decade old, but still saw a massive software output in 1994, but 1995 would see that cut almost in half, as every publisher's focus was now definitely shifting into the new upcoming 32-bit era.
A world once dominated by Nintendo is challenged by Sega, and now Atari's new system, Jaguar, is invading. Which system is best?
And thus ends 1994.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun, and pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free.
Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
Sega had done what no other company had managed to do, even the playing field of console gaming, giving essentially everyone a chance to step up to the plate, knowing that the almighty Nintendo was not the unbreakable force everyone thought they were. But by 1995, the aging Mega Drive was getting ready to take the back seat, as 16-bit gaming would start its slow descent out of the public eye, as the CD-ROM revolution, new rivals and new graphic styles were about to become the new popular. This would be a relatively large year for the system in terms of software releases, but it was significantly less than the system's 1994 peak.
Really difficult to pick a favorite Genesis game, in part because as an adult I've gotten more into shoot-em-ups, and there are a lot of really great shoot-em-ups on the Genesis. Stuff like Gaiares and Musha and the Thunder Force games, but if I had to pick just one Genesis game that I could ever play for the rest of my life, I'd probably go with Sonic 3, just because it really has kind of a perfect mix of like really fun gameplay. The various stages are they're elaborate and they're well designed and very fun. The graphics are great, the soundtrack is amazing. And if you could cheat just a little bit and hook it up with Sonic and Knuckles, then you've got just like an amazing, one of the best 16-bit games ever, really. I'd put it up there with some of my favorite SNES games. So if I had to pick one back against the wall, gun to my head, I'd go with Sonic 3, and especially if the option is there, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, because it's just an amazing game.
And over to a triple dose of run and guns, starting with Doom Troopers, published by Playmates Interactive, also responsible for the crazy Exo Squad and Skeleton Warriors, one of my favorite hidden gem Sega Saturn games out there. This game is based on the Mutant Chronicles card game series that was pretty popular in Europe at the time. The irony being the game was only released in the US. It delivers 8 levels of run and gun violence as you attempt to rid the galaxy of mutants, one bullet at a time. Best edition here is definitely the 2-player simultaneous mode, making it into an ultra-violent version of Contra, just obviously not as good. It's fast, it has a good variety of levels, even though the gameplay gets pretty repetitive very quickly. It's not a bad game if you like the genre though. Next was Skeleton Crew by Core Design, an isometric run and gun with the exact same plot as Doom Troopers. Blast your way through 4 massive levels as you try to rid the galaxy of monsters. You can choose between 3 different characters, each with their own specific abilities, and also features a 2-player simultaneous blasting action mode, which amps up the chaos factor big time. Being a really late Mega Drive release meant it has really impressive graphics with lots of detail effects and animation. The cool soundtrack is also done by Nathan McCree, who did one of the best Sega CD game soundtracks ever in Soulstar, another Core Design game. This is definitely worth tracking down, and I just love the cover art as well. It's like something out of a Simon Bisley graphic novel. And last but definitely not least was Alien Soldier by those mental cases over at Treasure, and again it benefited from a really late release, using pretty much every demented technique learned by them from Gunstar Heroes and Dynamite Headdy, and mashing it into this run and gun boss rush madness. You play Epsilon Eagle, who is part of a military group whose members have all gone rogue to terrorism and want you dead because you never joined them. Like Gunstar Hero, you get to choose your weapons in the beginning and also have special abilities like teleporting and a powerful Phoenix mode. The game has 25 levels in total, with the majority of that made up in boss fights. The run and gun sections are essentially a breather between bosses and a way to collect items before the next big showdown. It's a really tough game and it doesn't hold your hand, with cool funky music and some of the most impressive boss encounters in the entire Mega Drive library, really pushing the system absolutely to the max. It received a Japan and European release, but no physical release in the US, but you could download it through the Sega channel. It received rave reviews at the time and is an absolute must-play of the late Mega Drive library.
In price, nothing could even come close to it.
I won't spend for Super Nintendo anyway. If you're not playing these games, you're a giant loser.
And now let's check out some racing and driving games. Road Rash 3 Tour de Force was the third and final entry in the Rash trilogy by Electronic Arts on the Mega Drive. It's another solid entry in the motorbike brawling series, with this one taking the action all over the world as opposed to only the US locations on the previous entries. Kenya, Brazil, Italy, Japan, and so much more all featured with the same basic gameplay as the previous entries we've looked at already. You can buy new bikes, upgrade them, and punch and kick your way while avoiding the cops. The team that worked on the game were also sharing assets with the 3DO version that was being developed at the same time. Everyone at EA also felt that the Mega Drive had been pushed to the limit at this point. This was their last Mega Drive game they made from the ground up and released. Taking assets from the 3DO version meant that it now featured a digitized graphics look for the bikes, drivers, and lots of the background objects. And due to the aging specs, it looked nowhere near as slick as obviously the 3DO version, but gameplay was still paramount, and it was solid where it counted. I still think it's a good entry in the series, but like Mortal Kombat 3, it had lost a bit of its luster at this point. And this game was the deciding factor for me to make that jump to the Sega Saturn and go from 16 to 32-bit. EA were, without a doubt, especially in the US and Europe, Sega's most valued third-party publisher. Without them, the Mega Drive success could have gone either way. But with their earlier help, it truly was a great, important partnership. Next was two quick looks with Power Drive by US Gold, an overhead rally racer and European in physical form release, and only available on the Sega channel in the US. It's a decent game with rally racing all over the world with different terrains and weather conditions. The controls are super hard to get used to because they are extremely sensitive, but if you can get to grips with it, it's a decent racing experience. And the other game was Street Racer by Vivid Image, a Mario Kart style racer that adds a beat 'em up element to the mix and is way faster and more hectic than the inspiration game. It features plenty of weird modes also, such as the bizarre soccer mode and karts, and really excels if you played multiplayer with friends. And the last racer for 95 was my favorite of this year, by Codemasters, called Super Skid Marks, another game that was a European exclusive, and used Codemasters' excellent J-Kart tech, allowing up to 4 players to race it out straight out of the box without any extra peripherals needed. The game itself is an excellent looking isometric racer, featuring tons of different vehicle types to race in, from 4x4s, sports cars, even Grand Prix, and cars strapped on rocket packs, just because. It features a massive 48 tracks in total and was the sequel to the highly successful Amiga game Skid Marks. Whether you play this with a friend or just by yourself, it's fantastic either way. Addictive fun and the last great racing game that was released on the system. And on over to a bunch of RPG and strategy games, and we'll start with Light Crusader, an action RPG by Treasure. It's an isometric action game in a similar mold to the original Diablo or Landstalker that we looked at earlier. Your character arrives in a town as the king summons you to ask you to rescue all the people that have been disappearing from the town. You soon discover an underground network of dungeons running under the city where an evil wizard has been kidnapping people and sacrificing them to resurrect a dark demon. The action all plays out in real time with hack and slash action and puzzle solving by moving objects around to gain access to new areas. Above ground you have the usual NPCs to talk to and plenty of shops to buy weapons and items. Even though this is not like any other treasure game you've probably ever played, if you give this game a chance, it's actually really good. At the time, the game had really mixed reactions from reviews back in the day, and definitely wasn't universally loved as much as their previous Mega Drive titles. This was one of the last games also released as part of Treasure's exclusive deal that they made with Sega to deliver a series of Mega Drive only releases. It was also the last physical Treasure game released on the Genesis in North America, with Alien Soldier getting a Sega Channel only release this year as well. Beyond Oasis was next, also known as The Story of Thor. It was an action RPG developed by Ancient, Yuzo Koshiro's company, with him serving as producer and composer on this game. It's a visually stunning Legend of Zelda styled adventure where you play Ali, a kid who discovers a golden gauntlet that has the ability to summon a bunch of earth spirits. Your quest becomes to stop a person who's found the silver gauntlet, which holds the power of darkness. The gameplay involves questing around the land to collect all the spirits, which give you new abilities. Puzzles are solved in similar fashion to Light Crusader, with switches to flip and objects to push into place. Action is very versatile and almost feels like a scrolling beat 'em up, with plenty of combos and weapons to use and exceptionally big epic boss battles. Visually, it is gorgeous with excellent animation and detailed backgrounds, accompanied by really amazing sound effects and a great score as well. It racked up some fantastic reviews at the time and is a highly recommended game on the system, with a prequel called Legend of Oasis released on the Sega Saturn 1 year later. And a quick look next with the strategy management simulator Theme Park, published by Electronic Arts based on Bullfrog's computer version. This is a slightly simplified version of that Theme Park manager, taking out a bunch of options to speed up the gameplay, but also adds in a bit more stuff as well. As with all these games in this genre, using a controller is just not as satisfying or as easy as using a mouse, so again I would definitely recommend you check out the computer version of this game instead. And over to a double dose of Japanese exclusive RPGs released by Sega and Falcom, with Surging Aura and Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2. Due to the language barrier and there not being an English fan translation available that I'm aware of anyway, I can only sample these games in a very surface level. Surging Aura is a really high production traditional JRPG that features your usual over-the-top down view for towns and maps and flips to a first-person view for turn-based combat that is still in real time, like old Final Fantasy games. There's also a lot of anime-style cutscenes that look really amazing and flesh out the story. Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2 is also a pretty traditional JRPG in most senses, and is part of Falcom's long-running Dragon Slayer series that started way back in the mid-80s on the PC-88. The game is viewed from an overhead style with towns, shops, and overworld maps. Battles are turn-based first-person style, but you can actually see the enemies on the map so you can avoid them. This game features really nice graphics and music, and I really wish it was playable, but hopefully one day both of these games will get an English fan translation. I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time. And the action platformer genre was on fire this year. And here are some of the non-licensed ones first. And let's start with Earthworm Jim 2, the sequel to the excellent original from Shiny Entertainment. The whole team that made the original were back, and again it was designed on the Mega Drive from the ground up, taking advantage of all its strong points to make another classic, hilarious action platformer. The story this time has you trying to rescue Princess What's-Her-Name from Psychro that plans on marrying her. Even though the overall structure is a platformer, Part 2 throws tons of variety into the gameplay, making this even better than the original in my opinion, with shoot-em-up stages, bizarre quiz shows, racing, and lots of other small variations on the usual platformer sections as well. You can use yourself as a whip and use your gun, which can get various power-ups also. The humor and graphics again are top-notch, and so is the sound effects and music, with lots of variety in the gameplay. Unfortunately, it was the last Jim game made by this Shiny team. The abysmal 3D and Menace to the Galaxy have nothing to do with them, and are best forgotten by everyone. Again, Japan only got a Sega Channel version with this. Everyone else got physical releases, and the game was another hit with magazines at the time praising it for its humor and large variety in gameplay. Vector Man by Blue Sky Software came out of nowhere and blew everyone away. It's your usual action platformer at first glance, but the crazy impressive graphics and gameplay will have you hooked immediately. The story goes, Earth has become a massive toxic waste dump, so humanity moves off-world, leaving robots behind to clean up the planet. One of these robots goes rogue, and you as Vector Man have to stop him. Besides the run-and-gun style action platforming, you also have the ability to morph, which can change you into different things to help solve problems and better navigate the current level. You can morph into a train, fish, dune buggy, and so much more. Each gives a fresh take on the action and varies up the gameplay quite drastically. The game is massive also, with 16 levels in total, and is visually stunning from start to finish, with an absolutely pumping 90s style soundtrack, and turned out to be a big hit commercially and critically, with plenty of praise from journalists of the time. And we'll be looking at the sequel as well in due time. Next was Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure by Activision, and a continuation of the Pitfall franchise started way back in the early 80s on the Atari 2600. This was part of a trilogy of classic games they were trying to bring back in the 90s. This, River Raid, and Kaboom, all planned and even shown at various trade shows at the time, but unfortunately Raid and Kaboom got cancelled and Pitfall had a major overhaul and was the only one released. You play as Harry Jr. in this one, as your dad, the original Pitfall Harry, gets kidnapped as you are raiding a Mayan tomb, so now you have to go and rescue him. This game is extremely difficult, and one-hit kills like the original are also in ya. You better watch out for that quicksand, folks. The first thing you notice about this game is the absolutely stunning animation, which Activision hired Kroyer Films, responsible for the movie Fern Gully, to do all the animation, kinda like what Disney did with Aladdin, and the results are really spectacular. The game is a pretty standard platformer though, with jumping, crawling, swinging action to make it around all the stages, and a whip, boomerang, and explosive for weapons, and to open up new paths. Like I said earlier, it's one tough game, but if you're up for the challenge, it's well worth the ride. Next was Ristar, the last big first-party game released by Sega and developed by their Sega CS team, who were all originally members of Sega R&D before becoming smaller groups. Ristar itself is a lovely, bright, colorful action platformer that gives you Sonic vibes in the best sense. Built using the actual Sonic engine itself, it was an attempt to introduce a new mascot character into the fold, not replacing Sonic, but adding to Sega's roster. The Japanese and English plots are quite different, but the main objective is simple: to free 7 planets from an oppressive dictator and restore balance to the Valdi star system. Ristar mixes the best of Sonic-style platforming, with the character having stretchy arms to grab enemies and smash them with your head, and reach out and grab and climb different parts of the environment. Levels also contain hidden bonus stages, so scouring the environment is well worth the time. I think if this game had been released even 1 or 2 years earlier, it would have been regarded as an absolute classic, but with the Saturn's release coming out mere months after it, I think it just got lost in the 32-bit hype and never gained the sales or mass popularity it rightly deserves. Reviews were very positive though, with them describing it usually as a mix between Sonic and Dynamite Headdy. This was a great character and game, and it's a pity Ristar has been sidelined to a few cameos, and we never got a sequel. Give the team that made Sonic Mania a shot at it. I'm sure the results will be absolutely awesome. And the final look here is Comix Zone, my favorite for this year's releases in the genre, and another one that sales-wide got lost due to its late release, and another brilliantly original game by Sega's Technical Institute. The game itself is an action puzzle platformer with a really unique style, putting your character into pages of comic book panels, as you can enter and exit in all directions to make your way through the game. The plot, to simplify it, is you're busy creating a comic book when lightning strikes your sketchboard, sending you into your own creation, a book you were making called the Comix Zone. The game takes place over 3 massively detailed stages, each having their own comic book style and setting. Gameplay is a hybrid of versus-style beat-em-up, platformer, puzzle solving, and exploring the environments. I love the multiple paths you can take through each level, which has great replayability, and the beat-em-up engine is quite excellent, feeling extremely responsive, fast-paced, and accurate. Up to 3 items can be carried to help you in your quests, like explosives to kill enemies and even structures, and even a pet rat to help you search out for hidden objects or access areas you just simply can't reach. Story elements and dialogue all pop up in typical comic book style speech bubbles, looking and adding to the charm of the atmosphere of the game. If you ever played the 1988 Batman the Cape Crusader game by Ocean, you'll know the style that they were going for, and they successfully pulled off. Peter Morawick, lead programmer, designed the game after getting an idea after visiting his local comic book store. Peter also acknowledged it was heavily inspired by a-ha's Take On Me music video. The game was actually pitched to Tom Kalinske a few years earlier, and he approved it immediately, but the team first had to make Sonic Spinball, as Sega needed a Sonic game for their Christmas its 1993 release schedule. Once complete, the game was sent to Sega of Japan for review and received a note back to the team saying it embodied everything that was wrong with American culture. The team took this as a compliment.
Hand me the sacred spice, mutant.
Take it, but leave my ultravision goggles. I cannot survive without them.
So you want to live in a comic book?
Greetings, puny mortals.
Welcome to the Comic Zone. Slay fiendish villains that get drawn back in page by hellish page. You'll feel right at home.
From the darkness of the oven, the slain beast.
We will live another day.
Comic Zone, only for Sega Genesis.
It got released in all regions, with Japan getting a very small run, making that version extremely rare and expensive. Although not making a killing in sales, it was another well-received and embraced game, with praise for originality and visual and audio design, and remains like Ristar another forgotten Sega property that is dying for a new lease on life, sequel, or even acknowledgement that it actually existed.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Turbo 2000 Super is a new wireless gamepad released by Comatron and is for use on many of your favorite 8 and 16-bit systems. Simple 9-pin joystick dongle interface, extremely easy setup, just plug and play, with up mapped to a button for easy platform gaming action. Available in 4 different cosmetic designs and multiple autofire speed settings, and compatible with the following original computers and systems. Check out the links in the video description to pick up your own Turbo 2000 today. And now on to some rapid-fire random looks with Mega Bomberman, published by Hudson Soft, a traditional style Bomberman game based on Bomberman 94 with a full story mode and battle mode in its traditional style, allowing up to 4 people to duke it out. If you like the series, then it's a solid entry. Echo Jr. was next, a spin-off of the popular Echo series. This one was part of the Sega Club releases aimed at younger kids, therefore the game is cuter and it's impossible to die as long as you complete the tasks at hand. It's an interesting addition to the series, and if you find 1 and 2 way too difficult, this is actually a solid and well-made addition to check out. The Ooze gooped its way onto the Mega Drive courtesy of the Sega Technical Institute, who also delivered the excellent Comic Zone this year as well. The Ooze is a really strange playing game that mixes action and strategy. You have to slam your way out of each level. Bad guys killed get absorbed into you, making you bigger as you try to escape the facility. If you're into unconventional games like Katamari Damacy, this one definitely delivers. Bloodshot was a first-person shooter developed by Domark, one of the few of the genre on the system. It's technically quite impressive, with decent gameplay and even has a versus mode. It received an exclusive Mega CD version in Europe as well, and also goes under the name Battle Frenzy to avoid the copyright of the Valiant Comics character of the same name. Mega Swiv was a vertical shoot-'em-up, a port of the Super Nintendo version, and honestly a terrible sequel to the excellent 1990 Swiv, originally on microcomputers of the time. My Commodore 64 version of that is vastly superior to this weak attempt at a shoot-'em-up. Just avoid it at all costs. And lastly was the excellent Cannon Fodder, a PAL format only released by Sensible Software based on their classic Amiga strategy game. This game features super short missions as you take on armies and destroy other factions while you're trying to survive, with a great point-and-click interface that even supports the obscure Sega mouse if you happen to have one. It's a great game that absolutely is worth checking out. The versus fighting genre took a massive fall from grace with one of the worst lineups of games ever on the Mega Drive. So let's chop through the trash first and start with Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, a mediocre fighter based on the 1993 movie of the same name, and was developed by the kings of schlock themselves, Acclaim. You fight your way through all the action set pieces from the movie, with very rigid controls and movesets as you take out characters with martial arts and weapons. The only interesting aspect of the game is that you can use the Sega Tap to have 3-way versus action on screen at once, a basic concept that was done about 8 years earlier by International Karate Plus on the Commodore 64 to vastly superior results, even though one of the players was a CPU. Graphics and animation are okay, the music is decent, but it suffers from really dull, unresponsive gameplay, which makes it an absolute chore to play. Primal Rage was a port of Atari's 1994 Dinosaur vs. arcade game, which in itself is actually pretty good, even though it has no right to be. The Mega Drive version, however, is an absolute mess. In order to fit the game on the paltry 4 meg cartridge they decided to use, the game had to be downgraded drastically in terms of animation, graphics, and sound, making it look more like a Sega Master System port than a 16-bit conversion. It's a bit of a shame, really, as they really could have made a decent version of this in a Mortal Kombat style, but it just feels like it was rushed out the door. Check out the awesome arcade version, or even the very good Sega Saturn port if you want your Dino punching fix. Clay Fighters, unfortunately, was next, published by the once great Interplay, known for their exceptional RPGs from the 80s and early 90s, and unfortunately also this piece of garbage. The game is a port of the Super Nintendo Tournament Edition, not that that means anything, with an absolute dire selection of wacky claymation style characters who all play terribly with awkward moves and zero personality. It's one of those games that tries to be wacky and gimmicky to grab your attention, but ultimately is an absolute bore to play on all levels, but is nowhere near as bad as our next game, which seems like an impossible statement to make, but it's true, with publisher Acclaim giving us Rise of the Robots, released only for PAL regions, sparing most of the world of this absolute atrocity. It's a versus fighter featuring a bland, ugly, uninteresting robot characters with pathetic movesets and animation. You can't even select a character in this game and are just lumped into playing a generic Durrell ripoff from Virtua Fighter. And fight, if you can even call it that, a series of dull, monotonous robot opponents. Abysmal graphics and animation, absolute zero gameplay make this one of the worst games on the system. At least it was only a port and not an original release, so we got something else to blame for that. Somehow this dumpster fire actually even got a sequel made in 1996, but thank the heavens it never graced the poor Mega Drive. And now over to Weapon Lord, published by Namco and only released in the US. It's a fantasy-style weapons-based versus fighter and can be played in both story and versus mode. It's a surprisingly decent game with pretty good animation and a decent selection of characters that feel very different from one another and features lots of cool-looking stages. Gameplay is similar to Street Fighter in terms of moves, but with weapons, of course. The characters have tons of unique special moves, as well as you being able to combo it up and even chop off limbs in massive fatality-style moves. Due to its very limited North American-only release, I think this game's got pretty much forgotten, but it's quite a good fighter in the Mega Drive library with a lot of layers of gameplay to discover if you're willing to put in the time, of course.
You will never defeat me. I control the technology. I have the power to control your mind.
Justice League Task Force hit all major regions developed by Sunsoft based on the DC Comics characters. This is an okay fighter, not top-notch, but much better than it has any right to be, with gameplay feeling very much like Sega's Eternal Champions, with you being able to select from the mainstay of DC characters like Superman, Batman, The Flash, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, and as a joke, Aquaman, as you take on Darkseid and his henchmen. It features a story mode and a versus mode with locations from all major DC hotspots such as Metropolis and Gotham City, and features big chunky characters with decent movesets. The animation can get a bit ropey at times, but it plays decently, and is helped a lot by the licensed subject matter, which makes it way more appealing to play. It's an okay fighter if you're looking for a 16-bit version of the later Injustice series, at least in terms of character base. And by far the best fighter of this year is the third installment of the Mortal Kombat series with Mortal Kombat 3 by Midway, a port of their 1995 arcade game. Like I mentioned in my arcade documentary, by the time this third port came out, I'd lost a bit of interest in this series. That's not to say this isn't good. In fact, it's a pretty well done conversion of a vastly superior in terms of tech-wise arcade game that is pulled off pretty well. 14 characters from the outset to choose from, a much more robust combo system, multiple fatalities per character, and the moronic friendship abilities and animalities also make a return, unfortunately, plus multi-tiered stages which feature their own specific fatalities. A bunch of series staple characters make their debut here as well, such as Shiva, Nightwolf, Striker, and many more. The conversion is helped greatly by them using a 32 meg cartridge, which not only improves the graphics, sound, but also the animation. The Super Nintendo and Genesis versions sold a combined 250,000 units in the first weekend of sales alone and went on to become the biggest selling home releases of 1995 in the US at least, with over 1 million sales each. It adds quite a lot to the franchise in terms of detail, but not much in terms of overall gameplay. It's still a highly recommended fighter though, and by far the best versus game that was released on the system in 1995. And on over to the sports genre, which saw an insane amount of releases. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to highlight a handful due to repetition, and start off with Brian Lara's Cricket, a cricket game published by Codemasters and received a PAL-only release. This is a pretty good and addictive cricket simulator that sports really good graphics and presentation and easily accessible gameplay. Having said that, unless you know the rules of actual cricket, it's going to be really tough to get into and fully appreciate. Besides Brian Lara himself, the Trinidadian athlete who still holds several cricket world records, including the crazy 501 not out in a match in 1994 in England. If you know cricket, you know what that means. All the teams and players are fictional though, with only Lara being the real license. The game ended up becoming a massive surprise seller for Codemasters, who only manufactured 20,000 units, which sold out instantly, forcing him to crank that up with another 60,000 units, which again sold out and was only halted by the release of the sequel, Brian Lara Cricket 96, the following year. And two quick looks next with another unique sport released by Electronic Arts called Australian Rugby League, which obviously only saw the light in Europe and Australia. It uses a modified Rugby World Cup engine and features 20 official Australian teams and 11 English ones for matchups. Really well made game with great animation, strategy and action, and more options than you could possibly hope for. If you're a fan of the sport, you'll no doubt love it. The other quick look was NBA Jam Tournament, the sequel to one of the Mega Drive's biggest sellers of 1994. It's basically a remix with lots of small additions, building on the gameplay with more real players, moves, and the best part, having the ability for up to 4 players at once, with the use of the Sega Tap and a battery backup to save your game and stats. It was followed by the final entry in the series, Hang Time, which was released in 1996, which we'll look at later. And a double dose of boxing games was next, and we'll look at them together with Tough Man Contest by Electronic Arts and Foreman for Real by Acclaim. One guess as to which one was better. Tough Man Contest is a much more over-the-top take, modeled after Nintendo's Punch-Out arcade games, with you able to choose from a bunch of cartoony characters with wacky special moves and fighting styles, and beat your way through 24 opponents all over the world, with the final opponent being real-life boxer himself, Butterbean, as the final boss. This is a wacky, fun, and well-played boxing game, and is actually one of the best ones on the system, coming on a whopping 32 meg cart with great graphics and sound, and also got an enhanced 32X version if you like this one. Foreman for Real, on the other hand, was a sequel to George Foreman's KO Boxing from 1993, but is a completely different game, featuring a weird silicon graphics style digitized art style and a completely different perspective. You can also choose Foreman as a playable character in this one. This game looks really great in still shots and magazines, but playing it is an absolute chore. It's very limited in terms of gameplay and gets repetitive, making fighting all 20 boxes more of an exercise of patience than any real gaming skill. Definitely play Tough Man instead. And my favorite sports game was easily WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game by Midway, a port of the excellent arcade version, which plays like a traditional wrestling game and Mortal Kombat mashed together for an unholy beautiful experience. I love this arcade and played the Saturn version to death in the 90s, but this is an impressive version as well. Downgraded visually for sure, but still retains the frantic pace, wacky elements, and all the selectable characters, and most but not all the voice samples, to give a really fun over-the-top wrestling experience, and undoubtedly one of the best wrestling games on the system, at least in my opinion.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Are you?
Yeah.
You like video games? No.
Okay, I mentioned in question 1 that Sonic 1 was one of the very first games that I played, and it was so good that I was so highly anticipating Sonic 2, so I'm definitely going to say Sonic 2 was my most anticipated game on the system. I have fond memories of that, and I do remember sneaking it out of, it was my sister's mum's bedroom in order to kind of play it before Christmas. We weren't supposed to. So I'd definitely say Sonic 2 has a massive place in my heart.
And over to 3 quick arcade ports with The Punisher by Capcom, a port of their 1993 arcade hit based on Marvel's Frank Castle vigilante anti-hero character. The game has you trying to take down the Kingpin in this side-scrolling beat-em-up that also emphasizes guns and other crazy weapons. Gameplay is a variation on Capcom's own Final Fight with punches and kicks that can be comboed, plus special attacks that can take out multiple bad guys at the cost of some of your health. Swords, flamethrowers, machine guns, and much more can now be used to even the odds on the Kingpin's goons. Even though the game had to be scaled back to fit the 16 meg cartridge, it's still a pretty impressive port, and the only home port that was ever done, at least back then. It also features the 2-player mode, with Nick Fury being able to join you and becoming your partner in wasting all these New York punks over its 6 stages. Due to its late release, the game was manufactured in a very small run in the US and Europe, leading it to become one of those crazy expensive games to try to pick up now. Revolution X was next, a port of the 1994 crazy Aerosmith light gun arcade game by Midway, and is the reason this game usually has a bad rap. The arcade game is excellent. It's a light gun shooter and a more crazy version of Midway's T2 arcade game, basically. The home versions, including this Mega Drive version, are a massive mess. Terrible redone graphics, massively downgraded sound, tons of stuff missing on every level, no light gun support, with the reticle being a little bit too slow to actually make this game play with any sort of competence. It's basically another mess published by Acclaim. They didn't even bother releasing this version in Japan, with the US and Europe being the poor suckers who wasted their money if you happen to buy this. Just go and play the excellent arcade game instead. And lastly was Papenga Pengo, a Japan-only Mega Drive release, and not a direct port per se, but a sequel to a 1982 arcade game named Pengo. It's similar to the original, just with a more Bomberman style, destroying all the bad guys on screen to move to the next level. You can now make your own ice blocks to kick into the enemies, and the levels are littered with all kinds of crazy power-ups. The game also features a battle style mode for up to 4 players, in a very Bomberman style, as well as a conversion of the 1982 arcade original, as a bonus, minus the popcorn copyrighted stolen soundtrack, of course. This was the last official first-party game published by Sega on the Mega Drive in Japan. And the last genre for this year was by far the biggest, with licensed games. Of course, many of these could fall under platformers or many other genres, but I've collected these here for this one big look. And we'll start with 2 companies, Disney and Warner Brothers, both pushing 3 big titles each, based on popular characters and franchises of the time. Disney had Donald Duck and Moy Millard, Bonkers, and Gargoyles. And Warner Brothers had Cheese Catastrophe, Daffy Duck in Hollywood, and Desert Demolition. So let's start with Disney's Moy Millard, which was developed at the same time as Gargoyles, and is an action platformer starring Donald Duck. This was another game that only got a European and Brazilian release on the Mega Drive, and was one of the first games released on the Disney Interactive Studios label, and due to them not actually having any publishing partners in the US, meant it only got a Sega Channel release in the United States. The game is an excellent action platformer, putting you in the role of Donald Duck under his alias Moy Millard, a kung fu style detective. You can switch between regular Donald and his gun and his kung fu alter ego on the fly from the second level onwards, using your bow to take out enemies and also using it to climb up tunnels and a whole lot more. Tokens have to be picked up for the transformation to occur, and it's not only used to have better fighting skills, but is also used to solve simple puzzles in various modes. This game is just oozing with quality from start to finish, with Disney's usual brilliant animation on full display. Lots of little gameplay switches in the platforming style as well, and great music and sound effects. It's a very fun game that's well worth seeking out, and was developed in conjunction with Gargoyles at the same time, with a sequel in the works that was ultimately cancelled due to them needing to make a tie-in game for their new Hercules movie. And a quick look next with Bonkers, another Sega Club release, based on that wacky Disney TV series. It's a fun little game with multiple gameplay styles from maze-type action to third-person views and driving sequences, with you being able to choose any level to start with. It has good visuals and very basic gameplay and is definitely focused on younger players. And the last Disney release for this year was Gargoyles, based on their excellent cartoon series that ran from 1994 to 97, and I never missed an episode of it. And it was the other game that helped kick off the Disney Interactive Studios brand. You get to control the main character Goliath, a gargoyle from New York. As in the TV show, you have to find and destroy the Eye of Odin. The game essentially falls into the action platformer variety, with you having a bunch of melee moves for combat, which can be used not only to destroy enemies, but also to smash down walls. You can also glide with your wings and use a slam down move to smash to lower levels. Stages are pretty diverse, from Viking castles to New York itself, and climbing around these vast locations and exploring is just as much fun as the action, with a massive 18 levels in total. The animation and presentation in general is excellent once again, with them really taking advantage of the 24 megs on the cart that really shows on screen. It also received really great reviews back in the day, with GameFan magazine giving it 90% overall and saying, "Gargoyle seems as though it came from a company with a long history of games, yet it's Disney's first." Amazing. And over to Disney Animation's rival at the time, Warner Brothers, with 3 games based on the classic Looney Tunes characters, Speedy Gonzales, Daffy Duck, Wile E. Coyote, and the Roadrunner. Cheese Catastrophe, starring Speedy Gonzales, is an action platform game with a large dose of exploration, as you attempt to retrieve stolen cheese and your girlfriend from Sylvester the Cat. Daffy Duck in Hollywood has you controlling Daffy Duck as you attempt to retrieve a bunch of movie awards stolen from Yosemite Sam. It's a pretty traditional collect-em-up platformer, but the best of the bunch here is definitely Desert Demolition by Blue Sky Software, who gave us the excellent Vector Man and Sega's Jurassic Park game. It's an action game where you get to play as either the Roadrunner, where you have to avoid Wile's traps, or as Wile himself, where you get to use every Acme product at your disposal to try and capture the Roadrunner. Cheese Catastrophe is the least interesting game here, with you having to rescue your friends hidden all over the levels to move on to the next. Decent graphics and sound, but the gameplay is just average at best. Daffy Duck is an okay game as well. Just overall it's kind of bland. Traditional platforming with not much else to offer. The levels are varied, all based on different movie themes, which is its best aspect, but it's basically just a by-the-numbers release. Desert Demolition has 6 different levels, with the Roadrunner avoiding traps and collecting Acme stamps, and the fun of playing Wile E. Coyote as you use all those ridiculous Acme gadgets, and also includes bonus levels featuring other Looney Tunes characters. All 3 of these games received really average reviews at the time, with Daffy and Cheese Catastrophe not even getting Genesis physical releases, which is odd based on the characters which they are. Overall though, Desert Demolition is the only one I could honestly recommend checking out. TV shows were plentiful licensing magnets, with Exo Squad based on the Saturday morning cartoon mech suit wearing team that fought alien invaders. The game is made up of multiple impressive looking gameplay styles over 5 stages and was published by Playmates, and is a pretty underrated, under the radar release. Sequest DSV was based on the short-lived Spielberg submarine TV show that I absolutely loved. Well, at least the first season anyway. It's an interesting mix of strategy and action as you take on pirates, various missions from rescues to treasure hunting. This could have easily been a super generic game, but it's actually pretty interesting if you're willing to put in the time to learn how to play it. VR Troopers is based on Saban's Power Rangers type show and is a straight up one-on-one versus beat 'em up. You can choose any one of the 3 troopers, each having different stages and locations to battle at, and featuring a whole bunch of their own movesets. It reminds me a lot of Shaq Fu in style and animation, but the gameplay is much better overall. Still, it's a very generic and forgettable game. Star Trek Deep Space Nine was next, based on my personal favorite Star Trek TV show ever, and another Playmates release. You get to play as Captain Sisko on the Deep Space Nine space station. Gameplay is part adventure game, chatting to familiar characters from the show and gathering information, as well as platform action, taking out invaders to the station, dismantling bombs, and you even get to have a shoot-'em-up style stage where you get to pilot a shuttlecraft. You get to play as various other characters on the show as well, such as Odo and Bashir, as you take on each mission, which all feel like their own self-contained episodes of the series. There's plenty of Prince of Persia running and jumping, as well as some blasting enemies with your phasers. If you're a fan of the series, I'd highly recommend checking it out, but if you're not, you'll probably lose a lot of the charm of the characters and situations, and it'll be way less interesting for you. We also got yet another Spider-Man game, simply named Spider-Man. This one is based on the pretty cool 1995 animated series that was out at the time, and was published by Acclaim. The story has a whole bunch of Spidey's rogues gallery such as Doc Ock and Green Goblin, amongst many more, break out of prison all at once and they start trashing New York as usual. You gotta stop them. It's an action platformer with all of Spidey's usual movesets such as punches and kicks and limited web shooting and swinging action, with you able to climb up all over the walls and ceilings to get the jump on henchmen. You can also find icons that allow you to summon members of the Fantastic Four to come and help you out. It's an average game at best that even if you're a hardcore Spidey fan, you'll probably be disappointed with. The Mega Drive has a lot of other Spidey games, and much better ones that we've looked at earlier. You can totally give this one a skip. Next was the absolutely brilliant The Adventures of Batman and Robin, based on the Batman animated TV show that started back in 1992.
Citizens living in the grip of fear, the evil underworld of the city polluting the streets. It's time to take out the trash. Fight through incredible 3D animation against Gotham City's vilest villains in Sega's Adventures of Batman and Robin video game.
The game is for the most part a side-scrolling, almost run-and-gun style action platformer, with also shoot-'em-up stages in the Batwing. When I originally saw this game, I honestly thought it was made by Treasure, which is a big compliment. The insane amount of enemies on screen, the chaotic, almost Gunstar Hero levels of chaos and boss encounters, and the insanity of the crazy amount of visual tricks in every level of this game, rotating screens, fake 3D effects, and lighting. It's an absolute visual feast, provided by a short-lived American company called Clockwork Tortoise. One of only 2 games they actually released, the second being the excellent vehicle-based version of this game on the Sega CD, completely different but also brilliant in every aspect. The game lets you choose either Batman or Robin and can be played in either 1 or 2 player modes, as you have to try and stop Mr. Freeze from basically freezing Gotham City. He also lets loose the Joker, Two-Face and Mad Hatter, who all have their own demented levels that you need to conquer. Gameplay is generally a fast-paced combo of beat 'em up and some batarang lobbing as you take out goons and highly original boss encounters. All 4 levels have their own distinct look and style and enemy, all based on whichever bad guy you're trying to take out. The game overall is an absolute visual blitzkrieg for your eyes and has great sound effects and music, and the gameplay is on point. Some levels tend to drag on a little bit too long, and that's my only real criticism. A spectacular licensed game, and definitely in my opinion the Mega Drive's best Cape Crusader game, and there are a lot of those to choose from. And I saved my favorite TV show licensed game for last, which was Scooby-Doo Mystery by Sunsoft and published by Acclaim, based on the late 60s Scooby-Doo TV show. This could have easily been another generic platformer of a licensed game like the completely different Super Nintendo version, but what we got here was a perfect replica of a point-and-click adventure game right on the Mega Drive, the only game of the genre on the system that does it completely. The team who made this were clearly inspired by LucasArts and Sierra games of that era, and brought that style over successfully, as well as capturing the characters of the TV show so well. You play as Shaggy with Scooby tagging along, and can choose between 2 different mysteries to take on. Blake's Hotel, which is a classic Scooby-Doo styled haunted mansion type story, and Ha Ha Carnival, a crazy mystery taking place at a dodgy traveling circus. Daphne, Velma, Fred, they're all here too in story elements and pop out throughout the mystery to help progress the story, pretty much like what they do on the TV show. Uncovering each mystery involves chatting with characters and solving puzzles, mostly pretty logical. There's no Sierra Moon logic nonsense type here. The interface works exactly like a PC point-and-click adventure game, with words to link together to perform tasks or combine items to solve problems. Lots of little cutscenes are also here too, which will be very nostalgic for Scooby fans. The graphics fit the style very well and are presented with a real cartoon charm to them, with some nice sound effects and music. Gameplay is fantastic. It takes a bit longer to do everything, with you having to use a controller, but it's not an action game, so it works for the pace of it. Overall, it's awesome, and it got pretty good reviews back in the day, with them only saying the game is a little bit too short, which I have to agree with. If it had 3 mysteries, then it would have been absolutely perfect. But as it stands, it's probably one of the most overlooked games on the entire Mega Drive library. And now over to some classic comic book adaptations, and we'll start with The Smurfs, a PAL format only release by Infogrames. Based on the Belgian comic comic book series created way back in 1958. It's a typical side-scrolling action platformer, with you having to go rescue a bunch of your Smurf friends, who have been captured as usual by Gargamel, the dodgy old dude and the Smurfs' ultimate nemesis. The graphics are quite good, very much in the style of the comic book, with some decent music as well, as you bounce along through each stage trying not to die. If you collect 5 stars on a level, you get to access a bonus collecting stage where you can hoard up as many items as you want within the time limit. This is a simple game that, if you like these characters, will be even better for you, and was followed in 1996 by the Smurfs Travel the World, another PAL format only release. Another European in Origins game was Asterix and the Power of the Gods by Core Design, based on the French comic book series that started back in 1959, and I read about a million of these things as a kid. It's an action platformer where you get to play as Asterix and have to retrieve your village's shield that was taken by the Romans, the comic book's main villains, and the story is based loosely on Asterix and the Chieftain's Shield book. It's a pretty fun game that mixes traditional action platforming with light adventure stylings, as you can talk to NPCs and flesh out the story elements and solve simple puzzles, which make it a bit different from your run-of-the-mill. And you also get to play as Obelix, who is accompanied by Dogmatix. It's a pretty cool game for fans of these characters. And 2 quick looks next with Spyro, based on the Belgian comic book series that started in 1938, which is very similar to the Adventures of Tintin. It's an action platformer where you attempt to rescue your friend who's been captured by a robot who intends to take over the world. It's another well-made PAL format only game from Infogrames. And the other release was The Death and Return of Superman, developed by Blizzard and Sunsoft. It's a pretty standard side-scrolling beat-em-up based on the DC Comics series that killed off Superman for about 5 minutes. Besides the beat-em-up gameplay, you also get to fly on various shoot-em-up stages. And overall, it's just okay, with nothing to get really excited about. Pretty much like most Superman games, to be honest. Garfield Caught in the Act was next by Sega, based on Jim Davis's lazy lasagna-eating cat. This is an action platformer that is way better than it has any right to be, with you playing Garfield, who gets warped into a TV and has to go through 6 levels, all based on classic movie or TV genres like horror, adventure, Stone Age, hard-boiled detective, and a whole lot more. You ultimately have to make it to the glitch, which is the thing that transported you into the TV. The levels are really fun and varied, with enjoyable action platforming, and if you had the Sega channel in the 90s, you could download Garfield The Lost Levels that added 3 more levels to this otherwise awesome game. Sega were just way ahead of everybody else.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Games Room Tour 2022.
And the last comic book adaptation this year was X-Men 2 Clone Wars, based on the Marvel Comics Mutant Heroes, and a sequel to 1993's original X-Men game. It's another action platformer much like the original, with the story being you trying to stop a cloning organism from destroying the world. Even Magneto switches sides and joins you to help save Earth.
Magneto has arrived, only in X-Men 2 for Sega Genesis. Now 2 can play the most mutant heroes and Magneto.
Wolverine, Cyclops, Gambit, Nightcrawler, Beast, Psylocke, and even Magneto are all playable characters, and it can be played in 2-player co-op as well. All the usual melee moves and special attacks per character are present. It also includes a really cool variety in level design with large, bold graphics, and some decent music and sound effects, much better than the originals. What's weird is the game starts immediately without any title or anything, and you're just thrown straight into the action. Once the small sequence is complete, the title rolls, and you can get to pick your X-Men of choice. It got pretty favorable reviews overall, although it doesn't bring anything new to the party. It's a solid 16-bit X-Men game regardless.
Marvel's X-Men 2 for Sega Genesis. Hardware and game cartridge, each sold separately.
And our final games for 95 are a slew of movie licensed products, starting with Judge Dredd, based on the original Dredd movie with Sylvester Stallone, and the 2080 comic book series, of course. The game itself is a run-and-gun style action platformer by the company Probe, and does in some ways play like the original adaptation of Alien 3. The game follows the movie's plot, but also goes beyond that point with an extra story arc where you face off against the Dark Judges. Just like the comic book, you're equipped with your Lawgiver, Dredd's multi-purpose pistol featuring an array of cool ammo types to switch between over the game's 12 levels, half based on the actual movie locations and the rest from the comic book. Besides run and gun action, you can also choose to arrest perps if you want to, which can result with extra items acquired. You also get to fly the Lawmaster, your bike, as well for a little bit of variety, plus take out bosses which are real bastards to kill, such as Mean Machine, Rico, and an ABC warrior. I like the variety in the look and design of the levels. The action is quite satisfying and it rocks on at a really good pace, and overall is quite a good Dredd game, and there aren't many of those out there. Next was Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, developed by Banpresto, based on the first English movie version of this demented TV series. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up where you have to take out Ivan Ooze, who's been unleashed on Earth by the Rangers' staple bad guys, Lord Zed and Rita Repulsa. The game mashes the movie's plot in with a bunch of TV episodes, making it a big old boiling pot of Ranger action. You can choose any of the 6 Rangers for the levels, the new cast for the movie's levels, and the classic cast for the TV show flashback episodes. Each level ends with a Megazord smackdown featuring different configurations of Zords based on the story. It features solid beat-em-up action with the second player able to join, with some good graphics and sound effects, and some nice renditions of the TV show music. Just like all these games in this genre, it becomes pretty monotonous after a while, but if you have somebody to tag along in 2-player mode, it makes it much more enjoyable. And over to a few rapid-fire looks before my favorites of the year, and start with the laughably bad Cutthroat Island, based on one of the biggest bomb movies of all time. Having said that, the movie is actually pretty fun and enjoyable romp, even better than most of the later Pirates of the Caribbean movies. But alas, the game is a tragic mess of weird gameplay, early 90s DOS era graphics, and extremely unresponsive gameplay. Watch the movie, avoid the game. Addams Family Values, based on the 1993 sequel movie and a PAL format only release. It follows the basics of the movie's overall plot, but is really almost its own action puzzle adventure in itself, made by Ocean Software, who also did the original 1993 platformer. It's a clever, underrated, well-made game that's a hidden gem waiting to be discovered. Warlock was next, based on the Warlock movie series started in 1989. It's a run-of-the-mill action game where you have to stop a Warlock from gathering a bunch of stones that's going to help destroy Earth. It features an impressive spell system with tons of variety for firepower, but ultimately it's just way too generic to be any fun. And the last quick look here is Batman Forever, based on the third live-action Batman movie, and the point where the series started to go on a rapid downhill quality spiral. The game by Probe is a big old digitized mess of scrolling beat-em-up action that's trying to take elements of Mortal Kombat and mash this into this genre of game, and absolutely none of it works. It got massacred in the reviews of the time. And on a side note, it is not the same game as the Batman Forever arcade game, which most people assume it is. That's a fun piece of cheese worth a few quarters. This is definitely not. And another game by those busy folks at Probe was Stargate, based on the Roland Emmerich sci-fi epic adventure movie. You take the role of O'Neill, Kurt Russell's military advisor lead role character, through 30 missions of run-and-gun platforming. You have to, through the missions, free the slaves, find your team, kill Ra, and make it back through the Stargate to get home.
It will take you 1,000,000 light years from home. Fierce forest guards, secrets of the Great Pyramids, desert dogfights with futuristic firepower, the final confrontation with Ra. But will it bring you back? Stargate, the video game.
You need to also find the nuke you brought through the gate, and the 7 hieroglyphs that need to be used to send you back home. Most of the action is finding and rescuing people. You're equipped with an unlimited machine gun that can be upgraded with such things as a spread shot or rapid fire mode, plus you get a whole bunch of grenades as well to take out Ra's henchmen and all those desert creatures. This was actually the game I swapped at a video shop with Rise of the Robots that I rented earlier. That game was so bad I took it back immediately and swapped it for this, and my weekend was set up for good times again. It's generic in design, but it's still a solid game overall, and if you like the movie, it's a pretty cool extension of it. Next was True Lies, the James Cameron Arnold Schwarzenegger spy action comedy movie adaptation done by Beam Software, which takes the form of a top-down running gun and plays pretty much exactly like the game The Chaos Engine or Soldiers of Fortune. You blast your way through all the set pieces of the movie with lots of weapons to pick up like shotguns, Uzis, grenades. Blasting terrorists is extremely satisfying as everyone dies in a massive gore splat, and missions either involve finding certain items, killing someone specific, or just running gunning your way to the exit. And you also get to pilot the Harrier jump jet from the end of the movie in a vertical shoot 'em up style sequence with 9 levels overall to play through. The game has tons of secret areas to find with some decent graphics and sound effects that really sell the action. It's another surprise of a licensed game that's well worth playing. And one of my favorite movie licensed games here of this year was Demolition Man, based on the classic 1993 sci-fi action comedy starring Sylvester Stallone, a personal favorite of mine.
2 men enter the future with one mission: destroy the other first. Armed with awesome firepower, battle through 10 intense levels straight from this movie mega hit. Demolition Man, the future's only hope from Acclaim.
You play John Spartan, a retro 90s cop woken up in the future from cryosleep and have to take out your ultimate nemesis from back in the day, Simon Phoenix. You get 10 levels in total that switch between overhead style running gun to side-scrolling action platformer styles, and it all works extremely well. Both perspectives have really addictive action that's very satisfying as you jump from one movie set piece to the next. As per usual, tons of useful weapons can be found and used on Phoenix's henchmen and boss characters such as shotguns and hand grenades. Zip lines can also be used to fly through levels, and there's tons of hidden secrets to find. The top-down levels also have you trying to rescue hostages as you blast your way through them. It features pretty good graphics and animation and has a rocking soundtrack that I really like, plus good sound effects. It's no walk in the park though, so expect a real challenge, but it's a real good adaptation of the film. I still really like that old cheeseball 3DO version a little bit more than this, even though this actually has much better gameplay.
In Japan, it feels more like Sega is remembered fondly for their arcade games more than their consoles, or at least it seems like the Sega Saturn was where Sega really found like a strong footing for consoles in Japan, because the Mega Drive was not nearly as successful here as it was in North America. And I think part of that is because in Japan, the Mega Drive didn't have, I think, the really aggressive ad campaign that the Genesis did in North America. The Genesis directly attacked and mocked Nintendo, and again gave it that sort of aura of like the cool 90s console, the more cutting edge console with the it's got the blood games and it's got the cool CD games and everything, and Nintendo, you can't do this on Nintendo, etc., etc. So all the marketing in the United States was about directly attacking and competing with Nintendo, whereas I don't think that was really the case in Japan. Sega would just, put out their products and advertise them as just sort of like a competing product, but I think not just falling behind Nintendo during the 16-bit generation, but also behind the PC Engine. So Mega Drive was like a third-place console. So when I do hang out with some of my friends who are retro gamers, typically their love is for Famicom and Super Famicom, and maybe when you get into the 32-bit generation, PlayStation and Saturn. But there's not a whole lot of nostalgia, or at least not that I've picked up on, for Sega's 8-bit and 16-bit stuff. Like I said, they're arcade games. A lot of people have, especially my generation, maybe a little older, a lot of fond memories of some of their 80s and 90s arcade games, especially since Sega has a lot of arcades all around Japan, the Club Sega arcade chain. But yeah, Mega Drive not looked back on as fondly here as the Genesis is in the United States.
And this brings 1995 to a close.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
In the early 90s, I made that leap from my beloved 8-bit to the 16. It was the start of a whole new look and sound. This is the story of my 16-bit days.
That was close. No?
Don't think you're safe yet. I'm well aware that neither one of you can swim.
I'm drowning!
The last 2 years of the Mega Drive's life cycle were slim pickings. With the Saturn out, Sega's focus was no longer on their 1988 Wonder console, and although the Saturn never managed to take the globe by storm, it was extremely successful in Japan, the complete opposite story of the Mega Drive.
I really don't have any kind of memories about when the Genesis finally faded away because, you know, I was a Nintendo kid, and then when I did finally move on, it was to the PlayStation.
So I don't remember exactly the last game I ever played on a Mega Drive, back then at least. I do remember the last game I ever bought on a Mega Drive. It was Road Rash 3.
Yeah, so I remember the last retail games that we bought for the Genesis, and it would have been Vectorman 2 and Sonic 3D Blast on discount from a Kmart near our house in fall of '96.
But later on, in the mid-2000s, when I was finally old enough to work a normal job and save some money, I did want to specifically start buying Sega games and collecting Sega games. So I ran to eBay and started buying up all the stuff I wanted as a kid because all that Sega stuff looked so enticing.
When I got that, I was kind of a little bit disappointed with it. It's not a bad game by any means, but they changed the graphics style. It was more digitized, and I actually like digitized graphics, even though most people hate it. But the game just didn't feel right. It felt like old for some reason. I felt like the technology at that point had been pushed to the limit, and I wasn't having that wow factor when I was buying games anymore.
That was it. Those were the last retail games, and we bought them at the same time, so it kind of counts, both of those games. And at that time, we already had a PlayStation in the household, so we were dumping most of our resources into that since the new games were coming out on PlayStation. It was very impressive.
So when I finally had money on my own, I bought a Genesis and Sega CD and 32X all together. And so I want to say in like 2005, 2006, that was when I really started to play Sega Genesis and 32X and Sega CD games.
And that was more to do with just the march of time and the way games were progressing in terms of technology. It wasn't really anything to do with, you know, the Mega Drive really. But so Road Rash 3 was the last one I actually bought. I still rented a whole bunch of games after that.
But later in the mid-2000s, that was when I did most of my Sega Genesis playing at the time as a teenager, and just absolutely loving all the games I was picking up for the Genesis. The Sonic games, some of the shoot 'em ups, some of the more cheesy FMV Sega CD games.
You know, in order to move on to the next level, I had to sell my entire Mega Drive collection and the system and everything to buy my Japanese import Saturn. I bought Panzer Dragoon with that, and I think it came with Virtua Fighter Remix. but I had to sell the entire collection to get that. I don't regret that. I wish I still had that collection.
But, you know, we couldn't pass up the discounts on Sonic 3D Blast and Vector Man 2, which were both phenomenal games for the Genesis. And I believe Genesis lasted a little bit longer on the market, but at that time we were pretty much turning our focus to PlayStation.
You had to always, that's what you had to do back in the day. You had to like sell everything to go to the next level. I mean, everybody did it. It was just the way things worked. Nowadays, you don't have to do that. You can buy systems without selling your entire collections. It's not as hard to get. You know, things are way more accessible in terms of online and all that. So it's things are much easier.
And then shortly after that, my dad kind of took the PlayStation on the road with him, and I ended up getting a Saturn to replace the Genesis, and the Saturn's kind of been my go-to console since then.
Due to a lot smaller amount of releases, less than 20, I'm combining 96 and 97's games into this final segment. And we'll start off with arcade conversions, which for some reason went ultra retro with a slew of late 70s to mid 80s titles. Let's start off with one of the two compilations called Arcade Classics, a collection of late 70s to early 80s Atari arcade games, with classics like Missile Command, Centipede, and Pong. They were decent versions with the ability to switch to Genesis mode as well, which slightly improved the graphics and sound, but overall, it's a pretty odd compilation that needed way more titles to make it worth it. The other compilation, however, was Williams Arcade Greatest Hits, which was a much cooler selection of games, giving you Defender 2, which was named Stargate in the arcade, Joust, Robotron 2084, and Sinistar. These were all very influential arcade games in the early 80s, jam-packed with innovation and great gameplay, and bucket loads of sampled speech. Bear in mind, emulation hadn't kicked into the mainstream yet, and playing older games was still very hard to do without original hardware, so this compilation was pretty cool and a nice selection, with emulation done by Digital Eclipse. And possibly the oddest release was Frogger, a conversion of the 1981 arcade game by Konami, which Sega actually distributed worldwide due to Konami thinking the game was going to be a major flop. It didn't, and it raked in the money in 1981. Frogger was the last officially released game on the Genesis in North America, and was an exclusive there as well. It's simply a direct port to the arcade, as bare bones as it can possibly get. It plays well and is a fun game, as you gotta maneuver your frog to the top of one of the alcoves across the river without getting hit by cars, falling in water and drowning, which makes no sense seeing as you're a frog, and much more. Each level completed adds more hazards to the game. It's a very strange final release, which coincidentally is also the final Super Nintendo game released in North America as well. And next was NBA Hangtime, published by Midway in 1996 based on their arcade version. It was a continuation of the NBA Jam series and the final version to appear on the Mega Drive. There's not a massive amount of difference between this and Tournament Edition, but still it's a great game of 2-on-2 basketball with the full NBA license, a create your own player mode, which could be saved to the battery backup. It also supports up to 4 players at once with the Sega Tap, has a completely revamped graphic style, and I noticed that the sound effects and music were done by Commodore 64 music legend Jerome Tell, which was a very unexpected thing to find out while making this video. And the last two arcade conversions fall into the versus fighting genre, with both hitting in 1996 with Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Virtua Fighter 2. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 hit the Mega Drive about 1 year after Mortal 3 and is the final entry in the series on the system. This game, if you've never played it, is basically 90s DLC for Mortal 3, adding in a bunch of stuff like new stages and characters, but it also takes out a couple characters and gets rid of the moronic animalities, which I don't think anybody would honestly miss. Like I said with Mortal 3, the series felt like it had no more distance left to run in this original form. It's still a good fighting game that delivers in gameplay, although the digitized graphics, especially the backgrounds, really start to look dated at this point. The Mega Drive had no more juice left at this time. It was almost a decade-old system trying to do a 1996 top-of-the-line arcade game. In that respect, it's very impressive and is still worth checking out if you're a hardcore fan of the series, that is. And the other release was a pared-down 2D version of Virtua Fighter 2 that was already available in its full 3D glory on the Saturn 1 year earlier. There's virtually no information on the making of this game I could find anywhere online, but I figure Sega was giving Mega Drive owners one final big arcade conversion before the system sailed off into the sunset. And of course, the installer base was at its its max at this point, so financially it just made sense. The game itself is honestly very impressive, just in terms of what they were able to pull off with all the characters and most of the moves, and the music is really well done. Although gameplay wise, it's way slower than the original, which kind of throws you off in terms of combos if you're a veteran. The graphics do a really good job of replicating the 3D style in 2D. Overall, it's not one of the best fighters on the system, but it's far from the worst and sits somewhere mid-ground in the versus Mega Drive genre. Just go play the Saturn version instead.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And next we'll check out the last RPG for this video, the Japan-only 1996 release of Mado Monogatari, or Sorcery Saga in English, and was the last officially released Mega Drive game in Japan. It was an updated and redone version of a 1993 Game Gear release done by Compile. It's a first-person dungeon basher with real-time styled action battles. You take the role of a girl who's doing her final sorcery exam, which is to survive this dodgy Tower of Doom and collect 90 points. Each one is done by completing missions, finding treasure, etc, etc. And the tower has shops and wacky characters to chat with, and the battles play out in real time with a fighting style combo moves, and the ability to use items as well from menus. The version you've seen here is an English fan translation, which now makes this Japan exclusive playable to anyone, and I'd highly recommend it. The graphics are absolutely gorgeous and colourful, the dialogue and characters are witty and funny, and it has really good music and sound effects. And once you get to grips with the battle system, it feels very rewarding. Being a Compile game, it's also got lots of cameos like the slimes from the Puyo Puyo series and much more. And really, this is a great and almost appropriate way to end Japan's Mega Drive library. And now let's do a quick rapid fire on some random games before we continue. And start with Experts, a side-scrolling action-adventure beat-em-up and a spin-off of Eternal Champions. The game tries a lot but ultimately fails with really clunky controls that ruin the entire experience. Lots of good gameplay ideas and graphics, but it just doesn't come together in this North American exclusive. Vector Man 2, however, is brilliant, a sequel to the platform action game from 1995. With more of its great gameplay, morphing abilities, weapons, and tons of subtle gameplay switches with fantastic graphics and sound design. It was also a North American exclusive. And lastly, European gamers got an exclusive version of Worms, the multiplayer turn-based strategy game based on the 1995 game released on the Amiga. If you've never played Worms, it's great fun versing your friends trying to murder each other with a wacky selection of weapons and sassy smack-talking worm characters. It's tons of fun and is actually a pretty good version of the computer classic by Team 17. And now we'll turn our attention to the last big genre to grace the Mega Drive, with a slew of absolutely top quality licensed games. We'll first look at a trio of Disney games, Pocahontas, Pinocchio, and Toy Story, all done in collaboration with Disney Interactive, with them providing animation and assets and the other developers making them, such as Funcom for Pocahontas, Virgin Games for Pinocchio, and Traveller's Tales for Toy Story. All European companies, and all really knew how to get every bit of power out of the system for some crazy amazing results. Pocahontas, based on the 1995 film, was an action puzzle platformer that plays a bit like Prince of Persia, with a character swapping technique. Pinocchio, based on the 1940 classic movie, was predominantly a platformer, but it also had lots of minigames and the odd gameplay switch. And Toy Story, based on the 1995 Pixar movie, was an action platformer, with tons of minigames and genre switches as well. These were all quality games, and if they had come out a couple years earlier, they'd probably be regarded as classics, just like Aladdin or The Lion King, but due to their really late releases, they've all been kind of forgotten or dismissed. Pocahontas delivered delivers 4 massive stages with you being able to collect animal spirits to give yourself different abilities to solve puzzles or escape danger. Its graphics style and animation is exceptional, capturing the cartoon's distinct minimalistic style perfectly, and has fantastic renditions of the movie soundtrack. Pinocchio's gameplay is fun platforming action styles, with mini games like dancing, swimming, and even switching characters, which keeps everything fresh. Its graphics are traditional Aladdin-styled animation with great attention to detail, and it faithfully follows the movie's plot, with Toy Story's main gameplay being platform action, but many of its massive 18 stages switch up completely, from first-person segments to Micro Machine-styled racing, claw machine minigames, and even Mario Kart-style segments, and it really pushes the system visually using the Silicon Graphics style of look of Donkey Kong Country, and Traveler's Tales were always pushing the Mega Drive to do what it was never designed to put out. All 3 of these games could have easily been phoned in licensed schlock at this point, but you can tell each company, Funcom, Virgin, and Travelers, really cared and made some of the best licensed games the system ever saw. And clearly Disney Interactive cared about their brand at this point, which seems to be the complete opposite of that now. And a few quick rapid-fire looks here with Marsupilami based on the Belgian comic book series and not the 1993 Disney cartoon, which I quite enjoyed. It's an interesting puzzle platformer where you control Marsupilami as he attempts to get his friend Bonelli the elephant to the end of a level, solving puzzles along the way. It's a clever game that's worth a look only if you really like these characters. Bugs Bunny and Double Trouble was next by Probe, another European developer featuring the Looney Tunes characters Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, and many more. It's another high production game with great graphics, and each level represents one of Bugs' many cartoons, with various altering gameplay based on the scenarios, even though it's mostly a platformer. It's pretty underrated. And lastly was Tintin in Tibet, also based on a Belgian comic book series. This one based on the Tintin in Tibet adventure, which sees Tintin, Snowy, and Captain Haddock follow the story of the book, and is a very cool looking and sounding game with multiple mini-games, published by Infogrames, another European company, and it was only released in Europe exclusively, with the Super Nintendo also getting the Prisoners of the Sun book as well in late 97. And the final licensed game was one of the best of the entire system's run, and that being The Lost World Jurassic Park, based on the Spielberg sequel movie, and was the last game officially published in Europe on the Mega Drive in 1997. It was done by Appaloosa Interactive, who were formerly known as Novatrade, who did the Echo the Dolphin games, another European developer who moved to the US in the mid-90s and changed their name. It's mostly a top-down run-and-gun game, similar to the Chaos Engine, where you have to capture rampaging dinos across the island, with 3 main sections and a massive 19 missions in total. It included huge, graphically impressive boss encounters that switch gameplay, usually imitating a scene from one of the movies. It's technically extremely impressive, way better than the mediocre Saturn and PS1 versions, which were dull interpretations to say the least. You can play it co-op as well, with vehicles to ride such as cars and hovercrafts, massive crazy set pieces around every corner, great music, and insanely impressive tricks used, which made it feel like a bona fide 32-bit game instead of 16. This is another cool game to search for. Its late release, like all the games in these final years, meant it got pretty lost, but with emulation you can check it out and enjoy the last officially licensed game the Mega Drive ever put out, and actually one of the best. And here we are, the last game of this entire video, and it goes right back to the Mega Drive's mascot character with Sonic 3D Blast, or Sonic 3D Flicky's Island in Europe, done by Traveler's Tales, and published at the end of 1996, which was Sonic's final game on the system. It's an isometric style platform adventure game, unlike any Sonic game before, using a Silicon Graphics styled look that was all the rage for about 5 minutes back in the day. The game's pace was a bit slower, with an emphasis on exploring rather than speed, although there was still plenty of opportunity for that. You had to find and collect 5 flicky birds that Robotnik had mechanized in each level and guide them to a portal to end the stage. There was a bonus stage for collecting rings, and the action was spread across 7 levels. This game definitely divided the press and fans, with you either liking it or didn't. The new perspective is ambitious to say the least, and it works for the most part. The exploring gameplay is fun, the graphics and music is excellent as per Sonic standards. It was a bold move by Sega, especially allowing Traveler's Tales to take the reins of their mascot character, but I feel it's pretty successful. If you had just done another 2D platformer at that point, I think it would have ended the character with oversaturation, at least for a little while. So if you're willing to be open-minded and embrace new gameplay, then Sonic 3D Blast is a pretty fitting end to Sonic's life on the Mega Drive as a whole. The Mega Drive / Genesis spent almost a decade in the public eye with software support right up to the bitter end. It was a remarkable feat, being Sega's most successful console they ever released, with just over 30 million units sold worldwide, and despite the brilliance of the Saturn and Dreamcast, they were never able to replicate that same level of success ever again, leading Sega to exit the hardware market for the most part in 2001, and becoming almost exclusively a third-party games publisher and developer.
The last cartridge that I definitely remember buying was Virtua Racing, because of the impact that it had. What an awesome game, the SVP chip. Can't wait to see what other games Sega releases with the SVP chip. It was such a big deal.
Bit of a weird one, but the last game I ever played was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters.
And I'm pretty sure it wasn't my last game that I ever bought, but I also can't remember if the last game I bought was a Sega CD game or maybe a used game from somebody else, but definitely the last one that I remember purchasing and remember using was Virtua Racing. And that was $80 at the time after taxes, which is a lot. That's, twice the price of a game nowadays, basically.
I had that. I traded a few games in order to get this Turtles game.
The last game that I bought for the Mega Drive. What do you mean the last game I bought for the Mega Drive? I'm still buying Mega Drive games.
So I used to, anytime I brought it over a friend's house, brought my system, I would ask somebody for some rubbing alcohol and some Q-tips so I could make sure to keep the game clean because I spent so much money on it. I wanted to make sure it lasted. As if games were dying back then. They weren't. I was just a weird little nerd kid.
I actually didn't realise it was going to be a brawler. I thought it was going to be a side-scrolling beat-em-up like Turtles in Time, but I was miserably wrong.
I'm still collecting and buying games for the Mega Drive. I never got a chance to buy it in stores brand new. So the last game I actually bought for the Mega Drive is right here on the shelf next to me. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3.
And then I think after that I just kind of moved on to the N64 and the PlayStation 1, of course.
I do remember wanting the Saturn so bad, and I remember seeing pictures of the cartridge port and talking in a local game store about backward compatibility and how amazing it would be if you could play Genesis, 32X, Master System, and even Sega CD games all on the Saturn. So you could have bought one thing that would have played your entire existing library and the next. And I started thinking of different ways I could get, I think it was $400 or something like that. Might have been more expensive, but it was really expensive to buy. And I think the store FYE that I lived near had some kind of deal where you'd have to buy one with a game or something. And it's very expensive.
That is the actual last game that I bought for my collection so far. And I wanted to get it because it's a great game. It's Mortal Kombat. And you will say to you, well, it's not as good as the Super Nintendo version, as I would personally say as well, or the arcade version, or many other arcade versions on the ports of the Sega Saturn or PlayStation or whatever you want to say. But you know what? It's still good to play.
As the time got nearer and I realized there was no backward compatibility, I kind of lost even more interest. I didn't want to spend all that money on something that wasn't totally going to use. So as I drifted off into my little delinquent teenage years, my little brother picked up an N64, PlayStation 1, eventually a PlayStation 2, and I saw some of those games, and I played some of the action ones like Need for Speed and stuff like that, but that was right about the time in my life where I kind of transitioned away from video games for a little bit and then came back in a couple years later. So I guess what replaced my Sega Genesis and my Super Nintendo at the time was being an excellent TV.
That's all you need on the Mega Drive. That's the whole genesis of the Mega Drive. I went there. That's the first time I'll ever say Genesis, because the true name is Mega Drive. But that's the Mega Drive in a nutshell.
The Mega Drive was the system that took me from 8 to 16-bit. That jump was truly mind-blowing at the time, taking you closer to the arcade experience more than anything else before. It wasn't considered a kid's toy either. With smart marketing and third-party support, it truly was a system everyone could play. Kids on Sonic and Wonder Boy, teenagers on Streets of Rage and Golden Axe, and parents on Might and Magic and PGA Golf. Sega's forward thinking led to many add-ons that, despite not being as successful, opened up your base unit to CD-ROM games and more powerful 3D experiences. They took risks and weren't afraid to lead the pack in innovation. The library of diverse games speak for themselves, with countless exclusives that are now considered bona fide classics. Sega discontinued the Mega Drive in 1997, but the system has persisted on in many forms, from the Brazilian company Tectoy continuing to support the system, even releasing exclusive games, and Sega's resurgence of the machine in the form of the mini consoles. It's really stuck around, being that nostalgia drug you can always have a way of playing a game. The biggest selling game the system ever released was Sonic the Hedgehog, with just over 15 million copies sold worldwide, with the system's sold totals being 20 million in the US, 8 million in Europe, 3.6 million in Japan, and 3 million in Brazil, and in the process slapped the big N in the face and helped make room for a more diverse gaming experience for everyone, from arcades to consoles and beyond. Thank you, Sega, for making the 90s so damn awesome.
And that's it. That is the merciful end to this entire series. If you're still alive, thanks for making it all the way here. I just want to thank my guests again for joining us today and giving their expertise. I'll leave links to their websites and YouTube channels so you can check them out if you want to. Thanks again for joining me, Bastish B at 64K. I hope you had a good time. Please share this up, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.